Chapter 1. Ascending to the Celestial Realm 1. A gentle breeze stirred, its chill caressing his face, imparting a hint of coldness. Atop the mountain peak stood a young man clad in white, poised like a sharp sword, emanating an aura of boundless brilliance. I am finally ready to ascend. The man cast a fleeting glance down the mountain, where lay familiar places and faces, stirring within him a profound sense of longing. Yet, all of this was about to conclude. He was on the brink of ascension. In the realm of cultivation, he had become an invincible entity, revered as the Sword Sovereign. Yang, the Sword Sovereign, was a legend within the world of cultivation, having cultivated for merely a few centuries, emerging like a comet, wielding a single flying sword, dominating the world with unparalleled prowess. The Sword Sovereign has perfected his swordsmanship, emerging into the world, vanquishing the master of the Cloud Sky sect atop the mountain victorious. In the following year, the Sword Sovereign battled the elder of the Flowing Cloud sect in the Langu Cave, emerging triumphant. 3 years hence, he confronted the soul-eating demon sect at their stronghold, annihilating them. 5 years later, he clashed with the Grand Master of the Taiwan sect and emerged victorious. 10 years on, the Sword Sovereign challenged 3 heavenly beings who had transcended tribulation, engaging in a fierce battle that lasted 3 days victorious. 15 years later, he pursued the ancestral master of the demon-slaying sect, Mo, for 3 months, ultimately slaying him in combat. For over a century thereafter, the Sword Sovereign was seldom seen in action. These were the legendary exploits of Yang, each tale stirring the hearts of cultivators, becoming an incredible myth passed down through generations. Thanks to Yang, sword cultivation regained its fervor, inspiring countless practitioners to dedicate themselves anew to the sword. Sword cultivators became the predominant force within the realm of cultivation, with 8 out of 10 practitioners wielding swords. Yet today, the Sword Sovereign, the architect of countless legends, was finally poised to ascend a myth that would remain undefeated in the annals of cultivation, an eternal tale. At the foot of the mountain, countless cultivators gathered to witness the Sword Sovereign's ascension, with estimates suggesting a multitude numbering in the millions. The once spacious void was now densely populated with cultivators, a scene unparalleled in the entire realm of cultivation. It is time to bid farewell. The Sword Sovereign Yang stood atop the mountain, his expression devoid of emotion, his icy gaze cast toward the void as he extended a hand, pointing emphatically toward the heavens. Whoosh! A golden sword light flickered, illuminating the entire sky, while countless cultivators felt the tremor of their swords as if resonating with the Sword Sovereign's luminous blade. Boom! A single stroke cleaved through the void, revealing a dark portal in the sky. Without a moment's hesitation, the extraordinary figure of the Sword Sovereign vanished into the portal, embarking on a journey to the exalted celestial realm, destined to create yet another legend. Upon entering the black void, Yang was immediately engulfed by an overwhelming pressure, a force absent in the realm of cultivation, as if an inexorable force was compressing him from all directions. Chapter 1. Ascending to the Celestial Realm 2. Ancient texts record 2 methods of ascending to the celestial realm. The first method involves a cultivator transcending tribulation, at which point a beam of guiding light descends from the celestial realm. By stepping into this light, the cultivator is directly ushered into the celestial realm. This is known as the Xiaju Ascension. The second method, as Yang undertook, entails lingering in the realm of cultivation for many years after transcending tribulation, then leveraging one's formidable strength to break through the barriers of space and enter the celestial realm independently. However, Yang now realized that this second method was far from straightforward. Surrounded by impenetrable darkness, even Yang felt utterly lost. In this void, there was no vitality, no elemental energies, no breath of life, and even the passage of time felt suspended. It was an abyss of absolute nothingness. Moreover, there was an appalling spatial pressure, strong enough to crush even a newly ascended celestial being into dust. The pressure intensified, and despite Yang's extraordinary cultivation, his body, stronger than that of an ordinary cultivator, could barely withstand such terrifying forces. His bones began to crack, and if this continued, he would soon be reduced to mere dust in this void of nothingness. I, Yang, have traversed the world invincibly. How could I succumb to death without a fight? If I must perish, let it be in battle. Yang Qian's entire being radiated a fierce brilliance, akin to an unparalleled sword. Even in this void, his brilliance could not be concealed. Hum hum. The golden sword essence within him was forcibly summoned. Inexhaustible sword energy surged forth, rapidly coalescing into an unimaginable force. Judgment style break for me. A beam of sword light erupted from Yang Qian's hand, illuminating the void as if casting brightness upon the darkness. Flickers of light suddenly appeared, and with a powerful leap, Yang Qian surged toward the light, only to be enveloped in darkness, falling into a deep slumber. Uncertain of how long he slept, it felt as though he had plunged into an endless abyss of darkness. "Hey, cultivator, wake up, wake up!" A melodious voice echoed in his ears, seemingly pulling Yang Qian's consciousness back from the depths of darkness. "Cultivator, wake up!" Yang Qian jolted awake, his eyes snapping open, momentarily blinded by the piercing light. Quickly, he shut his eyes, and as he gradually adjusted to the intense sunlight, he slowly reopened them. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by an exquisitely beautiful visage. The delicate features resembled a celestial maiden, untouched by earthly taint, akin to a spirit of nature, evoking a sense of reverence. The melodious voice that had just resounded in his ears emanated from this enchanting woman. In the realm of cultivation, Yang Qian was a person of exceptional stature, having witnessed many wonders, yet he found himself momentarily taken aback, quickly regaining his composure as he softly inquired, "I am awake. Where is this place?"
Chapter 1. Ascending to the Immortal Realm. 3. Where is this? Do you not know where you are? This is the territory of my Xuanling sect. Who are you, and why are you here? A stunningly beautiful woman inquired, her brow furrowed in suspicion. Xuanling sect? Is this truly the Immortal Realm? Humph, of course, it is the Immortal Realm. Cultivator, cease your nonsensical prattle. Speak. Do you harbor some ulterior motive for being here? Or are you perhaps a spy from another sect? A horse-faced cultivator standing beside the enchanting woman questioned with a dark expression. Yang Qian attempted to move, but was immediately besieged by excruciating pain. He found himself utterly immobilized, unable to even wiggle a finger. His internal state was abysmal, devoid of any strength, clearly rendering him a lamb awaiting slaughter. This was a predicament Yang Qian had never encountered before. He lifted his gaze slightly, observing 5 cultivators in total, each possessing formidable prowess. Although none had attained immortality, each had reached the Tribulation stage of cultivation. The exquisite woman had even reached the pinnacle of this stage, poised to transcend and become an immortal at any moment. Such 5 formidable experts would undoubtedly be overlords in the realm of cultivation. However, here in the Immortal Realm, they appeared to be mere disciples of the Xuanling sect. Their status seemingly not particularly high. "I am a cultivator from the lower realm, having shattered the void to ascend," Yang Qian responded. "Nonsense. Cultivators who ascend are never injured. They are protected by the guiding light and would never arrive here in such a state. If you continue with your fabrications and fail to be forthright, we shall treat you as a spy from another sect and eliminate you, taking your head back to our sect for glory." The horse-faced cultivator revealed his gleaming white teeth, an aura of murderous intent surrounding him as he fixed his gaze on Yang Qian with ill intent. "Junior brother Liu, do not speak recklessly. Let us allow this cultivator to clarify his circumstances before we reach any conclusions." The enchanting woman cast a cold glance at the horse-faced cultivator. He seemed to hesitate, retreating slightly, silenced but his eyes darting about, as if contemplating something sinister. "I am indeed a cultivator from the lower realm, yet I did not enter the guiding light. I shattered the void to ascend on my own. However, I discovered the pressure within the spatial passage was overwhelmingly great, and in my struggle, I inadvertently fractured the passage, resulting in my unexpected arrival here." "What? You shattered the void and entered the spatial passage to ascend?" The woman before him appeared utterly astonished. Indeed, the ancient texts from the lower realm did not forewarn of such terrifying pressures within the spatial passage. Otherwise, I would not have ended up in this predicament. Yang Qian attempted to mend his body, but he could not even sense his sword spirit, rendering any automatic recovery impossible. Not only the woman before him, but another woman approached from behind, her face displaying a look of astonishment as she whispered, "Sister Wan, this individual is exceedingly suspicious. It is said that even Xianxian cannot withstand the pressure within the spatial passage." For him to survive and ascend to the immortal realm is truly unfathomable. This stunning woman bore the surname Yuan, seemingly the senior sister among these cultivators, with all decisions resting in her hands. Chapter 1. Ascending to the Immortal Realm. 4. Upon observing the hesitation of senior sister Yuan, the horse-faced cultivator stepped forward and exclaimed, "Humph! You are spouting utter nonsense. The spatial passage cannot be endured even by Xianxian. How could you possibly withstand it? Moreover, you claim to have ascended here, which clearly indicates your ill intentions. You might very well be a spy sent by another sect." After uttering these words, the horse-faced cultivator discreetly transmitted to senior sister Yuan. Senior sister Yuan, this individual possesses a unique background. Even if he truly is an ascendant from the lower realms, so what? If he has managed to shatter the void and survive, he must possess protective treasures. If we eliminate him, those treasures will rightfully belong to us. These ascendants from the lower realms are often tyrants in their own domains, undoubtedly laden with wealth. If we slay him, all his riches shall be ours. Furthermore, since senior sister Yuan has already reached the pinnacle of tribulation, she could transcend at any moment, with just one defensive artifact standing in her way. If we were to acquire such an artifact from this injured cultivator, it is likely that senior sister would immediately overcome her heavenly tribulation, transcending from mortal to immortal, thus elevating her status within the sect immensely. I implore you to consider this, senior sister Yuan. The horse-faced cultivator fervently persuaded senior sister Yuan. Although Yang Qin's body remained immobile, his consciousness was unscathed. With his significantly superior spiritual awareness, he clearly heard the horse-faced cultivator's insidious suggestions to senior sister Yuan about murder and plunder. Upon hearing the horse-faced cultivator inciting senior sister Yuan to take action against him, Yang Qin's heart raced with anxiety. Should senior sister Yuan succumb to the horse-faced cultivator's persuasion and turn against him, he would stand defenseless. Chapter 2. Cultivators of the Immortal Realm. 1. Senior sister Yuan furrowed her brow deeply, seemingly contemplating the words of the horse-faced junior. Her beautiful eyes continuously swept over Yang Qin, as if attempting to ascertain his true identity. Yang Qin met her gaze with unwavering composure. In the realm of cultivation, he had encountered countless stunningly beautiful cultivators. Perhaps in terms of physical allure, some might rival the woman before him, yet the purity and flawlessness in senior sister Yuan's eyes rendered those others ashamed. Such a pristine gaze, devoid of any trace of malevolence, was nothing short of miraculous, almost as if this woman were a misplaced celestial being among cultivators. What are cultivators? They are beings that defy the heavens, often entangled in deception and treachery, engaging in murder and theft, a ceaseless cycle of brutality. A cultivator's path is one of slaughter, utterly devoid of such pure and unblemished gazes. After a moment of contemplation, senior sister Yuan suddenly lifted her head and nodded at Yang Qin, declaring, "I believe in you, esteemed senior." Instantly, the expression on the horse-faced cultivator's face shifted dramatically. Disregarding everything else, he rushed forward, stating, "Senior sister, you mustn't. This person has an unknown origin. He may be a spy." Before he could finish his sentence, a woman in a green robe standing behind senior sister Yuan coldly interrupted him, saying, "Junior brother Liu, senior sister Yuan possesses discerning insight. Since she has chosen to trust this cultivator, he cannot possibly be a spy. You dare to question senior sister Yuan?" The horse-faced cultivator's expression changed once more. His face a study of conflicting emotions. However, he seemed to hold a deep respect for senior sister Yuan, muttering softly, "I wouldn't dare. If senior sister believes this cultivator is not a spy, then he certainly cannot be." Humph! The green-clad nun, who had just spoken, let out a cold hum, then turned to face Yang Qin, furrowing her brows as she said, "Sister Yuan, this cultivator is gravely injured. He may not even be able to walk. What shall we do? Fear not. You must immediately lift him. We shall return to the sect at once and find a tranquil place for him to recuperate." "Ah, sister, our purpose in coming out this time is to complete the sect's mission, which is crucial for your timely transcendence through the heavenly tribulation. We cannot return now." The green-clad woman appeared quite astonished. Sister Yuan, with a stern expression, responded, "He is severely injured. We must find a more serene location for his recovery. We absolutely cannot delay any longer. Enough of your objections. I have made up my mind. Lu Shidi, Chen Shidi, quickly assist in lifting this cultivator. We shall hasten back to the sect." The previously reprimanded practitioner with a horse-like face obediently stepped forward, joining another male cultivator to carry Yang Qian. However, the horse-faced cultivator's gaze flickered with a hint of malevolence as he glanced at the green-clad woman and Sister Wan. While others remained oblivious to it, Yang Qian, having witnessed countless slaughters in the cultivation world, was acutely sensitive to murderous intent and sensed it immediately. This horse-faced cultivator harbors murderous intent. Just moments ago, he was inciting others to slay me for my treasures. Once I recover, he shall be the first I seek to eliminate. Yang Qian remained outwardly composed, but internally he had already developed a desire for vengeance against this horse-faced cultivator. Chapter 2. Cultivators of the Celestial Realm 2. Thus, Yang Qian was carried aloft as the group soared into the distant void. It was then that he began to closely observe the celestial sky. The heavens of the celestial realm were pure and unblemished, vast beyond measure, dominated by a colossal sun that was several times larger than that of the cultivation realm, radiating intense, scorching light. Moreover, the celestial realm was infinitely expansive. The most striking feature was its sheer magnitude. The sky was vast, the earth was vast, the sun was vast, and even the trees that flourished upon the ground were enormous. Towering trees stretched hundreds of zhang, intertwined in a manner that required 100 people to encircle them, a truly wondrous sight. Furthermore, within the mountains below, various rare medicinal herbs were also extraordinarily large. A single specimen equated to several from the cultivation realm, truly a treasure trove beyond imagination. Viewed in this light, the celestial realm indeed resembled a dreamlike paradise, a sacred ground for cultivation. Miss Wan, as I am new to the celestial realm, I am unfamiliar with the circumstances of your sect. Might you kindly provide me with an introduction? Yang Qian suddenly inquired. Predecessor, there is no need for such formality. Since you have ascended through the shattered void, you must at least be a heavenly immortal, and thus we should address you as predecessor. This is the Tianyuan mountain range, an immensely vast expanse teeming with spiritual veins, governed by numerous sections. Our Xinqing sect is not an independent sect. Alongside the Xuanling sect and the Xinkong sect, we collectively comprise the Sanqianzong. In truth, our Xinqing sect is merely a branch of the Sanqianzong in the Tianyuan mountain range. Apart from our Sanqianzong, there exist several other sects such as Lingchongmen, Tianquaming, and Zixiamen, all of comparable strength. However, the escalating competition among these sects for the spiritual veins has led to an increasingly tense atmosphere, creating a palpable sense of hostility. Recently, we mistakenly identified the esteemed elder as a spy, for which we humbly seek your forgiveness. Not at all, it is merely a misunderstanding. Miss Wan has saved my life, and I shall certainly repay her kindness in the future. Yang Qian lowered his gaze to the monk with a horse-like face. While he could pardon the others, this treacherous individual must be dealt with. He then resumed his conversation with senior Sister Wan and gradually began to gain a clearer understanding of the entire fairy realm. The female cultivator named Wan Lingshan is but an ordinary disciple of the Xuanling sect. In the realm of immortals, any disciple who has not transcended tribulation to become an immortal holds a lowly status, akin to the outer disciples in the cultivation world, not even qualifying as inner disciples. Moreover, the fairy realm is vast and boundless, and the Tianyuan mountain range itself is immensely expansive. It is uncertain how many sects reside within it. Even Wan Lingshan, who has lived her entire life in the Xuanling sect, knows only a fraction of the circumstances surrounding the Tianyuan mountain range. She remains oblivious to the world beyond its borders. Yang Qian's spiritual sense is extraordinarily vast. During his time in the cultivation realm, his perception could encompass over 1,000,000 kilometers. However, in this realm of immortals, even at the limit of his spiritual reach, extending beyond 100,000 kilometers still reveals merely mountains, with no end in sight. Everything Wan Lingshan described is indeed true. The fairy realm is truly infinite in its expanse. Chapter 2. The Cultivators of the Fairy Realm 3. The Fairy Realm 2 is a place where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Immortals require substantial amounts of spiritual energy for their cultivation, which necessitates the presence of spiritual veins. With only a limited number of these veins available, disputes between sects can escalate into fierce battles over resources. Bloodshed and vengeance abound, mirroring the conditions in the cultivation world without a hint of difference. Even the minor sect to which Wan Lingshan belongs has engaged in several skirmishes with others, resulting in countless casualties. though most of the fallen were merely disciples who had yet to transcend tribulation, serving as little more than cannon fodder. Only those who successfully transcend tribulation to become immortals are regarded as key disciples within their sects, thus escaping the tragic fate of being mere fodder, the primary aspiration of most lower-tier disciples. Chapter 3. The Xuanling Sect. 1. In the fairy realm, those who successfully transcend tribulation are referred to as heavenly immortals. Above the heavenly immortal tier are the Xuan immortals, golden immortals, immortal lords, immortal kings, and the legendary holy immortals. Each of these major realms is further divided into 9 grades, with each ascent becoming increasingly arduous. To progress from heavenly immortal to Xuan immortal requires immense hardship and perseverance. Each Xuan immortal is capable of presiding over a small sect, rightfully claiming the title of a regional overlord. Yang Qian has come to realize that the fairy realm is rife with chaos. The law of the jungle prevails, and lacking strength is utterly unacceptable. Thus, along his journey, he secretly stimulates the sword soul within him using his spiritual sense. While immortals cultivate through the absorption of spiritual energy and the refinement of their primordial spirit, Yang Qian is distinct. He has acquired an extraordinary and unparalleled sword cultivation technique during his time in the lower realm. This profound technique is known as the heavenly sword art, and the cultivation methods inscribed within its pages are truly beyond comprehension. It does not involve the cultivation of the primordial spirit, nor the nascent soul, and it does not even require the absorption of primordial energy. Instead, it focuses solely on the refinement of the sword essence, merging all of one's vitality, energy, and spirit into this sword essence, while absorbing the metal energy from the 5 elemental forces in the void to temper the sword spirit. This unique approach enables his offensive power to reach a terrifying level, and due to his body's unconscious, prolonged absorption of the metal energy, he has become significantly more formidable than other cultivators. Without this enhancement, he would have long since succumbed to the immense spatial pressure. Enduring excruciating pain, Yang Qian employed his spiritual awareness to draw the metal energy from the void, gradually channeling it into his ravaged body, stimulating the sword essence within. The abundant primordial energy of the celestial realm, coupled with the richness of the metal energy, made it remarkably easier for Yang Qian to absorb the metal energy and invigorate his sword essence. Moments later, Yang Qian's entire being trembled, and at last, he felt a response within him, accompanied by the faint emergence of a subtle connection. Yang Qian's heart surged with excitement. This was indeed the sword essence. And after much effort, he could finally sense it with the sword essence. Everything would fall into place. All that was needed was time, and his grievous injuries would naturally mend. However, the originally resplendent golden sword essence had now dulled significantly, devoid of brilliance, appearing lifeless and utterly devoid of vitality. Yet Yang Qian was aware that as long as there was metal energy, the sword essence could be revived once more. Buzzing softly, the dim sword essence, under Yang Qian's relentless efforts, finally stirred slightly, beginning to absorb the surrounding metal energy. The wave of elation washed over Yang Qian. He had succeeded, akin to having endured days of thirst in a desert before finally savoring a few drops of sweet water. Though meager, it brought unparalleled comfort. This scant metal energy, while limited, signified that Yang Qian's condition was gradually improving. With his eyes closed in serene silence, Yang Qian discreetly absorbed the metal energy, unnoticed by others. Celestials typically absorb the primordial energy of heaven and earth, as well as the ethereal essence more suited for their cultivation, rendering them oblivious to the elemental energies. Had Yang Qian not practiced the heavenly sword art, he too would have been unable to perceive this sharp and wondrous force present in the world. In the 3rd chapter, titled The Xuanling Sect. 2, as the strands of metal energy nourished the withered sword essence. Yang Qian suddenly jolted, his eyes snapping open. He sensed a more profound influx of metal energy. Before him stood a towering peak, piercing the clouds, with faint formations etched into its surface, gathering the dense primordial energy from the surroundings. Atop the peak, magnificent palace buildings rose, with numerous cultivators constantly flying in and out, creating a bustling atmosphere. "Senior, we have arrived at the Xuanling Sect," Yang Qian remarked with a slight nod. "Thank you, Miss Wan." Wan Lingshan addressed the gaunt-faced cultivator, Lu Shidi. "Please ensure the senior is settled in the rear courtyard for rest." The gaunt-faced cultivator remained expressionless, seemingly harboring undisclosed intentions. He carried Yang Qian to a room in the rear courtyard. Without pausing, he departed immediately, maintaining a calm demeanor devoid of any unusual signs, exhibiting remarkable restraint. Yang Qian harbored a cold smile within, yet refrained from displaying his ire. His injuries were grave, leaving him devoid of even the strength for self-preservation, placing him in a perilous situation. The immediate priority was to recuperate from his wounds. As he surveyed the room's decor, he noted the intricately carved beams and painted pillars, the wood exuding a fragrant aroma that invigorated the spirit. The simplicity of the furnishings suggested that this space was purposefully arranged for guests. Extending his consciousness outward, he discerned a colossal mountain peak, its summit piercing the clouds and shrouded in mist. The entire mountain was etched with formidable formations, enveloping the essence of the universe to facilitate the cultivation of the disciples below. He observed several disciples diligently practicing, exhaling clouds and mist in their fervor. However, these individuals had yet to transcend their tribulations and attain immortality. As Yang Qian's perception expanded further, he finally fixed his gaze upon another lofty peak, which housed various courtyards of differing scales. Within these courtyards resided those who had successfully weathered the heavenly tribulations and transformed into celestial beings. Here lay the true backbone of the Xuanling sect. To avoid any misunderstandings, Yang Qian ensured that those who had not yet ascended could not detect his probing consciousness. Yet the celestial masters might be alerted. Should any misunderstandings arise, it would be rather inconvenient. Just as he was about to retract his awareness, he unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure, the scheming cultivator known as Lu Shidi, referred to as the horse-faced practitioner by Xuanling Shan. This individual appeared furtive and sinister, leaving Yang Qian to ponder his intentions. I shall follow him and discern his purpose. Yang Qian's consciousness trailed the man into a spacious courtyard, where a strikingly beautiful woman stood. With phoenix-like eyes and a fair complexion, her elongated face bore a solitary black mole, lending her features an air of harshness. This woman emanated an ethereal aura, exuding a regal presence. Indeed, she was a transcendent celestial being. This was Yang Qian's first encounter with an immortal in the celestial realm. "Senior Sister L," the horse-faced cultivator called out, his head bowed and a sycophantic expression adorning his face. The woman, who had been meditating in a cross-legged position, immediately opened her eyes, a flicker of disdain crossing her features as she seemed to regard the brooding horse-faced cultivator with contempt. "Lu Shidi, what is it?" she inquired, her tone terse and revealing her impatience. Yet, oblivious to her disdain, the horse-faced cultivator continued, "Senior Sister L, I have come to share some good news." "Good news? Humph, what good news could you possibly have?" The woman's voice dripped with blatant scorn. Unfazed by her blatant mockery, the horse-faced cultivator pressed on. "This matter is undoubtedly of monumental significance. Today, I accompanied Senior Sister Xuanling Shan on a sect mission, only to encounter an injured cultivator in the woods. This cultivator claimed to have ascended from the lower realms, having suffered severe injuries due to the pressures of the spatial barriers, rendering him immobile. We had to carry him back ourselves. In the lower realms, ascendant cultivators dominate their territories, and each time they ascend, they seize treasures, carrying only the finest artifacts with them. Should Senior Sister L agree, slaying this cultivator would undoubtedly yield countless riches. At that juncture, fabricating a charge of treachery against him would provoke no scrutiny whatsoever. A glint of fierce determination flashed in the female cultivator's eyes as she spoke solemnly. "Are you speaking the truth?" Seeing her reaction, the horse-faced cultivator rejoiced, exclaiming, "Indeed, it is true. I only implore Senior Sister L, once you acquire the treasures, should they be abundant, to bestow upon me a magical artifact. In the immortal realm, those who have not attained ascension lead lamentable lives, occupying lowly positions. The conflicts among sects often render them mere cannon fodder, and relying solely on one's strength to survive the tribulations is nothing short of a delusion. Only through obtaining magical artifacts does one stand a chance of successfully navigating the tribulations." This horse-faced cultivator, having endured countless hardships and exerted immense effort, sought merely a single artifact. Indeed, it is said that those who are detestable often possess their own pitiable circumstances. Senior Sister L pondered for a moment before suddenly laughing coldly. "Junior Brother Lu, since you discovered this gravely injured ascendant cultivator, why did you not slay him on the spot, but instead chose to bring him back to the sect? A superfluous endeavor?" The horse-faced cultivator shook his head with a bitter smile. "This mission was led by Senior Sister Juan. Surely Senior Sister L is aware of her disposition. She possesses a woman's compassion, credulously believing the words of that ascendant cultivator, and foolishly rescued him. Truly a display of utter folly. Listening intently, Senior Sister L's eyes sparkled with insight, and she nodded slightly. Indeed, Xuanling Shan is soft-hearted and compassionate. You have performed admirably in this matter. Once I inform my father, and we deal with that cultivator, I shall grant your wish. Even if he possesses no magical artifact, I will ensure you receive one. The horse-faced cultivator was instantly elated, hurriedly kneeling in gratitude. Thank you, Senior Sister L. That cultivator must possess numerous treasures. Very well, you may withdraw for now. With a countenance full of joy, the horse-faced cultivator turned to leave. Yet at that moment, his eyes narrowed slightly, and a bone-chilling cold crept down his spine. With great effort, he attempted to turn his head, but his body grew weak and limp, even his essence gradually dissipating. Behind him, Senior Sister L gently retracted an extraordinarily sharp long needle, a true magical artifact. It was she who had wielded this needle to pierce the horse-faced cultivator's skull, ending his life. Humph, what a fool. Knowing well the dangers of compassion, you dared to bring me such significant news and even sought to negotiate terms. Truly, you are exceedingly foolish. Few are privy to this matter. Should you let slip a word, it would spell disaster. With that, she flicked her hand, and a ball of flames erupted forth. This was the unique Samadhi true fire of the Immortals, which promptly incinerated the horse-faced cultivator's corpse into ashes. A disciple who has not passed the tribulations to attain immortality is of little consequence, merely cannon fodder within the sect, and their demise would elicit no concern. How intriguing it is that a cultivator, having soared forth from the shattered void, remains alive. Surely, they must possess some extraordinary treasure. This matter is of great significance, and the foolish words spoken are uncertain in their truth. Alone, I cannot achieve anything. I must hasten to inform my father. After much contemplation, Senior Sister L resolved to ensure absolute certainty and immediately took flight into the void to devise a careful plan with her father. Unbeknownst to her, a subtle consciousness had perceived every detail of the preceding events with clarity. Yang Qian's awareness gradually retreated, his eyes shimmering with brilliance as he realized, inadvertently, that someone was scheming against him. The celestial realm is not without its flaws. Immortals, too, are but mortals, merely individuals endowed with formidable power. Greed and desire mirror those of the cultivators in the lower realms. Witnessing the tragic demise of the horse-faced cultivator and the plotting of the L-clan cultivator against him, Yang Qian became increasingly lucid. His studies of ancient texts revealed that the boundless beauty of the celestial realm is merely a splendid illusion held by the cultivators of the lower realms. Compared to the lower realm, the immortals of the celestial realm are only significantly mightier in terms of power. Ultimately, they remain human. As humans, they possess desires, and with desires arise malevolent intentions. Were it not for my injuries, I would have no fear of these individuals. However, I am indeed wounded, and I must seize every moment to restore some of my strength, ideally to unlock my own space. Space, a storage realm unique to cultivators, one that only they can perceive. Others cannot access it. Should a cultivator fall, their space would erupt, revealing countless treasures within, which is why, in the cultivation world, there are those who specialize in killing to seize riches. Yet, Yang Qian's injuries are grievously severe. Even the treasured flying sword that had accompanied him for over a century perished within the confines of his spatial barrier, rendering the unlocking of his space exceedingly difficult. In the celestial realm, the luminous moon now hung high in the sky, casting a silvery glow that spilled forth like water. The moonlight here differs from that of the cultivation world, infused with wisps of celestial aura. For those who have transcended the heavenly tribulations and attained the status of celestial beings, there is no need for refinement. They can directly absorb this essence into their bodies, converting it into celestial energy, making this an optimal time for immortals to cultivate. Yang Qian, however, focused on circulating the sword soul within him. No amount of celestial aura would suffice, for his sword soul absorbed the essence of the 5 elemental metals, which, by night, became rather scarce compared to the daytime. Chapter 4. Crisis 3. Yet, how vast is Yang Qian's consciousness? There was no need for such methodical cultivation. His awareness surged upward into the lofty heavens, directly penetrating the towering peaks. Within those mountains lay a plethora of ores, and in those ore-rich areas, the essence of the 5 elemental metals flowed abundantly. With a powerful sweep of his consciousness, akin to a great hand, he engulfed all the essence of the 5 elemental metals, cleaving through the skies before returning, refined into his sword soul. The sword spirit quivered faintly, as if brimming with excitement. After sustaining injuries, it had yet to refine such an abundance of elemental gold energy. Instantly, the entire sword spirit began to operate incessantly, with 5 beams of sword light continuously inhaling and exhaling the golden energy, transforming it into the most formidable sword essence. This process repeated itself as Yang Qian utilized his formidable spiritual consciousness to sweep away the elemental gold energy from the surrounding peaks. However, this was of little concern. The elemental energies flowed ceaselessly, capable of mutual transformation, thriving endlessly. It was likely that within a few hours, the elemental gold energy within these mountains would become even denser. Chapter 5. The Intrigue. 1. Gradually, the sky began to brighten, the once pristine moonlight fading into obscurity, while the immense, fiery sun ascended high above, infused with a surging power that activated the elemental fire energy in the air. During the day, the fire element was most abundant, yet the cycle of elements persisted. Fire gave rise to earth, earth to metal. Despite Yang Qian's current cultivation level, he could not actively transform the elemental energies. Otherwise, the flow of elemental gold energy would become inexhaustible. Yang Qian opened his eyes, halting the refinement of the elemental gold energy. After a night of recovery, his strength had returned somewhat. The elemental gold energy here was incredibly dense, far surpassing that of the cultivation realm. Training for a single night here equated to a month of practice in the cultivation world. I can already open the space. Yang Qian reached out, grasping at the void, and silently, a dark, gaping portal materialized before him. Upon witnessing this opening, Yang Qian finally revealed a knowing smile. A sweep of his spiritual consciousness confirmed that nothing within was amiss. Good, good, good. I can finally access the space, and restoring my strength is merely a matter of time. Moreover, my space contains numerous magical treasures. Even if I encounter a 5th-grade celestial being, I now possess the means for self-preservation. Although Yang Qian had spent the night in cultivation, his spiritual consciousness continuously monitored the movements outside. Should Sister Elle arrive with her companions to attack, he would have no choice but to fight to the death. However, being able to access the space provided him with additional means of self-defense. Within Yang Qian's space, a dense mass of black metal thrived, and the elemental gold energy was exceptionally rich. This was the result of Yang Qian scavenging countless sects for mysterious iron within the cultivation realm, even going so far as to excavate an entire vein of mysterious iron. Mysterious iron is a crucial material for forging flying swords. Incorporating even a small amount enhances the hardness of the magical artifacts. Yet, Yang Qian did not intend to use the mysterious iron for crafting artifacts. Instead, he sought to utilize it for his own cultivation. Gently reaching into the space, he grasped a substantial chunk of mysterious iron. As it came into his hand, a beam of sword light swiftly emerged, enveloping the mysterious iron with countless sword essence, gradually absorbing the elemental gold energy contained within. Yang Qian, following a unique sword cultivation method, did not cultivate the primordial spirit or refine celestial energy. He exclusively absorbed elemental gold energy. Thus, all metals became resources for his cultivation, and stockpiling such an abundance of mysterious iron was in preparation for his ascent to the celestial realm. With this mysterious iron, Yang Qian would soon be able to fully restore his cultivation. Just as he prepared to continue drawing upon the mysterious iron, 2 beams of rainbow light suddenly descended from the outside. Is Xuanling Shan here? As Yang Qian's consciousness swept across the surroundings, he immediately sensed the changes outside. It was Xuanling Shan, accompanied by the female cultivator who had been by her side that day. Senior, I am Xuanling Shan, and I have urgent matters to discuss with you. Please, come in. Yang Qian gestured with a wave of his hand, and a surge of sword energy shot forth, effortlessly flinging the door open. Xuanling Shan's exquisite visage displayed a hint of anxiety as she exclaimed, Senior, we must hurry. Xiao Lin has received word that Lu Mei intends to harm you. Chapter 5. The Intrigue. 2. Yang Qian's heart stirred with a flicker of alarm, yet he feigned astonishment as he replied, Lu Mei wishes to harm me? Who is this Lu Mei? The elegant female cultivator beside Xuanling Shan, who was Xiao Lin, nodded in affirmation and said, Senior, this matter is undeniably true, by chance. I overheard within the Elder Council that Sister Lu Mei has recently joined them and is secretly conspiring with Elder Lu. Subsequently, I stealthily listened in and discovered that they are plotting to harm you and seize your treasured artifacts. Noticing Yang Qian's indifference, as though he were somewhat incredulous, Xuanling Shan stepped forward urgently, saying, Senior, Lu Mei is a celestial being who has transcended the tribulations, possessing a cunning mind. Moreover, her father is an elder within the council, wielding formidable power as a third-grade celestial. Should they come for you, given your current state of injury, you might find yourself in grave danger. I implore you to leave at once. Third-grade celestial, you say? Yang Qian murmured softly, his head snapping up as his eyes turned frigid. Coldly, he declared, this matter has long been within my knowledge, yet I am grateful for your timely warning. Rest assured, there shall be generous recompense for your efforts. Xuanling Shan's expression shifted to one of astonishment, disbelief evident in her voice as she asked, Senior, you were aware all along. Then why do you remain here? Leave? Yang Qian lightly shook his head. In my current state of injury, could I possibly depart? But Senior should now be able to move. You must leave at once. Suddenly, Yang Qian's demeanor shifted, his gaze piercing through the doorway as he murmured, It is too late to consider fleeing now. Since they have arrived, I shall confront them and see what they can do against me. His eyes were icy, and an overwhelming aura surged around him, reminiscent of a sovereign standing at the pinnacle of power, exuding an unmistakable presence of authority. This was no ordinary aura. It was the essence of one who had long dwelled at the summit, holding great power. Revered as the sword sovereign in the realm of cultivation, Yang Qian was an undefeated legend, a myth within the world of cultivators. When he unleashed his aura, it was as if he were a king among the heavens, towering above all. Senior. Xuanling Shan staggered back a few steps, taken aback by the immense aura emanating from Yang Qian, her face a portrait of shock. Beside her, Xiaolin mirrored her astonishment, whispering, What an overwhelming presence! Just what level of cultivation does this esteemed senior possess? This aura is so oppressive that I can scarcely muster a shred of will to resist. It is utterly terrifying. Originally, they believed that Yang Qian, as a newly ascended cultivator, was merely a first-grade celestial being. Even if she were exceptionally formidable, her prowess in the realm of cultivation would not exceed that of a second-grade celestial being. However, the slight aura that Yang Qian had just revealed left them utterly astonished. It was evidently far beyond that of a mere second-grade celestial. Seemed we have all misjudged. The glimmer of brilliance flashed in Xuanling Shan's eyes, hinting at some audacious conjectures. Chapter 5. The Intruder. 3. Outside the main gate, several beams of rainbow light descended from the sky. These beams flickered briefly before transforming into individual cultivators, totaling 5, among whom was Lu Mei. Beside Lu Mei stood a middle-aged man with a ruddy complexion, clad in a voluminous robe. His aura subtly merged with the surrounding spiritual energy, indicating that he had attained an extraordinarily profound level of cultivation. He was none other than Lu Mei's father, a third-grade celestial elder. Upon seeing Yang Qian, Lu Mei's eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing within them. She immediately raised her voice, exclaiming, Bold intruder, how dare you infiltrate our Xuanling sect? If you are not apprehended and brought to justice today, how can our sect continue to exist? Chapter 6. Shinti on hand. 1. Swish, swish. Xuanling Shan and Xiaolin also soared into the air. Upon seeing Xiaolin, Lu Mei's expression revealed a hint of panic, as if she had sensed something. She abruptly fixed her gaze on Xiaolin and, before Xiaolin could utter a word, began to berate her furiously. Well, Xiaolin, as a disciple of our Xuanling sect, how could you associate with an intruder? I assume you intend to betray the sect. I shall now cleanse the ranks. Lu Mei was indeed poised to strike immediately. Wait, Sister Lu, your schemes have been uncovered. You shall not succeed. Xuanling Shan boldly stepped forward, her voice ringing out, Schemes? Humph, what schemes do we have? We are here to capture the intruder. Lu Mei retorted. Xuanling Shan, your audacity has grown. Associating with an intruder tarnishes our Xuanling sect's reputation, and you shall be punished alongside her. Lu Mei's countenance grew somewhat grotesque, instilling a chilling dread in others. Xuanling Shan's face flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment. In terms of eloquence, she could not match Lu Mei. However, Xiaolin, quick-witted and articulate, seized the opportunity to step forward, saying, "Lu Mei, you distort the truth, shamelessly fabricating accusations. You, the villain, dare to cry foul. I have overheard your and Elder Lu's conspiracy to covet the treasures of our esteemed seniors. Such behavior is nothing short of demonic. If the sect leader learns of this, you will both face severe punishment." Lu Mei's expression shifted, her eyes suddenly gleaming with a chilling, murderous intent. Her face contorted in rage as she exclaimed, "Very well. You speak without regard for the truth, already bewitched by the intruder, and now you dare to defy me. I shall cleanse the ranks." Swish! Lu Mei's countenance was fierce as she flicked her hand, sending an imperceptible flying needle hurtling towards Xuanling with astonishing speed. At that moment, a brilliant flash of light erupted in everyone's vision, radiating an aura of terrifying sharpness. With a sharp clang, a streak of golden sword energy sliced fiercely before Xuanling, severing the formless flying needles into two. Lu Mei's complexion turned ashen. Her treasured artifact lay in ruins, and she had already suffered some backlash. "Spy, how dare you still make a move?" Yet, a cunning smile flickered at the corner of Lu Mei's eye, as if her scheme had succeeded. "Spy? If I were a spy, you would have perished long ago." Yang Qian replied calmly, "Humph, such alarmist rhetoric. Spy, your true identity has been revealed. Are you not eager to confess your ulterior motives for infiltrating our Xuanling sect? To fabricate a crime, one need not lack pretext." Yang Qian's gaze was piercing, yet he paid no heed to Lu Mei's incessant prattle, treating her like a mere fly. Annoying, yet ignorable. "Father, the situation has changed. With Xuanling and Wanling Shan, those two wretches present, it is likely this cultivator has sensed something amiss. Father, confront this cultivator while I deal with Wanling Shan and Xuanling. Then, even if the sect investigates, we shall face no consequences." Suddenly, Lu Mei used her divine sense to communicate with the third-rank celestial immortal, concocting a nefarious scheme. Yang Qian's eyes narrowed slightly, and before the opponent could act, a chilling, murderous intent shot forth from his gaze. In an instant, he appeared before Lu Mei, as if conjured by a phantom. "Your malice is utterly reprehensible, and to plot against me is unforgivable. Let the sword energy pierce your heart for a month, as a lesson." His indifferent voice resonated like a divine judgment in the ears of all present. Lu Mei felt an overwhelming dread, as though she faced a sword of death. Every fiber of her being seemed poised to turn to ashes under his gaze. Such might was something even her father lacked. With a swift motion, Yang Qian extended his finger, enshrouded by a razor-sharp sword energy, and thrust it forward, piercing Lu Mei's flesh and swiftly entering her body. Coiling around her celestial infant, "It hurts. So painful. What have you done to me?" Lu Mei had long since transcended the tribulation, becoming an immortal, immune to illness and poison. Yet now, she felt as if her celestial infant and even her divine soul were being shredded by the piercing sword energy. This agony was unbearable, a torment worse than death. Yang Qian's expression remained impassive as he coldly stated, "This is my sword energy, now embedded within you, coiling around your celestial infant. Not even a Xian can dispel it, unless your celestial infant perishes and your divine soul dissipates. Otherwise, you shall suffer daily from the sword energy piercing your heart, living in torment worse than death." "Father, kill him. Kill her!" Lu Mei cried out in anguish, collapsing to the ground, her eyes filled with venomous rage. The middle-aged third-rank celestial immortal revealed a grave expression. He too could not fathom Yang Qian's cultivation level and seemed to regret agreeing to his daughter's reckless behavior. Fearing they had struck a hard wall, "Friend, this may well be a misunderstanding. Recently, our Xuanling sect has been in turmoil. Your solitary presence here is indeed suspect. I implore you to spare my daughter." The middle-aged man spoke in a gentle tone, yet it seemed he was contemplating withdrawal. Yang Qian's expression remained indifferent. He was well aware of Lu Mei's ruthless nature. If he did not impart a lesson this time, she would undoubtedly concoct even more malicious schemes in the future. Could a mere misunderstanding suffice to resolve this matter? Lu Mei plotted to harm me, and I possess greater strength than she does. She cannot inflict harm upon me. Subjecting her to a month's torment from sword energy piercing her heart is but a minor punishment. Otherwise, in the mortal realm, she would have perished long ago beneath my sword's aura. The third-grade celestial immortal's eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of brilliance igniting within them as he spoke in a deep voice. Are you truly unwilling to release her, my friend? Yang Qian turned around, his aura rising dramatically, and coldly replied, What? Does Elder El still wish to take action? Elder El stepped forward abruptly, his entire being radiating a formidable presence, and declared in a low growl, Humph, we are in the celestial realm. Within the Xuanling sect, not in the mortal realm where you can act at will. Very well, having just ascended, you likely do not comprehend the vastness of the heavens. Allow me to demonstrate the methods of a celestial being, Xintian Palm. Chapter 6. Xintian Palm 3. With a resounding boom, the entire courtyard seemed to tremble violently. Elder El's aura swelled immensely, unleashing boundless celestial energy. His vast spirit drew upon the ambient energy within a radius of several dozen yards, transforming it into a colossal hand in the sky that blotted out the sun, descending upon Yang Qian like a mountain, a formidable force not to be underestimated. Even from 5 yards away, Yang Qian felt an immense pressure, as if a great weight were pressing down on his body. Shaolin and Xuanling Shan, more than 10 yards away, turned pale, being pushed back several steps by the overwhelming force. Chapter 7. Bestowal of Treasures 1. Predecessor, be cautious. This is the Xintian Palm of our Xuanling sect. Its power is boundless. Xuanling Shan could not help but exclaim in warning. Yet, Yang Qian remained motionless, his demeanor cold, his garments rustling under the immense pressure. But in the next moment, he suddenly moved, a brilliant and sharp sword light shot forth from his hand, extending a full 3 feet in length. Yang Qian wielded his hand as a sword, and as the sword energy flickered, he expressionlessly murmured, Sword of Judgment. With a sharp hiss, the sword energy surged toward Elder El, its speed akin to lightning, and the enormous hand in the sky was effortlessly shattered as if it were merely tofu. The incisive sword energy continued its trajectory toward Elder El, showing no signs of halting, as if it were moments away from spilling blood. Elder El's complexion turned ashen, and he retreated repeatedly. Yet, no matter how he withdrew, he could not outpace the sword energy. The piercing sword energy penetrated his arm. In the next instant, Yang Qian moved with astonishing speed, swiftly darting in front of Elder El, his finger poised to strike forcefully at Elder El's brow. Don't El Mei, lying on the ground, cried out in alarm. She had not anticipated that her father, akin to a divine being, would be cornered to such an extent by this newly ascended cultivator, on the brink of losing his life. With a sneer, Yang Qian's finger halted at the center of Elder El's brow, the sharp sword energy having already pierced the skin at that precise point, causing a trickle of blood to cascade down his face. The several celestial beings behind the middle-aged cultivator were rendered utterly speechless, paralyzed with fear, their gazes fixed intently on Yang Qian. They were acutely aware that should the slightest hint of sword energy emanate from his hand, Elder El's head would be crushed instantaneously. Akin to an exploded watermelon. Is this truly what immortals of the celestial realm are like? With your level of cultivation, I have lost count of how many I have slain in the realm of cultivation. Do you deem yourselves worthy of orchestrating a conspiracy to seize my treasures? Yang Qian's eyes grew ever colder, an aura of chilling murderous intent emanating from him, as if he could extinguish Elder El's life at any moment. You? Elder El's face turned ashen, his voice hoarse, the frigid sword energy at his brow instilling a sensation akin to having traversed the gates of the underworld. He realized that if the ascending cultivator before him truly wished to kill him, it would take but a mere flick for the sword energy to obliterate his head. El Mei's complexion was pale. She suppressed the agony of the sword energy piercing her heart and, with a grim expression, declared, Cease at once. My father is an elder of the Xuanling sect. Regardless of the circumstances, should he perish, the masters of the Xuanling sect will take action, and no matter how formidable you may be, you shall find no refuge. Silence yourself. This esteemed friend has already shown restraint. Otherwise, where would you find the audacity to chatter here? The words came from Elder El, his face a stormy shade of blue. Rebuking El Mei, Chapter 7. Bestowal of Treasures 2. Having cultivated for many years, Elder El had become quite astute. Observing his daughter's pallor, enduring the torment of the sword energy, he ceased his reprimand. He then bowed slightly, clasping his hands in respect toward Yang Qian, esteemed friend. I presume you possess the cultivation of a 5th-grade celestial, correct? It is astonishing that in such a realm of scarce vital energy, you have managed to attain the 5th-grade celestial realm, and no wonder, you could successfully ascend beneath the terrifying spatial barriers. It seems fate has favored you to arrive within the influence of my Xuanling sect. Everything that transpired earlier was merely a misunderstanding. 5th grade Celestial. Upon hearing Elder L utter those words, everyone present could not help but gasp in astonishment. I in a realm where vital energy was so thin. Aspiring to further one's cultivation post-ascension was akin to chasing a fool's dream, an endeavor as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Achieving the 2nd grade Celestial realm was already an immense fortune, let alone the formidable 5th grade Celestial. A 5th grade Celestial holds significant authority within the Xuanling sect, far surpassing that of Elder L up beside them. Xuanling felt a surge of emotions. Although she had suspected Yang Qian's extraordinary nature, she had not anticipated such terror. Having attained the 5th grade Celestial cultivation while still in the lower realm, Xuanling, beside her, was ecstatic, whispering, "Sister Wan, this is splendid. Who would have thought our senior was so formidable? A 5th grade Celestial. Your keen insight not only saved our senior but also earned his favor. With his support, it seems you shall effortlessly transcend your tribulations and transform from mortal to immortal." Xuanling's heart raced with excitement as her gaze returned to Yang Qian. Today's events were far from concluded. Yang Qian's formidable power instilled fear in everyone present. He gently lowered his finger. Yet Elder Lu dared not make a move. Moments ago, he had danced perilously on the edge of death, an experience that remained vividly etched in his memory. "Very well, you may leave. I have no desire to take a life today." Yang Qian's gaze was sharp as a blade, evoking terror. Although he had not fully recovered his cultivation, Elder Lu, being an elder of the Xuanling sect, could not overstep his bounds while residing under another's roof. If Yang Qian were to regain his full strength, the outcome would be entirely different. Elder Lu's lips moved slightly, as if he wished to express something further, but ultimately, he refrained. The sight of Lu Mei's pained countenance was too much for him to bear. Turning his back to Elder Lu, Yang Qian stepped into the room, stating calmly, "The sword energy will linger within her for merely a month. After that, it will dissipate on its own, posing no hindrance to her cultivation." With that, he pushed the door open, leaving Elder Lu with no choice but to swiftly depart with Lu Mei. "Miss Wan, please enter." Yang Qian's voice echoed as Xuanling and Xuanling hurried into the chamber. Upon opening his eyes, Yang Qian once again gazed at Xuanling, a woman of celestial beauty and a kind heart, yet born as a cultivator. Truly a rarity. I previously mentioned that should you save me, there would be ample rewards. Xuanling, despite the considerable risk today in urging me to leave, has my deepest gratitude. This treasure is yours. It will ensure your safety through the tribulation, allowing you to transcend and become an immortal. After speaking, Yang Qian swiftly drew a treasure from his spatial realm and tossed it to Xuanling. "What is this? Such profound energy, such immense power. Senior, this is actually a magical artifact." Xuanling exclaimed with uncontainable delight. Her current accumulation was already substantial, but relying solely on her own strength to withstand the tribulation was utterly impossible. Many cultivators face their tribulations with the aid of magical artifacts, enduring the onslaught before ultimately passing through with ease. With this artifact in her possession, she could likely withstand several waves of the tribulation and emerge safely, effectively placing her on the path to ascension. "Senior, this is far too precious, a magical artifact." Though Xuanling had witnessed such treasures before, this was her first time possessing one. Magical artifacts were typically owned only by those who had attained immortality within their sections. Even Lu Mei had successfully transcended due to a magical artifact bestowed upon her by her father during her own tribulation. Thus, it was clear that only those with formidable cultivation could wield such treasures. Precious. It is but a low-grade magical artifact, hardly noteworthy in comparison to the risk you took to inform me. This is a meager token. Had it not been for the unmistakable aura of the artifact, Xuanling might have believed herself to be dreaming. She finally realized that the ascended cultivator she had casually saved was undoubtedly a figure of great influence in the lower realms. Otherwise, he would not possess the capability to bestow such a treasure with such nonchalance. This treasured artifact is known as the Tiangang Umbrella, a defensive talisman that is perfectly suited to aid you in overcoming your tribulations. However, it is imperative that you promptly attune yourself to it and grow familiar with its essence. Yang Qian cautioned, unable to resist glancing into Xuanling's eyes. This woman emanated an aura of warmth and approachability. making it irresistible to draw closer to her, particularly with those pure and flawless eyes, ethereal and crystalline, which captivated even the resolute Yang Qian. She was a woman as pristine as a glass vase, and such a person truly does not belong amidst the treacherous machinations of cultivators. Beside them, Xuanling, upon seeing the resplendent Tiangang umbrella, could not help but exclaim, "Sister Wan, now that we have a senior backing us, once you successfully navigate your heavenly tribulation and ascend to the position of an immortal, we need no longer fear Elmei." "Xuanling, do not speak so lightly," Wan replied. Elmei acted out of momentary greed. "I believe she will not repeat her mistakes after this lesson." Xuanling pouted, saying, "Sister Wan, you mustn't be so kind-hearted. If it weren't for the senior's intervention just now, both you and I might have faced dire consequences. Your kindness is commendable, but Elmei is far from benevolent. Perhaps she will harbor even deeper resentment and plot her revenge." Yang Qian hesitated for a moment before stating calmly, "Miss Wan, Xuanling speaks wisely. One must always guard against potential threats. This time, I pierced Elmei's heart with my sword energy, inflicting immense pain upon her. If she can repent, that would be fortunate. If not, her hatred may only intensify." With that, Yang Qian retreated into the dwelling, recognizing that further discussion would bear no fruit. Following the turbulence, news swiftly spread throughout the Xuanling sect that a formidable master, possessing the cultivation of a fifth-grade celestial being, had just ascended and taken residence in this humble courtyard. Consequently, no one dared to disturb Yang Qian. The celestial realm is not unlike the realm of cultivation. It is rife with intrigue and treachery, where the unascended disciples hold a lowly status, often becoming fodder in the conflicts between sects, a world more starkly exposed than even the realm of cultivation itself. Aside from restoring his powers and healing his injuries, Yang Qian devoted his daily efforts to surveying the Xuanling sect with his spiritual awareness, uncovering the stark realities of the celestial realm, a world where strength reigns supreme. At this moment, the sword spirit within Yang Qian had completely transformed into a brilliant golden hue, radiating with dazzling light and unparalleled power. However, he lamented the absence of a sword. How can a sword cultivator be without a sword? Regrettably, the Qinggang sword, a precious artifact I painstakingly forged, has been destroyed within the spatial barrier, necessitating the crafting of a new sword. The sword is the lifeblood of a sword cultivator. Without a sword, one cannot be deemed a true sword cultivator. Although Yang Qian's sword spirit can unleash terrifying sword essence and wield formidable power through mere finger movements, it cannot replicate the seamless connection one feels when wielding a sword. The sword is the monarch of weapons, unmatched in its offensive potential. Yet, for a sword cultivator, the most suitable sword must be forged by their own hands. Yang Qian quietly closed his eyes, entering a state of mental cultivation. With a sudden whoosh, a black hole materialized in the void, from which emerged a chunk of dark, ink-like Xian iron, roughly the size of a fist. No, perhaps it would be more accurate to say that this was no ordinary Xian iron. It was the Xian Iron Mother, a rare form birthed from countless pieces of Xian iron, regarded as the most precious of its kind. Typically, Xian Iron Mother can only be cultivated within a vein of Xian iron ore. Yang Qian had once audaciously plundered an entire vein in the realm of cultivation, thereby acquiring this substantial piece of Xian Iron Mother. A portion of it had previously been forged into the Qinggang sword, which unfortunately had been shattered. Yang Qian now intended to reforge it into a new sword. With a swift motion, strands of flame erupted from Yang Qian's palm. This was the Samadhi True Fire, a flame that most Yuanying stage cultivators could wield. However, the intensity of Yang Qian's Samadhi True Fire was rather uncommon. The flames enveloped the Xian Iron Mother, gradually purging impurities, and slowly, the fist-sized Xian Iron Mother began to melt. With his divine sense, Yang Qian shaped the molten iron into a 3-foot-long sword, gently biting the tip of his tongue to draw blood, which he then let drip onto the blade. Sizzle! The flames upon the sword quickly extinguished as Yang Qian lifted it with the sword's radiance. Each sword he forged was imbued with his essence. Using blood to craft the sword enhanced its spirituality, as only a sentient sword could unleash its full potential. A sword deserved the same care as one would afford to their closest kin. It is not mere rumor that sword cultivators regard their swords as a second life. If anything, the truth is even more profound. With a sigh of relief, Yang Qian acknowledged that the sword was indeed forged. Yet, despite being crafted from the precious Xian Iron Mother, It was, at best, a mundane weapon and hardly worthy of being called a magical artifact. However, this was not the crux of the matter. Yang Qian's previous Qinggang sword had also been a common sword, but after decades of being cleansed by the sword's essence, it had transformed into a magical artifact, resonating with Yang Qian's intentions and rendering him invincible in the realm of cultivation. Chapter 8. Sword Forging 3. It is not the level of the sword that determines its might. For sword cultivators, selecting the most suitable weapon is far more crucial than merely choosing a higher grade one. Gazing at the sword, Yang Qian felt as if he were looking at his own child. For a solitary sword cultivator, their longest companion was indeed the sword. More intimate than any family member. As this sword was forged within the Xuanling sect, it shall henceforth be named Xiangang sword. Yang Qian tenderly caressed the Xiangang sword before storing it within his being, allowing it to be continually nourished by the sword's essence. One day, the Xiangang sword would undergo a transformation. Initially, Yang Qian had intended to attempt forging the most formidable sword formation mentioned in the heavenly sword technique within the realm of cultivation. Unfortunately, it required gunmetal to create the flying sword suitable for the formation, and gunmetal was a substance exclusive to the realm of immortals. Yang Qian practiced the heavenly sword technique, a peculiar method that encompassed 3 ultimate moves. Instead of absorbing vital energy like others, he absorbed the quintessence of the 5 elements metal. The sword techniques he wielded, such as the judgment and slaughter styles, possessed terrifying power, capable of piercing even magical artifacts. It was these sword techniques that enabled Yang Qian to dominate the realm of cultivation without equal. Thirdly, the sword array, highly esteemed within the celestial sword technique, comprises 9 unique flying swords that coalesce to form an extraordinary formation, its might exponentially surpassing that of employing a single sword technique. Yang Qian had long aspired to forge such an array, yet lacked the means, as the realm of cultivation was devoid of gunmetal. In Chapter 9. Transcending mortality to ascend to immortality, several major sword arrays are mentioned, alongside peculiar materials required for other formations that Yang Qian had never even heard of. His desire to forge them was thwarted by his limitations, leaving only the Xuanling sword array suitable for his current endeavors. Although gunmetal is indeed precious, being exclusive to the celestial realm, Yang Qian had at least heard of it. Just as he contemplated inquiring about gunmetal, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from outside the door. "Is the senior present?" It was Xuanling Shan. With a wave of his hand, Yang Qian replied nonchalantly, "Come in." The door opened automatically, and after a moment's hesitation, Xuanling Shan stepped inside, bowing gracefully to Yang Qian. "Senior, I shall face my tribulation tomorrow. This endeavor relies entirely on your bestowed treasures. Otherwise, I would remain at the mercy of fate for an indeterminate time." Over the past few days, Xuanling Shan had refined her cultivation, exuding an aura of completeness, primed to confront her tribulation, particularly with the aid of the Tiangang umbrella, which assured a high probability of success. For reasons unknown, every time Yang Qian beheld Xuanling Shan, he felt an inexplicable stir within his heart, especially when gazing into her pure, unblemished eyes, which left him in a state of bewilderment. "Senior?" Yang Qian regained his composure and replied softly, "Very well, I shall be there to observe tomorrow." Following this, Xuanling Shan took her leave. Those eyes belonged to no ordinary cultivator. Cultivators often lead solitary lives, and sword cultivators even more so, with only a long sword as their companion. Having traversed the realm of cultivation for over 2 centuries, Yang Qian had encountered countless beauties. Yet Xuanling Shan's allure paled in comparison to the captivating purity of her eyes, which deeply ensnared his heart, even causing ripples in his steadfast resolve. He had witnessed numerous tribulations in the realm of cultivation, yet he remained curious about the nature of the tribulations in the celestial realm. Yang Qian's interest was piqued. He was determined to witness the celestial tribulation the following day. "Oh, it hurts so much. Father, save me, Father, save me!" A heart-wrenching, piercing scream echoed from within the room. Outside stood the middle-aged cultivator, Lu Mei's father. He shook his head slightly, his heart heavy with sorrow. "Lu Mei, endure for just 1 more month. The sword qi within you will dissipate. Your father is powerless." Lu Mei's father had considered various methods, but the instant the celestial essence entered Lu Mei's body, it only exacerbated the sword qi's frenzy. Should he forcibly expel the sword qi, it could explode, shattering Lu Mei's primordial spirit into nothingness. Thus, he had no choice but to leave Lu Mei here, enduring the excruciating torment of the sword qi piercing her heart. I harbor an intense loathing, a profound disdain for the wretched Xuanling Shan. My hatred extends to that ascendant cultivator as well. Oh, how I despise them. Elmay appeared almost deranged, her animosity deepening with each passing moment. The piercing sword energy she had endured over the past month had driven her to the brink of madness. The middle-aged cultivator shook his head slightly. Xuanling Shan was on the verge of transcending, yet he had refrained from disclosing this information to Elmay, fearing that such knowledge would plunge her further into insanity, i.e. the entire Xuanling sect. Perhaps only Elmay's cries echoed with such despair. The other cultivators radiated joy, particularly those who had yet to undergo their own tribulations, brimming with excitement at the prospect of witnessing someone ascend to immortality. This presented a rare opportunity for observation, a chance to glean valuable insights for their future trials. Standing atop the mountain peak, Xuanling Shan was surrounded by countless disciples below. However, the area was enveloped by a protective formation, designed to prevent any disciple from inadvertently approaching the tribulation and inciting disaster. One must face their tribulation alone, for any assistance would amplify the heavenly tribulation's ferocity tenfold or even more. Even a Xianxian would be compelled to retreat. Thus, in the celestial realm, no one assisted during tribulations, as it could lead to catastrophic consequences. Xuanling was the most exhilarated of all. With her innate talent, even the finest treasure could not guarantee her survival through the tribulation. Some individuals, lacking aptitude, would never ascend to immortality in their lifetime. "Senior, you have arrived. Come quickly to see if Master Wan will face any danger," Xuanling said anxiously, noticing Yang Qian's arrival. Yang Qian's gaze swept the gathering. Most of the disciples present had yet to undergo their tribulations, while a few had achieved the rank of Tianxian, including a familiar face, Elmay's father, a third-tier Tianxian. However, cultivators above the third tier were notably absent, for to them, witnessing such tribulations was no novelty, rendering their attendance unnecessary. "Do not worry. Your senior sister's success in overcoming the tribulation is virtually assured. There is no danger," Yang Qian reassured Xuanling. With his keen perception, he could discern Xuanling Shan's true state. With the protection of the Tiangang umbrella and Xuanling Shan's formidable cultivation, her triumph was all but guaranteed. A sudden gust of wind swept through, and the previously clear sky darkened ominously. Clouds swiftly coalesced, forming a gigantic yin-yang symbol, crackling with ominous electricity. "It has come." Yang Qian's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity, his gaze fixed intently on the ominous clouds above. These were the tribulation clouds, and they appeared no different from those in the realm of cultivation. Xuanling, with her low cultivation and lack of experience with tribulations, felt the weight of the dark clouds pressing down on her, turning her face pale. The thunderous roars of the clouds echoed through the sky, reminiscent of a grinding mill, dark and oppressive, as if threatening to crush the very earth beneath them. The hundreds of cultivators present fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard in the stillness. The oppressive aura of the tribulation clouds emanated the might of heaven and earth. Yang Qian's consciousness dared not extend further. Otherwise, if the calamity cloud were to sense it, it would immediately unleash a power tenfold more terrifying than what was currently felt. With his gaze, Yang Qian could discern the paleness on Xuanling Shan's face, indicating that she was indeed intimidated by the might of the calamity cloud. Boom! The first calamity cloud finally descended. The force contained within this heavenly thunder bore no difference from that of the cultivation realm. In fact, Yang Qian felt that the tribulations of the celestial realm seemed to be even weaker than those of the cultivation world. Although Xuanling Shan felt fear, she was not rendered completely paralyzed. A burst of spiritual radiance flickered around her, and a massive umbrella, approximately 3 zhang in size, materialized above her head, enveloping her entirely. This was the Tiangang umbrella, a treasure bestowed upon Xuanling Shan by Yang Qian to aid her in transcending the tribulation. According to Yang Qian's estimations, had this been in the cultivation realm, the Tiangang umbrella would have been capable of withstanding at least 6 or 7 bolts of heavenly thunder. The colossal thunderbolt struck the Tiangang umbrella with tremendous force, yet only ripples emanated from the impact, causing no real danger. Thus, 1 bolt, 2 bolts, 3 bolts, all the way up to 7 bolts were successfully deflected. Finally, under the might of the 8th bolt of heavenly thunder, the Tiangang umbrella fulfilled its purpose, erupting violently and disintegrating into fine powder, vanishing into the void. Treasures, especially those meant for transcending tribulations, are merely consumable items. The residual electrical force from the eighth bolt swiftly entered Xuanling Shan's body, causing her no harm. The ninth bolt of heavenly thunder was more formidable than the preceding 8, for this final strike was intended to catalyze the transformation of a cultivator's power. With a resounding crash, Xuanling Shan joyfully discovered that her primordial infant had completely transformed into a celestial infant, and her entire spiritual energy had also evolved into the more advanced celestial origin power. Having successfully transcended the tribulation, Xuanling Shan had ascended to the heavens, becoming a celestial being. Transcending tribulations to attain immortality seemed so simple, but without the treasure gifted by Yang Qian, it would have been an insurmountable chasm. Senior Sister Wan had indeed taken a monumental leap, transcending mortality to achieve celestial status, and would henceforth receive substantial support from the sect. What a stroke of fortune! One could say that Senior Sister Wan's luck was exceptional. Simply rescuing a single cultivator resulted in the boon of a 5th-grade celestial being. When would I encounter such good fortune? At that time, a mere gift of a treasure would render transcending tribulations effortless. Envy? Can you truly envy her? Had it not been for Senior Sister Wan's unwavering resolve in overcoming obstacles to rescue that elder, do you think treasures would be so easily obtained? Thus, the seeds of good deeds sown in the past can yield fruitful rewards in the future. Such matters cannot be attained merely through envy. The disciples began to murmur among themselves, expressing their admiration and envy. Transcending mortality to become a celestial being, achieving such a leap would undoubtedly alter one's status within the sect beyond compare. Whoosh! Xuanling Shan flew directly before Yang Qian, her white garments billowing as if she were a radiant celestial maiden. In truth, she had now transcended the tribulation to become a celestial being, and it was not an exaggeration to refer to her as such. Particularly striking were her eyes, which had not lost their purity through the transformation. Instead, they had gained an even greater spirit. Senior, I am immensely grateful for your benevolence this time. I cannot express my gratitude enough. Xuanling Shan said earnestly, her appreciation genuine. Chapter 10. Gengjin 1. Yang Qian offered a faint smile, yet found himself unable to resist glancing once more at those pure, flawless eyes. He gently remarked, "Do not refer to me as a senior. You have now attained the status of a celestial immortal yourself. You may call me fellow cultivator, or if you wish to be more familiar, Yang Yang. Yang Qian nodded, particularly fond of Xuanling Shan's pair of innocent eyes, as if only those eyes could bring tranquility to his heart. By the way, I need to refine some materials, and therefore require a rare mineral known as Gengjin. I wonder where I might find it. Gengjin? A precious mineral? Xuanling Shan appeared quite astonished. Indeed, Gengjin. The look of confusion deepened on Xuanling Shan's face, and with a playful chuckle, she produced a large, shimmering piece of or directly from her spatial pocket, saying with a smile, "Yang, is this the Gengjin you seek?" Yang Qian reached out to grasp it, his expression revealing surprise. The ore was indeed incredibly hard, his sword aura merely leaving a faint mark upon its surface. This is indeed Gengjin. I never imagined you possessed such a valuable item. The Gengjin that Yang Qian had long coveted was unexpectedly within arm's reach. Ha, Yang, this Gengjin is far from being a precious mineral. In the celestial realm, it is considered quite common. Although it is exceedingly hard, its brittleness and lack of flexibility render it unsuitable for crafting magical artifacts. Even if someone were to successfully refine it, its efficacy would be limited. Yang Qian raised an eyebrow, astonished to learn that what was revered as a precious mineral in the cultivation world was merely commonplace in the celestial realm. Xuanling Shan's words rang true. While Gengjin was indeed hard, its inflexibility made it ill-suited for the creation of magical treasures. However, as Yang Qian intended to use it for the formation of a sword array, he believed that since the heavenly sword art specified Gengjin as a material, it must possess some unique qualities. If Yang requires it, you may take this entire piece of Gengjin. Yang Qian, showing no hesitation, accepted it, understanding that in the celestial realm, Gengjin held little value. Xuanling Shan, who once viewed Yang Qian as a lofty senior, had undergone a change in perspective after transcending the tribulation and transforming from mortal to immortal. Thus scrutinizing Yang Qian more closely, she noticed a coldness in his gaze that instilled fear in others. Yet, she sensed a tenderness within that was elusive to most. Now that you have just attained celestial immortal status, You still need to stabilize your foundation. Yang Qian took flight, eager to refine the flying swords required for the sword array with the substantial piece of Gungjin he had acquired. Xuanling flew over, playfully teasing, "Sister Wan, it seems that it won't be long before this esteemed senior goes to the elders to present his betrothal gifts." Betrothal gifts? What betrothal gifts? Wan Lingshan inquired. Chapter 10. Gungjin, 2. Sister Wan, are you truly unaware? The way the senior gazes at you is markedly different. Among so many in the sect facing tribulations, why has he chosen to assist you alone? He even bestowed upon you a magical artifact, which is a pure act of consumption. Moreover, among the disciples who initially rescued the senior, there were not a few whose powers had reached the threshold of transcendence. Why then did they choose to assist you alone? Furthermore, this esteemed elder is currently immersed in meditation within his chamber, refusing to meet anyone. What makes today an exception for him to visit you during your tribulation? Haha, it is quite perplexing. Many have begun to speculate about when you and the elder might become partners in the Tao. Partners in the Tao? Wan Lingshan shuddered all over. It dawned on her that Yang Qian's gaze towards her was indeed different. His eyes, typically frigid, bore a hint of warmth when directed at her. Those involved often find themselves bewildered. Nonetheless, as practitioners, they held a rather open-minded view of such personal matters. It seemed there lay an unacknowledged anticipation within her heart. Observing Wan Lingshan lost in thought, Xuanling chuckled and remarked, "Hee, if senior sister Wan truly becomes the elder's Tao partner, wouldn't that be a meteoric rise? Some elders are even predicting that the elder is quite likely to attain the status of a Xian immortal." That is indeed a Xian immortal, a formidable sovereign of a realm. Xuanling was naturally elated. Should she truly ally with someone as promising as Yang Qian, boundless benefits would surely follow. Yang Qian, unaware of Wan Lingshan's intricate emotions at that moment, retrieved a piece of Gungjin and placed it on the ground. This Gungjin was substantial, roughly the size of a chair, gleaming with a radiant golden light. A veritable specimen of Gungjin. Xuanling sword array. Yang Qian aimed to forge Gungjin flying swords to compose the Xuanling sword array, a dream he fervently pursued. The sword techniques within the heavenly sword scripture were already formidable, let alone the most potent sword array among them. Yang Qian felt an overwhelming sense of impatience. With a swift motion, Yang Qian sliced off a piece of Gungjin and commenced melting it with his Samadhi true fire. To form the Xuanling sword array, 9 Gungjin flying swords were required. Even with Yang Qian's 5th-grade celestial prowess, he lacked the capability to forge all 9 swords simultaneously, necessitating a one-by-one approach. Gungjin was exceedingly hard, far more challenging to melt than Xian iron. Yang Qian dedicated an entire day to completely liquefying the Gungjin, resulting in a shimmering mass of golden liquid. The sword soul within Yang Qian began to operate with remarkable speed, sending forth strands of sword vitality that penetrated the nascent form of the Gungjin sword. The Xuanling sword array could not be formed by just any flying swords. They must be personally refined from Gungjin. The crux of the process lay in embedding the unique formations and sword vitality of the heavenly sword scripture during the refinement in the realm of cultivation. Yang Qian had encountered other sword cultivators, yet rather than true sword practitioners, they seemed more like cultivators wielding swords, as they cultivated their primordial spirits and infant souls, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, devoid of sword vitality within. The sole distinction was their employment of systematic sword techniques, using flying swords as a means of attack. Chapter 10. Gungjin, 3. Such sword cultivators are currently regarded as the norm within the cultivation world. Even in the celestial realm, while Yang Qian's acquisition of the heavenly sword scripture had led him down an extreme path, or rather, unveiled a unique cultivation method that had yet to be discovered, a distinctly alternative form of sword cultivation. In Yang Qian's perception, those who practice swordsmanship are not true sword cultivators. Rather, it is the Tian sword technique that embodies the essence of genuine swordsmanship. To live for the sword, and to regard the sword as everything. To advance unhesitatingly whenever the sword is drawn. This is the hallmark of a true sword cultivator. The sword's spirit trembles, and streams of sword essence surge wildly into the forming Gungjin sword. At last, a gentle quiver is felt, followed by Yang Qian extinguishing the true fire of Samadhi. A beam of golden light soars into the heavens, heralding the successful forging of the first Gungjin flying sword. With a delicate flick of his fingers, the crisp echo resonates, and the sword feels chillingly cold to the touch, its unique hardness unmistakably apparent. Chapter 11. The Crown of Blessings. 1. Within, a distinctive formation is incorporated. Yet no peculiarities are discerned at present. Yang Qian furrowed his brow. Having crafted a Gungjin flying sword, he remains oblivious to its unique attributes, finding it akin to an ordinary flying sword. The Spring Sun sword formation requires 9 Gungjin flying swords. It seems he must forge all 9 and then assemble them into the sword formation to unleash its extraordinary power. Yang Qian is uncertain, yet he places his faith in the Tian sword technique, for it is this very method that has endowed him with the means to traverse the realms of cultivation. Thus, Yang Qian once again slices a piece of Gungjin and embarks on the forging process, a complex endeavor that unfolds day after day. In the blink of an eye, 3 months have elapsed, during which Yang Qian has not set foot outside his dwelling. Throughout these 3 months, he has tirelessly channeled sword essence to etch the formation while maintaining the smelting through the true fire of samadhi. Although it is monotonous, Yang Qian has grown accustomed to this tedious routine, and he is not without gains. The continuous consumption and replenishment of sword essence have rendered his sword spirit increasingly radiant. The 5 sword lights have subtly approached perfection, seemingly requiring only a single opportunity to manifest an additional sword light. 6 sword lights, such as the caliber of a 6th grade celestial being, a truly formidable prospect. This is also a testament to the efficacy of the abundant Xian iron he has at his disposal for cultivation. Without such ample supplies, he would struggle not only to break through but also to restore his sword essence expeditiously. However, Yang Qian harbors no concerns regarding the rate of Xian iron consumption. Within his space, it is the most plentiful resource. This preparation is a strategic move for his ascension to the celestial realm. During the decade preceding his ascension, he devoted himself solely to plundering Xian iron from the entire cultivation world, nearly exhausting the supplies of all sects and even seizing a vein of Xian iron ore. The reserves within his space are ample enough to sustain him for several hundred years of cultivation. With a swish, yet another Gungjin flying sword is successfully forged, as steadfast and radiant as ever. 9 swords, 3 months later, finally complete. Yang Qian cannot contain his surging emotions as he observes the 9 Gungjin flying swords within him undergoing a baptism of sword essence, rendering them even more formidable, their blades shimmering with a disquieting sword aura. The Spring Sun sword formation. Now let me witness the true terror of the sword formation revered within the Tian sword technique. With his heart racing, Yang Qian gestures, and the 9 Gungjin swords soar forth from within him. The 9 Gungjin swords appeared to be arranged in a unique formation, and Yang Qian felt a stirring in his heart as he activated the Spring Sun sword formation, which he had long since mastered. With a resounding boom, the entire space trembled violently, and the 9 Gungjin swords swiftly aligned themselves into a perfect circle, as if drawn by some unseen force. The mysterious formation that Yang Qian had inscribed upon the swords interconnected, enhancing the overall perfection of the sword array. Chapter 11. The Crown of Blessings. 2. Grand Formations, Minor Formations, Sword Elemental Power. So it was. The formations etched into the Gungjin swords were merely individual minor formations. Once the 9 Gungjin swords were gathered together, the Spring Sun sword formation was unleashed, and the concealed minor formations within the Gungjin swords were immediately activated, drawing upon one another to form a grand array. This was indeed the Spring Sun sword formation. Though Yang Qian understood the function of the formations inscribed within the Gungjin swords, he remained uncertain about the extent of the Spring Sun sword formation's power. In the room, a vase caught his eye, and with a slight narrowing of his gaze, he shouted, "Spring Sun sword formation!" Whoosh! The 9 Gungjin swords instantly converged, enveloping the vase. Hiss! A terrifying spectacle unfolded as the swords emitted sword energy, not as a singular force, but as delicate strands. This was sword energy materialized into threads, far more formidable than mere sword energy. As the sword array tightened, an overwhelming torrent of sword threads filled the void, inheriting the Gungjin swords' unparalleled hardness and the indomitable power of sword elemental energy. The large vase was sliced into countless fragments, each incision remarkably smooth. Yang Qian could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. It was one thing to shatter the vase with sword energy, but to achieve such precise cuts, akin to slicing tofu into uniform pieces, was truly remarkable. Was this the might of the sword array? Such terror, and this was merely the least formidable of the recorded sword formations. Yang Qian's heart burned with excitement as he bore witness to the extraordinary capabilities of the 10,000 sword technique. which had never once disappointed him, each instance brimming with surprises. If the Gengjin swords were not sufficiently resilient, how terrifying would the Spring Sun sword formation's power be if they were cultivated into magical treasures? He could already envision the sheer horror of the Spring Sun sword formation unleashed. It would likely cleave even magical treasures to shreds. This contemplation was based solely on the Gengjin swords being of artifact grade. What if all the Gengjin swords were transformed into magical treasures? Yang Qian's icy visage cracked into a smile. Yes, 3 months had passed, and he had finally forged the Spring Sun sword formation. It was time to seek out Xuanling. The first figure to arise in his mind after crafting the Gengjin swords was indeed Xuanling. Yang Qian gazed into the distance, murmuring to himself, perhaps it is time to propose a partnership. After all, my companion has been a cherished presence for countless years. The moment Yang Qian opened his eyes, he beheld the pair of pure and unblemished eyes belonging to Xuanling's. In that instant, he was profoundly moved, as if his once frigid heart had ignited with warmth. Though he had encountered many beautiful women, it was truly the pristine clarity of Xuanling's eyes that captivated him. Chapter 11. The Crown of Blessings, 3. Those eyes were so pure, so immaculate. Such a gaze was nearly unattainable among cultivators. Hence, Yang Qian had once remarked that Xuanling ought not to be a cultivator. If Xuanling were to become my partner, it was only fitting that I present her with the most exquisite of gifts. The Crown of Blessings would undoubtedly be the most appropriate token. From within his spatial realm, Yang Qian retrieved a treasured artifact known as the Crown of Blessings. This artifact was astonishingly beautiful, shimmering in a myriad of colors, radiating brilliance. Anyone who adorned it would instantly appear noble and resplendent. Moreover, the crown seemed to harbor mysterious powers of blessing. Wearing it would bestow one with blessings. Yang Qian had acquired the crown from a sect within the realm of cultivation, which had offended him in a bid to appease him. The sect willingly relinquished this artifact to avert disaster. Chapter 12. The Threat of Death, 1. After securing the Crown of Blessings, Yang Qian soared towards Xuanling's courtyard. Gradually descending, he noted that Xuanling had now ascended to the rank of celestial being and had relocated to a courtyard reserved exclusively for disciples of the Xuanling sect who had attained celestial status. Several disciples were assigned to serve her. These disciples, having no hope of transcending the tribulation to attain immortality, considered it a privilege to attend to a celestial disciple. Should they serve her well? And if she remembered them upon her rise to prominence, they might be granted treasures or elixirs, offering them a chance to transcend their mortal limitations. Otherwise, those who could never become immortal would remain as servants, perpetually at the beck and call of others and the realm of immortals. Non-immortal cultivators held a lowly status, devoid of any authority. Yang Qian landed softly in the courtyard and inquired gently of one female disciple. "Where is Xuanling? Please summon her at once." The disciple appeared anxious upon seeing Yang Qian. For a moment, she hesitated to announce his arrival, remaining silent. Yang Qian furrowed his brow, an undercurrent of pressure in his voice as he pressed. "Where is Xuanling?" The two female disciples remained unresponsive. What was amiss? A foreboding feeling began to creep into Yang Qian's heart. With a swift motion, he flew into the room. Upon entering, he was met with the acrid scent of fresh blood. This was Xuanling. Yang Qian's gaze fell upon a wounded woman lying on the bed, none other than Xuanling. However, she was in dire straits. With a sweep of his consciousness, Yang Qian discerned that Xuanling's primordial spirit had been shattered, her essence hanging by a thread, as if on the verge of vanishing entirely. The only reason she lingered was due to a celestial force within her, valiantly protecting her primordial spirit. Yet, even this would not suffice to prevent the inevitable dissolution of her being. Who could be responsible for this? Yang Qian felt a fiery rage igniting within her, her entire being suffused with a chilling aura of lethal intent. Xuanling, pallid and trembling, gazed at Yang Qian with evident agitation and weakly implored, "Senior, please rescue Sister Wan. Elmei is exceedingly malevolent. She harbors deep resentment after you punished her with your sword chi piercing her heart in her spite. She has captured me and employed vicious methods to ruin my Yuan, even binding my primordial spirit with a curse that will lead me to suffer daily torment until my demise. Sister Wan is far too kind-hearted. She has ventured to confront Elmei on my behalf. Elmei's wickedness knows no bounds. I fear she may inflict harm upon Sister Wan. Senior, please, you must save her." Yang Qian's thoughts shifted slightly, and she discerned that Xuanling was the type of cultivator doomed to never attain the status of a celestial being, relegated to the lowest echelons within the Xuanling sect. The slaying of an eternally unascendable disciple by a celestial disciple would scarcely invite any reprisal. Yet, Xuanling Shan regarded Xuanling as her own sister, and this venture to confront El Mei could lead to any number of unforeseen consequences. Without delay, Yang Qian prepared to seek out El Mei, but Xuanling suddenly grasped her arm, her eyes pleading. "Senior, I can no longer endure this life. I beseech you, grant me release." Within Xuanling's being, her primordial spirit was disintegrating moment by moment, and indeed, El Mei had employed an exceptionally malicious curse that subjected Xuanling to ceaseless agony. Chapter 12. Lethal Intent. 2. El Mei found herself unable to confront Yang Qian, as Xuanling Shan had also ascended to celestial status, mirroring her own standing. Thus, she resorted to venting her ire upon Xuanling. Yang Qian hesitated briefly but then nodded resolutely. A sorrowful smile graced Xiaoling's lips, a poignant reflection of the tragic fate that befell those who would never ascend in this ruthless realm of immortals. In a swift motion, Yang Qian's fingers summoned forth a blade of sword qi that pierced directly through Xiaoling's primordial spirit. Xiaoling was utterly annihilated, her essence scattered to the winds. Reduced to nothingness, Yang Qian soared out of the courtyard, hurtling towards El Mei's dwelling. Even the once steadfast heart that lay within her began to stir with tumult. Swiftly, she propelled herself forward with the speed of a darting sword. At last, she arrived at El Mei's courtyard. Taking a deep breath, Yang Qian resolutely stepped inside, her gaze fixed intently upon the inner chamber. The disciples attending El Mei regarded her with trepidation, quickly interposing themselves. "Senior, this is the cultivation space of Sister El. You cannot enter." Yang Qian's icy eyes flickered momentarily towards the disciple, and in that fleeting instant, the disciple felt as though she had been plunged into the depths of hell. A wave of frigid dread overwhelming her, compelling her to avert her gaze from Yang Qian. Ignoring the obstruction, Yang Qian strode into the room, which appeared in disarray. She could discern the remnants of powerful forces that had wrought havoc, evidence of a previous battle. Suddenly, Yang Qian's expression shifted. She beheld a figure lying upon the ground, a woman. Her pure, unblemished eyes now firmly shut. A torrent of murderous intent surged violently through the chamber, akin to a tempest, overwhelming the two disciples outside, nearly rendering them senseless in the face of such horrific malice as they gazed in terror towards the interior. Lying lifeless on the ground was Xuanling Shan. Yang Qian quietly approached her, as if speaking to himself. "Originally, I came today to bestow upon you the crown of blessings, which only you would wear most fittingly. Now, I shall place it upon your head." Xuanling Shan's eyes were tightly shut, her yuan shun already shattered, leaving no hope for revival. Yang Qian gently adorned her head with the crown of blessings, and in that instant, she appeared as the most noble being in the world. The faint pallor of her face was illuminated by wisps of golden radiance, exuding an air of elegance and beauty. "Rest now. When you awaken, you shall be my Tao companion, my wife." Yang Qian softly lifted Xuanling Shan in his arms, her body gradually growing stiff. Stepping outside, he turned to the two female disciples nearby and inquired, "Where is LV Mei?" The two disciples were drenched in cold sweat, deeply intimidated by Yang Yi's recent murderous intent. These disciples, who would never ascend to immortality, dared not conceal the truth, stammering, "Senior Sister LV seems to have gone to the forbidden grounds." Yang Qian cast a fleeting glance into the void, placing Xuanling Shan's body into a spatial realm, before soaring directly into the emptiness. The forbidden grounds were a place of punishment for disciples of the Xuanling sect, an absolute taboo even for the elders. Yet, Yang Qian knew that LV Mei's father was one of the elders guarding this very place. Chapter 12. The Aura of Killing. 3. Who has harmed you? She shall inevitably face retribution. Rest assured, sleep peacefully. At that moment, all the murderous intent within Yang Qian erupted, the sharp sword aura flickering with terrifying brilliance. In that instant, Yang Qian transformed once more into the invincible sword sovereign, feared by all in the realm of cultivation. Chapter 13. Slaughter. 1. Whoosh. Outside the forbidden grounds of the Xuanling sect, Yang Qian stood with his sword at the ready. "Where is LV Mei?" Before Yang Qian stood LV Mei's father, LV Hao or An.LV Hao Rant's eyes were slightly closed. He could vividly recall the panicked expression on his daughter's face 3 hours prior when she had approached him. "Father, save me. I accidentally killed Xuanling Shan. You truly are a scoundrel. Go slay a fellow disciple is to face the sect's most severe punishment. Father, please save me. You must help me. The sect may choose not to punish you. With us elders suppressing this matter, you would merely face 100 years of wall-facing. Thank you, Father. Thank you. I shall reflect deeply on my misdeeds." LV Hao Ran had only this one daughter, and despite her grave transgression, he was determined to protect her. However, in the presence of Yang Qian, a tremor gripped LV Hao Ran's heart, particularly under the weight of Yang Qian's cold, murderous gaze. "Fellow Taoist, LV Mei has accidentally killed a disciple of our sect. After discussion among several elders, we have decided on her punishment. She shall face the wall in the forbidden cave for 100 years. Yang Qian's eyes suddenly sharpened, becoming as piercing as the sun. "Punishment? LV Hao Ran, do you wish to shield LV Mei? Since she is in the forbidden cave, I shall go find her." Yang Qian advanced forward. "Halt! The forbidden grounds of the Xuanling sect are not a place you can enter at will." An elder of the Xuanling sect suddenly shouted fiercely at Yang Qian, his aura surpassing even that of Lu Haoran, revealing him to be a 4th-grade celestial. At the same time, 3 or 4 other elders had also blocked the path. Yang Qian abruptly halted, lifting his gaze towards Lu Haoran, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his lips. "Good, good, good. Those who have stood in my way before have all perished." Boldly, whoosh, without warning, Yang Qian launched an attack, a golden sword aura swiftly darting towards the foremost elder. Though this elder possessed the cultivation of a 4th-grade celestial, upon witnessing the sword aura, he was taken aback, his complexion turning ashen as he desperately attempted to evade. Yet, how could one escape under the might of Yang Qian's sword aura? Bang! In an instant, the elder's body was obliterated by the sword energy, and his primordial spirit frantically fled. Whoosh, whoosh! 2 more sword auras followed, instantly shattering the elder's primordial spirit as well. A 4th-grade celestial, slain in the blink of an eye. Shock, astonishment. All the elders were left dumbfounded, never having anticipated Yang Qian's sudden and unrestrained assault. "Those who obstruct me shall perish." Yang Qian grasped the Xian Gang sword, unleashing sword auras that sliced through the lives of one elder after another, each explosion of flesh heralding the demise of yet another elder. The primordial spirits exposed in the void were utterly incapable of withstanding Yang Qian's terrifying sword energy. Chapter 13. Carnage 2. A nightmare? Akin to a dreadful dream. This was not merely an illusion, yet it felt painfully real, and it continued unabated. The elders guarding the forbidden ground possessed a maximum cultivation of only 4th-grade celestials, but they quickly realized that Yang Qian was on a rampage, their courage faltering as they signaled for help. This signal indicated a crisis within the sect, and in an instant, countless powerful beings tore through the void. "Bold scoundrel, how dare you act recklessly within my Xuanling sect, seeking death?" A thunderous shout rang out from the heavens, reverberating through the earth. The elders outside the forbidden ground, as if seeing a savior, frantically cried out, "It is the law enforcement elder. The law enforcement elder has arrived. This brat is doomed now." However, Yang Qian appeared oblivious, continuing to unleash terrifying sword energy towards the elders, and in the midst of his words, yet another elder fell. "Rascal!" A roar resounded once more, the law enforcement elder witnessing Yang Qian's blatant disregard for him. Infuriated, he hastened his pace, descending before Yang Qian, striking out with his palm to disperse a sword aura. Yang Qian coldly regarded the cultivator before him. This was a formidable 7th-grade celestial, brimming with celestial essence, instilling fear in the hearts of onlookers. "You are the law enforcement elder. How should the sect handle a celestial disciple who has slain another celestial disciple?" The law enforcement elder paused momentarily, then sneered. "Such audacious disciples naturally deserve the harshest punishment. Very well, Lu Mei has killed Xuanling Shan. Summon Lu Mei now for the ultimate punishment." Yang Qian directly retrieved the already deceased Xuanling Shan from the void. The elder of law wore a grim expression, casting a fierce glance at the figure of Lu Haoran behind him, and coldly remarked, "This matter pertains to the internal affairs of our Xuanling sect, and naturally requires a thorough investigation. However, you, sir, are not a disciple of the Xuanling sect. Instead, you have unleashed a massacre, taking the lives of several of our esteemed elders. Such transgressions are utterly unforgivable. Yang Qin merely regarded Lu Haoran with a frigid stare, retorting icily, "Investigate thoroughly? Very well. It seems that the realms of immortals and the world of cultivation are similarly rife with confusion. Then I shall wield this sword and pass judgment myself." The Elder of Law was enraged. Although the Xuanling sect was a minor sect, he certainly did not regard Yang Qin, a newly ascended cultivator, with any measure of esteem. "Humph, insolent wretch. Who do you think you are, to judge the disciples of the Xuanling sect? You seem to believe you are still in the realm of cultivation, where you could act with impunity. Here in the realm of immortals, a fool as arrogant and ignorant as you shall be utterly annihilated today." The death of several elders had irreparably severed any possibility of reconciliation with the Xuanling sect. No matter how justified Yang Qin might be, the Elder of Law was also adept with the sword. His long blade unleashed a torrent of sword energy as it cleaved towards Yang Qin. The might of a 7th-tier celestial immortal was truly formidable, and the enormous force of the sword energy dwarfed that of Yang Qin's. "You dare wield a sword in my presence when you are not even a true swordsman? Judgment style. Kill." Chapter 13. Slaughter. 3. A glint of brilliance flashed in Yang Qin's eyes as the Xinggang sword in his grasp emitted a blade of light several feet long. He swung it fiercely forward, unleashing countless sharp sword energies that surged toward the Elder of Law. With a thunderous impact, it was as if the very heavens and earth were shaken. The Elder of Law's expression morphed into one of disbelief. With his 7th-tier celestial immortal prowess, he had anticipated easily subduing Yang Qin, only to discover that his attack was effortlessly shattered. Furthermore, the power contained within Yang Qin's sword energy even posed a threat to him. "Humph, a mere swordsman dares to act so recklessly. What if your sword energy is sharp? I shall make you aware of the true might of a 7th-tier celestial immortal." A sinister expression crept across the Elder of Law's face as he extended his large hand, gesturing in the void as if sketching circles in the air. These circles transformed into waves of energy that surged toward Yang Qin, the terrifying force potent enough to annihilate even those at the 6th tier. Chapter 14. The Might of the Sword Array. 1. What is the most formidable technique of a 7th-tier celestial immortal? It is, of course, the manipulation of the primordial energies of heaven and earth. While a celestial immortal possesses the power to obliterate mountains and seas with a mere gesture, such feats are confined to the realm of cultivation, i.e. in the realm of immortals, due to the formidable rules governing it. Ordinary celestial immortal experts cannot control the primordial energies. Only those who have achieved the 7th-tier celestial immortal level can wield this power. The Elder of Law was employing such a technique, manipulating the primordial energy to coalesce into a terrifying force aimed at Yang Qin. In the face of such celestial might, even the most powerful celestial immortal, lacking protective artifacts or having not reached the 7th tier, would be unable to withstand the dreadful onslaught of the primordial energies. The primordial energy was rapidly coalescing, and the immense pressure caused Yang Qin's Xinggang sword to hum ominously, as if it were on the verge of shattering. However, Yang Qin stood resolutely like a pillar supporting the heavens, motionless as he gazed at the terrifying primordial energy in the sky. Unfazed, he gently raised his long sword, and his entire aura seemed to merge completely with that of the Xinggang sword. In that moment, the sword and the man became one. Yang Qin had achieved the unity of man and sword. Celestial sword, slay. In the fusion of man and sword, the Xinggang sword in Yang Qin's grasp appeared to channel a formidable power from the depths of the cosmos. As a surging sword light coalesced into a magnificent golden sword in the void. This great sword was sharp and fearsome, representing Yang Qin's celestial sword, embodying the most potent strike of the celestial sword technique, capable of cleaving even magical artifacts asunder. This was undoubtedly the strongest move in Yang Qin's swordplay boom. The immense celestial sword clashed with the primordial energy wielded by the law enforcement elder. And astonishingly, the colossal sword seemed unaffected, directly shattering the primordial energy into fragments, as if embodying the will of the heavens, akin to the legendary sword of the Tao that has existed since time immemorial, descending fiercely upon the law enforcement elder. Impossible. The law enforcement elder let out a horrifying scream as his physical body was obliterated by the great sword, his primordial spirit fleeing in terror as he gazed at Yang Qin in disbelief. Shock, awe, incredulity. Everyone was transfixed. The recent spectacle was utterly beyond comprehension. Yang Qin, at the cultivation level of a 5th-rank celestial immortal, had effortlessly shattered the physical form of a 7th-rank celestial immortal with a single strike. This was truly astonishing, for once one attains immortality, the gap between each rank is vast and insurmountable. To slay someone of a higher rank is immensely difficult. Moreover, Yang Qian had directly surpassed 2 ranks to achieve this. Prodigy. This term flashed in the minds of all present. However, unbeknownst to them, just moments ago, as Yang Qian unified with his sword, 5 sword lights within him flickered intensely, and alongside the sword soul, a 6th sword light emerged. Through the unity of body and sword, each time Yang Qian achieved this state, he gained insights. This time, he had directly broken through to a 6th-rank celestial immortal. Even for Yang Qian, killing someone of a higher rank had become considerably challenging, let alone surpassing 2 ranks. Had he not achieved this breakthrough, he would have merely stalemated with the law enforcement elder, and the shocking spectacle of obliterating the elder's physical form with a single sword strike would never have occurred. However, it was evident that this strike had instilled fear in all present. Prodigy. Suddenly, a resonant voice erupted in the ears of the crowd, as a group descended from the heavens, led by an elderly man adorned with a lofty crown, whose cultivation was even more formidable than that of the law enforcement elder, to the point that even Yang Qian could not discern his true strength. Following this elder were dozens of cultivators, each possessing terrifying prowess, all at the 6th rank of celestial immortal. They were likely the elite forces of the Xuanling sect. Greetings, Master Brother. The law enforcement elder and the celestial immortal elders behind him all knelt in reverence. This elder, whose depth of cultivation was unfathomable, was none other than the master of the Xuanling sect. Yang Qian had already learned that the master had long attained the 8th rank of celestial immortal, his cultivation profound and immeasurable, and he alone possessed the sect's singular artifact of immortality. The celestial weapon, a symbol of invincibility within the realm of cultivation, is exceedingly precious even in the celestial realm. Once wielded, it manifests horrific destructive power, incomparable to that of ordinary magical artifacts. Are you the leader of the Xuanling sect? Yang Qian remained unperturbed, coldly inquiring. Indeed, I am the leader, my friend. I have heard whispers of this matter. Though the circumstances are convoluted, your indiscriminate slaughter cannot be tolerated by my Xuanling sect, regardless of our humble status. Yang Qian remained unmoved, her gaze sharpening instantly as she replied with a hint of disdain. You claim to be the leader and yet speak thus. It appears I must invoke the judgment of the sword in my hand. Humph, your sword? My friend, it seems your cultivation is not purely that of a swordsman, yet your ferocity surpasses that of any swordsman. Your sword energy is sharp, with few rivals at your level, capable even of slaying those above your rank. But do you know that I possess a celestial weapon? Once unleashed, you shall be reduced to ashes in an instant. After hundreds of years of arduous cultivation to ascend, you ought to reflect carefully. The leader of the Xuanling sect spoke with an eerie calmness. A celestial weapon? That is of little consequence. The sword I wield is merely a magical artifact, freshly forged, yet it can shatter magical treasures and, similarly, can cleave through celestial weapons. Arrogance. The leader of the Xuanling sect's expression darkened, and he grasped at the void with a fierce motion, his power magnified several-fold compared to the earlier law enforcer. An overwhelming pressure descended upon Yang Qian, akin to mountains compressing upon her. Even with her extraordinary physique, she could not withstand such immense force. This is the true mastery. A mere gesture can command the essence of the universe, as if embodying divine might. Crack! Yang Qian's entire body was being crushed, her bones fracturing under the strain, yet her expression remained unchanged. The leader of the Xuanling sect unleashed his celestial essence once more, akin to a multitude of divine dragons, swiftly drawing in boundless energy to continue suppressing Yang Qian. Chapter 14. The sword array reveals its might. 3. An 8th-tier master, without a hint of emotion, rendered Yang Qian incapable of even drawing her sword. Hemph, can your sword shatter celestial weapons? At this rate, your very sword will shatter. What will you use to break a celestial weapon? The leader of the Xuanling sect summoned the energy from dozens of miles around, pressing it down upon Yang Qian, intent on crushing her to death. Such tactics indeed embody the essence of the celestial. With a sword in my heart, I can cleave through all. Spring Sun Sword Array. Break! Yang Qian shouted fiercely, and 9 Gungjin swords surged forth from within her being, radiating golden light, forming a unique sword array that hurtled toward the leader. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 9 Gungjin swords swiftly transformed their sword energy into filaments, each one a terrifying strand capable of slicing through gold and jade. Even the 8th-tier leader's countenance shifted dramatically as he gasped in astonishment. A sword array! The 9 Jengjin swords had entirely ensnared the leader within the Spring Sun sword array, rapidly contracting, while the surrounding energies of the world were annihilated by the horrifying sword energy's filaments. In an instant, the situation had reversed. Chapter 15. The Sword of Judgment. 1. Himph. You think a mere sword array can trap me? If all 9 of your flying swords were indeed magical treasures, perhaps I would genuinely find myself ensnared. However, it is evident that your swords have only recently been forged and are merely artifacts. To attempt to imprison me with them is nothing but a delusion. Shinti on hand, break. The leader of the Xuanling sect immediately gathered his vital energy, expelling a substantial amount from his celestial infant. His hand, reminiscent of a fan, frantically amassed energy, subtly forming a colossal hand in the void. This hand is the Shinti on hand, the supreme technique of the Xuanling sect, a force of terrifying might. With the cultivation of an 8th-grade celestial immortal, a single strike could obliterate even magical treasures. A flash of brilliance ignited in Yang Qian's eyes, a frenzied glint flickering within. The Spring Sun sword formation, transforming swords into threads, strikes to kill. Yang Qian's Gungjin sword has never been intended for defense, nor is the Spring Sun sword formation. It possesses the most piercing and ferocious offensive capabilities, unimaginable in its power. As Yang Qian urged it forth, the entire world seemed to be replaced by sword light. The surrounding void felt as though it were being severed. Whoosh, whoosh. The immense sword light blazed forth, transforming into incomparably sharp sword energy, instantly shattering the leader's Shinti on hand, and even the sword energy surged directly towards the leader. Insolence. The leader's expression shifted slightly. Suddenly, a round, gleaming, golden orb flew from his body, radiating an aura of harmony and tranquility. This was a celestial artifact. Upon its emergence, its formidable presence was undeniable. The Spring Sun sword formation, with its incredible power, had the ability to annihilate magical treasures, ruthlessly compelling even 8th-grade celestial immortal experts within its sword formation. However, when the sharp sword energy encountered this celestial orb, everything transformed into the most mundane of circumstances. The once razor-sharp sword energy was halted by layers of golden light upon striking the celestial artifact, posing no threat whatsoever to the leader. Though the Spring Sun sword formation is indeed powerful, its quality remains too low, not even qualifying as a magical treasure. No matter how formidable it may be, it cannot contend with an 8th-grade celestial immortal wielding a celestial artifact. Ha ha, ascended cultivator. Do you still believe you are in the lower realm? In the lower realm, you could dominate with this sword formation. Even high-grade magical treasures would be unable to withstand your assault. But here in the celestial realm, your cultivation is akin to that of an ant, and a single celestial artifact can utterly defeat you. The members of the Xuanling sect could finally breathe a sigh of relief, witnessing their leader resort to a celestial artifact. While they felt reassured, they were also somewhat moved. The fact that the leader had to employ a celestial artifact to subdue Yang Qian spoke volumes of his ferocity, and this was merely the cultivation of a 5th-grade celestial immortal. A person of such remarkable talent is indeed rare even in the celestial realm. Yet Yang Qian seemed oblivious to the might of the celestial artifact, his eyes betraying an air of indifference. A celestial artifact, you say? I have proclaimed that even a celestial artifact cannot hinder me. I shall shatter it into pieces. Such resolute words, if not for the chilling tone and Yang Qian's prior demeanor, would have led everyone to believe he was utterly mad. Chapter 15. The Sword of Judgment. 2. The crowd looked at Yang Qian with uncertainty. Could it be that he possesses a celestial artifact of his own? Although the members of the Xuanling sect look down upon the cultivators of the lower realm, they cannot deny that occasionally, some ancient relics of celestial artifacts can still be found in that realm. If Yang Qian truly possessed such a celestial weapon, today would likely mark a great calamity for the Xuanling sect. Yang Qian may lack a celestial artifact, yet he wields the most formidable secret technique. Having cultivated the enigmatic heavenly sword technique, the true essence of his strength does not lie within the sword techniques or formations, but rather in the harmonious fusion of his essence, energy, and spirit, forming the sword soul. This resplendent sword soul is the most indomitable existence, nearly invulnerable, and in the lower realm, Yang Qian had once unleashed it, obliterating a colossal sect of the cultivation world into mere dust, leaving no trace behind, a display of unimaginable power. However, the sword soul is akin to the primordial spirit of celestial beings. It is the very foundation of life and cannot sustain any damage, lest it suffer grievous harm. While the sword soul is the strongest, it simultaneously embodies its own vulnerability. The greatest strength invariably harbors the greatest weakness. This is an immutable truth throughout the ages. Celestial artifacts shall also be shattered by my hand. Sword soul, arise. Spring sun sword formation, coalesce. The sword of heavenly judgment, boom. A flash of brilliance illuminated the surroundings, enveloping all cultivators in a golden radiance. They felt the breathtaking majesty of the sword, as if it had cleaved through the void, shattering the world itself. No one could articulate the essence of this sword. All they perceived was a dazzling flash of gold. Soon, the entire sky seemed to dim, leaving only the immense sword bathed in golden light. In that moment, Yang Qian resembled a celestial deity. The heavenly sword technique comprises 3 forms: the judgment form, the slaughter form, and the trial form. These 3 forms represent the pinnacle of the sword techniques within the heavenly sword technique, each imbued with boundless variations, an understanding so profound that one could spend a lifetime striving to grasp it fully. Yang Qian had merely scratched the surface of this comprehension, with the judgment form resonating most deeply within him. For in the cultivation world, he was exalted, and each strike he delivered felt akin to divine judgment, thus imbuing him with the strongest connection to this form. As the sword of judgment emerged, the heavens and earth shuddered in response. In that moment, the heart of the Xuanling sect's leader quaked, as if he were truly being judged by a transcendent arbiter for his transgressions. Crack! A magnificent sword strike flashed like a fleeting glimpse of a celestial swan, vanishing in an instant. Yet, in the next moment, fine cracks began to appear on the celestial artifact orbs surrounding the leader. Utterly shattered, with just a single strike, a celestial artifact that had safeguarded the Xuanling sect for countless years was reduced to mere dust by Yang Qian's sword of judgment. The gazes of the onlookers became almost vacant. Yang Qian's figure now resembled that of a divine being, so lofty and commanding, exuding an air of majesty. However, Yang Qian himself was not unscathed. His complexion had turned slightly pale. The execution of the sword of judgment had drawn upon the combined might of the spring sun sword formation, unleashing the most potent strike he could muster. Chapter 15. The Sword of Judgment, 3. This sword successfully shattered the opponent's celestial artifact. Yet his Xuanling sword was utterly annihilated, and the meticulously forged 9 Gungjin swords became incredibly dull, temporarily losing all their power and requiring a gradual recuperation to restore their former glory. Furthermore, the essence within him, his sword spirit, also dimmed significantly. This strike resulted in the slaying of 3,000 enemies at the cost of 800 of his own. Stand aside. Those who take lives shall invariably be met with the same fate. Lu Mei is destined to bear the bitter fruits of her own sowing. Yang Qian resolutely advanced, while the 8th grade celestial sect master remained ensnared in shock over the destruction of the celestial artifact. The celestial artifact was the foundation of the Xuanling sect, instilling fear in all other factions with ulterior motives. However, now, with the artifact destroyed in his hands, he stood as the center of the Xuanling sect. Chapter 16. Siblings, 1. Suddenly, the sect master lifted his head, his eyes betraying a hint of madness. It is you, demon, who dares to destroy the celestial artifact of my sect. This is an unforgivable sin, making you the enemy of the Xuanling sect. All disciples of the Xuanling sect, heed my command. Eliminate this demon on the spot. The celestial artifact was indeed destroyed by Yang Qian. Thus, he must now endure the wrath of the Xuanling sect for the calamity he has wrought. Whoosh, whoosh, behind the sect master stood many 6th grade celestial experts, who immediately surrounded Yang Qian, their eyes glinting with righteous indignation. They, the backbone of the sect, understood the significance of a celestial artifact to their faction. With its destruction, the days ahead for the Xuanling sect would undoubtedly be fraught with hardship, all orchestrated by the very Yang Qian before them. Those who take lives shall invariably be met with the same fate. Lu Mei, step forth to accept my judgment. Yang Qian appeared oblivious to the multitude of experts surrounding him, resolutely advancing step by step towards the forbidden ground. The experts exchanged glances, yet none dared to take a step forward. Although Yang Qian bore no sword at present, his entire being radiated with an overwhelming sword aura, strikingly fierce. The previous spectacle of shattering the celestial artifact had left them trembling with fear. As none could ascertain what further means Yang Qian possessed, retreat at once. Suddenly, a deep, resonant voice echoed in their ears, even causing the sect master to reveal a look of reverence. Suspended in the void was an elderly man with hair and beard as white as snow. The aura emanating from him was profound and unfathomable, though he had yet to attain the enigmatic realm of the Xianxian. He was evidently on the cusp of reaching the pinnacle of the 9th grade celestial, delving into the mysteries of the Xianxian realm. The commotion caused by Yang Qian, culminating in the destruction of the sect's celestial artifact, had finally roused the most ancient presence within the sect. We pay our respects to the elder. This individual is a cultivator who ascended from the lower realms, still tainted by demonic tendencies, and has wreaked havoc upon our Xuanling sect, slaying my disciples and destroying our treasured celestial artifact. Such transgressions are unforgivable. I implore the elder to employ his prowess to capture and eliminate this villain. This elder is the supreme elder of the Xuanling sect, a figure who has long remained aloof from worldly affairs, yet possesses extraordinary cultivation and serves as the steadfast protector of the sect, deeply revered by all. The esteemed leader of the Xuanling sect cast a venomous glare at Yang Yi, fervently wishing that the immensely powerful Grand Elder would intervene and seize Yang Qian, thereby restoring some semblance of dignity to their sect. How foolish, he thought, to remain oblivious to the consequences of one's own actions. Truly, it is sheer folly. Yet, contrary to his expectations, the Grand Elder did not move to apprehend Yang Qian. Instead, he launched into a scathing rebuke directed at the very leader of the Xuanling sect. Humph! You, as the leader, are unable to distinguish right from wrong, fostering a culture of protectionism that has led our sect to suffer grievous losses, resulting in the dire situation we face now. You bear an undeniable responsibility for all of this. Chapter 16. Siblings, Part 2, the Grand Elder, being the most senior and skilled member of the sect, commanded respect, even from the leader, who could only bow his head in submission to the reprimand. I am fully aware of the situation. The root cause lies with Lu Mei. I have brought her before you now, and I leave her fate in the hands of Taoist Yang Qian. With a swift motion, the Grand Elder conjured a blinding flash of light, and suddenly, Lu Mei appeared, disheveled and in a state of utter disarray before the assembly. Father, save me, she implored, her pallid complexion betraying her awareness of her impending doom. Lu Mei's father, his face ashen, gazed at her with a slight shake of his head before turning to the Grand Elder. With a resounding thud, he knelt before him and murmured, Grand Elder, my disciple has erred in shielding Lu Mei, leading to this calamity. I beseech you to punish me. The Grand Elder's expression darkened as he coldly retorted, You are indeed at fault. I sentence you to 300 years of solitary reflection. The leader of the Xuanling sect's expression shifted dramatically, and just as he was about to speak, the Grand Elder invoked his name. Lu Song, as the leader of the Xuanling sect, you ought to set an example and lead by your own actions. Crimes of fate may be forgiven, but self-inflicted calamities cannot be excused. Your disciples are engaged in mutual slaughter, and rather than addressing this, you have failed to discern right from wrong. Your heart has been clouded by the allure of power. Henceforth, you too shall face 10 years of solitary contemplation. The leader trembled, gradually kneeling to the ground. Yes, I shall obey the elder's command. Yang Qian glanced at the Grand Elder, a flicker of unusual light shimmering in his eyes. This elder embodied the image of a true immortal in his mind. Not all in the celestial realm are protectors of their disciples, unable to discern right from wrong. However, such thoughts held little significance for Yang Qian as he advanced step by step toward Lu Mei, who now stood before him, her face ashen with terror. Coldly, he declared, You have brought this upon yourself. You shall not live. Without further ado, Yang Qian extended his hand and gently touched Lu Mei's forehead. A thread of sword energy surged into her body, utterly shattering her primordial spirit and severing her life force. Lu Mei was dead. Yang Qian turned and calmly stated, I will take the body of Xuanling Shan with me. The Grand Elder replied, Though Xuanling Shan was a disciple of our Xuanling sect, She met her demise due to the actions of our own disciples. If you wish to take her, please do so. However, do not be disheartened. Although Xuanling Shan's primordial spirit and celestial infant have been destroyed, I know of a peerless immortal known as the fortune teller in the central state of the celestial realm. He possesses the extraordinary ability to divine the past and future, capable of discerning the fortunes and misfortunes of any individual. His powers are boundless, and it is said that a celestial being once sought his counsel, resulting in the resurrection of a deceased immortal. If feasible, one might seek the assistance of the divination immortal. Perhaps he could also revive Xuanling Shan. Resurrection? Is this truly possible? Yang Qian's entire being jolted with shock. He turned around, his eyes alight with fervor, fixing a penetrating gaze upon the Grand Elder. Chapter 16. Siblings, 3. Of course, these are merely rumors, yet the divination immortal is indeed immensely powerful. He may possess a genuine means to resurrect Xuanling Shan. Ultimately, this matter concerns my Xuanling sect, for Xuanling Shan is also a disciple of our sect. I possess a wondrous treasure, a millennium-old ice coffin, that can preserve a corpse in eternal stasis. The distance to Zhongzhou is fraught with countless arduous paths, yet it may prove beneficial to you, my friend. From the Grand Elder's hand emerged a coffin radiating an intense chill, which could certainly be deemed a remarkable artifact. Yang Qian gently placed Xuanling Shan's lifeless body within. Apart from her slightly pallid complexion, she appeared as if she were merely asleep, remarkably lifelike. Rest assured, I shall revive you. No matter how arduous the journey may be, I will bring you back to life. Without fail. Yang Qian gazed at the woman within the icy coffin, his tone resolute. He stored the ice coffin within his spatial realm and took a couple of steps back, murmuring, "Henceforth, the Xuanling sect and I, along with Shaner, shall have no further ties. I shall never return to the Xuanling sect." With that, Yang Qian turned and departed. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder in the void let out a sigh of relief, then turned to the sect master and the numerous disciples and elders, sternly admonishing, "Humph! Do you comprehend the calamity you almost unleashed? Had I not been disturbed during my cultivation, forcing me to break through my seclusion, our Xuanling sect might have faced annihilation. You must all remember this. Do not provoke further troubles. Yang Qian's future is boundless. Since he has declared it, even should he attain great powers, he will not return. Humph! After this incident, you all must conduct yourselves with greater propriety. The grand competition of the 3 sects is imminent. Do not bring shame upon our sect." "Yes, Elder." The sect master and the numerous elders could discern the Grand Elder's apprehension towards Yang Qian. It seemed that his future achievements were indeed limitless. Yang Qian soared through the skies, having never anticipated such a painful ordeal upon his arrival in the celestial realm. He had yet to express any sentiment towards Xuanling Shan before her untimely demise. She was gone forever. The conviction to resurrect Xuanling Shan surged within him with unprecedented intensity. Zhongzhou lies an unfathomable distance away, yet he must embark on that journey. The celestial sky above blazed with relentless sunlight, the vast expanse seemingly endless, while below stretched a continuous range of verdant mountains, lush and unyielding to the eye. After flying for an extended period, Yang Qian paused amidst the forest, seeking a tranquil spot to recuperate. Suddenly, several male and female immortals burst forth from the woods, each possessing the cultivation of 7th-rank celestial beings. The Xuanling sect has always regarded itself as a minor sect, yet in the eyes of Yang Qian, it possesses considerable strength, boasting countless 6th-grade celestial elders. However, it has become evident that in these mountains, several masters of the 7th-grade celestial realm have emerged seemingly at random, affirming the Xuanling sect's status as a minor sect within the celestial realm. The group of men and women clearly noticed Yang Qian, and one of the horse-faced men quietly remarked, "There is a person over there. He is likely here in search of the heavenly sword Immortal's cave. Should we capture him to inquire further?" At the forefront stood a woman of 7th-grade celestial cultivation, emanating an aura of cold determination. She nodded and replied, "Very well, but do not capture him. Instead, go and test him. There are many sects here, and numerous formidable figures have come in pursuit of the treasures within the heavenly sword Immortal's cave. We must exercise caution. Unless absolutely necessary, we must not engage during this precarious time." The appearance of a solitary cultivator, especially one possessing only the 5th-grade celestial cultivation, was indeed suspicious, and the woman was quite prudent. The horse-faced cultivator was dispatched to inquire, while Yang Qian had already noticed their presence. Yet he feigned ignorance, calmly sitting cross-legged to absorb the elemental energies of the mountain forest. Fellow cultivator, which sect do you belong to? Answer quickly. The horse-faced cultivator bellowed. Yang Qian frowned, opened his eyes briefly to cast a nonchalant glance at the horse-faced man, then closed his eyes once more to resume his meditative recovery. You. The horse-faced cultivator felt a flush of embarrassment, but recalled the woman's earlier advice and refrained from acting impulsively, resorting instead to a resentful scoff. Humph. This area is rife with celestial beasts. As a mere 5th-grade celestial, you will inevitably be torn to shreds by them while foolishly seeking treasures. Humph. He promptly returned to relay the situation, and the cautious woman decided against provoking unnecessary conflict, leading her companions away. Seeking treasures? Could it be that there are riches hidden here? Yang Qian pondered, as the horse-faced man's inadvertent revelation piqued his curiosity. In such a vast forest, the presence of several 7th-grade celestials darting about aimlessly was indeed suspicious. If they were indeed treasure seekers, it lent credence to that notion. Yang Qian had inadvertently descended into this place and was unaware of any treasures. After a moment's reflection, he dismissed the thought and continued to focus on restoring his internal sword essence. Following his previous encounter, his sword essence had sharpened considerably, with its golden radiance nearing the brilliance of pure gold. However, there were no signs of the 7th sword ray coalescing around it, indicating that a breakthrough to the 7th-grade celestial realm would require some fortuitous opportunity. The Xuanling sword in his possession had been destroyed by the sect leader of the Xuanling sect, leaving him temporarily without a long sword. Though the 9 Gungjian flying swords remained intact, they had sustained cracks from Yang Qian's astonishing strike in tandem with his sword essence and were currently recuperating within it, rendering them unusable for the time being. Thus, Yang Qian found himself at the nadir of his power. About an hour later, when Yang Qian had nearly fully recovered, 2 cultivators unexpectedly emerged from the thicket. However, these 2 cultivators appeared to possess considerably lower cultivation levels, both being mere 6th-tier celestial immortals. The duo, 1 male and 1 female, seemed rather anxious. Upon sensing that Yang Qian's cultivation was also only at the 6th tier, they visibly relaxed, particularly the female cultivator, who appeared quite youthful and bore a somewhat mischievous demeanor. In a hushed tone, she addressed her male companion, saying, "Elder brother, we stealthily slipped away from our family, having heard rumors that the cave of the celestial sword immortal is located here. We thought we might try our luck. Along the way, we encountered numerous formidable experts and initially believed that among the treasure seekers, our cultivation would be the weakest. Yet, to our surprise, there are others whose levels are similar to ours. They are likely also escaped from their families." The male cultivator, appearing somewhat older, scrutinized Yang Qian with a cautious expression. "Brother, perhaps we should invite him to join us. After all, the treasures within the cave of the celestial sword immortal are certainly beyond our reach. However, since we are already here, and given the multitude of powerful figures, it is said that even profound immortals have arrived. There might very well be an epic confrontation. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." The young woman whispered her thoughts to her elder brother, indicating that they seemed to be siblings, having likely fled from the same family. The male cultivator, still cautious, furrowed his brow as he assessed Yang Qian, shaking his head in a low voice. "We should not approach. This person's origins are unclear. Our father has always warned us against mingling with unfamiliar cultivators. The dangers here are profound, and amidst so many powerful beings, we could easily become collateral damage. We ought to return swiftly, or father will surely punish us." "Humph, coward. We've already come this far. What is there to fear? Besides, what danger could there possibly be? This cultivator appears rather cold but is merely a 6th-tier celestial immortal. On par with us, brother, you possess the family's treasures. Are you truly afraid of a 6th-tier celestial immortal?" The male cultivator's composure faltered, and he was about to respond when the young woman suddenly darted towards Yang Qian. "Hey, cultivator, what is your name? Are you also here in search of the treasures within the cave of the celestial sword immortal? Your cultivation seems rather low for this perilous place. Why not join us in our quest for the cave? It would be wise to have each other's support," she exclaimed. This young female cultivator, youthful and brash, spoke without reservation, while the male cultivator behind her wore a bittersweet smile, realizing that with her boldness, any semblance of secrecy had vanished. "Yang Qian, with an almost imperceptible smile breaking through his indifferent demeanor, found the young woman quite amusing. However, he also understood the reason behind the multitude of powerful beings traversing the forest. Each was in search of the treasures housed within the cave of the celestial sword Immortal. Although he did not know who the celestial sword Immortal was, the title alone suggested a being of great renown. An Immortal, indeed, is the sovereign of immortals, a being of supreme existence, endowed with boundless abilities and incredible power. The lowest rank among immortals is the celestial immortal, whilst above them are the profound immortal and the golden immortal, culminating in the esteemed immortal sovereign. It can be said that the strength of an immortal sovereign is such that most immortals can only look up to them in reverence. The former dwelling of an immortal sovereign undoubtedly harbors formidable treasures, which explains the influx of immortals seeking it. However, what intrigues Yang Qian is not the treasure, but the heavenly sword Immortal Sovereign. Upon attaining the Immortal Sovereign realm, each individual is bestowed with a title that essentially encapsulates their characteristics. The title of Heavenly Sword resonates deeply with Yang Qian, for he practices the Heavenly Sword technique, leading him to ponder whether there is a connection to the Heavenly Sword Immortal Sovereign. These thoughts flitted through his mind in an instant, igniting a curiosity within him. The two cultivators beside him appeared to lack any ulterior motives, allowing Yang Qian to feel at ease. Thus, he opened his eyes and replied, "Very well, our cultivation levels are relatively low, so it is wise to look out for one another." "That's wonderful," exclaimed the female cultivator in a state of excitement. Yet the male cultivator behind her regarded Yang Qian with a sense of suspicion, his gaze assessing the newcomer with caution, displaying a demeanor far more prudent than that of his sister. "This is my brother, Li Hai, and I am Li Lan." "What is your name?" Li Lan blurted out. Li Hai, standing behind her, could only manage a wry smile, gently tugging at Li Lan's sleeve. "Did our father not once remind us? When out in the world, one must never disclose their true names." Li Lan covered her mouth slightly, her cheeks flush with embarrassment. "I apologize, I forgot again. Now he knows our real names, what should we do?" Li Hai shot his sister a sharp glare, his voice low and firm. "From now on, do not speak without my permission." The whispered exchange between the siblings was overheard by Yang Qian, who offered a gentle smile. "I am Yang Qian, merely a wandering cultivator." "Wow, a wandering cultivator. I have heard that they endure many hardships, yet they traverse various lands. Please, tell me, where have you traveled?" Upon hearing Yang Qian's self-introduction, Li Lan's eyes sparkled with curiosity, prompting her to inquire further. Chapter 17. Encountering Danger. 2. Silence. Li Hai bellowed in a fit of anger, casting a fierce glare at his sister, feeling exasperated by her lack of worldly understanding. He regretted bringing Li Lan along on this journey. "Yang Gu, please do not take offense. May I ask how long you have been in this forest?" Yang Qian waved his hand dismissively. "Not long. I have only just arrived, so I am not well acquainted with the Heavenly Sword Immortal Sovereign's dwelling." A glimmer of insight flashed in Li Hai's eyes, yet he refrained from further questioning, nodding instead. "In that case, let us stay together. For not only are formidable experts constantly arriving, but terrifying celestial beasts also roam these woods. It is prudent for the three of us to look out for one another." Although Li Hai did not press further, Yang Qian could sense that Li Hai's vigilance had not waned. It had merely become more subtle. Thus, the trio of modestly skilled cultivators banded together, embarking on a meandering quest through the forest in search of the dwelling. In the initial days, Li Lan exhibited an exuberant enthusiasm, brimming with passion. However, as 3 days elapsed, with each day spent meandering through the forest and repetitively engaging in monotonous actions, her spirit waned. Even if the cave were to suddenly appear before her, it was likely that she would not feel a flicker of excitement. Yang Qian abruptly halted, his expression shifting slightly as he cast a sharp glance behind him, solemnly declaring, "Someone is approaching us." "What?" Li Hai, too, seemed to sense something amiss, his countenance transforming dramatically as he turned to look behind him. Suddenly, from the thicket emerged 6 or 7 cultivators, each bearing a sinister demeanor, their eyes hungrily fixed upon Yang Qian and his companions. The weakest among them was at least a 6th-grade celestial, while the most formidable was a peak 7th-grade celestial master. "Heh heh, boss, 3 plump sheep have come our way. Judging by their appearance, they must possess considerable treasures. We could strike it rich," muttered a cultivator with a horse-like face and triangular eyes. The leader of the group also revealed a flicker of excitement in his gaze, coldly instructing, Be clean about it. Leave no traces. This area is not secure. Finish quickly and depart. Instantly, these cultivators surged toward Yang Qian and his companions with a fierce rush. Li Hai's expression shifted as he recognized the true nature of these individuals. The celestial realm was fraught with peril. Due to the monopolization of cultivation resources by various sects and families, rogue cultivators faced immense challenges. Some discontented rogues banded together to covertly hunt celestial beings, plundering wealth to further their cultivation. Such individuals were scorned by all sects and families. Li Hai had often been cautioned against venturing out indiscriminately, thus absorbing a considerable amount of such knowledge. Encountering such menacing figures, especially 7 of them, all skilled, Li Hai understood the gravity of the situation. With a booming voice, he urged, "Brother Yang, these are ruthless individuals. Quickly take Li Lan and flee as far as you can. I will hold them off for a moment." Thinking of escaping? An utterly foolish dream. The speed of these cultivators was astonishing. Before they could make an escape, they found themselves encircled. Each of them wore a sinister smile, their intentions clearly malevolent and murderous. Li Lan, unaccustomed to such a scene, was momentarily thrown into disarray, trembling as she stammered, "Who are you? What do you want? I must inform you that my father is a profound immortal. Our Li family possesses many profound immortals." "Silence!" Li Hai bellowed, his eyes bloodshot as he glared fiercely at Li Lan. He understood all too well that had she refrained from mentioning the Li family, they might have had a chance to escape. However, once the Li family was revealed, he feared they would be mercilessly slaughtered. While the Li family might serve as a deterrent to other cultivators, it became a death knell for the siblings in the face of these utterly reckless rogues. Indeed, upon hearing Li Lan mention the Li family, the eyes of the cultivators sparkled with excitement. "The Li family? The Li family of Qianzhou? Ha ha, who would have thought we would encounter someone from the Li family? Killing you should yield unexpected rewards. Attack!" The group of cultivators immediately launched a frenzied assault, unleashing a torrential barrage of magical artifacts that descended upon them with astounding force. Li Hai's expression instantly grew grave, his face flushed crimson, as he stood resolutely in the center. Suddenly, radiant golden light began to emanate from his body, shimmering with delicate ripples. Following this, a terrifying great seal spread throughout the void, voraciously absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Is this a superior grade magical artifact? My heavens, this young man must hold a significant position within the Li family to possess such a formidable protective treasure. Third brother, fourth brother, go eliminate those 2 brats. We must not let a single one escape. Heh, if we kill them, this immensely powerful superior grade artifact will be ours. Whoosh! At once, 2 cultivators leaped forward, both 7th grade celestial beings. Indeed, the second and third brothers, grinning malevolently as they soared towards Yang Qian and the others. "Yang, hurry and take Li Lan away. 4 directions seal. Attack!" Li Hai's face contorted slightly, revealing his intense anxiety, as he commanded the 4 directions seal to strike fiercely at the second and third brothers. Boom! A tremendous roar resonated, shaking the earth and mountains, leaving hearts trembling. The second and third brothers barely managed to evade the onslaught. Otherwise, with such momentum, even their souls would find no escape, a testament to the might of a superior grade artifact. The leading cultivator's eyes gleamed with delight as he coldly sneered. "You are at death's door yet still wish to resist. Kill!" This cultivator surged ahead, employing a wondrous footwork technique that conjured numerous phantoms. Swiftly closing in on Li Hai.in terms of cultivation and combat experience, he was far beyond Li Hai's capabilities. Thus, despite the formidable assault of the 4 directions seal, Li Hai appeared precariously vulnerable. Yang Qian furrowed his brow slightly, grasping Li Lan's hand, and whispered, "We must go." "What? You truly intend to leave? My brother is in grave danger. I cannot abandon him." Li Lan's expression was resolute, fear gripping her heart. Compared to her brother Li Hai, she felt undeniably fragile. However, despite her trepidation, she remained steadfast in her desire to stay. Yang Qian nodded slightly in understanding, yet he could not permit Li Lan to oppose him. With a firm tug, he swiftly pulled her into the vast, dense forest. The second and third brothers, faces alight with murderous intent, exchanged glances and declared, "Pursue." 2 6th-grade celestial beings, 1 nameless brat, and a little girl. If we allow them to escape, how shall we report back to the eldest? Kill. With a flash of spiritual light, the second and third brothers entered the forest, their superior cultivation granting them speed that outmatched Yang Qian's. Leaving them untroubled by the prospect of not catching up, Lihai's heart raced with anxiety as he wielded the Four Directions seal with fierce vigor, launching assaults from all angles. The power of the Four Directions seal was indeed formidable. Even though 3 7th-grade experts were besieging him, they found themselves temporarily thwarted by Lihai's defenses. However, Lihai's demeanor grew increasingly tense. Wielding a superior-grade magical artifact consumed immense celestial energy, and these 3 cultivators were exceedingly seasoned. Given the slightest opportunity, they would unleash a lethal strike. Lihai could afford no lapse in focus. Otherwise, he would meet his demise. Regret gnawed at him. He lamented his decision to stealthily venture out. Regret now serves no purpose, in fact. He has gained some insight amidst this perilous predicament, mastering the Four Directions seal with increasing profundity, wielding it with growing ease. He has finally come to understand why his father often spoke of the transformative power of life and death. Indeed, in such dire circumstances, many individuals unleash unprecedented potential. The leading cultivator remains utterly composed, gradually executing a mystical footwork, his gaze fixed intently on Lihai, searching for an opportunity. Now is the moment to strike. At last, the foremost cultivator has discerned his chance. Lihai is rapidly depleting his celestial essence, feeling increasingly overwhelmed. The execution of the Four Directions seal has become arduous, revealing a slight flaw in its operation. It is this minuscule crack that the leading cultivator seizes upon. With a dynamic leap, he closes the distance to Lihai, a malevolent grin spreading across his face, his body surging with the peak strength of a 7th-grade celestial being. Akin to a mountain crashing down upon Lihai's heart. Child, perish. A punch is unleashed, akin to a meteor streaking through the sky, forcefully striking Lihai, who is sent hurtling away. The celestial infant within him and his primordial spirit suffer grievous harm, leaving him utterly powerless. The other 2 cultivators' eyes glimmer with a disquieting greed, their predatory gazes fixed upon Lihai, as if sizing up a tender lamb. Lihai comprehends his predicament, casting a fleeting glance toward the void, his only hope resting on Lilan's escape. Fourth brother, finish off this brat. The fourth brother chuckles sinisterly, his hands brimming with celestial essence, slowly advancing toward Lihai, poised to end his life with a mere palm strike. However, at that moment, a sharp sword chi slices through the air, emitting a faint sound of breaking the void. Suddenly, 2 figures reappear in the forest, Yang Qian and Lilan, having returned unexpectedly. The leading cultivator grows vigilant, his expression darkening as he glances behind Yang Qian, coldly inquiring, "Where are the second and third brothers? Dead?" The response is terse and clear, imbued with a chilling aura that sends shivers down the spines of the remaining 3 cultivators. The leading cultivator feels this same icy dread, his gaze locked onto Yang Qian, sensing an overwhelming and terrifying danger emanating from the 6th-grade celestial being, as if, once unleashed, it could overwhelm even him. In this moment, he realizes he has misjudged the situation. The 6th-grade celestial before him is the true harbinger of terror. Good, good, good. All day hunting wild geese, only to have my eyes pecked out by them. Yet, regardless of the tricks you employed to slay the second and third brothers, returning today is your gravest mistake. A chilling intent to kill radiates from the leading cultivator. Yang Qian, however, remains unfazed, yet a piercing aura begins to emanate from him, akin to an unparalleled, razor-sharp sword, instilling fear in all who behold it, as if in this moment, Yang Qian has transformed into a blade of unparalleled sharpness. And the large, adoring eyes of Lilan, who stood behind Yang Qian, sparkled with admiration and excitement. She had witnessed firsthand how Yang Qian had dispatched the second and third foes, and for Lilan, all of this felt like a surreal dream. Chapter 19. The Li Family, 1. The leading cultivator did not hesitate. He bellowed at the 4th and 5th elders, attack together, kill, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 7th-tier cultivators launched an assault on Yang Qian, who possessed only the cultivation of a 5th-tier celestial. The moment 7th-tier cultivators made their move, the surrounding essence of heaven and earth was instantly drained, revealing the vast chasm that separated the 7th tier from the 6th tier. Only those who reached the 7th tier could command the essence of the celestial realm and unleash immensely powerful celestial techniques. Void Annihilation Technique. Storm technique, yellow sand annihilation technique. These three cultivators manipulated the essence of the universe to invoke their formidable celestial arts, causing the very fabric of the heavens and earth to seem turned upside down. Boundless essence surged restlessly, and the aura within a radius of dozens of miles was entirely siphoned away by their might, demonstrating the terrifying nature of their celestial techniques. The swirling sands were capable of obliterating any expert of the 6th-tier celestial realm. Moreover, the combined assault of 3 7th-tier masters was nothing short of cataclysmic. Yet, Yang Qian remained unmoved. Despite the overwhelming pressure surrounding him, he stood resolute, like a razor-sharp sword, firmly planted upon the ground. The leading cultivator's heart raced as he suddenly sensed an intense threat, a feeling born from years of grappling with life and death. He felt as though the person before him would instantaneously transform into a terrifying beast, descending upon the mortal realm. Before he could ponder further, Yang Qian had already made his move. The sword stirred the mountains and rivers, slaughtering with abandon, slaughter style. In an instant, Yang Qian underwent a transformation. He became a true sword, ineffable and sublime. Whoosh! He unleashed the sword spirit from within, delivering his most formidable strike. Although the spring sun sword array had yet to be fully restored and could not be employed, the sword spirit undeniably represented his most potent killing technique against the 3 7th-tier celestial beings. As the sword spirit emerged, the heavens and earth darkened, instantly shrouding the world in ominous gloom. The golden sword spirit radiated with an extraordinary brilliance, as if it were the only light remaining in existence. The celestial sword art consisted of 3 sword techniques: the judgment style, which loomed majestically like an unparalleled celestial sovereign come to judge the world; the adjudication style, sharp and unyielding, showcasing the supreme precision of judgment; and finally, the slaughter style, which Yang Qian seldom employed due to its inexorable aura of death. Once the sword of slaughter was drawn, it demanded a toll. A life must be claimed, a soul extinguished. It was evident that Yang Qian harbored murderous intent towards these 3 cultivators, and thus he resolutely unleashed the slaughter style. The sword spirit had already transcended the power of a 7th-tier celestial, and the terrifying sword energies surged forth like a relentless cutting machine, leaving no room for doubt as they pierced through the bodies of the 3 celestials in an instant. Their celestial infants and primordial spirits were utterly annihilated, their corpses reduced to mere fragments, cascading to the ground. Chapter 19. The Leaf family, too. The moment the slaughter technique was unleashed, it was destined to reap lives. It was a harbinger of death. Yang Qian's expression remained impassive as his sword spirit swiftly retreated into his body. The 3 adversaries, devoid of celestial artifacts, were unaffected by Yang Qian's sword spirit. Moreover, due to the execution of the slaughter technique, invigorated and unrestrained, the 5 sword auras within Yang Qian seemed to swell with newfound vitality, hinting at the imminent formation of a 6th sword aura. Hiss! Li Hai and Li Lan both inhaled sharply, as the ground was strewn with dark crimson blood, the acrid stench of gore rising to nauseate the senses. Moreover, the presence of dismembered corpses profoundly shocked and unsettled these 2 cultivators, who had been sheltered in a greenhouse since childhood. This was indeed their true initiation into the world of cultivators. For a cultivator, the first step is invariably one of slaughter. Li Lan could no longer afford to jest. A sudden realization struck her. Yang Qian was rather fearsome. How naive it had been to think that inviting Yang Qian to accompany them posed no danger. A person like Yang Qian could slay a 7th-grade celestial as easily as one would butcher a dog or chicken. To confront the 2 of them would require but an instant. Ultimately, it was Li Hai who mustered the courage to address Yang Qian, saying, "Brother Yang, you have saved us both today. We shall owe you a great debt of gratitude." Yet, Yang Qian remained silent, as if lost in the memories of his youth. The first time he encountered a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, the first glimpse of the brutal conflicts between cultivators. He spoke softly, "Today marks your first lesson. This is the way of cultivators. Beyond slaughter, there exists only slaughter." With that, Yang Qian strode forward, and after a brief hesitation, Li Hai and Li Lan followed closely behind him. After such an incident, they dared not wander alone. Suddenly, the earth trembled violently. An inexhaustible surge of primordial energy began to manifest. In that moment, even a 7th-grade celestial could not harness the primordial energy, which surged towards a singular direction, as if drawn by an irresistible force. Yang Qian felt a stirring within him. His sword spirit quivered as though it sensed a familiar essence, a distant, ethereal calling echoing through time and space. In an instant, numerous cultivators surged into the sky, hastily retreating into the distance. Among them was a figure engulfed in flames, whirling like a blazing fireball, moving with unparalleled swiftness. The surrounding primordial energy seemed to harmonize with his presence, causing other cultivators to scatter in haste, fearful of attracting the ire of this fiery entity, a Xianxian. Yang Qian's eyes narrowed slightly. He could not discern the figure within the fiery sphere, yet he could feel the tumultuous waves of power emanating from it, imbued with a sense of profound mystery. Those who possessed such an aura had undoubtedly grasped the enigmatic realm, achieving the status of Xianxian. In the realm of celestial beings, the standing of Tianxian was rather lowly. It was the Xianxian who held the mantle of a minor overlord. A single Xianxian could easily uphold a small sect or faction. Thus, when this Xianxian appeared, all surrounding cultivators immediately withdrew, wary of inciting the displeasure of this formidable master. Chapter 19. The Li family, 3. The Xianxian were stirred into action. Could it be that the recent tremor was linked to the abode of the heavenly sword immortal? Yang Qian immediately recalled the cave of the sword celestial lord, for only something of such significance could pique the interest of a profound immortal. That moment, Li Hai and Li Lan joyfully exclaimed, pointing at a flock of celestial cranes soaring above. Brother Yang, look, those are our Li family members. I wonder if our father has come. Yang Qian glanced upward, where 10 majestic celestial cranes graced the sky, their wings outstretched, spanning dozens of zhang, exuding an imposing presence. As they rode upon the cranes, surrounding cultivators swiftly made way, a testament to the Li family's formidable influence. Suddenly, amidst the cranes, a colossal one descended, bearing an elder with hair as white as a crane yet a youthful visage. However, the aura emanating from this elder astonished Yang Qian, for he was also a profound immortal, one who comprehends the arcane mysteries of existence, embodies an essence that is both intricate and extraordinary. The elder leapt from the giant crane, his expression grim as he glared at Li Hai and Li Lan, reprimanding them. Li Hai, Li Lan, do you have any idea how furious the family head is? He dispatched numerous family members to search for you, scouring the entirety of Qianzhou, only to discover that you two have audaciously ventured here. Upon your return, the family's punishment will undoubtedly be severe. Li Lan's eyes welled with tears. She had been terrified and nearly lost her life. With a pitiful tone, she pleaded, Uncle, we promise we won't do it again. We were almost killed by those rogue cultivators who sought to seize our treasures. If it weren't for Brother Yang, we would never have seen you again. The elder was taken aback, his aura surging like a deep, tumultuous sea, his wrath igniting. What? Who dares to lay hands on our Li family members? Li Hai stepped forward and added, Uncle, those individuals have all been slain by Brother Yang. We truly won't dare to do this again. This elder, a formidable figure within the Li family known as Li Fengba, was known for his fiery temper. His eyes sparkled with intensity as he observed Yang Qian, who possessed only the cultivation of a 6th-tier heavenly immortal, yet he did not show any disdain, declaring in a booming voice, Very well, you have saved my 2 nephews. Our Li family shall surely express our gratitude. Li Hai cautiously inquired, Uncle, we promise we won't sneak out again. However, we've heard rumors that the cave of the sword celestial lord has emerged. Is it true? Of course it's true. Otherwise, how could our Li family muster such a grand display? Let me tell you, the family head has personally come and should already be at the cave. I know your thoughts. You wish to witness the cave of the sword celestial lord, but don't even think about it. After sneaking away for so long, you too will be facing a decade of wall sitting upon your return. Li Lan's face fell, and she grasped Li Fengba's hand, pleading, Uncle, this is the last time. Please take us with you. The cave of the celestial lord is a monumental event, and even our Li family cannot simply witness it at will. If we miss this opportunity, we may never have another chance. Besides, you and the family's experts are here. Surely you can protect us. Chapter 19. The Li family, 4. Li Fengba pondered for a moment before nodding slightly and stating, There is some merit to your words. Although the Li family possesses considerable power and boasts numerous Xianxian within our ranks, none have ever ascended to the status of a Jingxian, let alone the existence of a being as formidable as an immortal sovereign. It would indeed be beneficial for you to witness this firsthand. However, among the visitors this time, there are countless formidable individuals, and it is highly probable that we may attract the attention of legendary, peerless Jinxian, entities that even our Li family cannot afford to provoke. Therefore, once we arrive, you must remain by my side and not stray even a step. Do you understand? Understood, understood. We shall certainly not dare to wander off on our own this time. Li Lan replied with a cheerful smile. Very well, follow me. Just as Li Fengba was about to turn, Li Hai suddenly spoke in a low voice. Second uncle, the celestial crane is quite large. It would not be an issue to accommodate one more person. Brother Yang also wishes to witness the grandeur of the immortal sovereign's abode. What do you think? Second uncle Li Fengba's expression brightened, and he laughed heartily. Haha, how could I be so remiss? Fellow Taoist Yang, do join us aboard. With the celestial crane, our speed shall increase significantly. Yang Qian did not hesitate, expressing his gratitude before soaring toward the celestial crane. Chapter 20. The Celestial Sword Immortal Sovereign 1. This celestial crane was unimaginably vast, capable of comfortably carrying 5 or 6 individuals upon its broad back. Moreover, when Yang Qian scanned it with his divine sense, he discerned that the crane emanated a terrifying power, one that rivaled that of second or third rank Tianxian. In truth, every immortal can fly, but compared to this celestial crane, the difference was like that between heaven and earth. The speed of the crane was truly astonishing. It effortlessly surpassed the previous fiery Xinxian they had encountered. It was no wonder that the Li family opted to employ such a celestial crane to seize the initiative. The celestial crane's remarkable velocity prompted Li Fengba to swiftly erect a protective barrier to safeguard Li Hai, Li Lan, and the others, lest they be swept away by the fierce gusts of wind. Unlike Li Hai and Li Lan, who were inexperienced cultivators, Li Fengba had reached the level of Xinxian and, over the long years, had encountered countless tribulations, making him a person of great wisdom and experience. During their flight, he subtly probed into Yang Qian's origins. Yet, Yang Qian was well prepared, skillfully sidestepping the inquiries, merely claiming to be a wandering cultivator with no particular sect. Beyond that, no matter how astute Li Fengba was, he could not extract further information. 9 Celestial cranes swiftly cleaved through the skies, soaring over mountain ranges one after another, as the surge of vital energy ahead grew even more intense. Suddenly, it felt as though Yang Qian and the others had entered a vast ocean composed of vital energy. The abundance of energy here was utterly astounding, as if the vital essence of countless miles of space had converged in this very location. A gentle inhalation yielded results surpassing days of cultivation in the outside world. Li Hai exclaimed in astonishment, "What place is this? How can there be such an abundance of vital energy? To cultivate here is like achieving twice the result with half the effort." Li Fengba smiled faintly and replied, "Indeed, the reason for such copious vital energy here is the emergence of the celestial sword Immortal Sovereign's abode. What a lofty status a celestial lord possesses! In the realm of immortals, they are among the most formidable beings, capable of summoning the winds and rains, shifting mountains and seas, and shattering the fabric of time and space, wielding immeasurable power. Such a stronghold of a being of this caliber cannot be commonplace. The deeper one ventures within, the denser the primordial energy becomes. You must swiftly activate your celestial infants and seize this rare opportunity for cultivation, for this is a once-in-a-millennium chance. If you delay for another month, the celestial lord's domain will vanish, and to gain entry once more, you would need to wait an additional 3,000 years. What? 3,000 years? Does the domain of the sword celestial lord appear only once every 3,000 years? Li Hai inquired. Even Yang Qian was taken aback. How could one even suggest that such a domain could reappear after 3 millennia? Li Fengba replied nonchalantly, "Indeed, the domain of the sword celestial lord does indeed materialize once every 3,000 years. The means of a celestial lord are beyond your imagination in their terror. Our Li family possesses its own paradisiacal realms, yet they are anchored to fixed locations. In contrast, the domain of the sword celestial lord exists within the boundless expanse of time and space. And apart from the sword celestial lord himself, no one can locate it, not even another celestial lord. However, it is uncertain where this legend originated, claiming that the domain of the sword celestial lord will manifest every 3,000 years within these mountains. This is already the 3rd time the domain has appeared in this region, which explains the arrival of so many masters ahead of time." Chapter 20. The sword Celestial Lord, 2, to establish a stronghold within the fabric of time and space. Yang Qian was astounded. What a terrifying feat this was! Time and space are inherently unstable, prone to collapse at any moment. Although every powerful practitioner possesses their own space, it is not time and space. It is merely spatial and fixed at that. Within a spatial realm, time does not flow, whereas time and space encompass an entirely different world. Establishing a stronghold within the fabric of time and space is akin to creating a miniature world of its own. A truly unfathomable method. Sword of Heaven, Sword of Heaven. Yang Qian suddenly asked, why is the sword Celestial Lord referred to as such? Li Fengba's eyes gleamed with brilliance as he gazed into the void, a glimmer of reverence evident in his expression. The sword Celestial Lord is a myth in our celestial realm, having ascended from the mortal plane. Remarkably, he achieved the 9th rank of Golden Immortal within a mere 10,000 years, a testament to his unparalleled genius. The 9th rank of Golden Immortal is infinitely close to the existence of a celestial sovereign. A Golden Immortal is a dominant force, reigning over their territory within the celestial realm. For immortal beings, a mere 10,000 years is insignificant, which profound immortal does not require several thousand years in seclusion. To attain the Golden Immortal status in hundreds of thousands of years is already a remarkable feat, let alone that of a celestial lord. Even within the vast celestial realm, celestial lords are preeminent sovereigns. Yet, this is not all. If this were the extent of his achievements, the sword Celestial Lord might well be regarded as merely a local tyrant. However, upon becoming a 9th rank Golden Immortal, he chose to hone his skills by venturing into the outer battlefield, participating in the most brutal war among the 5 realms. In this vast realm, apart from the celestial domain, there exist the realms of demons, monsters, ghosts, and Buddhas, all wielding powers comparable to those of the celestial beings. Much like the diverse beliefs stemming from various practices, they have each crafted their own unique worlds, which are simultaneously adversarial. The battlefield beyond the realms serves as the arena for the 5 worlds to contend for supremacy. It is a colossal graveyard where celestial beings and demonic entities perish daily. Even the profound immortals are inconsequential there. Thus, the battlefield beyond the realms is deemed the most terrifying place, where survival is but a fleeting chance to that moment. Li Fengba's gaze ignited with fervor as he almost growled. It is here that the heavenly sword Immortal truly shines. He is a formidable swordsman, rumored to forsake the cultivation of the primordial spirit and the celestial infant, dedicating himself solely to mastering the sword. When he draws his blade, the very heavens and earth quiver. The cosmos is upended, and the fabric of time and space threatens to unravel. Consequently, he emerged as an unparalleled powerhouse on the battlefield beyond the realms. However, the very prowess of the heavenly sword Immortal incited the 2 lords of the demon and monster realms, whose levels rivaled that of celestial beings, to shamelessly conspire against him. Yet, the heavenly sword Immortal unleashed a dreadfully potent secret technique. With a single stroke of a sword descending from the heavens, he shattered the boundaries of time and space. With another strike, he obliterated infinite realms, and with a third, he vanquished the celestial beings from the demon and monster realms. Chapter 20. The Heavenly Sword Immortal, 3. This was undoubtedly sensational, for although Golden Immortals possess great strength, they inhabit an entirely different echelon from celestial lords. And no matter how formidable a Golden Immortal may be, they could never hope to surpass a celestial lord. Yet, the Heavenly Sword Immortal shattered this taboo, famously slaying 2 celestial-level experts with a single sword strike, thus achieving renown throughout the heavens and realms. It was this life-and-death battle that enabled him to ascend to the status of Celestial Lord, earning him the title of the Heavenly Sword Immortal due to the divine nature of his sword strike. Li Fengba spoke with such vividness that the audience felt as though they were transported to that exhilarating moment. The notion that a Golden Immortal could slay a Celestial Lord heralded an unparalleled brilliance, a figure the celestial realm had not witnessed in millennia. Yang Qian, moved by deeper reflections, pondered the similarities between the Heavenly Sword Immortal's path, forsaking the primordial spirit and celestial infant to hone his swordsmanship, and his own cultivation of the Heavenly Sword technique. This further solidified his resolve to venture into the Immortal's abode. Li, too, was swept up in fervor. Who could resist admiring a figure of such extraordinary prowess as the Heavenly Sword Immortal? And what happened next? He inquired eagerly. What followed was tinged with regret. Li Fengba's expression darkened. The heavenly sword immortal's renown grew excessively, and due to his near invincibility among celestial lords, a supreme demon king from the monster realm ultimately intervened during a large-scale war, employing boundless tactics that annihilated vast stretches of time and space, leading to the complete demise of the heavenly sword immortal. However, before the heavenly sword immortal lord met his demise, he unleashed an unprecedented surge of power. On that fateful day, even the immortal lords trembled in his presence. Throughout the expanse of the battlefield beyond the realms, all masters wielding flying swords seemed to be summoned, converging towards the sky and coalescing into a colossal sword that spanned the heavens and the earth, cleaving through the fabric of time and space. Even the haughty demon king, the sovereign of all demons, suffered grave injuries. From that moment on, the demon king fell into a profound slumber, with no knowledge of how many eons would pass before he could awaken once more. To inflict such grave wounds upon the demon king. Good heavens, that is indeed the demon king, equivalent to an immortal king in our immortal realm. The number of immortal kings is exceedingly rare, likely not exceeding 10. It is unfathomable how the heavenly sword immortal lord cultivated his prowess. His might is truly astonishing. Eli felt a surge of fervor as he listened. The illustrious reputation of the heavenly sword immortal lord resonates like timeless legends, enduring through the ages. Indeed, the heavenly sword immortal lord is an unparalleled prodigy, and there have been immortal kings who have lamented that had he not fallen, he might have ascended to the pinnacle of immortal kings. Alas, the heavenly sword immortal lord did meet his end, yet his cave abode remains, manifesting once every 3,000 years. It is said that within the cave lies boundless treasures and the secrets of his cultivation. Acquiring them could elevate one to the status of a golden immortal or even an immortal lord. Who could possibly resist such temptation? The renown of the heavenly sword immortal lord naturally attracts countless formidable beings to vie for his cave. And with each emergence every 3,000 years, one cannot fathom how many masters have perished in the pursuit. Boom. Chapter 20. The heavenly sword immortal lord. 4. The entire celestial crane shuddered violently, and Yang Qian even heard a resounding noise. Not far ahead, a deep, dark entrance gradually unveiled a vast cave. This cave was indescribable, resembling an immense land concealed within the boundless void, yet around its periphery radiated the sharpest sword intent. This subtle sword intent could cause unascended cultivators to collapse instantly. Even celestial immortals would find their resolve shaken, unable to withstand the strands of sword intent emanating from within the cave. Upon sensing this sword intent, the sword spirit within Yang Qian quivered violently, as if it were being summoned, experiencing an overwhelming sense of familiarity, akin to returning home. Without a doubt, this was the cave of the unparalleled heavenly sword immortal lord. And it was here that Yang Qian sought to unveil the secrets. Chapter 21. The Green Robe Sect. 1. Li Fengba had ceased to speak, guiding the celestial crane forward. Before the cave, countless powerful beings had gathered. The members of the Li family were easily identifiable, their uniformed celestial cranes standing out conspicuously. At the forefront was a middle-aged man in an ornate crown, whose mere presence commanded the submission of many. Evidently, he surpassed Li Fengba in skill. This man was Li Fengjue, the patriarch of the Li family and the father of Li Hai and Li Lan.As. The celestial crane gradually came to a halt. Both Li Hai and Li Lan appeared somewhat intimidated upon seeing the middle-aged man, displaying signs of hesitation. Li Fengba approached and quietly recounted the matters concerning Li Hai and Li Lan. Surprisingly, Li Fengjue merely cast a cursory glance at them without issuing any reprimand. Instead, his gaze fell upon Yang Qian, as if attempting to see through him entirely. Within that tranquil look lay an overwhelming authority. Nevertheless, Yang Qian remained undaunted, standing upright and immovable like a mountain, which elicited a slight nod of approval from Li Fengjue. "Friend Yang, please step forward for a conversation." Yang Qian nodded gently and flew forward without hesitation. Surrounding Li Fengjue were several experts from the Li family, among them 2 Xian, indicating the formidable strength of the Li family assembled for this occasion. It seemed they harbored ambitions regarding the abode of the celestial sword immortal. Yang Qian was aware that the Li family had not benefited from the emergence of the previous abode 3,000 years ago. Thus, they were determined to seize this opportunity to enhance their power. Under the watchful eyes of these Xian, an immense pressure bore down upon Yang Qian, akin to a mountain. Yet, He had already immersed himself in the essence of the sword, embodying it as a sharp blade. The sword and he were one, rendering any imposing aura ineffective against him. Excellent, Li Fengjue nodded in satisfaction. A mere fifth-tier celestial immortal could remain unaffected by the presence of several Xianxian, demonstrating Yang Qian's unyielding resolve. Friend Yang, I am profoundly grateful for your salvation of my son. Should you have any requests in the future, do not hesitate to voice them. As the head of the Li family, Li Fengjue's influence far exceeded that of the Xuanling sect. His acknowledgement of Yang Qian as a person of potential indicated that he recognized the value in cultivating such talent, rather than merely offering trivial rewards. Yang Qian, with his keen intellect, grasped Li Fengjue's intentions but merely replied, "It is nothing extraordinary. Those cultivators sought to take my life, and I was merely defending myself." His demeanor was neither boastful nor arrogant, showcasing a commendable humility that bodes well for his future prospects. Li Fengjue, being the master of a prominent family, possessed an astute perception that allowed him to discern much about people at a glance. "Friend, do you wish to enter the abode and seek your fortune?" Li Fengjue inquired suddenly that a flicker of intrigue crossed Yang Qian's eyes. Entering? Of course, he yearned to do so. His sword spirit was exhilarated beyond measure, and the powerful call emanating from within was irresistible. He felt compelled to venture in and uncover the mysteries that lay inside. Without verbalizing his thoughts, he nodded slightly. Li Fengjue chuckled. Indeed, the celestial sword Immortal commands awe across multiple realms. His abode is filled with countless rare treasures, drawing numerous experts. However, as with any immortal's abode, the mysteries contained within are undoubtedly perilous. 3,000 years ago, an unparalleled golden immortal entered but never emerged even after a month had passed, presumably perishing within. Thus, while opportunities abound, they are fraught with risk. You must exercise caution, my friend. Opportunities indeed come hand in hand with risks, but the allure from within grew ever stronger. Yang Qian was resolute in his decision to explore further. I am acutely aware of my own capabilities, choosing only to explore opportunities from the periphery rather than delving deeply. After receiving a stern warning from Li Fengjue, I refrained from uttering further words. The celestial abode of the sword Immortal gradually began to manifest, yet a faint golden radiance enveloped the entrance of this vast cavern. Yang Yi's keen consciousness discerned that within this golden light lay a sharp sword intent. Any who ventured too close at that moment would undoubtedly face a devastating onslaught. The surrounding cultivators seemed to share this understanding, thus none dared to ascend. Before long, a ripple surged from the rear of the crowd, and voices began to swell in fervor. As Yang Qian turned to face the commotion, he was taken aback to see numerous figures clad in azure garments appearing in the distant sky. These individuals bore expressions of chilling coldness, exuding an aura that sent shivers down one's spine. With 4 formidable Xianxian masters leading them, upon their arrival, they charged forth with reckless abandon, their imposing presence rendering others silent, as if they were tigers instilling fear. Behold, this is the Qingyi sect, which has recently risen in Qianzhou after a millennium, notorious for their tyrannical ways and engaged in a covert struggle against the Li family. While their foundation may not rival that of the Li family, nor do they possess masters of equal caliber, their leader, Qing Linshan, is a transcendent figure on the cusp of becoming a Jin Xian, a mere step away from that exalted realm. Thus, despite their limited resources and fewer experts, the presence of Qing Linshan alone allows them to contend with the Li family. Now that the Qingyi sect has arrived, a spectacle is surely at hand. Some cultivators engaged in hushed discussions that Yang Qian overheard. These imposing figures advanced with an air of superiority, their gazes dismissive of all others. The foremost among them radiated an aura as profound as an abyss, imbued with a semblance of eternity. Gold signifies immortality and incorruptibility, embodying the essence of permanence. Thus, Jin Xian are those who have comprehended the concept of eternity. This middle-aged man, with his commanding stride, emanated a hint of eternal significance, though it was not pure eternity, but rather interwoven with numerous enigmatic meanings. Clearly, he was a half-step Jin Xian, beginning to grasp the essence of eternity, yet still far from achieving the status of a Jin Xian. Nevertheless, all present cultivators fell short in comparison. A single Jin Xian can dominate a region, while a half-step Jin Xian possesses the power to guard a domain, establishing sects to counteract these ancient aristocratic families. Within the Qingyi sect, only one has attained the status of a half-step Jin Xian, and that individual is none other than their leader, Qing Linshan. As the members of the Qingyi sect approached, the Li family members displayed glints of disdain in their eyes, revealing their contempt, while Li Fengjue's countenance darkened, hinting at a brewing fury. The head of the Li family has also arrived. What a fortuitous coincidence. 3 millennia ago, the Qingyi sect had yet to be established, and we missed the opportunity to enter the Immortal Lord's cavern. This time, we cannot afford to let it slip away. Qing Linshan boomed. His imposing demeanor unabashedly evident, Li Fengjue maintained his composure, his countenance as dark as murky waters, and spoke in a low voice. It is indeed a fortuitous event that the leader of the Qingmen has also arrived. Perhaps within the cave abode, one might stumble upon opportunities that could propel one to the heavens and ascend to the status of a true golden immortal. Oh, should I attain the rank of golden immortal? I fear that the days for the head of the Li family would become quite arduous. Ha ha! The enmity between the Qingyi sect and the Li family had festered over a millennium, with countless skirmishes resulting in untold casualties, solidifying a deep-rooted vendetta. Humph! The golden immortal symbolizes eternity, immortality, and incorruption, and no matter how fervently you cultivate for another 10,000 years, do not entertain the delusion of achieving the status of a golden immortal. Such arrogance is truly unfounded. Li Fengba, equally irascible, retorted sharply. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Qing Linshan's eyes as he coldly remarked, Li Fengjue, your previous assault on the protector of my Qingyi sect has yet to be reconciled. Do you intend to engage in combat with me? Li Fengba's celestial energy surged violently, his face reddening with fury, yet Li Fengjue bellowed, silence. Otherwise, I shall invoke the family rules. Taking a deep breath, Li Fengjue's eyes turned icy as he addressed the Qing leader. We have both come to seize the treasures of the Immortal Lord's cave. Furthermore, the significant figures have yet to arrive. Are we truly to clash here? Humph! I would not be so foolish. Qing Linshan snorted disdainfully and fell silent. The members of the Qingyi sect and the Li family were wrought with tension, only now beginning to relax slightly. At this moment, the Immortal Lord's cave showed no signs of opening. Amidst the golden radiance enveloping it, the sword intent suddenly intensified, becoming so potent that even the formidable half-step golden immortal, Qing Linshan, was forced to retreat several paces. Li Fengjue's complexion paled slightly as he gazed in astonishment at the vast cave. Even this mere hint of sword intent was overwhelming, making it no wonder that legends spoke of golden immortals entering but never returning. However, Yang Qian's expression was peculiar. To others, the immense sword intent emanating from the cave was akin to a ferocious beast, instilling fear and trepidation. Should the sword intent permeate one's body, it could even obliterate one's primordial spirit and immortal infant. Yet, for Yang Qian, the terrifying sword intent, upon entering his body, was instantly absorbed by his quivering golden sword soul. The denser the sword intent, the more invigorated his sword soul became. Subtly, the 6 strands of sword radiance within Yang Qian grew denser and more rounded, suggesting that the 7th strand was not far off. During his earlier tumult at the Xuanling sect, he had achieved a temporary breakthrough to the 6 strands of sword radiance, becoming a 6th-grade celestial immortal. While it was challenging to condense the 7th strand in a short time, this extraordinary sword intent seemed to be aiding him, bringing him closer to manifesting that elusive 7th strand. Chapter 22. The cave abode opens, too. Within this strand of sword intent, Yang Qian sensed boundless sharpness and dominance. An unimaginable power that epitomized the true essence of the sword. It seemed that this sword intent was the very embodiment of what a sword should be. Since Yang Qian acquired the heavenly sword technique, he embarked on his cultivation journey, developing his own sword intent. However, upon encountering this formidable sword intent, Yang Qian felt as though a new window had been opened for him, revealing a brand new realm and the true essence of the sword. It seemed that only this sword intent represented the genuine meaning of the sword, rendering Yang Qian's own sword intent akin to that of a mere child, laughably insignificant. Naturally, Yang Qian did not display any overt signs of uniqueness. Although this sword intent posed no immediate danger to him, he was aware of the adage that tall trees attract the wind. In the presence of such formidable individuals, it was prudent not to stand out too much. Thus, he retreated a few steps alongside the crowd, blending into the throng while secretly absorbing that immense sword intent. Yang Qian sensed that this sword intent would greatly assist him in his future endeavors. Before long, the colossal cave suspended in the sky trembled violently, the golden light quivering as the vast sword in tint abruptly vanished without a trace, causing the entire golden radiance to begin collapsing into oblivion. A sudden jolt of emotion swept through the crowd. The mysterious Immortal Lord's cave was finally poised to open, and boundless treasures were about to be unveiled before their eyes. Yet, no one noticed that Yang Qian, amidst the throng, suddenly shuddered, a look of incredulity flashing in his eyes, at that very moment, as the golden light shattered. A tremendous sword in tint pierced through the heavens and surged into Yang Qian's body. This sword in tint was so overwhelming that it was utterly irresistible, manifesting a vivid image within Yang Qian's mind. In this image, the entire route to the Immortal Lord's cave unfolded before him. At the journey's end, an ancient long sword stood solemnly upon a high platform, seemingly narrating tales of endless solitude and loneliness. The call that resonated within Yang Qian's heart emanated from this venerable long sword. This ancient sword, adorned with intricate patterns, ought to have been razor-sharp, yet it had languished in isolation for countless years, its blade obscured by rust, revealing no hint of its former glory. Nevertheless, this very sword captivated Yang Qian, or more precisely, it drew forth the sword's soul within him, as if resonating in harmony with it. What manner of sword is this? Whose sword could it be? Why does it evoke such a profound tremor within my sword's soul? These questions remained unanswered, perhaps only to be resolved upon entering the cave. The immense cave in the sky descended forcefully to the ground, producing a thunderous sound, as the surrounding golden light, imbued with unmatched sword in tint, completely vanished. Excitement sparkled in everyone's eyes. Let us hurry inside. Within lie the treasures collected by the heavenly sword Immortal Lord. Acquiring them will catapult us to greatness, allowing us to attain the realms of the profound immortal and golden immortal. Countless emotions surged, and the frenzied cultivators surged towards the cave like a swarm of ants. At this moment, even formidable beings like the half-step golden immortal Qing Linshan could not impede the rush of the crowd. Suddenly, a thunderous voice erupted from the sky, deafening in its intensity. "All of you, get out of my way!" From the heavens, a colossal golden hand suddenly manifested, casting an ominous shadow that obscured the sun itself. It was a terrifying sight, radiating a brilliant golden light that exuded an essence of eternity, immortality, and incorruption, truly embodying the profound realm of the golden immortal. The hand, wielded by a formidable golden immortal, contained an overwhelming power that was simply irresistible. With a single, forceful strike, it transformed numerous cultivators rushing towards the cave entrance into mere flesh, utterly obliterating their souls in a scene of utter despair. Flee! It is the terrifying golden immortal who has made his move. Run! It is the ruthless Yuanman Zuns. Who would have thought he would also be here? The cultivators immediately scattered like startled birds, retreating with great haste. Even the bolder among them, daring to take a gamble, were swiftly pierced by a beam of golden light. There was no chance of breaching the cave's sanctum. Only a peerless golden immortal could instill such fear among the masses. Chapter 23. Golden Immortal, 1. Haha, who dares to enter shall meet their demise. A deep, domineering voice resonated in the ears of all the cultivators, its immense power causing even those of lesser cultivation to stagger, illustrating the formidable might of the golden immortal. From the distance, a magnificent and resplendent golden light surged forth, transforming into a rugged man exuding an overwhelming aura, evoking a sense of eternity and incorruption, an essence unique to the golden immortal. This figure was indeed a transcendent golden immortal. The members of the Qingyi sect and the Li family remained motionless, while Qing Lingshan's eyes gleamed with intensity as he fixed his gaze on the unparalleled golden immortal standing at the cave's entrance. Within him, a faint essence of eternity was subtly brewing. As a half-step golden immortal, he was already delving into the mysteries of the eternal, and observing this golden immortal would greatly benefit his cultivation. Li Fengjua's eyes flickered with intrigue. He narrowed his gaze and murmured, "He has arrived, a true figure of significance. The unparalleled golden immortal, sovereign of an era. These are the formidable beings contending for the true treasures within the cave of the sword Immortal. Our Li family seeks only to acquire a few magical artifacts and some inferior celestial weapons. The Li family had once produced a peerless golden immortal, which allowed them to establish a formidable reputation in Qianzhou. However, the family had gradually declined, no longer possessing a golden immortal to defend them, allowing the Qingyi sect to exhibit their aggressive stance. Amidst the crowd, Yang Qian stood with closed eyes, meticulously attuning to the ancient long sword in his mind. The sword appeared lifeless and unremarkable, resembling an ordinary blade. Yet it was precisely this simplicity that underscored its extraordinary nature. Could anything truly mundane reside within the cave of the sword immortal? Moreover, the calls and the cutting intent that transcended time and space already signified the sword's uniqueness. However, when the unparalleled golden immortal, Yuan Manzun's, arrived, the immense pressure of the golden immortal also affected Yang Qian. He no longer contacts the ancient sword lingering in his mind, for such an endeavor proves futile. Only by grasping it in his hands can he unravel the enigma within his heart. Yet, to obtain the ancient sword, one must first enter the cave. The golden immortal embodies the concepts of immortality, incorruption, and eternity. The esteemed Yuan, a venerable golden immortal, possesses a profound essence, and immersing oneself in it would undoubtedly benefit my future cultivation. Although Yang Qian does not adhere to the conventional, step-by-step practice of other immortals, all paths ultimately converge, and the myriad of ways lead back to one, and upon reaching the golden immortal level, many aspects become interconnected. In truth, the essence of gold's immortality profoundly influences Yang Qian's understanding of the sword. Being a sword cultivator, he recognizes that the sword, akin to gold, symbolizes sharpness, detachment, and slaughter. Thus, Yang silently absorbs the aura of the golden immortal Yuan, harmonizing it with his own comprehension of swordsmanship, and delves into a meticulous reflection. Chapter 23. The golden immortal, too, Yuan cast a cold glance, causing all the cultivators gathered at the cave entrance to quickly lower their heads, too intimidated to meet the gaze of this unparalleled golden immortal. Humph! In the presence of the immortal lord's cave, what common rabble dares to approach? The recent crop of cultivators seems to diminish year after year. With a disdainful snort, Yuan was about to enter when, suddenly, an immense aura surged from afar, reminiscent of a blazing sun in the heavens, tumultuous and overwhelming, casting forth powerful golden light that instilled fear in the hearts of onlookers. Astonishingly, another formidable golden immortal had arrived. With a whoosh, this radiance coalesced into the figure of an elder. The elder's eyes were small, and his countenance exuded a gentle demeanor, yet the occasional glimmer of shrewdness peeking through his eyelids indicated his exceptional acumen. Yuan's expression shifted slightly as he fixed his gaze upon the elder, murmuring, "Elder Liang, you too have come." The seemingly frail elder Liang replied with a warm smile. "At last, I am not late, though I still cannot match your swiftness, Yuan." Why, Yuan snorted disdainfully through his nostrils. "Liang, this is not our first excursion into the immortal lord's cave. Last time, we returned empty-handed. While those old geezers reaped enormous benefits and are now engrossed in their cultivation, they won't take the risk to venture forth again. Let us adhere to our old agreement. Whoever discovers the treasure shall claim it." "Humph, I refuse to return empty-handed this time." Elder Liang nodded slightly, akin to a convalescent, and whispered, "I am well aware, for even at our level of cultivation, entering this immortal lord's cave a second time has left us yearning to avoid a third. Regrettably, we left both previous times without acquiring anything of value. This time, we must come, regardless of the peril that lies within, for we can no longer afford to hesitate. We both understand the dangers that await. A moment's inattention could lead to our demise. Moreover, treasures possess their own sentience, making them exceedingly difficult to obtain. Should we turn against one another, we would inevitably return empty-handed. I have no desire to make another trip." "Very well. It's good that you understand." With a commanding stride, Yuan Manzunzhang made his way into the cave dwelling. Although the elder of fierce wind appeared neither domineering nor particularly imposing, not a single cultivator dared to approach him. Shortly thereafter, the elder of fierce wind also entered the cave, as the two golden immortals vanished within. A multitude of cultivators, previously deterred by Yuan Manzunzhang's fierce demeanor, erupted into a frenzy, hastening to follow them into the cave. Qing Linshan's eyes sparkled with determination as he turned to Li Fengjue, saying, "Masterly, now that both golden immortals have entered, we should follow suit lest the treasures be seized before our arrival." "By all means, Master Qing," Li Fengjue replied coldly. Qing Linshan cast a lingering glance at Li Fengjue, then fell silent, quickly leading his disciples into the cave. Turning to Yang Qian, Li Fengjue inquired, "Friend Yang, we too must make our entrance into the cave. Will you join us or venture forth alone?" Yang Qian understood the inherent dangers within. To traverse alone was perilous indeed. Yet, his quest for the ancient sword necessitated solitude, making it impractical to accompany Li Fengjue's group. Thus, he clasped his hands in refusal, stating, "There is no need for that. I prefer to wander freely. Master Li, may you not regret this decision." With that, Yang Qian swiftly blended into the throng, disappearing from sight. Among the throngs of cultivators, the majority were celestial immortals, with countless sixth-rank celestial immortals like Yang Qian joining the tide into the cave. The entire domain of the Heavenly Sword Immortal Lord's cave was divided into an outer and an inner layer. The outer layer had previously harbored numerous magical treasures and immortal artifacts, posing relatively low danger, thus allowing many celestial immortals to explore it. However, the inner layer was markedly different. It contained an abundance of magical treasures and artifacts, and those fortunate enough might even acquire a potent immortal weapon. It was said that one had once discovered a superior-grade immortal artifact in that layer, a formidable entity capable of inflicting harm upon golden immortals. Yet, the increased opportunities of the inner layer were accompanied by far greater dangers. Typical celestial immortals seldom dared to venture into the inner sanctum, where only those of Xian immortal rank and above would tread, albeit with utmost caution, for a misstep could lead to a lethal trap without a trace left behind. Upon entering the cave, Yang Qian immediately sensed its peculiar atmosphere. The air was suffused with various sword intents, some powerful, others feeble, as though this place served as a repository for sword energies. It is well known that every sword cultivator possesses a unique sword intent. No two individuals can share the same. Each sword intent present here represents a distinct sword cultivator. Weaker celestial immortals struggled to withstand the onslaught of these sword intents, their pace agonizingly slow, while only those of 8th or 9th rank or Xian immortals could effectively suppress the influences without succumbing. Though these sword intents might pose significant challenges for these immortals, for Yang Qian, they were akin to a sacred ground for cultivation. Indeed, the cave of the Heavenly Sword Immortal Lord was extraordinary, brimming with sword intents, leaving one to wonder how the Heavenly Sword Immortal Lord had amassed such a collection. In this place, I can perceive an infinite sword intent, honing my own, and empowering it to become even more formidable. Yang Qian, with a slight furrow of his brow, sought out a desolate area, settling into a meditative posture, and released his chaotic sword intent. His sword intent was exceedingly disordered, embodying elements of slaughter, tenacity, and sharpness. Yet when compared to the sword intents that existed within the void, it was perhaps the weakest of them all. Yang Qian's sword intent resembled that of a child, easily shattered. As soon as it was unleashed, it was dispersed by the sword intents in the void, rendering it hardly worthy of being called sword intent. Furrowing his brow in distress, Yang Qian reflected on his invincibility in the lower realms. Yet only upon achieving the status of a celestial immortal did he touch upon the threshold of sword intent, indicating that he had scarcely begun his journey, making his weakness rather unsurprising. In this realm, even the most feeble strand of sword intent resonates with the essence of the profound immortal, while the celestial sword immortal scorns the collection of chaotic sword intents that have yet to attain even the level of a profound immortal. The celestial sword technique states that sword intent is the very foundation of the sword. Only by consolidating one's own sword intent can one truly be regarded as a sword cultivator. But what exactly is sword intent? Yang Qian pondered deeply, resembling a weary monk in meditation, eyes closed, lost in contemplation. He was not merely engaging in idle speculation. The abundance of sword intents here seemed tailor-made for him. Within this environment, Yang Qian could interact with countless sword intents, which would greatly assist him in refining his own. Yang Qian extended his consciousness, resembling a vast net, continuously engaging with these sword intents. However, these sword intents possessed their own sentience. Upon encountering Yang Qian's consciousness, they would either vanish without a trace or retaliate instantly, causing harm to his consciousness and preventing him from establishing a profound connection with them. After countless attempts with various sword intents, finally, one did not dissipate nor retaliate. Yang Qian's consciousness swiftly entered into its essence. Boom. It felt as though he was suddenly immersed within this sword intent, a wave of warmth enveloping him. What kind of sword intent is this? One that can evoke such a sense of warmth? Yang Qian found it astonishing. Sword cultivators were typically decisive in their actions, born of slaughter, having witnessed rivers of blood in their relentless pursuit of power. with each cultivator growing amidst carnage. Thus, how could a sword cultivator, forged in the fires of battle, emanate such a comforting sword intent? Yet, Yang Qian did not hastily withdraw. Instead, he meticulously savored this extraordinary experience. For the sake of my family, I would vanquish all foes. For the sake of my sect, I would bleed my last drop, resisting to the end. For the sake of the celestial realm, I would offer everything, vanquishing all enemies from beyond. To protect my family, my sect, and the celestial realm I have inhabited for millennia, I am willing to fight until my very last breath. From this sword intent, Yang Qian felt an overwhelming surge, a grand and unassailable sword intent that stirred his heart, as if he were destined to battle alongside it. This is the true essence of sword intent, a stark contrast to the disordered and unfocused sword intent of Yang Qian. Merely this aura of sword intent renders Yang Qian devoid of any chance of victory should he engage in combat with its master. This sword intent embodies guardianship. Yang Yi has begun to faintly grasp the origins of this sword intent. It is likely that these manifestations were gathered by the heavenly sword Immortal during battles in the outer realms. Only in such a place, teeming with countless cultivators and innumerable sword practitioners, could one witness daily encounters of life and death, thereby enabling the collection of such abundant sword intent. Undoubtedly, the master of this sword intent has perished on the battlefield, yet his essence lingers on. Guardian sword intent. This is the resolve of a cultivator who has grown up in the celestial realm, who diligently trains to protect his family, strives to safeguard his sect, and willingly ventures into the outer battlefield to defend the land that nurtures him. Guardianship, though an ordinary sword intent, generates unfathomable power within its simplicity. This sword intent is as tightly woven as a thread, impervious to any force that seeks to shatter it. This is the true sword intent. One can imagine that such a steadfast sword intent, with its aid, could vanquish any formidable foe, standing virtually unmatched among peers. This is the fearsome aspect of sword practitioners, not due to the sharpness of their blades or their devotion to the art of swordsmanship, but because they have each forged a potent yet humble sword intent. In the following chapter, Yang Qian seemed to be entranced, fervently immersing himself in various forms of sword intent. Why brilliance is unmatched. Those who stand in my way shall perish. I shall ascend to the pinnacle. Those who obstruct me shall be slain. Offenders shall be executed. Insulters shall be annihilated. Delayers shall be eliminated. This is the murderously charged sword intent that Yang Qian encountered, a stark departure from the serene yet terrifying power of the guardian sword intent. This killing sword intent is the epitome of extremity, brimming with a horrific and fervent urge to destroy, nearly driving Yang Qian to madness. This is a sword intent purely for the purpose of slaughter. Should such an intent manifest in the lower realms, it would be deemed a malevolent force, relentlessly pursued by all practitioners of righteousness. Yet this sword intent is indifferent to notions of good or evil. It exists solely as a manifestation of intent, impervious to the opposition of countless souls. This cultivator, too, has evidently succumbed on the outer battlefield. Yang Qian can almost envision the terror and coldness of the sword practitioner who wielded such a killing intent, unfazed even while submerged in an ocean of slaughter. Thus is the killing sword intent. In just 5 days, Yang Qian has encountered an array of sword intents: guardianship, slaughter, tenacity, courage, and even pride. These diverse forms of sword intent bear no inherent strength or weakness. Each path, when refined to its utmost, is unparalleled in power. There is no singular strongest sword intent, only the one most suited to the individual. For a sword practitioner, the paramount task is to cultivate the sword intent that resonates most profoundly with oneself. For 5 days, Yang Qian remained utterly still, his eyes closed, resembling a lifeless stone statue. Throughout this duration, he endured a myriad of sword intents, each mirroring the entirety of a cultivator's life, imparting upon him an overwhelming sensation of having traversed countless realms. What, then, is the essence of my sword intent? Yang Qian ceased to engage with these sword intents, plunging instead into profound contemplation. Having experienced such a plethora of sword intents, he felt an intense yearning to forge his own. He recognized that the disarrayed sword intent he previously possessed was hardly worthy of the title. At best, it was merely an ephemeral sword momentum. Sword intent is the cornerstone of a sword cultivator's existence. Once crystallized, it propels one forward unyieldingly, a vital force that adheres eternally to one's convictions. Memories of his life, from childhood to his current state of cultivation, flashed through Yang Qian's mind like scenes from a film. Slaughter? Protection? Pride? None of these encapsulated his sword intent. When he first mastered the heavenly sword technique, his spirit sword, vanquishing countless formidable foes, this seemed like pride, yet also bore the weight of brilliance. Later, upon ascending to the celestial realm, he unleashed chaos within the Xuanling sect, driven by the death of Xuanling Shan, a desperate act of guardianship. Yet, an insistent voice within Yang Qian's heart whispered that none of these represented his true sword intent. Thus, he became further immersed in the endeavor of crystallizing his own sword intent, forgetting that he was within the cave of the heavenly sword Immortal, losing sight of the purpose of his presence there, and even neglecting the omnipresent dangers surrounding him. These perils were not confined solely to the restrictions of the cave's formidable array. Within the cave, treasures frequently manifested, including celestial artifacts, igniting fierce conflicts among countless cultivators. Greed invariably leads to bloodshed. 3 8th grade experts pursued a white-clad cultivator with astonishing speed. This cultivator, named by Xuanling, appeared utterly flustered, for 3 formidable presences loomed behind him, instilling a sense of dread that left him no room for complacency. Yet, he dared not pause. He had unexpectedly acquired a treasure, a superior-grade artifact, which filled him with exhilaration. However, it soon attracted the attention of these 3 8th-grade celestial beings, intent on seizing his prize. Such occurrences were commonplace within the cave. When the powerful spotted valuable artifacts or even celestial items, they would not hesitate to snatch them away, while the weak could only flee, facing death if they were unable to escape. With only 7th-grade celestial cultivation, Bai Shichang stood no chance against the onslaught of these 3 8th-grade experts, and thus could only flee desperately. Drop the artifact, Bai Shichang. Surrender it, and we may spare your life. The 3 8th-grade celestial beings threatened as they pursued him. Bai Shichang gritted his teeth, filled with resentment, as he watched the trio draw ever closer, wishing fervently for his speed to multiply several times over. I refuse to concede. I will not yield. Having been chased for an extended period, Bai Shichang, consumed by wrath, found it unbearable to relinquish the artifact without a fight. At that moment, a peculiar figure suddenly appeared before him, and without a second thought, he shouted, "Humph! If I cannot possess it, neither shall you." Bai Shichang forcefully hurled forward, and the treasured artifact transformed into a streak of flowing light, landing accurately before a man seated in meditation. Without a glance back, Bai Shichang swiftly fled through a nearby passage. Deprived of their artifact, the 3 8th-rank celestial beings ceased their pursuit, redirecting their attention to the enigmatic figure seated on the ground. The trio of 8th-rank masters halted, scrutinizing the mysterious man in a state of meditation. This man sat cross-legged, his long hair cascading gracefully over his shoulders, exuding an ethereal aura. Not a trace of formidable energy emanated from him. Even as the artifact fell at his feet, he remained unperturbed, seemingly oblivious to it all. However, the keen eyes of these 3 masters swiftly discerned his cultivation level, revealing him to be merely a 6th-rank celestial being, which brought them a quiet sense of relief. In the depths of the cave, encountering a solitary mysterious immortal was a rather fortuitous occurrence. They had no desire to provoke a formidable opponent. "Young man, it would be wise to surrender the artifact. Doing so may spare your life," the leader intoned gravely. After a prolonged silence, the mysterious man remained utterly still, eyes closed in meditation. The leader's demeanor soured, frustration bubbling to the surface as he raised his voice. "Do not feign ignorance, boy. If you do not relinquish it now, I shall make you wish for death." Simultaneously, an overwhelming aura emanated from him, pressing down upon the enigmatic figure. Yet, the situation mirrored earlier. The mysterious man remained seemingly unaffected. "Brother, why waste words on him? He is but a mere 6th-rank celestial. Let us eliminate him." The impatience of the other 2 8th-rank celestials was palpable. In other realms, a 6th-rank celestial might hold some standing, but within this immortal cave, even golden immortals existed, rendering the 6th-rank a position of insignificance. "Humph! Kill him." The leader could no longer suppress his chilling intent to murder, propelling himself forward toward the mysterious man, his hand coalescing with immense power capable of obliterating countless 6th-rank celestials. His gigantic palm could easily shatter a mountain, and he envisioned the feeble celestial being reduced to mere pulp. However, in that fleeting instant, the seemingly weak sixth-rank celestial abruptly opened his eyes, unleashing an unimaginable, razor-sharp sword aura that surged skyward in a flash of golden light. The leader, an eighth-rank celestial, felt a tremor coursing through his body as the surging sword energy penetrated his being, shattering his primordial spirit as if it were mere tofu. The powerful eighth-rank celestial was met with a gruesome fate, his blood spraying forth as his body was cleaved in two, his very essence pierced by the sword energy, resulting in his ultimate demise. Brother, witnessing the instantaneous demise of their leader, cleaved by the sword energy that obliterated even his primordial spirit, the remaining two cultivators were consumed by wrath. Kill him, avenge our brother. They hastily brandished their treasured artifacts, launching an assault upon Yang Qian. The terrifying artifact, combined with the prowess of two eighth-grade celestial beings attacking in unison, emanated such a formidable presence that even a ninth-grade master might hesitate to confront it. However, Yang Qian remained undaunted, his eyes radiating a resolute light as he murmured, "Determination. My sword intent embodies determination. When I first acquired the heavenly sword technique, I struggled for a long time to comprehend it, enduring 3 years of arduous training before finally breaking through. That is determination. When I achieved mastery and emerged into the world, challenging countless masters, it was not out of arrogance, but rather a pursuit of a higher realm and a refinement of my swordsmanship. That too is determination. Later, upon ascending to the celestial realm and encountering Xuanling Shan, I found myself in love. My subsequent quest for vengeance was not merely an act of protection, but a testament to my unwavering devotion to my beloved. Everything I have experienced is a manifestation of determination. The aura surrounding Yang Qian grew increasingly intense, a sensation of unity enveloping him, and his sword energy seemed to sharpen further. This marked the initial crystallization of his sword intent, transforming his presence profoundly. The golden sword spirit within him, enhanced by the convergence of his sword intent, became even more resplendent, and the sword energy he emitted grew increasingly formidable. Though the cultivation level appeared unchanged, the magnitude of his strength underwent a seismic shift. The determination embodied in his sword intent was truly formidable. To pursue a singular purpose relentlessly, akin to his quest to resurrect Xuanling Shan in Zhongzhou, regardless of the insurmountable obstacles before him. This is the essence of determined sword intent, impervious to any attempts to sway his resolve, judgment style. The golden sword spirit surged forth with a resounding force, the determination in his sword intent manifesting as immense power, solidifying the sword's spirit further. With a singular stroke, a thunderous roar reverberated through the cavern, a flash of golden light slicing through the air as the two eighth-grade celestial beings gazed in terror at the invincible sword energy that penetrated their very beings. Blood erupted, their primordial spirits dissipating, and with a sense of unwillingness, they gradually fell, their lives extinguished. Yang Qian effortlessly dispatched 3 eighth-grade celestial masters, a feat that, in the past, would have been anything but easy. Yet, after crystallizing his sword intent, the sword energy he unleashed bore the essence of that very intent, rendering it indomitable. Gradually, Yang Qian began to comprehend that this was the true path of a sword cultivator. Genuine sword cultivation lies in the ability to forge one's own sword intent, thus unlocking the true power of swordsmanship. He reached out and grasped the artifact that had been contested by the three, an oval-shaped orb radiating a captivating luminescence. Such a dense aura of celestial spirit. No wonder these 3 eighth-grade celestial beings were relentlessly pursuing this treasure. Chapter 25. The Contest for the Celestial Artifact. 2. Yang Qian soon discerned the artifact's purpose. It contained an immense reservoir of celestial spirit, a substance unique to the celestial realm, capable of being directly absorbed by celestial infants without the need to refine primordial energy. This discovery would significantly accelerate the cultivation speed of any practitioner fortunate enough to possess it. This is an exquisite auxiliary treasure, one that holds immense value among the myriad of worldly artifacts. While defensive treasures are considered the most precious, auxiliary artifacts are indeed the rarest of all. The worth of such a superior treasure can even rival that of some lesser-grade celestial instruments, which are not particularly powerful indeed. What a splendid find! However, it is of little use to me, as I absorb and refine the essence of the 5 elements. and even the ethereal energy of the immortals holds no significance. Nonetheless, this treasure is still a rarity, and perhaps it will prove useful in the future. Yang Qian cast the treasure directly into his spatial realm and then scanned the surrounding sword intent with his divine consciousness. He shook his head slightly and remarked, "The sword intent here has aided me in honing my own. Remaining in this place holds no further benefit. It is time to seek the ancient sword that has been calling to me in my mind." Yang Qian had been diligently cultivating his sword intent, to the extent that the ancient sword in his mind had vanished from sight. However, ever since he condensed his sword intent, that ancient sword re-emerged, appearing even clearer, guiding him onward. In the outer regions, numerous celestial masters were vying for treasures, and the act of killing for them had become a commonplace affair. Yet as one approached the inner layers, the number of contenders dwindled significantly. The danger in the inner realms escalated considerably. Those who could venture forth were primarily profound celestial experts, with some ninth-rank celestial beings daring to brave the depths, relying on their treasures and means. In contrast, those below the ninth rank lacked the courage to enter, relegated to the fringes in search of fortune. After a moment of hesitation, Yang Qian resolved to proceed. His mind had already mapped out several pathways, seemingly conveyed by the ancient sword, including a few safe routes that would lead him securely to its location. Just then, the ground suddenly trembled violently, accompanied by a series of explosive sounds. The intense fluctuations of primordial energy were nothing short of alarming, instilling fear in the hearts of many. Yang Qian halted, furrowing his brow. The fluctuations were ahead, and they seemed to be drawing ever closer. This surge bore a hint of eternal significance, yet it was not overwhelmingly powerful, lacking the intensity of a golden celestial being. It was likely the presence of a formidable expert on the brink of ascension to golden celestial status. The chaos unleashed by such a being within their lair could only indicate a fierce struggle for rare and powerful treasures, possibly even celestial instruments. Another tremor resonated through the air, followed by the emergence of numerous figures from the distance. Among them, two individuals exuding exceptionally strong auras, locked in a frenzied battle. These individuals were familiar to Yang Qian: Li Fengjue, the head of the Li family, and Qing Lingshan, the leader of the Qingyi sect, were clashing violently. The earlier intense fluctuations were indeed the aftermath of their confrontation. Chapter 25. The Struggle for Celestial Instruments. 3. Qing Lingshan, clad in azure attire, gazed darkly at Li Fengjue, who wielded a towering structure radiating a potent aura. This tower's energy far surpassed that of any inferior celestial instrument, undoubtedly qualifying as a mid-grade celestial artifact. Such a mid-grade celestial instrument represented the foundation of the Li family's strength. While Li Fengjue might not match Qing Lingshan in cultivation, with this mid-grade treasure in hand, he could stand toe-to-toe with his formidable opponent. Qing Lingshan's complexion darkened ominously, a cold smile playing on his lips as he declared, "Very well, Li Fengjue. You dare to raise your hand against me? It has been a long time since we last clashed. Let us determine who stands superior this time." Li Fengjue's gaze sharpened momentarily, a chilling laugh escaping him as he retorted, "Qing Lingshan, do not presume that my Li family fears you. The celestial artifact was unearthed by my family, yet you dare to inflict harm in your quest to seize it. Had I not sensed your treachery in time, Li Fengjue would have surely met his demise at your hands. This matter shall not be forgotten by my family." Yang Qian furrowed her brow slightly, casting a glance aside. There stood Li Fengjue, a formidable Xianxian expert, now pale as parchment, his countenance betraying his feeble state, the bloodstains upon him revealing the grave nature of his injuries. Beside him were Li Hai and Li Lan. "Ha ha, Li Fengjue, your family will not rest. On what grounds do you claim such? Is it merely the celestial artifact in your possession? Humph. The worthy shall possess the celestial artifact, and what is Li Fengjue, daring to compete with me for it? Even if you arrived in time, this artifact shall remain mine. Not only that inferior artifact, but even the medium-grade celestial artifact upon you shall be mine as well. From henceforth, the Li family of Qianzhou shall face obliteration." Qing Lingshan's aura surged, imposing and formidable. He extended his hand, summoning several ninth-grade celestial experts from behind him, their visages twisted in malice, their murderous intent sharply focused on Li Hai. Surrounding Qing Lingshan were numerous skilled fighters. While there were no Xianxian experts among them, several ninth-grade celestial masters would easily dispatch Li Hai, Li Lan, and the gravely injured Li Fengjue. disciples of the Qingyi sect, heed my command. Eliminate the two insignificant scions of the Li family and reclaim the celestial artifact. Qing Linshan suddenly commanded with a sinister grin. You dare? Li Fengjue's countenance turned ashen. He had rushed here without bringing any experts from the Li family. Though he had notified others, they would require time to arrive. At present, only a handful remained with him. Ha ha, dare not? Today, not only shall those two insignificant scions perish, but you shall also fall by my hand. Swish, a ninth-grade celestial disciple from the Qingyi sect soared toward Li Hai. Ninefold pagoda, suppress, Li Fengjue bellowed, casting forth the high tower in his grasp. This medium-grade celestial artifact held boundless power, expanding immensely as it surged toward the ninth-grade celestial disciple of the Qingyi sect. Humph, Li Fengjue, with me present, do you still dare to be distracted? Truly seeking your own demise. Chapter 25. The struggle for the celestial artifact. 4. A glint of brilliance flashed in Qing Linshan's eyes as he radiated an overwhelming aura. An essence of eternity, imperishability, and immortality enveloping him. In that moment, he exuded an air akin to that of a golden immortal. The path of all returns, annihilate. Qing Linshan unleashed a fist toward the ninefold pagoda, an awe-inspiring force coalescing, instilling fear in the hearts of all. The sound of his strike slicing through the air alone was enough to strike terror into their souls. This blow contained power that far exceeded that of a Xianxian. It was a technique unique to one who stood on the cusp of becoming a golden immortal. Bang! Though Qing Linshan's fist appeared slow, it mysteriously darted before the ninefold pagoda, delivering a fierce strike. The two forces collided, sending the ninefold pagoda reeling back, its spiritual light suffering damage from the impact. Witnessing the fierce confrontation between these two supreme experts of the Xianxian realm is truly terrifying. Each punch is imbued with a force capable of toppling mountains and seas. Particularly, Qinglin Mountain seems to harbor the essence of eternity, immortality, and incorruptibility within each breath of its strikes, growing increasingly ferocious with each exchange, subtly hinting at a potential breakthrough towards the golden immortal stage. Chapter 26. The Celestial Sword / 1. This is the realm of the half-step golden immortal, who has begun to comprehend the mysteries of eternity, immortality, and incorruptibility, far surpassing the strength of an ordinary Xianxian. Despite possessing a mid-grade magical artifact, Li Fengjue is unable to suppress Qinglin Mountain and can only achieve a stalemate. The two formidable beings engage in a fierce battle, while a ninth-rank celestial disciple from the Qingyi sect swiftly appears before Li Hai and others. Heh, two little brats, surrender obediently and hand over the celestial artifact. This ninth-rank celestial expert advances step by step, seemingly assured of victory. Lying on the ground, his face pale as paper, Li Fengba struggles to whisper to Li Hai, "You must flee quickly. I will hold him off. We cannot allow them to seize the celestial artifact, or the Li family will be unable to contain the Qingyi sect, and the disaster of extermination will be upon us." With that, Li Fengba's immense aura surged once more, as if he were revitalized, radiating a terrifying presence as he stood protectively in front of Li Hai and Li Lan. "If you desire the celestial artifact, you must first pass through me." The disciples of the Qingyi sect were taken aback. After all, Li Fengba is a Xianxian master, unmatched and formidable. Having experienced his prowess firsthand, they hesitated, unsure of reality, and dared not advance. Seizing this opportunity, Li Hai immediately grasped Li Lan's hand, tears in their eyes, and fled towards the outside. Fuming with rage, Qinglin Mountain bellowed, "Scoundrels, you dare not approach a man on the brink of death. If those two little brats escape with the celestial artifact, you will all face the most brutal sect rules." At the mention of the most severe sect rules, the disciples trembled slightly, fear evident in their eyes, their expressions quickly shifting to ferocity as they charged towards Li Fengba to faint. Bitter smile crept across Li Fengba's lips as he glanced back at Li Hai, who had not yet escaped far. With a heavy heart, he murmured, "I hope you can flee with the celestial artifact. Spirit, explode for me." Buzzing sounds filled the air as boundless primordial energy began to converge. With his injured body, Li Fengba possessed little combat capability left. In this moment, he was fighting desperately, forcibly urging his spirit to self-destruct. A Xianxian master, even when gravely wounded, possesses a terrifying power upon the explosion of their spirit, one that a celestial expert cannot hope to withstand, reducing them to mere dust. Second brother, Li Fengjue trembled, a grave expression overtaking his features. Second uncle, Li Hai and Li Lan could not contain their tears, which fell silently. Once the spirit self-destructs, it signifies the complete annihilation of their very essence. Run, he has gone mad. He is going to self-destruct. The disciples of the Qingyi sect, terrified, scrambled for cover, for the self-detonation of a Xianxian is truly a sight of unimaginable horror, one they could never hope to withstand. Li Fengba gently closed his eyes, his heart filled with bitterness. Such is the fate of one born to be a cultivator. Swish, Chapter 26. The Celestial Sword /2. Suddenly, Li Fengba's eyes flew open, as a sharp surge of sword energy pierced into his being, abruptly severing the relentless expansion of his primordial spirit. Behind him, a young and aloof man materialized, one hand pressed against his back, channeling the sword energy into Li's body. Li Dayu, why must you resort to such measures? After a millennium of arduous cultivation, do you truly wish to face utter annihilation? Li Fengba turned his head slightly, a flicker of astonishment gleaming in his eyes. The figure before him was none other than Yang Qin, Yang Dagyu. The disciples of the Qingyi sect, sensing the dissolution of danger, swiftly turned around with sinister grins, exclaiming, "Excellent! If you were to self-destruct, perhaps there might have been a chance for these two brats to escape, but now it is far too late. Kill!" Yang Qin's gaze turned frigid as he took a step forward, softly uttering, "Slaughter mode." Swish! Yang Qin's garments billowed, his fingers transforming into a sword, unleashing a torrent of razor-sharp sword energy capable of piercing through towering mountains and colossal boulders. Even a ninth-tier master would regard it with trepidation. You dare to overreach, seeking your own demise? A murderous glint flashed in the eyes of the ninth-tier celestial immortal, as his celestial essence surged violently, erupting in a dazzling brilliance akin to golden swords of light, hurtling directly toward Yang Qian. The prowess of a ninth-tier celestial immortal far surpassed that of an eighth-tier, and this practitioner was a formidable disciple of the Qingyi sect, unleashing his full might, his strength rivaling that of the Grand Elder of the Xuanling sect. Each of these radiant swords contained the power to rend apart eighth-tier celestial immortals, and even this master felt that deploying such force against a sixth-tier like Yang Qian was an excessive display. Yet, a spark of brilliance ignited in Yang Qian's eyes, his countenance icy as the sword energy in his hand erupted once more, growing fiercer and nearly doubling in speed. You dare to wield a sword before me? Allow me to show you what true swordsmanship entails. At that moment, Yang Qian's fingers resembled an exquisitely sharp divine sword, the sword energy surging forth, its unwavering intent assailing the will of the ninth-tier master. With a soft sound, the sword energy clashed with the golden swords, both forces neutralizing one another. However, Yang Qian's movements did not cease. The emergence of slaughter mode demanded bloodshed. The sword essence within him surged forth, a flash of golden light streaking across the battlefield, resplendent and breathtaking, akin to a meteor crossing the heavens. How can such ferocious sword energy exist? The ninth-tier celestial immortal's face contorted with disbelief. But being a ninth-tier master, he quickly adapted, reaching out to grasp the air, drawing in the surrounding essence to form an invisible shield around his body. Bang! The sword essence represented Yang Qian's most formidable technique. Once unleashed, it could transcend ranks and unleash terrifying power. Especially in this moment, the sword essence had melded with Yang Qian's sword intent. Unyielding and surging fiercely, it crashed powerfully against his opponent. Chapter 26. The Celestial Sword /3. With a swift motion, the ethereal barrier of the ninth-rank celestial immortal was pierced by the sword spirit, penetrating deeply into his being and severing one of his mid-grade magical treasure's defenses in an instant. This strike was truly astonishing. No one could have anticipated that a cultivator of merely sixth-rank celestial immortal could force a ninth-rank celestial immortal into such a dire predicament, inflicting injury in the process. Regrettably, despite the condensation of my sword intent and the formidable strength of my sword spirit, slaying an eighth-rank celestial immortal is one matter, but a ninth rank is significantly more formidable. While defeating him may be achievable, killing him poses an immense challenge. Yang Qian, at this moment, was bereft of a sword, possessing only the sword spirit and sword energy. Overcoming a ninth-rank celestial immortal would be feasible, yet to slay him would prove exceedingly arduous. In a flash, the ninth-rank celestial immortal disciple leapt backward, drenched in cold sweat, the terrifying sword's spirit indelibly etched into his mind, a haunting memory that would never fade. Incompetence. You are all worthless, unable to handle even a mere 6th-rank celestial immortal, utterly useless. Qing Lingshan seethed with rage. Everything had been proceeding according to his design. Had he secured a celestial artifact, even a low-grade one, he could have contended with the Li family. However, the unexpected emergence of Yang Qian had completely derailed his plans. Very well, to dare obstruct my Qingyi sect, regardless of who you are, your fate is sealed. With a fierce resolve, Qing Lingshan extricated himself from the fray, his gaze fixed intently upon Yang Qian in a sudden burst. Qing Lingshan's eyes gleamed like blades, and he vanished in an instant, unleashing a terrifying force that reverberated through the AI Tio the naked eye. His presence was nearly imperceptible, yet Yang Qian's acute senses warned him of the encroaching danger. Li Fengjue pointed towards the ninefold pagoda, pressing down with great force. With a thunderous roar, the cave trembled once more. Qing Lingshan staggered, appearing somewhat disheveled, yet he did not retreat. Instead, he advanced, braving the immense pressure of the ninefold pagoda, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Yang Qian. Anyone Qing Lingshan, wishes to kill shall not escape, die. His visage contorted with a feral intensity. Indeed, he was a formidable adversary. The might of his mid-grade magical treasure was unfathomably fierce, capable of collapsing a mountain, yet he bore the weight as if he were a colossal titan, his left hand reaching out towards Yang Qian. This was a being of immense power, a half-step golden immortal, whose strength was beyond measure. Though he could only unleash a fraction of his might to annihilate Yang Qian, even that minuscule portion was far beyond what Yang Qian could withstand. The peril was palpable, an overwhelming threat. This punch, though seemingly slow, emanated an unfathomable ferocity that seemed to seal off all avenues of retreat for Yang Qian. A half-step golden immortal was an opponent far beyond Yang Qian's current capabilities. Even the slightest fraction of such power could spell his doom in that moment. Yang Qian faced an unprecedented crisis. This was not merely a celestial immortal but a dominant force, a half-step golden immortal, reigning supreme in his domain. Essence, energy, and spirit converged as one. The sword spirit emerged, invoking the void sword, the unparalleled sword technique, the celestial sword / kill. Chapter 26. The celestial sword / 4. With a thunderous roar, Yang Qian concentrated all his will and spirit into a singular focus. His entire being transformed into a sharp sword. Boundless sword chi surged through the void, subtly coalescing into an enormous blade. This was the celestial sword, the most formidable sword technique of the celestial sword art. Yang Qian's unwavering dedication remained steadfast. It was his sword intent, resonating violently, seemingly invoking a symphony of countless sword wills in the surrounding void. I am devoted to my sword. I am devoted to my endeavors. I am devoted to my will. The colossal sword in the void grew increasingly vivid, and Yang Qian's resolute sword intent showed no signs of wavering. Even in the face of such immense peril, he poured his entire being into the great sword hovering in the void. The infinite sword wills surrounding him began to surge with fervor. Guardianship, destruction, courage, pride, an array of sword wills gathered around Yang Qian's great sword, as if to protect it. The immense celestial sword carved a brilliant arc through the air, fleeting yet timeless, bolstered by the myriad sword wills, its power far exceeding what Yang Qian could wield alone. What appeared to be an eternity was, in truth, but a fleeting moment, as the terrifying fist of Qing Lingshan loomed before Yang Qian, colliding violently with the massive celestial sword. Chapter 27. The inner layer, 1. Bang! The earth trembled as if shaken to its core, and the unmatched sword chi rampaged forth, igniting a tumult of sword wills. Qing Lingshan's face betrayed disbelief. He staggered backward, his complexion paling slightly. Nine-tiered pagoda. I command you to suppress. Li Fengjue was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Qing Lingshan would be repelled by a mere 6th-grade celestial immortal. Seizing the opportunity, he summoned the 9-tiered pagoda with even greater force. Good, young one. You dare to withstand my fist? Then brace yourself for another. Qing Lingshan, enraged yet smiling, unleashed a force that trembled the air around him, resembling a ferocious beast, menacing and terrifying. Despite the overwhelming pressure from the colossal 9-tiered pagoda, he advanced with determination. Boom! The ground quaked, a manifestation of sheer terror. Yang Qian felt a jolt in his heart. He had already performed beyond his limits. The previous celestial sword slash had nearly equaled the prowess of a profound immortal, intertwining with the sword wills to withstand Qing Lingshan's strike. An extraordinary feat indeed. However, facing another attack was surely beyond his capacity. Li Fengjue's complexion flushed slightly. He had barely managed to block Qing Lingshan's blow with the nine-tiered pagoda, yet Qing Lingshan still aimed to strike at Yang Qian. To him, this was a blatant act of contempt. Nine-tiered supreme, nine-tiered suppression. Qing Lingshan, your opponent is me. The nine-tiered pagoda, a mid-grade celestial artifact, radiated a golden brilliance as Li Fengjue, having held back until now, unleashed its full might upon witnessing Qing Lingshan's intention to strike Yang Qian once more. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The nine-tiered pagoda emanated a golden glow, intensifying the pressure several-fold, causing Qing Lingshan to sway slightly, as though he were bracing against a mountain, his legs sinking into the earth. Qing Lingshan erupted into a thunderous laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha, Li Fengjue, do you truly believe that with merely this medium-grade magical treasure, you can thwart me?" Wan Gue Shenquan, break. The ferocity of Qing Lingshan was overwhelming, as an immense and eternal aura suddenly radiated from his being. This was the essence of the golden immortal's enlightenment he had comprehended. Though he grasped only a fragment, entering this realm amplified his power dramatically, akin to a celestial being soaring forth from the earth beneath the towering nine-fold pagoda. Boom! His fist struck the nine-fold pagoda, and even the medium-grade immortal artifact was shaken apart. Li Fengjue's eyes widened in terror as he exclaimed, "Your comprehension of the golden immortal's essence is astonishingly formidable. It seems you have reached a critical point, and soon you shall transcend into the realm of the golden immortal. Ha ha, Li Fengjue. Only now do you realize the truth, but alas, it is too late. Today, all of you shall meet a fate so grave that there will be no place left for your remains." Qing Lingshan now resembled a sovereign, exuding an aura of eternity, immortality, and incorruptibility. His power was immense and aggressive, unleashing his full might to ensnare the members of the Li family in one fell swoop. "But first, I shall shatter your youthful form into a myriad of pieces." Qing Lingshan's gaze was as sharp as a blade, coldly fixed upon Yang Qian. Whoosh, Chapter 27. Inner Layer 2. Without any forewarning, Qing Lingshan made his move. This time, his actions were swift and decisive, devoid of any hesitation, and each movement was executed with flawless precision, as though every detail was meticulously under his control. This was the manifestation of his entry into the realm of the golden immortal. The power of a golden immortal is beyond imagination. Moreover, this punch, unrestrained by any external force, was exponentially more potent than the previous one, capable of obliterating even a profound immortal in a single blow. Stop. Suddenly, a multitude of formidable experts surged in from afar, all of whom were profound immortals, exuding an aura of terror. Boom. A towering structure obstructed Qing Lingshan's fist. It was Li Fengjue. Li Fengjue, your people have arrived. Qing Lingshan's eyes narrowed slightly. The individuals who had come were indeed the elites of the Li family. Li Fengjue responded with a cold smirk. "Qing Lingshan, no matter how powerful you may be, you are still not a golden immortal. How can you continue to flaunt your might?" With that, the profound immortals behind him readied themselves, their eyes fixed intently upon Qing Lingshan. Acknowledging his status as a half-step golden immortal, Qing Lingshan understood that today's conflict was no longer tenable. He chuckled darkly, "Very well, Li Fengjue. When I ascend to the golden immortal realm, it shall herald the obliteration of your Li family." Humph! With a gaze as sharp as a knife, Qing Lingshan signaled his departure with his followers. Li Fengjue's eyes flickered, revealing an underlying concern. The more power Qing Lingshan exhibited, the greater his anxiety grew. For once Qing Lingshan ascended to the golden immortal realm, the Li family would no longer stand a chance against the Qingyi sect and would face imminent annihilation. Li Fengjue's complexion paled slightly. Having exerted all his energy to forcibly activate the medium-grade immortal artifact, he was nearing his limits. He stepped forward and slightly cupped his hands in gratitude, saying, "I must extend my heartfelt thanks to you, Yang Daoyu, for your gallant intervention. Otherwise, our Li family would certainly have faced dire straits. However, the individual from Qinglin Mountain possesses a narrow-minded disposition and a ruthless nature, and it is likely that he will seize an opportunity to target fellow Daoist Yang." It would be prudent for fellow Taoist Yang to accompany us as we depart. Even if Qinglin Mountain possesses formidable capabilities, he would not dare to take action against you. Li Hai, standing nearby, added his counsel. Indeed, Brother Yang, the person from Qinglin Mountain is known for his vengeful temperament. Being alone in this cave could indeed place you in peril. It would be wiser to return to Qianzhou with us. Yang Qian shook his head slightly. He still sought to locate the ancient sword that captivated his mind. Regardless of the dangers that lay ahead, he felt compelled to pursue it. Thus, he replied calmly, there is no need for that. I intend to remain within this cave for a while longer. Qinglin Mountain has already departed, and as a mere celestial immortal, he would not come specifically to deal with me. I appreciate the kindness of the Li family leader Li Fengjue. Observing Yang Qian's resolute intent, nodded in agreement, stating, very well. A genius cultivator like fellow Taoist Yang, with such formidable prowess, is surely accompanied by fortune. Perhaps you may discover some defensive treasures or celestial artifacts within this cave. The Li family then commanded, all members, immediately withdraw from the celestial monarch's cave. The Li family had already unearthed a celestial artifact. Even if it were of the lowest grade, it would still be a significant gain. Chapter 27. Inner Layer 3. Yang Qian watched as the Li family gradually vanished from sight. Glancing inward, he felt no further hesitation and swiftly entered the inner layer. Although the inner layer was only a thin veil away from the outer region, it represented two entirely distinct realms in the outer layer. While there was some semblance of sword intent, it was not particularly formidable, easily withstandable by ordinary celestial immortals. In stark contrast, the inner layer was terrifyingly potent. Even an 8th-rank celestial immortal would find it arduous to navigate. The atmosphere was saturated with overwhelming sword intent. Unlike the sword intent of the profound immortals in the outer layer, the sword intent here was that of the formidable golden immortals, implying that each strand of sword intent represented an unparalleled golden immortal. Golden immortals are sovereigns wherever they may be, holding high status and wielding immense power, capable of traversing the immortal realm, commanding the winds and rains, and exhibiting boundless abilities. It can be said that only those who reach the golden immortal stage are truly significant figures within the immortal realm. Moreover, golden immortals embody the essence of eternity, immortality, and incorruptibility, possessing an exceedingly long lifespan and being exceptionally difficult to slay. The sheer volume of sword intent signifies the multitude of sword-wielding golden immortals who perished on the battlefield beyond the realm, highlighting the terrors of that domain, where even golden immortals could fall. Although the sword intent here was collected by the celestial sword monarch after the demise of these golden immortals, the essence of a golden immortal is extraordinary. Their sword intent seems almost alive, imbued with terrifying offensive capabilities. Any cultivator who enters the inner layer will inevitably be assailed by this sword intent. Yang Qian was no exception. The moment he stepped into this space, he felt the surrounding formidable sword intent launching an attack against him. The masters of this sword intent were all sword cultivators, relentless and incredibly fierce. Even a profound immortal strength would be severely suppressed upon entering. Only the presence of a golden immortal would remain unaffected. The essence of the swords did not wane merely because Yang Qian was a sword cultivator. Rather, it seemed to become exceedingly invigorated. A terrifying sword intent descended, with guardianship, pride, courage, and other sword wills surging towards Yang Qian with fervor. With a swift motion, Yang Qian's complexion paled slightly, and he immediately seated himself cross-legged upon the ground. The steadfast sword intent within his sword soul was on the verge of being dispersed by the onslaught of these sword wills. In that moment, Yang Qian finally comprehended the formidable nature of the inner layer. He understood why even the 8th and 9th grade celestial beings seldom dared to enter. To breach that layer, one must continually withstand the relentless impact of these sword intents. Even profound immortals would find their power significantly suppressed, let alone celestial beings. Those 5th and 6th grade celestial beings, upon entering the inner layer, would likely be utterly annihilated by the overwhelming sword intent, rendered mindless and devoid of awareness. Yang Qian was no exception. He faced a monumental crisis. Just as Yang Qian struggled to fend off the assaults of the golden celestial sword intents, a long-forgotten ancient sword in his mind, once shrouded in indistinctness, suddenly trembled with vigor. Emanating a golden radiance, an unparalleled sword intent directly descended into Yang Qian's consciousness. Boom! This sword intent was so powerful it was beyond imagination, akin to a sovereign surveying all beneath. Its form, identity, and essence were all imbued with nobility. This was a noble sword in tint. No multitude could compel it to lower its regal head. Not even celestial lords could sway its haughty spirit. Swish, swish, swish. This unfathomable sword in tint emanated from the peculiar ancient sword, transcending the boundaries of time and space. This noble sword in tint bore no intention of harming Yang Qian. Instead, it appeared remarkably gentle towards him. Yet, to the golden celestial sword in tints, it was as a lofty monarch, driving them out from within Yang Qian's being. Whose sword in tint was this? Yang Qian rose to his feet, an ethereal resonance of this sword in tint rippling around him, as if it were intent on safeguarding him. With this sword in tint enveloping him, he possessed a sort of pass, as the golden celestial sword in tints dared not approach, retreating from his vicinity. Under the protection of this sword in tint, Yang Qian traversed safely onward, gradually sensing that he was drawing closer to the ancient sword within his mind. Chapter 28. The Ancient Sword 1. The ancient sword in Yang Qian's mind became increasingly vivid, allowing him to perceive the waves of energy emanating from it through the veil of obscurity. After navigating through layers of darkness, he emerged into a vast expanse of light. Here, gentle and radiant illumination bathed the surroundings, with luminous orbs resembling goose eggs embedded within the walls, alongside countless wondrous and precious treasures. Yang Qian's gaze sharpened as he discerned the presence of not one, but several individuals. Ahead of him stood three figures, two of whom radiated with a brilliance akin to the blazing sun, exuding an aura of immense power. This energy embodied the essence of eternity, immortality, and incorruptibility. These were true golden celestial beings. The two individuals were none other than the esteemed Yuan man and the elder of fierce winds, who had been the first to enter the cave. They were both formidable and unparalleled golden celestials. Ah! To think that a little fellow has managed to enter, how astonishing! This young one, not even a celestial immortal, has traversed through numerous formidable formations and the terrifying sword and tint of the golden immortals along the way. Remarkable indeed, for it took both of us immense effort to arrive here. The venerable Yuan man expressed his surprise upon seeing Yang Qian. Speaking in a hushed tone, the elder of the Gale squinted slightly, chuckling softly. How intriguing! This young one is a sword cultivator. I can sense a surging wave of sword and tint emanating from within him. This is the abode of the celestial sword immortal. Though he is not a traditional sword cultivator, his prowess surpasses that of many. The reason this little one has managed to enter is likely due to his being a sword cultivator. His fortune has arrived. Unbeknownst to Yang Qian, his presence here was an extraordinary stroke of luck. In truth, he had not arrived here because he was a sword cultivator. Rather, it was precisely because he had been subjected to the frenzied assaults of the golden immortal sword in tint, nearly meeting his demise. Yet, perhaps even he could not articulate why the phantom of that peculiar ancient sword lingered in his mind. It was this very sword that had safely guided him to this place. The cavern was evidently spacious, and from the surrounding decorations, it was clear that this was the very site where the celestial sword immortal had once cultivated. The pillars were hewn from white jade, and upon a high platform lay numerous celestial artifacts, exuding an aura of immense power, all of which were mid-grade celestial treasures. However, before these precious items, both the venerable Yuan man and the elder of the Gale appeared hesitant, as if sensing some lurking danger, unwilling to take a single step forward. Yang Qian squinted slightly and suddenly discerned a faint yet formidable formation beneath the high platform. The faint aura emanating from this formation instilled fear, even in the hearts of golden immortals, who would not dare to act recklessly here. After all, this was the abode of an immortal lord. Even a golden immortal had to tread carefully in such a place, for there had been instances where a golden immortal had entered this cavern and had never re-emerged. The venerable Yuan man furrowed his brow and inquired, "Elder Gale, you are more knowledgeable about formations. Enlighten me, what kind of formation lies ahead?" At that moment, the elder of the Gale's brow furrowed deeply, and a hint of trepidation flickered in his eyes. He shook his head slightly and replied, "To behold a treasure mountain yet be unable to claim the treasures. What a pity! What a pity! Speak clearly, Elder Gale. What kind of formation lies ahead that has you so shaken?" "Venerable Yuan man, I have vaguely discerned some clues about this formation. It is not merely one formation, but rather 5 intertwined formations, a composite formation, one formation connected to another, endlessly looping and cycling, with boundless power. Moreover, each of these 5 formations is formidable in its own right. The Golden Sand Formation, the Flame Formation, the Thick Earth Formation, the Weak Water Formation, and the Pinewood Formation. Each of these singular formations possesses the might to ensnare formidable golden immortal experts, let alone when they are combined. Together, they form a far more terrifying 5-elements annihilation formation, which, as legend has it, has even slain 9th-grade golden immortals. Remarkably, this formation is currently without a master, and countless years have passed. Its power should have diminished significantly. Yet, I must confess, I do not dare to venture forth and test it. The Elder of the Fierce Wind lifted his gaze towards the celestial artifacts perched upon the high platform ahead. These artifacts, potent treasures indeed, were acquired by the heavenly sword Immortal after vanquishing countless formidable foes on the battlefield beyond. Regrettably, they could now only be gazed upon from a distance. Yuan Man's eyes were also alight with avarice. However, despite being an unparalleled golden immortal, he dared not act recklessly in this place, a realm fraught with peril, the abode of the immortal sovereign, where every step could spell disaster. Is it true that as long as someone attempts to test it, you will be able to discern the might of this grand formation? Yuan Man inquired. Indeed, I have devoted millennia to the study of formations. Once the grand array is activated, I can perceive its intricacies with a mere glance. What? Do you wish to test it yourself? The Elder of the Fierce Wind's eyes glimmered with a keen light as he regarded the venerable Yuan Man. Ha ha! Why would I risk my own safety? Is there not someone readily available for such a task? Come here, young man, Yuan Man commanded, his hand sweeping outwards with apparent leisure, yet in an instant, he was before Yang Qian. Yang Qian was taken aback, but he had long been prepared. Even in the face of a golden immortal, he was not one to shy away from confrontation, judgment style. An unparalleled torrent of sword energy surged forth, morphing into cascading waves of judgmental sword chi, akin to a divine being descending to mete out justice upon the mortal realm. Yet, he was now confronted with the might of a golden immortal strike. Boom! Yuan Man's seemingly casual grasp concealed the immense power of a golden immortal. His hand expanded to an unimaginable size, effortlessly shattering Yang Qian's sword chi, capturing his entire form within his grip and drawing him closer. This exemplified the overwhelming prowess of a golden immortal, indomitable, impervious to even Yang Qian's sword spirit or self-detonation, which could not inflict harm upon this formidable being. Just as Yuan Man was about to speak, a figure suddenly flickered behind him, intruding upon the scene. Yang Qian's expression sharpened as he recognized the newcomer. It was none other than the half-step golden immortal, Qing Lingshan. Qing Lingshan appeared somewhat disheveled. As a half-step golden immortal, he dominated in the outside world with unparalleled might. Yet within the confines of the heavenly sword immortal's abode, he found himself beset by countless dangers, enduring tremendous hardship to arrive here. Upon spotting Yang Qian, Qing Lingshan's eyes burned with deep-seated animosity. Noticing Yang Qian's presence, he sneered, well, who would have thought you would be here? Heh, this saves me the trouble of hunting you down later. Prepare to meet your demise. His visage contorted with rage, Qing Lingshan darted towards Yang Qian, unleashing an overwhelming surge of power, determined to eradicate Yang Qian at all costs. Yang Qian's eyes narrowed slightly, a peculiar smile creeping upon his lips. In that fleeting moment, a flash of golden light erupted, and a pale hand gently seized Qing Lingshan's arm. The owner of this hand was none other than the venerable Yuan Man, whose countenance had darkened ominously as he coldly remarked, "What worthless scum dares to commit murder in my presence? Begone!" With a flicker of golden light from Yuan Man's hand, an incomparable force roared forth, akin to a mountain crashing down, propelling Qing Lingshan several dozen yards away. A golden immortal! Qing Lingshan was filled with astonishment. He never anticipated that Yang Qian would now have a golden immortal backing him. Though he himself was a half-step golden immortal, the chasm between the two was insurmountable. He was acutely aware of the immense difficulty in breaking through to the realm of a golden immortal, which is precisely why he had sought out the cave abode of the sword immortal to seek his fortune. Honorable Yuan Man, I was unaware of your presence here and unintentionally offended you. I beg for your forgiveness. Qing Lingshan rose to his feet, realizing that the Yuan Man elder had refrained from striking him down. Otherwise, a single blow would have claimed his life. Yet, the Yuan Man elder did not even cast a glance in Qing Lingshan's direction. In his eyes, a half-step golden immortal was no different from those mere profound immortals. You, go and scout the path for me. With a sweeping motion, the Yuan elder hurled Yang Qian into the formidable array ahead. Buzz! The array suddenly began to emit waves of radiant light, only to swiftly fall silent. As Yang Qian entered the array, he felt an overwhelming pressure capable of crushing his very being. This was the might of the formation. This is bad, Yang Qian thought, recalling that the fierce wind had warned him this was the 5 elements absolute kill array. Once ensnared within its confines, one would be subjected to inexhaustible forces. Alarm surged within him as he hastily stood, only to discover that the formation exhibited no signs of change. Even the terrifying pressure seemed to have vanished. Strangely, the sword intent surrounding Yang Qian intensified, and the silhouette of the ancient sword in his mind grew ever clearer. Could it be? A bold notion flickered through Yang Qian's consciousness. The ancient sword, was everything peculiar due to that resplendent ancient blade? Or perhaps the formation's power remained formidable, but the sword intent safeguarding Yang Qian prevented him from harm. The mere thought of the ancient sword ignited a brilliant glow within Yang Qian's mind. Suddenly, he felt a gentle force lifting him, guiding him toward a mysterious presence. Where am I? Yang Qian's heart raced as he beheld the ancient sword that had only manifested in his mind. This sword stood upright, embedded in solid rock, radiating a faint luminescence as if lamenting, while its noble sword intent surged with ferocity. Yang Qian's longing intensified. It seemed a voice beckoned him to step forward and draw forth the ancient sword. Thud, thud. Yang Qian approached the ancient sword, acutely aware of his own heartbeat. With a sudden movement, he placed his hand upon the hilt, and the sword, which had only recently glimmered softly, began to tremble violently. A powerful vibration emanated from the sword, nearly causing Yang Qian to lose his grip at that moment. Unbeknownst to him, the entire cave abode of the sword immortal commenced to quake. This ancient sanctuary, which had stood for countless years, had never experienced such tremors as it did today, as if it were on the brink of collapse. What is happening? Why is the cave abode of the sword immortal shaking? The expression on Yuanman Xuanzhang's face subtly shifted, and his body began to sway incessantly. It is crucial to note that the abode of the heavenly sword immortal is situated within the fabric of time and space. Should it collapse, any cultivator who has not comprehended the mysteries of time and space would be mercilessly crushed by the forces of time itself. Even the 2 formidable golden immortals would not be spared. Typically, those who grasp the intricacies of time and space are high-ranking golden immortals, a level that both Yuanman Xuanzhang and the Elder of Fierce Wind have yet to attain. Cursed be it. Why has the grand formation not yet shown signs of activation? Fierce Wind, you have wasted thousands of years delving into formations, and still, you have not managed to breach this 1.Himph. Should you fail to do so, it is likely that this abode will collapse, and we shall both become lost within the currents of time and space. As soon as Yuanman Xuanzhang finished speaking, the Elder of Fierce Wind's gaze sharpened slightly, and suddenly, the entire grand formation began to emanate waves of radiant light. Excellent, excellent, excellent. What could possibly be the nature of the heavenly sword immortal's abode? The grand formation has clearly been weakened and is now gradually dissipating. Once it disappears, it shall present us with an excellent opportunity to seize the treasures within it. This moment, the Elder of Fierce Wind no longer bore the amiable and feeble demeanor he had earlier, transforming instead into a figure of immense power, his presence ominously surpassing that of Yuanman Xuanzhang. Meanwhile, Yang Qian, in a mysterious location, grasped the extraordinary ancient sword with one hand. An unimaginable sword intent surged into Yang Qian's mind. Boom! It felt as though Yang Qian's consciousness was on the verge of exploding, as countless chaotic memories and fragments of information ravaged his thoughts. Should he fail to organize them properly, chaos would ensue within his mind. Furthermore, a noble sword intent relentlessly suppressed Yang Qian's own, seemingly intent on obliterating the sword intent within him, as if a voice echoed, urging him to relinquish his tenacious sword intent and embrace the exalted sword intent instead. Gradually, the memories became clearer, with various scenes swirling within Yang Qian's mind. In these images appeared a man clad in white, his features obscured. Yet Yang Qian could sense that his sword intent was akin to that of the ancient sword, suggesting that this man was the sword's rightful master. In each scene involving this man, countless terrifying entities loomed. Yet even the mightiest of foes fell before his piercing sword energy, none capable of matching him in combat. It was utterly terrifying. Even Yang Qian found himself absorbed in the experience, as though he were a mere bystander accompanying this man through myriad encounters. The heavenly sword immortal. Yang Qian pondered silently, realizing that this ancient sword was the flying sword, Xutianjian, of the heavenly sword immortal, a transcendent top-grade celestial artifact of unfathomable terror. Yang Qian felt as if he were a hidden spectator residing within the body of the heavenly sword immortal. Every nuance of the immortal's battles on the outer battlefield meticulously recorded. He understood that these were the memories of the Xutianjian, showcasing the most profound moments etched in its recollection. So, the heavenly sword immortal indeed practiced the heavenly sword technique. Chapter 29. Xutianjian 2. Yang Qian abruptly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them, as clarity returned to his mind. His hand still grasped the Sutian sword, and he finally comprehended that the reason for the call of the Sutian sword was due to Yang Qian's cultivation of the heavenly sword technique. This Sutian sword had been meticulously refined within the sword soul by the heavenly sword immortal using the heavenly sword technique, which is why it sensed Yang Qian's familiar aura and summoned him. The sword possessed a spirit, and especially so since the Sutian sword transcended countless celestial artifacts, standing at the pinnacle of high-grade celestial weapons, sufficient to dominate a realm within the celestial world, thus ensuring Yang Qian's journey here was unimpeded. As Yang Qian gradually understood, the Sutian sword in his hand ceased to tremble. Instead, it emitted a low hum, its blade flickering with terrifying sword energy that sliced through the air. "Rise!" Yang Qian bellowed, fervently channeling his sword energy into the Sutian sword. The sword vibrated with a resplendent brilliance, and a stream of even more formidable sword energy surged back into Yang Qian's body. This sword energy was sharper and purer, yet it was of the same lineage as Yang Qian's own, seamlessly refined into the sword soul. With the refinement of this sword energy, Yang Qian, who had already reached the peak of the 6th rank, instantly broke through. The 6 sword lights split again, surrounding the sword soul, resulting in 7 sword lights, each emanating even fiercer sword energy. The presence of 7 sword lights signified that Yang Qian had now become a master of the 7th rank celestial being. A typical 7th rank celestial being could manipulate the fluctuations of celestial energy, becoming immensely formidable, with their power multiplied several times, marking a qualitative transformation among celestial beings. Yang Qian was no exception. Although he did not cultivate the primordial spirit or the celestial infant, lacking the methods of ordinary immortals, he had gained something extraordinary. As a sword cultivator, his breakthrough to 7 sword lights meant that the sword energy circulating within him had increased by 4 to 5 times compared to the 6th level, and each strand of sword energy had become sharper and more manageable. Now, a single strand of sword energy could rival the former 4 or 5. Moreover, the 9 Gung Jin flying swords he had refined within him also received an abundance of sword energy, their sword essence becoming purer, seemingly imbued with a mysterious power that allowed the 9 Gung Jin swords to swiftly regain their integrity and become even more resilient. This was the benefit of the heavenly sword technique's advancement to 7 sword lights. In the future, using sword essence to refine the flying sword artifacts would yield greater efficiency. Practitioners of the heavenly sword technique utilize their own sword essence to refine their flying swords, as this alignment of intent would maximize the sword's potency. Furthermore, as one's cultivation level increased, the sword essence became increasingly extraordinary. Even for a powerful figure like the heavenly sword immortal, transforming a flying sword, which is merely a magical artifact, into a treasure could be achieved in an instant with a slight baptism of his sword essence, and after 10 to 8 months of refinement, it could ascend to a high-tier magical treasure. However, Yang Qian's cultivation remains inadequate at present. To transform these 9 Gungjin flying swords into true magical artifacts, he requires additional time. Whoosh! The Xutian sword was drawn forth, its entire blade quivering incessantly, emitting a resonant hum as if it were filled with exuberance. Yang Qian could sense the terrifying power of this flying sword, and the noble sword intent within its blade instantaneously overwhelmed his own resolute sword intent, making him feel as though he had momentarily transformed into an unparalleled figure akin to the celestial sword immortal. Boom! Suddenly, the entire cave was violently shaking, and Yang Qian understood that the Xutian sword was the celestial sword immortal's most prized possession. Once drawn, the cave would collapse, vanishing from the fabric of time and space. never to reappear. The cave was on the verge of collapse. He had to leave immediately. Holding the Shutian sword, Yang Qian was enveloped in a swirling aura of sword energy, cleaving through any obstruction with a single stroke, embodying the essence of a true powerhouse. Only those of immense strength could relish such freedom, unbound by any constraints. This sensation was reminiscent of his days in the lower realm, where he was revered as the sword's sovereign, invincible and unmatched, with no one capable of restraining him. Yet, upon ascending to the celestial realm, he found himself surrounded by formidable opponents. His previously unassailable prowess in the lower realm was but commonplace here, and for a time, his proud spirit was gradually subdued. However, upon acquiring the Shutian sword, he was overwhelmed by its formidable might, and his innate pride began to resurface. As sword cultivators, we should aspire to emulate the celestial sword Immortal, reigning supreme and unafraid of anyone, living freely. I do not regret ascending to the celestial realm. Such a vast stage is a blessing for any cultivator. Yang Qian's resolute sword intent grew ever more steadfast. Before the 5 elements' absolute killing formation, the cave trembled increasingly, and the formation finally flickered with light before dissipating entirely. Yuan Manzun and the Elder of the Fierce Wind wasted no time. Soaring towards the high platform situated behind the formation, where several mid-grade celestial artifacts awaited. Securing even one of these would yield immense fortune. After a moment's hesitation, Qinglin Shan, upon beholding the multitude of celestial artifacts atop the platform, gritted his teeth and transformed into a beam of radiant light, darting towards the high platform. The adage fortune favors the bold echoed in his mind. If he could seize even a low-grade celestial artifact here, he would not return empty-handed. As a master on the brink of becoming a golden immortal, he was swift despite lagging slightly behind Yuan Man and the Elder of the Fierce Wind, quickly traversing the 5 elements' absolute killing formation towards the high platform. Boom! At that moment, the entire cave trembled once more, followed by a hearty laugh resonating in everyone's ears. Ha ha, ha ha! After 3,000 years, the formation has finally been breached. I am finally free, ha ha. A beam of white light surged forth from below, moving with the swiftness of a shooting star, imbued with an aura of terrifying power, an embodiment of eternity, immortality, and incorruptibility. With a swift motion, the radiant beam transformed in the void into an elderly figure. Upon catching sight of Qinglin Mountain, a glint of sharp brilliance emanated from his eyes as he exclaimed, "Ha! Who would have thought that just as I escape my predicament, a half-step golden immortal comes to me as a delightful supplement? Ha ha ha, come forth, old man demands you." With a thunderous roar, the elders stirred the vital energy within the cave, manifesting as a colossal hand that reached out menacingly towards Qinglin Mountain. What? A golden immortal? Qinglin Mountain was taken aback, his entire being shaken to the core. The oppressive force of that immense hand in the void was utterly terrifying. The moment a golden immortal made their move, he felt an overwhelming pressure. Yet at that juncture, Qinglin Mountain resolved to act decisively. He swiftly turned, releasing his primordial spirit to enter into the realm of the golden immortal, and in an instant, he subtly emanated a trace of golden immortal's might. Chapter 30. The Mysterious Golden Immortal, 1, 10,000 Returns Divine Fist. Qinglin Mountain unleashed his most formidable technique while immersed in the essence of the golden immortal. Its power astounding. The clash of immense forces ensued, and without question, Qinglin Mountain's strength was swiftly overwhelmed. However, seizing the moment, he retreated with remarkable speed, akin to a startled comet. He even dared not to retrieve his celestial artifacts. The enigmatic golden immortal was somewhat taken aback, sneering as he remarked, "So, you have reached the pinnacle of a half-step golden immortal. Impressive. The essence of the golden immortal is indeed powerful. You are on the verge of ascension. No wonder you could withstand my strike." Such commotion naturally alerted Yuan Man and Elder Lifeng. Just as they were about to ascend the high platform to acquire the celestial artifacts, a terrifying force began to brew above them. It was a peerless sword aura, piercing through the void, swiftly targeting the esteemed Yuan Man and Elder Lifeng. The expressions of these two formidable golden immortals shifted dramatically. They had not anticipated that hidden within the celestial artifacts lay such ambush. This sword aura, even if they were to endure a single strike, would likely obliterate their primordial spirits. However, The speed of the two sword auras was astonishingly swift. Even if they wished to evade, there was no opportunity left. Thus, they desperately hurled their celestial artifacts. Yuan Man's artifact was a great net radiating a gentle glow, adorned with countless formations, presumably designed for confinement. A lower-grade celestial artifact? Swish! The sword aura penetrated, rendering this lower-grade celestial artifact utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught, shattering it into countless fragments. Nonetheless, the obstruction of the celestial artifact diminished the sword auras might significantly. Yuan Man bellowed, his terrifying power surging anew as he cried out, "Wild Heaven's Way!" Yuan Man unleashed a punch, and a primordial, savage aura subtly enveloped him. It was said that Yuan Man had acquired the ancient path of savagery, known for its ferocity. Yet this sword aura was left by a celestial monarch. Even a mere golden immortal would tremble before it. The name of the heavenly sword celestial monarch resonated throughout the cosmos, capable of severely injuring demon kings. How could the sword aura he left behind be trifled with? Bang! The sword aura struck decisively against Yuan Man's body, causing it to erupt violently, disintegrating into dust. With a swift motion, a brilliant light surged forth from the corporeal form, revealing the primordial spirit of the Yuan Man sovereign. He gazed down at his shattered body, his eyes aflame with a mixture of astonishment and fury, tinged with threads of lingering dread. The elder of the fierce wind also exuded an aura of peril, yet it appeared that his cultivation surpassed that of the Yuan Man's sovereign. He hurled forth two inferior-grade immortal artifacts, causing a pang of anguish to ripple through the Yuan Man's sovereign's heart. But in a desperate bid for survival, he cast them away. Alas, it proved futile. The sword chi effortlessly rent asunder his two inferior-grade artifacts, piercing through the void and hurtling towards the elder of the fierce wind. Chapter 30. The mysterious golden immortal, 2. The enigmatic golden immortal, observing this spectacle, erupted in hearty laughter. Ha ha, splendid, splendid. It seems there are foolish souls akin to myself, daring to resist these sword auras. Humph! This is the domain of the heavenly sword immortal monarch, a realm where countless masters from the realms of demons, magic, Buddhism, and ghosts have plundered immortal artifacts. These artifacts are the spoils of the heavenly sword immortal monarch, and even in death, they shall serve as his burial treasures. To think you can lay claim to them is sheer folly. Let me enlighten you. No matter how vastly superior your cultivation may be, even if celestial lords were to descend, they too would be cut down by the sword auras within. Countless terrifying sword auras guard these artifacts. What you face now is merely the most rudimentary sword chi of the golden immortal. Do you believe that only inferior-grade artifacts reside within? Ha ha! There are indeed pinnacle superior-grade artifacts, and even top-tier ones that would leave celestial lords envious. Yet, over the years, have you ever witnessed a celestial lord daring to claim treasures here? It is solely due to the sword auras that instill fear even in the most powerful of celestial beings. The mysterious golden immortal concluded his proclamation. The elder of the fierce wind's corporeal body was cleaved asunder, his primordial spirit erupting forth, a visage brimming with murderous intent. Standing side by side, the Yuan Man sovereign and the elder of the fierce wind emanated an aura of impending doom as they regarded the enigmatic golden immortal. To their astonishment, they discerned that this golden immortal, much like themselves, was reduced to but a primordial spirit. "Who are you? Why do you hide here?" inquired the elder of the fierce wind. "Ha ha, who am I? You ask? It seems after 3 millennia, I have been forgotten by all, but fret not, when I emerge, you shall remember me once more." Suddenly, a realization struck the Yuan Man sovereign. Gazing at the somewhat deranged figure of the mysterious golden immortal, he seemed to recall something and asked in shock, "Are you Feng Xuanzi, who entered this celestial monarch's cave 3,000 years ago and never emerged?" "Ah? At last, someone remembers me, indeed. I am Feng Xuanzi." The elder of the fierce wind narrowed his eyes slightly. "Feng Xuanzi, so you survived, having lingered in the heavenly sword immortal monarch's cave for a full 3 millennia. Numerous tales surrounded the heavenly sword immortal monarch's cave, the most prevalent being its perilous nature, with even a golden immortal once entering and never returning. That golden immortal was none other than Feng Xuanzi. None could have anticipated he still drew breath. Feng Xuanzi burst into uproarious laughter. "Ha ha! Indeed, I still live, yet it is a life worse than death. Do you comprehend? In my earlier years, I too discovered this place, seeking to acquire treasures, yet I was slain by the concealed sword aura, my physical form annihilated, while my primordial spirit was ensnared within this five elements annihilation formation. Each day, I endure endless torment from the formation. Had it not been for the fact that my primordial spirit has ascended to the realm of golden immortals, possessing an eternal essence that is exceedingly difficult to extinguish, I would have long since been shattered into nothingness. This time, however, fate has smiled upon me, allowing the formation to dissipate, and thus I have emerged once more. At that moment, a fierce sword aura surged forth, traversing the void with unparalleled might. Who goes there? Chapter 30. The mysterious golden immortal. 3. The three golden immortal experts were taken aback. Presently, they existed in a state of primordial spirit, and golden immortals bear little reliance on their physical forms. Even if they were to lose their corporeal bodies, they could reclaim a new vessel with some time. However, in the absence of a physical form, they were at their most vulnerable. If captured, their primordial spirits would become invaluable treasures, capable of being forged into magical artifacts or consumed by other golden immortals, leading to a fate most dire. The sudden emergence of this sword aura was overwhelmingly fierce, the sword intent within nearly driving them to the brink of collapse, instilling a profound fear within them. The sword light darted like a shooting star, showing no signs of hesitation as it swiftly soared outward. Moreover, due to the shroud of the sword light, the identities of those within remained obscured to the three golden immortals. Who could this be? What expert is this? Merely the might of this sword light caused our primordial spirits to tremble. It was indeed terrifying, likely the work of a high-ranking golden immortal swordsman. The expression of the Elder of Fierce Wind appeared rather unnatural. He had initially believed that only the two of them had entered the immortal monarch's cave, yet now, formidable figures were emerging one after another, evoking a sense of mystery and dread. Let us depart. The cave is beginning to collapse. If we do not leave soon, we may be lost within the endless abyss of time and space, never to return. The esteemed Yuan man and the Elder of Fierce Wind transformed into streaks of radiant light, shooting outward with great speed. Feng Xuanzu had lingered within the cave of the sword immortal for 3,000 years, uncovering countless secrets. His gaze was fixated on the mysterious sword light, his heart brimming with exhilaration. Indeed, it must be so. All the secrets of the sword immortal are contained within the flying sword, Xuanling sword, which serves as the core of the cave. Once the Xuanling sword is withdrawn, the cave shall collapse. Surely, someone has extracted the Xuanling sword. Not only is this flying sword a formidable peak-grade celestial artifact, but it may also harbor the secrets behind the sword immortal's rapid ascendance. The sword aura that just emerged was entirely unleashed by the Xuanling sword. The cultivator who possesses the sword must be of low cultivation. Humph! Regardless of your fortune, the Xuanling sword shall be mine. With a dark aura enveloping him, Feng Xuanzu's primordial spirit swiftly soared forth, pursuing the fleeting sword light. Within this unparalleled sword light stood Yang Qian. This flying sword, the Xuanling sword, was immensely powerful. Only under its protection could Yang Qian traverse swiftly and unimpeded, breaking through any formation barriers with a single slash of its terrifying sword energy. However, Yang Qian could not exert control over the Xuanling sword. It was entirely the sword's own power at play. Yang Qian deftly maneuvered the Xuanling sword with remarkable speed, swiftly breaking free from the inner layer and reaching the periphery. The outer area of the cave was teeming with people, and chaos reigned supreme, with some cultivators seizing the opportunity to kill and plunder treasures amidst the turmoil, a pungent scent of blood permeating the air. As Yang Qian's sword light manifested, it shone like a star amidst a sky full of fireflies, dazzling in its brilliance, particularly accentuated by the terrifying aura emanating from the high-grade immortal weapon. Drawing the gaze of all cultivators towards Yang Qian's sword light, why goodness, what manner of immortal weapon is this? It is utterly terrifying. Could it be a mid-grade immortal weapon? That is impossible. A mid-grade immortal weapon could not possess such a fearsome presence. This must be at least a high-grade immortal weapon. The appearance of a high-grade immortal weapon was unprecedented within the cave of the heavenly sword immortal monarch. Which formidable figure could have acquired such a treasure? Countless cultivators were left in astonishment. A single high-grade immortal weapon was sufficient to suppress a region, to establish a formidable sect. Such is the might of a high-grade immortal weapon. Greed seeped into the atmosphere, with many cultivators' eyes betraying their covetous desires. A high-grade immortal weapon is nothing short of earth-shattering. Anyone who possesses it could ascend to mastery, traversing the realms, even founding a sect and becoming its progenitor. At this moment, even if Yang Qian were a golden immortal expert, if he could not suppress the surroundings with overwhelming force, there might be those who would dare to take risks, for there were thousands of formidable cultivators present. Under the compulsion of greed, someone finally made the first move. It was a profound immortal, and Yang Qian sensed the profound aura surrounding him, a characteristic of such beings. The high-grade immortal weapon belongs to the worthy. Release it at once. The profound immortal exuded a powerful presence. Yet in Yang Qian's discerning eyes, this profound immortal, despite his strength, fell short of Li Fengba from the Li family, clearly a low-tier profound immortal, no more than a fourth-grade one. Though a low-tier profound immortal, he was still a formidable opponent for Yang Qian at this moment, presenting no chance of victory. The profound immortal hurled forth a treasure the size of a mountain, and the entire space seemed to momentarily stagnate under its weight, likely possessing a force of 10,000 Jun should it crash down. Even a profound immortal would be crushed under its might. This treasure had already reached the pinnacle of high-grade treasures, and in certain aspects, could rival a low-grade immortal weapon. Suddenly, the Shutian sword quivered violently, unleashing a fierce sword energy that sliced toward the profound immortal. The sword energy surged like a rainbow, piercing through the void, akin to a bolt of lightning, a vivid scarlet splattering through the air, leaving shocking stains amidst the void. With a resounding impact, a single sword strike caused the formidable profound immortal's physical form to disintegrate, his primordial spirit fleeing in panic. Yang Qian's eyes narrowed slightly. Enveloped in the sword light, even a golden immortal would be unable to discern his countenance. Greed must be quelled by the sword. With so many experts eyeing him hungrily, should they charge all at once, even the mightiest would struggle to cope. Only through intimidation, through bloodshed, can he establish dominance. Yang Qian exuded an aura of lethal intent. In his past, he was revered as the sword sovereign in the lower realms, with an uncountable number of formidable foes slain, and the annihilation of entire clans and sects was but a routine affair. He profoundly understood that, in such circumstances, only through bloodshed could one instill fear in the covetous hearts of cultivators. Hence, this Xianxian master must perish. With a swift motion, another sword chi flashed forth. Though Yang Qian's own cultivation was insufficient to stand on the grand stage, the possession of the Shutian sword elevated his prowess 100-fold. Even a Xianxian master could not withstand a single strike from him. The sword chi, like a radiant rainbow, vanished in an instant, and before the astonished eyes of the crowd, the Xianxian master's primordial spirit was shattered as effortlessly as tofu, leading to his true demise. The process appeared lengthy, yet it transpired in the blink of an eye. From the moment the Xianxian master acted to the instant Yang Qian's sword chi severed his primordial spirit, merely 5 breaths had elapsed. A collective gasp echoed among the many cultivators, stunned by Yang Qian's ruthless methods. Many began to contemplate their own capabilities, and those who were not Xianxian masters dared not linger, hastily fleeing their lairs. The Shutian sword, emanating a faint glow, solidified in the void, and then a cold voice resonated from within. Those who stand in my way shall face annihilation. The atmosphere fell utterly silent, as all bore witness to Yang Qian's formidable might. Chapter 31. A massacre unleashed, too. Is that so? It is merely the advantage of a celestial artifact. Suddenly, a chilling voice pierced through the air, and 3 masters emerged from the crowd with purpose. Those familiar with these 3 cultivators gasped in recognition. It's the Wei Trio. They possess a formidable combined technique and each wields the terrifying power of an 8th-tier Xianxian. It is said that they have even contended against golden immortal masters together using various means. The expressions of many cultivators shifted to one of reverence. It appeared the Wei Trio had a reputation that preceded them. Contending against a golden immortal? Yang Qian understood clearly that each of these 3 individuals bore the might of an 8th-tier Xianxian, undoubtedly capable of dominating their domain, and their unity allowed them to challenge a golden immortal, a feat beyond even Qing Linshan's capabilities. A half-step golden immortal would find themselves doomed against a true golden immortal, unless they were an unparalleled prodigy. The trio radiated an overwhelming aura as they positioned themselves strategically, launching their techniques with fervor. Shocking Heaven Ring, Roaring Earth Hammer, Carefree Mirror. Three celestial artifacts soared forth as these three dominant masters unleashed their most potent techniques. The shocking heaven ring spun rapidly, unleashing a radiant force that reverberated outward. An intangible power binding the space around the Shutian sword. Yang Qian scoffed, sensing the terrifying might within the Shutian sword. Even a celestial artifact could deliver a decisive strike. Judgment Style. Yang Qian resolutely activated the Judgment Style from the three styles of the heavenly sword. With a thunderous tremor, the Shutian sword erupted, unleashing unmatched sword chi that radiated in all directions. Its power boundless. Piercing through the void at it was as if an ancient deity had descended to enact judgment upon the world. Administering the wrath of the heavens, with a swift motion, the radiant sword light resembled a silken ribbon spanning several dozen zhang, its years of brilliance wreaking havoc. A sharp crack echoed as the thunder ring was severed by a single strike. What? My thunder ring! The three brothers of the Wei clan were engulfed in a tempest of fury and despair. This artifact, a celestial weapon of tremendous terror, was their ultimate trump card. They had once escaped from an injured golden immortal thanks to these divine instruments, only to find themselves misled by rumors that suggested they could contend with a golden immortal. Indeed, even 3 8th-grade profound immortals, let alone 3 half-step golden immortals, could not rival a master of the golden immortal realm. Such artifacts were the lifeblood of the Wei brothers. They had never anticipated that their treasured instruments would one day be destroyed. Prepare to meet your end. The Wei brothers soared into the air, unleashing the terrifying might of the thunder hammer and the carefree mirror, charging towards the void sky sword. Even more alarming was their genuine mastery of combined techniques. Their collective power could rival that of a half-step golden immortal. In Yang Qian's eyes, an unprecedented glimmer of astonishment ignited as he bellowed, "You seek death, slaughter style." The void sky sword emitted a delicate chime, heralding the arrival of death itself. A fierce and piercing sword aura erupted from the blade. And without pause, it surged, expanding 2 to 3 feet in a blinding flash, swiftly cleaving towards the 2 celestial artifacts. Bang bang. No matter how formidable, the 2 inferior celestial artifacts could not withstand the might of the void sky sword. Reducing them to heaps of scrap metal, their spiritual brilliance obliterated, and any hope of restoration extinguished in the blink of an eye. The sword light flickered as if teleporting. Amidst its radiant dance, a stream of crimson blood erupted, utterly shattering the corporeal forms of the 3 8th-grade celestial experts. The slaughter style, once unleashed, was intent on bloodshed. No mercy, no retreat. As the sword light flashed once more, the Wei brothers gazed in terror at the resplendent beam. So dazzling and beautiful, yet in that moment, it was a sword of death. Boom! The sword light flickered. Their primordial spirits extinguished. The Wei brothers had fallen. How ferocious! Even the Wei brothers had perished. How powerful must this artifact be? It was likely that only a half-step golden immortal, or perhaps a true golden immortal, could hope to contend with this mysterious individual. Stand back. Such a fearsome being must not be approached. Otherwise, should that sword strike, even 9 lives would not suffice. Yang Qian soared on the sword light. The other cultivators, witnessing the demise of the Wei brothers, dared not obstruct him any longer. Suddenly, a colossal hand descended from the heavens, accompanied by the sounds of thunder and wind, exuding an awe-inspiring might as it aimed to crush the void sky sword. Judgment Style, break. Yang Qian's gaze sharpened as he wielded the void sky sword, delivering a powerful slash that shattered the enormous hand into fragments. Yet, at that moment, a figure emerged to block the entrance. Enshrouded in a veil of mist, the figure gradually revealed itself, a seemingly unremarkable middle-aged man, radiating waves of primordial energy, indicating his unparalleled mastery over it. The colossal hand had been entirely composed of condensed primordial energy. What is even more terrifying is the aura emanating from this individual. It is eternal, indestructible, and resplendent, revealing him to be a transcendent golden immortal, a master of the golden immortal realm. This person is indeed a formidable force. Yet, curiously, he does not evoke any recognition. He is neither the esteemed Yuanman Xuanzhang nor the venerable elder Lifeng. Who, then, could he possibly be? Intriguingly, this golden immortal appears to be in a primordial spirit state. Numerous cultivators are engaged in lively discussions, but as soon as this golden immortal makes his move, nearly all cultivators abandon their aspirations of treasure seizing. A golden immortal is truly a sovereign of their domain, capable of establishing a sect and becoming its progenitor. Any clan, with a golden immortal as its protector, will undoubtedly thrive and flourish for millennia, as exemplified by the Li family of Qianzhou, which has amassed such great power due to their ancestors who once produced a golden immortal. Chapter 31. A Great Slaughter. 4. A single golden immortal can enable a small sect to dominate several regions rich in spiritual veins. A single golden immortal can elevate a minor family into a formidable power, and a single golden immortal commands respect and reverence from all that I in any corner of the celestial realm. A golden immortal is a figure of immense significance. Thus, upon the emergence of this golden immortal, all cultivators relinquish their thoughts of coveting treasures. The might of a golden immortal is beyond imagination, with boundless methods that inspire awe. Yang Qian squints slightly, contemplating his strategies. The intervention of a golden immortal is no trivial matter. Even with the void sky sword in his possession, he dares not act recklessly. The sword's power is dependent upon the wielder, not the other way around. Yang Qian's cultivation is far too insufficient to unleash the true might of the void sky sword, making his confrontation with a golden immortal exceedingly perilous. The enigmatic golden immortal smiles faintly and states, "I have been trapped for 3,000 years. Not only has my corporeal form been destroyed, but I have also endured 3 millennia of torment. If I do not acquire a single treasure, would not my suffering be in vain?" Yang Qian responds coldly, "If you desire treasures, then come and take them." The mysterious golden immortal's expression shifts, darkening as he fixes his gaze upon the void sky sword. Sneering, "You are woefully unaware of your own limitations. Do you not presume that possessing the void sky sword grants you the ability to soar to great heights? Humph. My absence from the fray for 3,000 years appears to have allowed others to forget my capabilities." With a sudden transformation, the mysterious golden immortal's primordial spirit morphs into a towering giant, wielding a massive mountain peak, which he then brings crashing down. This showcases the myriad extraordinary abilities of a golden immortal. And Yang Qian remains unfazed. His consciousness swiftly immerses into the void sky sword. The fixation of sword intent within him is pressed to its utmost limit. Now, he must wholly integrate into the noble essence of the void sky sword to unleash its latent power. Gradually, Yang Qian feels as though he is transformed into the celestial sword immortal, imbued with an air of unparalleled nobility, as if no one in this world possesses his grandeur, and everything around him is beneath his disdain. Judgment. At this moment, Yang Qian invokes the judgment, as it finally feels like the true act of adjudication, one that he himself shall wield. With a thunderous roar, a colossal beam of sword light ascended, akin to a divine judgment from the heavens, its unparalleled radiance tearing through the very fabric of the sky. The residual waves surged toward the cultivators, leaving them with no opportunity to flee. They were obliterated, reduced to mere nothingness by the sword's brilliance. The mysterious golden immortal's countenance darkened significantly as he coldly chuckled. Well, you have managed to elevate yourself once more, unleashing the might of the void heaven sword. This is splendid, for it attests to the sword's formidable power, as long as I possess the void heaven sword. Ha ha, what is there to fear? Even the battlefield beyond the realms shall be within reach. This enigmatic golden immortal remained unscathed, for he was a being of the golden immortal rank, endowed with boundless techniques, and would not be so easily harmed. His gaze swept over the crowd, and suddenly, with an eerie smile, he remarked, "Lifeng, Yuan man, are you still contemplating sitting idly by, watching the tiger fight, hoping to reap the benefits? If you do not emerge soon, I shall allow this person to depart, and none of us shall gain anything." Chapter 31. A Bloody Rampage. 5. With a whoosh, 2 beams of light shot forth from the throng, revealing 2 figures, Yuan Man the Venerable and the Elder Lifeng, both masters of the golden immortal realm. The crowd gasped in astonishment upon realizing that both golden immortals were in a primordial spirit state, secretly speculating whether they had encountered some formidable array or prohibition within the inner layers that had shattered their physical forms. However, for golden immortals, the physical body held little significance. Having comprehended the eternal principles, as long as their primordial spirits remained intact, they could roam freely. The absence of a corporeal form merely impeded their ability to wield their full golden immortal powers. Yuan Man the Venerable intoned, "Feng Xuanzu, are you truly unable to dispose of this young lad?" Being masters of the golden immortal realm, They had discerned certain clues. The one wielding the exquisite celestial weapon undoubtedly possessed a cultivation level far beneath that of a golden immortal. Feng Xuanzu sneered, "Heh, I have some confidence in dealing with him, but to kill him and seize the celestial weapon, that would be an arduous task indeed. Do you know what this celestial weapon is?" A glint of intelligence flashed in Elder Liefeng's eyes, as if he had just awoken from slumber. He murmured, "Feng Xuanzu, could it be that this powerful celestial weapon is the Void Heaven Sword, the personal blade of the Heavenly Sword Immortal from years past?" Feng Xuanzu nodded slightly, his expression one of surprise as he replied softly, "Indeed, Liefeng, you possess a breadth of knowledge. Yet, if this flying sword were the true Void Heaven Sword, we three would have long since become souls beneath its blade. The genuine Void Heaven Sword is a supreme celestial artifact capable of cataclysmic destruction. Even the demon king of yours suffered grievous wounds from it. However, it was precisely because of that injury that the true Void Heaven Sword was annihilated. This is merely a substitute, crafted through similar methods but not reaching the pinnacle of celestial artifacts. This is the unique technique of the Heavenly Sword Immortal, who harbors countless flying swords within him. This is but one of them, and it is stored within his cave, or else it would have been destroyed by the demon king long ago. Yuanman the Venerable appeared to grasp the essence of the discourse, while Elder Liefeng nodded in understanding, frequently affirming the revelations. Chapter 32. Annihilation 1. Yang Qian was acutely aware that he too practiced the Heavenly Sword technique. Naturally, he understood that any cultivator of this technique could forge flying swords within their body, and could even conjure multiple swords simultaneously. Within him, there resided 9 Gengjin flying swords. Once, the most formidable of the Heavenly Sword Immortal's possessions, the Void Sky Sword, was a supreme immortal artifact, possessing the power to shake the heavens and the earth, yet it had been destroyed by a demon king. This current Void Sky Sword, an upper-grade immortal artifact, was another sword cultivated within the body of the Heavenly Sword Immortal. Nevertheless, it was exceedingly powerful, having reached the pinnacle of upper-grade immortal artifacts, and it had been preserved within the Immortal's cave abode, thus narrowly escaping destruction. The Yuanman Elder's gaze revealed a glimmer of ferocity as he fixed his eyes upon the Void Sky Sword, his expression flashing with avarice, an upper-grade artifact at its zenith, especially one refined by the Heavenly Sword Immortal, was something even golden immortals coveted. Ha! Regardless of your identity, relinquish the Void Sky Sword, or face death, the Yuanman Elder bellowed, emanating an aura of overwhelming power that instilled fear. Yang Qian cast a cold glance around. He was encircled by 3 golden immortals, who subtly constrained him in their midst. He was no naive child. Should these golden immortal overlords obtain the Void Sky Sword, they could easily annihilate him with a mere strike. You 3 are indeed golden immortal sovereigns, yet the Void Sky Sword is singular. To whom shall it belong? Himph, ignorant brat. Do not attempt to sow discord among us. First, we shall eliminate you, and then we will deliberate on the ownership of the Void Sky Sword. Heh, perish, Feng Xuanzi sneered, grasping with both hands as countless strands of primordial energy materialized before him. With a gentle rub, a multitude of grotesque creatures surged forth towards Yang Qian. Judgment style, kill. At that moment, Yang Qian resonated with the sword intent of the Void Sky Sword, feeling as if he were a noble sovereign, the Heavenly Sword Immortal himself manifesting before him. A wave of even sharper and more terrifying sword energy erupted forth, obliterating the monstrous manifestations of primordial energy into mere fragments. You too, will you not act? Are you waiting for a more opportune moment? The Yuanman Elder thundered in response. Primal Desolation Force, suppress the ages, boom. A series of luminous rings formed around the Yuanman Elder, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors that descended from the heavens, enveloping the Void Sky Sword in an instant. What sorcery is this? How fearsome. It feels as though an immense force is bearing down. Even the Void Sky Sword struggles to move. Yang Qian's heart raced with trepidation. The Yuanman Elder's colorful rings, though visually stunning, now encircled the Void Sky Sword, akin to a myriad of colossal chains binding it, rendering even the slightest movement a Herculean challenge. The Yuanman Elder laughed heartily. Ha ha, what do you think of my 10,000 June demon suppression rings? Each ring embodies the force of 10,000 June, now binding the Void Sky Sword as if it were crushed beneath 5 titanic mountains. Ha ha, prepare to meet your end, Chapter 32. Annihilation 2. The Yuanman Elder radiated an aura of eternity, imperishability, and invulnerability, manifesting his primordial spirit into a colossal hand that descended forcefully towards the void sky sword. With a resounding thud, the grasp resembled a collision of boundless power. Although the hand flickered incessantly, it did not vanish. It resolutely held on despite Yang Qianjian's fierce, slicing attempts, allowing him to seize the void heaven sword. The Elder of Gale, witnessing this, emitted a glimmer of brilliance from his eyes and exclaimed, "Excellent! The Yuanman sovereign has inherited the ancient path of the barbaric wilderness, wielding the most terrifying strength against foes to suppress all corners. Ha ha, the immortal trapping great formation, deprivation." The Elder of Gale, an adept of grand formations among golden immortals, had mastered the intricate art of formation deployment to an astonishing degree, capable of effortlessly arranging formidable arrays. Observing that the void heaven sword had been temporarily subdued by the Yuanman sovereign, he promptly established the immortal trapping great formation, ensnaring the void heaven sword firmly, infused with the power of deprivation. Yang Qian felt the void heaven sword struggling increasingly, its connection to him dwindling. If this continued, it would soon be seized by the three golden immortals. Without the void heaven sword, his fate would be sealed. Ha ha, splendid. Allow me to lend my strength to you both. Feng Xuanzi's eyes sparkled with intensity as his primordial spirit transformed into a colossal hand, reaching out to grasp the thousands of nearby cultivators. With a resounding crash, many of these cultivators, including numerous celestial and profound immortals, stood no chance against Feng Xuanzi's might. Gripped tightly, they were crushed mercilessly, their bodies and primordial spirits annihilated, reduced to pure primordial energy. But that was not all. Feng Xuanzi cackled with wild glee, extending his massive hand, striking at these cultivators. Each blow transformed countless practitioners into pure primordial energy, meeting a tragic end. This is bad. This old devil Feng Xuanzi is unleashing his formidable powers. We must flee. The unfortunate celestial and profound immortals faced relentless slaughter at the hands of Feng Xuanzi, their plight utterly pitiful. Years of cultivation reduced to nothingness. Resistance was futile, as golden immortals could not be countered by mere numbers. 10 million profound immortals would be insufficient to confront a single golden immortal. As Feng Xuanzi's frenzied massacre continued, half of the cultivators had been annihilated. The primordial energy he amassed reached a terrifying magnitude, instilling dread even in the Elder of Gale and the Yuanman sovereign. Heh, enough. This vast amount of primordial energy is sufficient for me to unleash my power. With a serious countenance, Feng Xuanzi exhaled a breath of primordial energy from his primordial spirit, causing the terrifying energy in his grasp to swell uncontrollably, morphing into countless monstrous apparitions. These creatures formed a peculiar formation, as if all power converged into a single point, surging towards the void heaven sword. The Elder of Gale's heart stirred, suddenly paling as he exclaimed, "Annihilation technique. You possess the annihilation technique? What are you planning, Feng Xuanzi?" Chapter 32. Annihilation 3. The Elder of Gale was filled with profound dread. The annihilation technique was a most insidious spell, harnessing the primordial spirits and energies of countless immortals to unleash terrifying power. Once activated, the targeted area would be entirely obliterated, the very fabric of space collapsing, impervious even to golden immortals. A glimmer of cold cruelty flickered in Feng Xuanzi's eyes as he coldly remarked, "You two are nothing but fools. I have been trapped here for a full 3,000 years, enduring endless torment. How could I possibly share the Shutian sword with the likes of you? Humph, under the power of my annihilation technique, you two will suffer greatly, if not perish entirely. Ha ha, this Shutian sword shall belong to me." Yuanman Zuns, his entire being engulfed in smoke from his 7 orifices, bellowed, "Feng Xuanzi, are you scheming against us? Fools! If I were not scheming against you, how could I easily acquire the Shutian sword?" Both the Elder of the Gale and Yuanman Zuns found themselves ensnared by the Shutian sword, for if they were to relinquish their grasp, the terrifying sword energy it harbored would obliterate them utterly. They dared not underestimate the sword's power. Yet, should they hold on, Feng Xuanzi's infamous annihilation technique loomed large, leaving them with only their primordial spirits. As he had asserted, they would surely suffer grievously even if they did not die. "Feng Xuanzi, I shall not rest until I have settled this with you." Yuanman Zuns roared, his eyes flashing with a chilling, murderous intent as he fixed his gaze upon Feng Xuanzai. Unfazed, Feng Xuanzai sneered, "What of your determination to seek vengeance? Once I possess the Shutian sword and refine it at my leisure, I shall dominate the world. Even among the golden immortals, few shall stand against me. Together, you two would become mere specters beneath my blade. What do I have to fear?" Hum hum. Yang Qian also sensed the tremors within the Shutian sword, as if it too feared the annihilation technique unleashed by Feng Xuanzai. Even the two golden immortal experts were filled with trepidation. Yang Qian was acutely aware of the immense power at play. Should an explosion occur, the Shutian sword would remain unscathed, yet he would be annihilated by the overwhelming force. My nobility is beyond reproach. My nobility commands all beings. My nobility shall obliterate all. At this moment, Yang Qian was swiftly merging with the Shutian sword, continually attuning himself to the noble sword intent residing within. He understood that the Shutian sword was the flying sword of the heavenly sword Immortal Sovereign, and only by harnessing the noble sword intent of the Sovereign could he fully unleash the sword's might. This was his sole means of escaping peril. Yang Qian's own unwavering sword intent had been suppressed to its utmost limit, yet he had now grasped the essence of noble sword intent, an indescribable essence. In this instant, it felt as though he and the Shutian sword had truly merged as one, as if the sword moved with the fluidity of his own limbs. Unity of man and sword, the heavenly sword slash. The heavenly sword slash, the most formidable sword technique within the heavenly sword art, surpassed even the judgment and decisive slashes, embodying the very essence of the art. In days of yore, the heavenly sword Immortal Sovereign had relied upon this technique to deliver a grievous blow to the Demon King. Yang Qian had once wielded this very technique to shatter a celestial artifact of the Xuanling sect. However, the conditions for executing the heavenly sword slash were exceedingly stringent, demanding absolute fusion between oneself and the flying sword, an indistinguishable union. Yang Qian had first attuned himself to the noble sword intent within the Shutian sword, and with indomitable will, he had managed to merge with it, ultimately unleashing this powerful sword technique. The Shutian sword quivered violently, emitting a resonant hum as an unimaginable blade of light erupted forth, extending several zhang in length, resembling a silver ribbon slicing through the vast expanse of the sky. With a single stroke of this sword light, the formidable techniques of the Yuanman Elder and the fierce Wind Elder were utterly shattered, their primordial spirits pierced by the sword energy, sustaining grievous injuries. Yet, at this moment, the two esteemed golden immortals were filled with unexpected joy, disregarding their severe wounds, and hastily retreated in a frenzy. It seems you two have managed to escape. However, the Shutian sword still belongs to me. Allow me to obliterate it. Feng Xuanzu abruptly activated the obliteration technique, and boundless primordial energy surged forth, countless strands of primordial spirit power detonating in chaos, turning the void into nothingness, a truly earth-shattering and terrifying spectacle. Chapter 33. Sword Demon 1. My nobility shall not be sullied. My nobility shall command all. My nobility shall annihilate everything. Yang Qian, wielding the Shutian sword, appeared as if the celestial sword Immortal had descended, with endless sword energy crisscrossing, subtly forming a colossal sword of terrifying proportions, spanning dozens of zhang in the void. The celestial sword descends. The Shutian sword had reached its utmost potential, and with Yang Qian's current cultivation, he could only summon such formidable power. The massive sword in the sky plummeted down, radiating boundless brilliance and an aura of destruction, striking downward with tremendous force. This strike was beyond description in its terror. Even the golden immortals could only gape in astonishment, reminiscent of the awe inspired when the celestial sword Immortal unleashed this very technique on the battlefield beyond the realms. Boom, shattering, obliterating. The celestial sword clashed with ancient spells, slicing through the void itself, carving a path of spatial nothingness across dozens of zhang. The surrounding primordial energies were rendered void, and the terrifying obliteration technique was dissected into nothingness before it could even erupt. The might of the celestial sword was unimaginable. Even Yang Qian struggled to control this sword. Its terrifying descent evaporated the remaining cultivators into nothingness. The might of this strike was so overwhelming that countless cultivators were left in bewilderment, whether they were celestial immortals or mysterious immortals. Even a mere brush with this sword light would lead to an indescribable obliteration. Boom. Feng Xuanzu's primordial spirit displayed signs of shock, yet it swiftly fragmented, sacrificing half of itself to be pierced directly by Yang Qian's sword energy. A malicious glint flickered in Feng Xuanzu's eyes as his primordial spirit rapidly soared towards the cave exit. A haunting voice echoing, "Brat, you have destroyed my primordial spirit and seized my flying sword. I shall seek retribution in the future." Yang Qian, feeling exceedingly weak, had exerted great effort to wield the celestial sword, a considerable burden for him. Seeing no one to obstruct him, he immediately guided the Su Tian sword towards the cave's exit. Rumble! The entire cave trembled once more, countless stones began to collapse, revealing the pitch-black void outside, where terrifying forces of time and space swirled, pulling some cultivators into the temporal abyss, never to return. Hurry, the cave is about to collapse. The remaining cultivators, driven by madness, surged towards the cave's exit, originally numbering in the thousands. The aftermath of this fierce battle left merely over 2,000. The mere thought of that terrifying sword light sent shivers down their spines, and thus, the name of the sword demon spread like wildfire. The cave of the celestial sword Immortal had completely collapsed, lost to the annals of time and space, never to reappear. However, the news that the void sky sword, which had once suppressed the cave, had fallen into the hands of the enigmatic sword demon soared through the realms with astonishing speed. Consequently, in a fleeting moment, the name of the sword demon, accompanied by the void sky sword, rapidly permeated the celestial realm. Yang Qian, wielding the void sky sword, moved with a swiftness that surpassed even that of the golden immortals. With a swift motion, he descended into a grove, having ensured that the area was devoid of onlookers. The void sky sword was far too conspicuous. It was essential to conceal it. With a flicker of thought, Yang Qian silently recited the incantation of the celestial sword technique, and the void sky sword shimmered briefly before vanishing into his body. Swirling around his sword spirit, within Yang Qian's body resided 9 gung gold swords, albeit of inferior quality as mere magical artifacts. Even the sword essence emitted by these swords paled in comparison to a fraction of the sword essence within the void sky sword. The void sky sword stood out like a crane among chickens, radiating brilliance within the sword spirit, to the extent that the spirit could not refine it. Yang Qian furrowed his brow momentarily, but soon realized that the void sky sword had been refined to an extraordinary level by the celestial sword Immortal, requiring at least a sword spirit of immortal rank to wield it. As a mere heavenly immortal, Yang Qian could not hope to refine the void sky sword. Yet, this circumstance bore unexpected advantages. The occasional emanation of sword energy from the void sky sword circulated within the sword spirit, nourishing it and enhancing the purity of the sword essence. His persistent sword intent, which had been suppressed for an extended period, surged forth. For every sword cultivator, the essence of their sword intent is paramount. The more formidable the sword intent, the mightier the cultivator. Henceforth, caution must be exercised in utilizing the void sky sword. Unless absolutely necessary, it should remain untouched, for its use would yield no benefit to his own sword intent. One day, his sword intent would evolve to rival that of the celestial sword Immortal in the lower realms. Yang Qian was regarded as the sword sovereign, and he held his pride dearly, especially now that he was aware of others practicing the celestial sword technique, who had forged a legendary tale within the celestial realm, attaining an exalted status. This realization instilled within him a renewed sense of purpose. If others could reach such heights, so too could he. One day, he would ascend to the level of the celestial sword Immortal, or even surpass it. After a considerable time, the sword essence within Yang Qian had replenished, and the hue of his sword spirit appeared deeper than before. Just then, he sensed a rustling ahead. Some cultivators were approaching. "Father, have you heard?" One exclaimed. "I in the cave. Someone has obtained a top-tier flying sword of exquisite quality, rumored to be one of the celestial sword Immortal's own, possessing unfathomable power. Even 3 golden immortal experts attempted to seize it, yet none succeeded. Moreover, a golden immortal who had entered the cave of the celestial sword master 3,000 years ago has surprisingly survived and has now managed to escape. However, in his attempt to seize the Su Tian sword, he suffered a grievous loss, having had half of his primordial spirit severed. The identity of the individual who acquired the Su Tian sword remains a mystery, yet their formidable prowess is undeniable, as they were able to cleave half of a golden immortal's primordial spirit. The fleeing cultivators are filled with profound dread. With a single stroke, he has rendered over 1,000 experts into nothingness. Truly a terrifying figure, dubbed the Sword Demon. Yang Qian felt a stir in his heart, then gently shook his head. It was merely the aftermath of the Tianjin's strike that had annihilated those thousands of cultivators. So to label him as a sword demon may not be entirely inaccurate. In the lower realms, he is known as the Sword Sovereign. Upon reaching the celestial realm, he has acquired the title of Sword Demon. This is a member of the Li family. Yang Qian discerned clearly that the speaker just now was Li Hai of the Li family, and for reasons unknown, they were not riding on celestial cranes. As Yang Qian contemplated whether to approach the Li family, the leader, Li Fengjue, suddenly let out a cold snort. "Who goes there? Step forward." It turned out he had already detected Yang Qian's presence. Without further concealment, Yang Qian swiftly emerged and clasped his hands in greeting. "Master Li, I did not expect to encounter you here." Li Fengjue smiled faintly. "Oh, it is you?" Taoist Yang, Li Hai, immediately rushed forward, joyously inquiring, "Brother Yang, were you not in the cave? How is it that you are now before us? By the way, it is rumored that a fearsome sword demon appeared in the Celestial Lord's cave and obtained treasures from within. Have you seen anything?" Yang Qian had anticipated this question and shook his head slightly. "Upon entering the inner layer, I sensed the sword intent was too terrifying, so I retreated and have been here recovering my cultivation. Thus I did not encounter any sword demon." Disappointment flickered across Li Hai's face. Li Fengjue reprimanded. "Higher, do not be impudent. Taoist Yang is our benefactor. Had it not been for his assistance, our Li family might have suffered at the hands of Qinglin Mountain. May I ask what your intentions are, Taoist Yang?" Yang Qian gently shook his head. "It is but a trivial matter. There is no need for Master Li to dwell on it. Having witnessed the Celestial Lord's cave, this journey has not been in vain. I intend to travel to Zhongzhou." "Oh, Zhongzhou?" Li Fengjue's expression shifted slightly as he clasped his hands. "The journey to Zhongzhou is indeed long, and one must pass through Qianzhou to reach there. Why Li family is located in Qianzhou. Why not stay with us for a few days before making further plans?" At this moment, Li Hai also chimed in, Yes, my Li family is in Qianzhou. Brother Yang, you should return with us first, rest for a few days, and then proceed to Zhongzhou." After pondering for a moment, Yang Qian recognized that his knowledge of Zhongzhou was merely superficial. The Li family, having resided in Qianzhou for an extended period, would undoubtedly possess considerable insight regarding the celestial realm. Thus, he nodded in agreement. "It would be my honor to accept your hospitality." "Haha, splendid. Please wait a moment, Taoist Yang. Our Li family's celestial cranes will arrive shortly." Li Fengjue appeared quite pleased, and before long, the sound of clear calls resonated through the sky, announcing the arrival of the Li family's celestial cranes. Upon the celestial crane, gazing down upon the earth, one truly beholds an entirely different spectacle. This realm of immortals is boundless, its vastness unfathomable. Even a golden immortal, soaring for countless millennia, would find it impossible to reach the limits of this ethereal domain. Yang Qian, along with Li Fengjue, Li Hai, and Li Lan, shared the journey atop a single celestial crane. Li Fengjue held a profound admiration for Yang Qian, subtly probing for information about him. "Friend Yang, may I inquire as to your school of thought?" Yang Qian gently shook his head and replied, "I am but a solitary cultivator." Li Fengjue nodded slightly, his eyes shimmering with insight. The renown of Zhongzhou spreads far and wide. Yet even the distance from Qianzhou remains a formidable journey. What pressing matters compel you to venture to Zhongzhou, friend Yang? After a moment of hesitation, Yang Qian chose to disclose the truth to the Li family. "I travel to Zhongzhou in search of the fortune-telling immortal, imploring him for aid in saving my beloved." A hint of sorrow enveloped Yang Qian's expression. Li Fengjue furrowed his brow, remarking, "The fortune-telling immortal is renowned for his divination skills, possessing the ability to foresee the past and future. Should he choose to intervene, there may indeed be a glimmer of hope. However, he is a figure of great repute within the immortal realm, and it is no trivial matter to secure an audience with him. Even if one were fortunate enough to meet him, soliciting his assistance would likely prove exceedingly difficult. Moreover, there exists a peculiar rule. Anyone seeking his help must first complete 3 tasks for him, tasks of an extraordinary nature. There was once an individual tasked with slaying a formidable immortal, and summary. To successfully enlist the fortune-telling immortal's aid is a daunting endeavor, akin to scaling the heavens. With hopes exceedingly dim, the fortune-telling immortal's fame resonates throughout the immortal realm, with many aware of his peculiar customs and past exploits. Yang Qian lifted his gaze to Li Fengjue, shaking his head resolutely. Determination etched upon his face. Regardless of the challenges that lie ahead, I shall undertake this journey. His tone was resolute, leaving Li Fengjue somewhat disheartened, rendering any further persuasive words unnecessary. Subsequently, silence enveloped the group as they soared through the skies for several days, until at last, they beheld a majestic city. The towering structures were inscribed with intricate formations, capable of unleashing immense power upon activation, potentially annihilating even a golden immortal. Both Li Hai and Li Lan's eyes sparkled with excitement as they tugged on Yang Qian's sleeve, exclaiming, "We have arrived! At long last, we are in Qianzhou City." The celestial crane swiftly descended, landing before a grand courtyard in the immortal realm. The prevailing characteristic is grandeur. Even these courtyards are no exception. The Li family, a prominent clan of Qianzhou, boasts formidable strength and has previously housed a golden immortal among its ranks, with its populace numbering in the hundreds of thousands. With so many kinfolk residing together, the Li family's estate must be of immense proportions. To call it merely a courtyard would be an understatement. It resembles a city within a city. The Li estate sprawls across several hundred miles, filled with numerous residences, and immortals traverse its pathways incessantly, a sight that Yang Qian had never before encountered. Upon ascending the celestial crane, Yang Qian discerned that the entirety of Qianzhou City sprawled magnificently, seemingly extending for tens of thousands of miles, with no end in sight. This realm of immortals was boundless and sparsely populated, its cities constructed on an incomprehensibly grand scale. Such colossal edifices could not be the handiwork of mere mortals. Not even those of the golden immortal rank possessed such capabilities. It is said that in ancient times, Qianzhou City was erected by a formidable immortal lord wielding supreme magical prowess, a legacy that endures to this day. The celestial crane landed steadily, greeted by countless clansmen, among whom an elderly figure stood out, exuding an aura of terror that rivaled even Li Fengjue. His overwhelming presence suggested he was at least an 8th-grade Xian immortal. "Patriarch, you have finally returned. We have heard that the cave abode of the heavenly sword Immortal has encountered unforeseen circumstances, resulting in the escape of 3 golden immortals as mere remnants of their primordial spirits. And a mysterious figure has slain over 1,000 cultivators with a single sword strike. I was quite concerned for your safety," the elder remarked. Li Fengjue offered a faint smile, reassuring, "Elder, there is no need for concern. Indeed, we faced peril within the cave of the heavenly sword Immortal, but thanks to the assistance of Daoist Yang, we narrowly escaped the machinations of Qinglin Mountain." It was no surprise that the elder possessed such formidable strength. He was, after all, the grand elder of the Li clan. The elder's expression took on a serious tone as he snorted, once again, "It is that Qinglin Mountain. He dares to provoke our Li clan, emboldened by his status as a half-step golden immortal. Humph. The day our ancestor achieves the golden immortal rank will mark the end of the Qingyi sect." Yang Qian maintained an impassive demeanor while discreetly analyzing the implications within the elder's words. A vast lineage, enduring for millennia, could scarcely lack experts. Even in the absence of golden immortals, there would be no shortage of those at the threshold. It appeared that indeed there was an ancestor within the Li clan, whose cultivation remained unfathomably profound, presently in seclusion to break through to the golden immortal realm. Li Fengjue's countenance grew grave as he slightly shook his head, stating, "Elder, you may not be aware, but I have clashed with that Qinglin Mountain. I have suppressed him with the 9-tiered pagoda, yet he seems to have reached a critical juncture. His comprehension of the golden immortal realm is exceedingly formidable. It is likely he will break through within the next few decades." Humph. Were it not for the Qingyi sect and the Lingjian sect seeking to forge an alliance, a tacit defensive pact against our Li clan, I would have long led my men to obliterate the Qingyi sect and put an end to his growing arrogance. The Grand Elder retorted, his temper flaring. "Calm your anger, Elder. This is Daoist Yang, the one who saved Li Hai and Li Lan, and who bravely acted against the Qingyi sect within the cave abode." Another voice interjected. The Grand Elder cast a glance at Yang Qian, a flicker of intrigue dancing in his eyes, yet he nodded in acknowledgement. "Daoist Yang has rendered great service to our Li clan, and we shall not treat you unjustly. Your ascension to the Xian immortal realm is surely a matter of time." Subsequently, Yang Qian returned the gesture of respect and was escorted by the Li clan's attendants to a resting chamber. He was assigned to a secluded courtyard, devoid of company, enveloped in tranquility, the treatment reflecting the Li clan's hospitality towards esteemed guests. With a gentle sigh of relief, Yang Qian settled cross-legged upon the mat. The room infused with a subtle fragrance that invigorated the spirit. It has been quite some time since I last engaged in tranquil cultivation, hence the sword spirit has been instinctively drawing upon the surrounding elemental metal essence. Yet, nothing can compare to deliberate training. With a swift motion, Yang Qian gently parted the fabric of space, retrieving a substantial amount of mysterious iron and gung metal from within in the lower realms. Mysterious iron is a precious ore, while gung metal is a treasure that does not exist there. However, in this celestial realm, it is abundant and ubiquitous, making it perfectly suitable for Yang Qian's cultivation. Utilizing gung metal and mysterious iron for training significantly enhances efficiency compared to merely absorbing elemental metal essence from the air. Under the enveloping force of Yang Qian's sword essence, the resilient gung metal and mysterious iron swiftly melted, transforming into the purest strands of elemental metal essence, which were then refined by the sword spirit. As it exhaled, a large surge of sword essence was expelled, once again cleansing the entire sword spirit and sword light. In this manner, a single hour of such practice equates to an entire day's worth of efficiency in refining elemental metal essence from the air. Furthermore, Yang Qian focused on nurturing his sword intent. Since he had incorporated the Void Sky sword into his being, his sword intent was no longer constrained or suppressed, beginning to flourish. Each day, as the sword spirit refined the gung metal and mysterious iron, his consciousness continuously honed his sword intent. Thus, several dozen days passed. On this particular day, Yang Qian pondered the necessity of forging a flying sword for himself. The last time his Qingxian sword was forged, it was swiftly shattered by members of the Xuanling sect. In this celestial realm, a mere magical tool is insufficient. At the very least, one requires a magical treasure. Although the sword essence within him could gradually be cultivated to enhance its quality, it was not a solution to immediate needs. He still required a more robust flying sword, one that would not easily succumb to destruction. The Void Sky Sword, after all, was not a flying sword crafted by Yang Qian himself. It was infused with a powerful and noble sword intent, and prolonged usage would inevitably influence his own sword intent. A sword must be the most suitable for oneself. However, Yang Qian only possessed mysterious iron and gung metal, lacking other materials for forging. Perhaps I should seek out Li Hai. Yang Qian thought that in the vast Qianzhou city, there must be many rare materials. Though he was unaware of them, Li Hai would surely possess some knowledge. Ever since Li Hai had sneaked out previously, upon returning to the Li family, he had been under strict watch, allowed only an hour of freedom each day, lest he face punishment for tardiness. Arriving before Li Hai's chamber, he found Li Hai in quiet meditation at the door. "Ah, Brother Yang, have you come seeking me for something?" Li Hai suddenly opened his eyes, gazing at Yang Qian with surprise. "Indeed, I have a matter to discuss with you. As a sword cultivator, my flying sword was destroyed last time, and I have yet to forge a new one. I wish to seek some quality materials for forging a flying sword, but I am not well acquainted with Qianzhou City. I hope you can accompany me on this venture." Li Hai's eyes gleamed with excitement as he stood up, exclaiming, "Haha, Brother Yang, your timing is impeccable. Let us depart at once." Yang Qian smiled faintly, fully aware of Li Hai's intentions. He had not ventured out for several days, and with Yang Qian's company, even if Li Feng were to question him later, he would not face any reprimand. Li Hai, accompanied by Yang Qian, made his way directly to a shop. As soon as Li Hai entered, the shopkeeper promptly emerged to greet him, revealing himself to be a master of the Xian realm, exuding an aura of profound mystery. "Young Master Li, may I inquire what you wish to procure?" The shopkeeper, wary of any semblance of negligence, recognized that although he was a Xian, none in Qianzhou City could afford to underestimate the Li family. Li Hai, with a casual demeanor, declared, "Bring forth all the finest items in your establishment. My brother Yang here requires them for the forging of a flying sword. Spare us the inferior goods, as they would only serve to embarrass us." The shopkeeper nodded slightly and personally retreated to the back. After approximately half an hour, he returned with a beaming smile, holding a piece of iron as dark as polished obsidian. It was no larger than the size of a palm. Yet the shopkeeper enveloped it in a layer of celestial energy, appearing exceedingly cautious. Li Hai furrowed his brow and remarked, "Is this truly all you have? And such an unsightly piece at that. This hardly seems suitable for crafting a flying sword." "Master Zhu, Are you attempting to hoodwink us with this inferior item, fearing that we might offer you our xianjing? Master Zhu hastily shook his head, saying, Young Master Li, you are misinformed. This is no ordinary material. Do not underestimate this seemingly small piece, for it weighs over 100 jin. What? Over 100 jin? Not only Li Hai, but even Yang Qian found this astounding. A piece so diminutive could hardly weigh more than 10 jin, yet to claim it weighed over 100 was simply unbelievable. Feel free to weigh it yourself, young master. Master Zhu tossed the dark iron block to Li Hai. His expression shifted dramatically, revealing surprise, and he then passed the block to Yang Qian. Yang Qian, using his sword energy to support it, indeed felt its weight to be 100 jin. This was utterly astonishing. Such a small piece of iron possessing such heft was truly remarkable. Master, how much for this black iron? Yang Qian inquired, toying with the piece in his hands. He could not identify the material, but the Shutian sword within him began to resonate, seemingly drawn to the black iron. The Shutian sword was a top-tier celestial artifact, and its sentience indicated that this black iron was certainly extraordinary. Seeing Yang Qian's interest, Li Hai nodded in agreement. Indeed, this black iron is intriguing. Master Zhu, state your price. Master Zhu hesitated momentarily before stating, this divine iron is a rare treasure. However, since young Master Li has graced us with his presence, I shall offer it for a mere 5,000 upper-grade xianjing. What? 5,000 upper-grade xianjing? Master Zhu, have you lost your mind? For that amount, one could purchase an ordinary upper-grade magical artifact. Li Hai's expression darkened, tinged with a hint of anger, and no matter how exceptional the material, such an exorbitant price seemed unfathomable, especially considering this was not a finished magical artifact. Crafting one would require numerous materials, not merely this solitary piece. Young master, please allow this old man to explain further. This treasure is not made from ordinary materials. Are you aware of the origins of this black iron? Master Zhu inquired. Li Hai furrowed his brow and scrutinized the piece of black iron once more, gently shaking his head as he remarked, this piece of black iron, aside from its significance, possesses no extraordinary features that I can identify. I am unfamiliar with it. I implore you, esteemed shopkeeper, to disclose the truth. Yang Yi was equally eager to uncover the nature of this black iron, which had even caused a stir among the celestial swords. Zhu Zhanggue lowered his voice and inquired, are you aware of the 3 divine metals in the celestial realm? Young master, Li Hai replied, I am indeed aware. They are the Wucai stone, the Xianjing stone, and the Heiyu stone. Zhu Zhanggue nodded in affirmation, correct. Each of these divine metals possesses its own unique marvels. The recent commotion surrounding the cave of the Celestial Sword Sovereign is said to involve his exquisite celestial artifact, the Shutian sword, which is crafted from the Xianjing stone among these 3 divine metals. As for this piece of black iron, it is the even rarer Heiyu stone. What? The Heiyu stone? This palm-sized piece is the Heiyu stone? Indeed, this is the Heiyu stone. It has resided in this old man's shop for several millennia. Initially, it was due to its diminutive size, which rendered it unsuitable for crafting other celestial artifacts. Furthermore, being a Heiyu stone, its price is exorbitant, thus it has remained unsold. Yang Qian frowned, realizing that he currently lacked 5,000 top-grade celestial crystals. Li Hai rubbed his hands together, urging, Zhu Zhanggue, 5,000 top-grade celestial crystals is indeed excessive. Might you consider reducing the amount? Just then, a voice, dripping with sarcasm, echoed from the entrance. Oh, is that not young Master Li? What a surprise that the esteemed heir of the Li family cannot produce 5,000 top-grade celestial crystals. How fortuitous, for I intend to gift this to young Master Yuanqian of the Lingjian sect. Zhu Elder, behold, this is 5,000 top-grade celestial crystals. A group of individuals strode in, led by a man clad in white robes, whose cultivation was modest yet bore an air of arrogance, gazing at Li Hai with clear provocation. Li Hai's expression darkened instantly, a flicker of anger crossing his face as he coldly retorted. I wondered who it could be. It is none other than young Master Qing. Himph, this piece of Heiyu stone was claimed by us first. Does the esteemed heir of the Qingyi sect lack an understanding of proper decorum? Yang Qian's heart raced as he recognized this young Master Qing as the son of Qing Lingshan, the leader of the Qingyi sect. Young Master Qing, brimming with arrogance, sneered, claimed first? Himph, without celestial crystals, what claim do you have? Zhu Zhanggue, are you not observing? This is 5,000 top-grade celestial crystals. I shall take the Heiyu stone. With a hearty laugh, young Master Qing reveled in his triumph, casting a smug glance at Li Hai before reaching for the Heiyu stone upon the table. However, a hand moved swifter. Yang Qian, with an impassive expression, seized the Heiyu stone first. Who are you to dare seize my Heiyu stone? Do you not realize that I intend to present it as a gift to young Master Yuan Chen? Young Master Qing furrowed his brow, his voice dripping with malice. Yang Qian paid him no heed, merely stating, regardless of whom you wish to gift it to. I only know that this Heiyu stone is mine to purchase first. Young Master Qing cast a sidelong glance at Li Hai, chuckling coldly, very well, then produced the celestial crystals. Yang Qian replied coolly, I possess no celestial crystals. Humph. Without the celestial crystals, what more is there to discuss? Master Zhu, is this truly how you conduct your business? Although Master Zhu is a formidable expert in the realm of Xianxian, he finds himself in a precarious position, unable to offend either the esteemed Qingyi sect or the Li family. With a pained expression, he replies, Young Master Li, without the celestial crystals, this humble old man finds himself in quite a predicament. Li Hai's face flushed with indignation as he exclaimed, Master Zhu, do you truly fear that my Li family would suffer for the loss of your 5,000 celestial crystals? Just wait. We shall take this piece of black jade with us for now, and rest assured, we will deliver the celestial crystals to you in due time. Master Zhu nodded in agreement, with young Master Li's assurance. This humble old man feels somewhat reassured. However, young Master Qing's countenance darkened significantly as he stepped forward, declaring, Master Zhu, my celestial crystals are already here. Do you mean to say that my celestial crystals are not worthy? Humph. Li Hai cannot produce the funds at present and relies solely on the name of the Li family to intimidate others. Let me be clear. Without the celestial crystals, this black jade shall be taken by me. Suddenly, two experts exuding the aura of 8th grade heavenly immortals darted forward from behind young Master Qing. Humph. Retrieve the black jade for me. In an instant, the two 8th grade heavenly immortals flashed towards Yang Qian, reaching out to seize the jade. Yang Qian's eyes narrowed, and with a flick of his sword intent, a sharp wave of sword energy surged forth. The sword energy was piercing and ferocious, moving at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, resulting in a spray of blood as the arms of the two 8th grade heavenly immortals were severed, blood gushing forth. What? You dare to lay hands on me? Young Master Qing trembled, his face contorted with resentment. The two 8th grade heavenly immortals behind him channeled their celestial energy, swiftly reattaching their severed limbs. For immortals, regenerating a lost limb merely requires a slight expenditure of celestial energy. Yang Qian paid them no heed. Instead, he turned to Master Zhu and stated, Though I lack the 5,000 celestial crystals, I possess a superior magic treasure. Pray, consider whether it is worth 5,000 superior celestial crystals. With a gesture, Yang Qian summoned a circular magic artifact from the depths of space, the very one he had acquired in the cave of the heavenly sword Immortal Lord. Master Zhu's gaze sharpened as he carefully examined the artifact. Upon closer inspection, his expression shifted from curiosity to utter astonishment, culminating in sheer delight. Seeing this, Li Hai spoke in a low voice, Master Zhu, my esteemed brother Yang is a valued guest of the Li family. This magic treasure is quite extraordinary. You must be forthright in your assessment. Master Zhu, fully aware of Li Hai's warning not to undervalue the item, responded with a subtle smile, Young Master Li, rest assured. This humble old man will offer a fair price. This superior magic treasure is indeed rare. While a typical artifact might fetch 3,000 to 4,000 superior celestial crystals, this particular one, being a peak-grade treasure, may very well transform into a celestial artifact with further refinement by a master craftsman. Additionally, it serves a unique auxiliary function, placing its value only slightly below that of ordinary low-grade celestial artifacts. Our establishment is willing to procure it for 50,000 celestial crystals. How does that sound to you, esteemed friend? Yang Qian was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that this seemingly unimpressive magical artifact would be valued so highly in celestial crystals. He nodded slightly and remarked, This artifact holds little significance for me. 50,000 celestial crystals will suffice, and I shall also take the black jade stone. Standing beside him, young Master Qing cast a venomous glare at Li Hai and Yang Qian before turning on his heel and departing. Yang Qian handed the artifact to Manager Zhu and collected the black jade stone, subsequently making his exit in a hushed tone. Li Hai said, Brother Yang, This young Master Qing is not particularly concerning. The Qingyi sect, aside from Qing Linshan, poses little threat. However, the mention of Yuan Shun from the Lingjian sect earlier may prove rather troublesome. The Qingyi sect has been aggressive towards my Li family, yet this newly established faction lacks the strength to pose a real threat on its own. Behind it looms the Lingjian sect. The Lingjian sect is a well-established faction that has produced golden immortal experts, renowned for its formidable power and terrifying offensive capabilities due to its sword cultivation. Should these two sects form a complete alliance, my Li family would have to tread carefully. Yuan Qian, the prodigy of the Lingjian sect, is none other than the son of its leader, sword cultivator. Yang Qian felt a stir within. He too was a sword cultivator, yet since ascending to the celestial realm, he had not encountered any sword cultivators. He was eager to witness the prowess of the sword cultivators in this celestial domain. His approach to sword cultivation diverged from the traditional path, which typically involves the cultivation of the primordial spirit and the celestial infant, using the sword merely as an offensive tool. However, the prolonged use of the sword bestows unique qualities upon sword cultivators, granting them a significantly higher offensive power than those of other sects. Many powerful sword cultivators can even cleave through the void, demonstrating immense strength. The sword intent he observed in the cave of the heavenly sword Immortal Lord was emblematic of traditional sword cultivators. Even the heavenly sword Immortal Lord seemed to have refrained from disseminating the methods of the heavenly sword technique. This technique is characterized by its unconventional approach, eschewing the cultivation of the primordial spirit and celestial infant to focus purely on sword refinement, achieving a terrifying level of offensive power that is unparalleled by ordinary means. However, should the physical body sustain damage, the individual would perish like any mortal. In contrast, immortals are far less vulnerable. Even if their physical bodies are destroyed, they possess the celestial infant, and should that be lost, they still have the miraculous primordial spirit to fall back on. Thus, it is exceedingly difficult to kill an immortal unless one possesses an overwhelming offensive force like Yang Qian's, capable of piercing the opponent's primordial spirit with a single sword strike. Chapter 35. Incident 3. Lingjian Sect. Yang Qian silently committed this name to memory. Li Hai. At that moment, a voice called out from behind. Both Li Hai and Yang Qian halted and turned to face the source of the sound. The speaker was a young man clad in a flowing white robe, exuding an ethereal quality, with sword-like brows and starry eyes. Beneath his handsome exterior lay an unmistakable aura of terrifying sharpness, an essence unique to sword cultivators. Beside this young man stood the resentful young Master Qing. Li Hai's expression shifted as he spoke in a grave tone. Yuan Shun. The young master of Qingda fixed his piercing gaze upon Yang Qian, his voice laced with venom. Yuan Shaozong, this is the very person. Not only did he seize the black jade stone I procured for you, but he also injured 2 of my subordinates. Truly despicable. Li Hai stepped forward with a fierce command. Humph. Do not twist the truth here. The black jade stone was clearly seen and purchased by us first. Your attempt to snatch it midway was thwarted by Brother Yang, and now you dare to play the victim. The young master of Qingda let out a cold laugh. We each have our own version of events. However, Yuan Shaozong is currently refining his sword techniques and is in dire need of a personal flying sword. This black jade stone would serve perfectly as his destined weapon. Do you not understand? Shaozong is on the brink of ascending to the Xinxian realm, and a personal flying sword is indispensable. Yet Yuan Chun remained unperturbed, his brilliance subdued as he stepped forward, speaking calmly. What transpired earlier may have been a misunderstanding. Nevertheless, I have indeed reached a critical juncture in my cultivation, and this black jade stone is of utmost importance to me. I have heard that you acquired it for 5,000 celestial crystals. I am willing to offer 50,000 celestial crystals for it. This is a price comparable to a top-grade magical treasure. Yuan Chun appeared to be fully composed, exuding confidence and grace. However, Yang Qian's expression remained unchanged as he coldly replied. Not for sale. What? Yuan Qian's demeanor stiffened, his eyes flashing with a glint of sharpness, his latent brilliance surfacing once more. The young master of Qingda smirked with a tinge of satisfaction and bellowed. You, insolent wretch, refuse to sell even for 50,000 celestial crystals. Setting aside the fact that you forcibly seized this black jade from me, Yuan Shaozong treats you with courtesy and offers a high price to purchase it. Are you truly so disrespectful as to disregard both my Qingyi sect and the Lingjian sect? Li Hai was about to retort, but Yang Qian interjected coldly. The black jade stone is not for sale, regardless of the price. Even if Qing Linshan were to come in person, my stance remains unchanged. The young master of Qingda's expression darkened as he glanced at Yuan Qin, realizing that the latter, a mere spoiled scion with limited cultivation, was no match for Yang Qian. Yuan Qin, too, no longer bore the earlier confidence. His face had soured, anger brewing within as he coldly declared, "Such audacity? Earlier, you severed the two subordinates of the young master with your sword energy. I presume you are also a swordsman. Very well, I shall assess what audacious capital you possess." With a swift motion, Yuan Qin unleashed his sword, a tempest of sword energy slicing through the air, creating ripples in the void. The brilliance of his sword glimmered menacingly, closing in on Yang Qian with terrifying intent. This seemingly graceful Yuan Qin was prepared to strike with lethal force in a single stroke. Li Hai's expression changed dramatically as he shouted, "Brother Yang, be cautious. Yuan Qin, Yang Qian is an esteemed guest of my Li family. Do you dare to act recklessly?" Yet Yuan Qin remained impervious to the implied threat in Li Hai's words, a smirk of derision lingering at the corners of his mouth. Yang Qian had repeatedly humiliated him, and as a prodigy of the Lingan sect, cherished since childhood, Yuan Qin had long harbored murderous intent. Poised to deliver a decisive blow to Yang Qian in the 36th chapter, titled Young Master Yuan 1. The sword struck swiftly, too fast for the naked eye to perceive. Yet even onlookers could sense its razor-sharp intent. Yuan Qin felt no trepidation. He stood at the pinnacle of the 9th-grade celestial, and with a mere flick of his sword technique, he dared to confront even the Xian celestials. Ordinary 9th-grade celestials were no match for him, especially considering Yang Qian's aura barely resonated at the 7th grade. Thus, he was utterly confident that this strike would ensure Yang Qian's demise on the spot. Suddenly, Yang Qian moved. His gaze was cold and indifferent. Regarding Yuan Qin as though he were a corpse, "Is this your sword?" A sword devoid of intent possesses no power. How can one who lacks sword intent dare to call themselves a sword cultivator? Yang Qian's sword spirit flickered as he formed his fingers into a blade, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that surged forth like a silk ribbon, clashing directly against Yuan Qin's longsword. Bang! Yang Qian's unwavering sword intent pierced through Yuan Qin's longsword, penetrating the very essence of his sword realm. It was as if he sensed Yang Qian's unyielding sword intent, as solid as rock. This was the true essence of a sword cultivator. Only one who possessed sword intent was worthy of the title. Yang Qian's sword spirit was immensely powerful, and the sword energy he emitted could easily slay even a 9th-grade celestial. With Yuan Qin lacking even sword intent, he appeared as nothing more than a mere child before Yang Qian. A single strike of sword energy shattered his exquisite flying sword, reducing it to mere dust. Bang! Yang Qian delivered a kick that sent Yuan Qin flying, leaving the once proud prodigy utterly humiliated as he crashed heavily to the ground. Who was this person? A mere 7th-grade celestial had rendered young Master Yuan utterly defenseless. What a terrifying sword! This individual was indeed a sword cultivator, yet it felt as though he embodied the true essence of swordsmanship, advancing relentlessly. Yuan Qin was but a child in comparison, utterly outmatched. Many cultivators nearby watched in disbelief as Yang Qian effortlessly dispatched Yuan Qin. Yuan Qin was no mere paper tiger. He had challenged numerous 9th-grade celestial masters and emerged victorious, having already made a name for himself as a young genius. Yet now, this genius had encountered an even more monstrous existence. Young Master Qing hurried over to assist Yuan Qin, his eyes betraying a look of fear. "Young Master Yuan, are you all right?" Yuan Qin lay motionless. An expression of incredulity etched upon his face as he murmured repeatedly, "Sword intent. How is this possible?" That was genuine sword intent, something only a Xian celestial could truly comprehend. Indeed, a sword cultivator must possess sword intent, yet cultivating such intent is exceedingly challenging. Even Yuan Qin, who had trained in sword technique since birth, had failed to cultivate sword intent. It was a realm reserved for the Xian celestials alone. However, at present, Yang Qian, possessing merely the cultivation of a 7th-grade celestial being, wields a terrifying sword intent that astonishes Yuan Qin. Chapter 36. Yuan Shaozong, 2. In truth, had it not been for Yang Qian's entrance into the abode of the celestial sword Immortal, he would never have grasped the essence of true sword intent. To comprehend sword intent at the level of a celestial being is indeed an arduous task. Within the celestial sword Immortal's dwelling, Myriad sword intents abound. Through relentless honing and tempering of these sword intents, Yang Qian painstakingly cultivated his own. Such an opportunity is rare and cannot be sought after. Once one crystallizes sword intent, they can truly be deemed a sword cultivator, and the sword techniques manifested through this intent become immensely powerful, far surpassing those wielded by individuals devoid of sword intent. Furthermore, as each person's understanding of sword intent varies, the same sword technique can yield differing degrees of potency. Yuan Shaozong, we must leave at once. We shall settle accounts with this brat another day. Young Master Qing, a character who preys on the weak and fears the strong, sought to flee upon sensing the unfavorable situation. Yuan Qin's eyes burned with crimson fury, his entire being radiating an aura of violence. As a prodigy of heaven, how could he possibly endure such humiliation? With a swift motion, Yuan Qin rose, his gaze fixated upon Yang Qian. Gently wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he coldly scoffed. Sword intent? Good, good, good. I never imagined that one not of the Xinxian realm could condense sword intent. Nevertheless, even if you have manifested sword intent, today you shall find no refuge. Ha ha! Spirit Thunder Sword, heed my command and slay. Boom. Yuan Chen was teetering on the brink of madness. A terrifying aura erupted from within him, and a radiant sword flew forth from his body. This colossal sword shimmered with the sounds of wind and thunder, accompanied by an ominous howling that reverberated in the ears of all present. Yet, the might of this colossal sword was utterly terrifying. A celestial artifact. This is a true celestial artifact. Ah, this is dire. Yuan Shun actually possesses a celestial artifact for protection. We must flee, else we shall perish when its might is unleashed. This is the Spirit Thunder Sword of the Lingjian sect, rumored to have slain countless Xinxian beings in the past. It is astonishing that Yuan Qian enjoys such favor, even being bestowed a celestial sword for defense. The fate of that cultivator is now sealed. The might of a celestial sword is insurmountable, even for Xinxian beings. Li Hai bellowed. Yuan Chun, have you lost your mind? To wield a celestial artifact? Do you wish to provoke an irreconcilable conflict between my Li family and the Lingjian sect? Ha ha, irreconcilable conflict. Li Hai, your Li family struggles to ensure its own survival. Do you truly believe you would contend with me, a member of the Lingjian sect, over an outsider? How utterly laughable. Depart at once, or I shall lose control of the celestial sword's might. Yuan Chen's expression morphed into one of sheer madness. The power of the celestial sword was beyond imagination. When Yang Qian was at the Xuanling sect, he had once expended all his strength, utilizing the spring sun array formed by the Gungjin flying sword and his own sword soul in a single strike, known as the celestial sword slash, to shatter a celestial artifact of the Xuanling sect. At the cost of exhausting himself completely, however, the celestial sword now before him was of an entirely different caliber from that artifact, which seemed merely a supplementary tool, while this celestial sword exuded an aura of unparalleled terror. A formidable weapon of absolute destruction. Chapter 36. Yuan Shaozong 3. Ha! What of sword intent? It shall likewise perish beneath my celestial sword. The Spirit Thunder Sword, crackling with the fury of wind and thunder, strikes. The enormous celestial sword ascends with a single slash, akin to a shooting star streaking across the heavens, or a beautiful beam of light, rushing towards Yang Qian with a speed that is almost deafening. This strike seems to summon the very power of thunder from the skies, as waves of thunderous energy flicker around the celestial sword, its destructive potential astonishing. Even an Xinxian would find it difficult to escape death beneath its might. A tempest rages, thunder flashes across the sky, sword energy surges in all directions, prompting countless cultivators to scatter in fear of unwarranted calamity. Yang Qian's eyes suddenly blaze with brilliance. His entire being is suffused with a murderous intent. He lets out a thunderous laugh, his voice piercing the clouds. The celestial sword must be shattered. The slaughter technique. Yang Qian ascends into the void, transformed into a figure of unparalleled nobility, resembling a sovereign of the heavens. Gazing down upon all living beings, he is plunged into the void heaven sword, channeling its power, unleashing waves of terrifying sword energy from the shadows. Only the void heaven sword possesses the capability to utterly annihilate this celestial sword. Though the void heaven sword remains unseen, its aura of slaughter is palpable, akin to a god of death manifesting in the world. The slaughter technique unleashed by the void heaven sword is so vivid that countless cultivators cannot discern whether a monarch has descended or a reaper has arrived. Boom! The sword energy of the Void Heaven Sword is unmatched. With a single slash, it cleaves the Spirit Thunder Sword in twain, effortlessly and decisively, and no matter how formidable the Spirit Thunder Sword may be. It is merely an inferior celestial artifact, unable to compare with the superior celestial artifact forged by the heavenly sword Immortal back in the day. With a single stroke severing the Spirit Thunder Sword, the terrifying sword energy hurtles towards Xuanling, carving a massive rift in the earth itself, an awe-inspiring and horrifying sight. How could this be? What kind of power is this? What sword energy could so easily sever a celestial artifact? What cultivation level does this practitioner possess? That is the Spirit Thunder Sword, effortlessly cleaved by a mere sword energy. This individual is utterly terrifying. Witnessing the Spirit Thunder Sword being shattered, the onlookers' eyes widen in disbelief. Had they not seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it, even under duress. The sharp sword energy, imbued with an aura of slaughter, races towards Xuanling. His previously frenzied gaze now awakens to a semblance of clarity, revealing a flicker of incredulity as he mutters in disbelief. How is this possible? How could this be? This is a celestial artifact. How could it be so easily severed? Yet, he has no time to comprehend the reason. Once the slaughter technique is unleashed, it comes thirsting for blood, intent on reaping lives, and none can impede its path. Swoosh! Thousands of strands of sword energy swiftly penetrate Xuanling's body, and in an instant, his form is reduced to a mere pile of flesh, his primordial spirit unable to escape in time. Pierced through by the sword energy, he utters not a single cry, completely obliterated, both spirit and form extinguished. A gentle breeze stirs, carrying the lingering scent of blood through the air on the street. Chapter 36. Yuan Shaozong 4. Xuanling's corpse has vanished, reduced to a heap of mangled flesh, blood saturating the ground, leaving all present in a state of shock, their minds struggling to grasp the enormity of what has transpired. Xuanling has perished, and a tempest seems poised to descend upon us. The young master of Qingda is filled with sheer terror, frantically fleeing this infernal realm under the protection of his subordinates. The noble sword intent emanating from Yang Qian gradually dissipates as he swiftly withdraws from the Void Heaven Sword. He must exercise utmost caution, for should the Void Heaven Sword reveal its traces, it is highly likely that others would uncover his identity as the Sword Demon, leading to an endless pursuit by countless cultivators and relentless troubles. Li Hai, equally astonished, gazes at the scene before him, his eyes drawn to the shattered fragments of the celestial sword on the ground. Suddenly, his face drains of color as he mutters, "This is dire. Brother Yang, we have stirred a great calamity. Xuanling's demise is indeed of grave consequence. We must hasten back and seek our father's judgment." Yang Qian reaches down, grasping the broken celestial sword fragments from the ground, and nonchalantly remarks, "Though it has been cleaved in two, it was once a celestial sword, and its quality remains commendable. Let us not waste it." He then follows Li Hai back to the Li residence. Yang Qian does not dwell on this matter. Upon returning home, he settles into seclusion. He sets up several minor formations at the entrance and instructs the servants of the Li family that no one is to disturb him. Within his chamber, Yang Qian retrieves a palm-sized piece of black iron from his spatial storage. Indeed, it is the legendary black jade stone weighing 100 pounds. The three divine irons of the celestial realm are renowned, and Yang Qian has heard tales of them. Among them, the multicolored stone is the most precious. Not only is it extraordinarily hard, but once refined into a magical treasure, it can also create illusions, significantly enhancing its combat efficacy. Truly remarkable. The mysterious essence stone, on the other hand, is more pliable and can even be crafted into ropes. Once ensnared, it becomes incredibly resilient, impervious to damage even from the mightiest of artifacts. As for the Void Heaven Sword, Yang Qian has yet to witness its flexibility, but it is rumored to be capable of expanding to an immense size, cleaving through the void, a feat surely reliant on its inherent elasticity. The black jade stone, however, possesses a singular trait. It is unparalleled in hardness. The indomitable nature of the black jade stone is unparalleled. Ordinary magical treasures can be rendered to shards upon contact with artifacts forged from it. Each of the three divine irons possesses its unique characteristics, yet due to their extreme rarity, very few magical treasures are crafted from these extraordinary materials. with the black jade stone in hand. I need not worry about my flying sword being damaged in the future. This shall become my destined flying sword. For a sword cultivator, the sword is paramount, and the destined flying sword is of utmost importance. It has the potential to unleash tremendous power, but should it sustain damage, the wielder will suffer as well, truly a bond of honor and disgrace. Yang Qian swiftly ignites the true fire of Samadhi, relentlessly refining the black jade stone. Yet, the stone's formidable hardness proves a formidable challenge. Even after half a day's relentless burning, the temperature around it barely rises, making both refining and melting a daunting task. Only within a furnace, where temperatures soar to countless times that of the solitary Samadhi fire, can the black jade stone be swiftly melted. However, Yang Qian currently lacks such a furnace. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Qian indeed conceived a method. With a flicker of inspiration, he cast numerous formidable barriers around him, ensuring that not a whisper of his presence would escape. Only then did he summon the Xuanling sword from within his being. The Heiyu stone was exceedingly tough. Even Yang Qian's sword energy could not leave a trace upon its surface. Only the Xuanling sword, a superior-grade celestial artifact, possessed the capability to cleave through the Heiyu stone. Indeed, while the Heiyu stone was remarkably resilient, the disparity in their levels rendered it utterly incomparable to the Xuanling sword, which swiftly sliced it into countless fragments. Excellent, the Samadhi true fire can now melt it. At this juncture, the Heiyu stone had been reduced to tiny particles by the Xuanling sword's sword energy, facilitating the subsequent process of smelting with the Samadhi true fire. With a hum, Yang Qian released a ball of Samadhi true fire, enveloping the multitude of Heiyu stone particles within its embrace, continuously refining them day and night. Gradually, after several days, the Heiyu stone began to melt. The process of crafting a flying sword required considerable resources, yet Yang Qian was fortunate to possess an inexhaustible supply of mysterious iron and gung metal, which he utilized to replenish the sword's elemental energy. With the slight transformation of the 5 elements gold qi into fire qi, the Samadhi true fire blazed ever more fiercely. Soon, all the particles of Heiyu stone had completely melted, coalescing into a pool of black molten metal. Chapter 37. 3 Half-Step Golden Immortals. 1. As Yang Qian engaged in the crafting of the flying sword, outsiders found it impossible to enter. Even in the face of urgent matters, the dense array of prohibitions surrounding him made it clear that Yang Qian was in a critical phase, and they dared not disturb him. Meanwhile, the Li family was rife with undercurrents, summoning numerous experts from afar. Within the confines of a secret chamber, the members of the Li family were engaged in clandestine plotting. Li Fengba, having fully recovered from his injuries, was the first to rise and speak. Patriarch, the Qingyi sect has been drawing closer to the Lingan sect. This may pose a threat to our Li family. We must remain vigilant and prepare ourselves accordingly. Li Fengjue furrowed his brow, nodding in agreement. Now that my friend Yang and my wayward son have caused such a stir, and considering Yuan Chen is the only son of Yuan Shan, who is hailed as a once-in-a-thousand-years genius of the Lingan sect, his demise surely warrants an inquiry from Yuan Shan into our Li family. A few days prior, upon returning to the Li family, Yang Qian had immediately entered seclusion. However, Li Hai, aware of the catastrophe that had unfolded, promptly informed Li Fengjue of the truth. Although Li Fengjue was furious, the situation had reached a critical juncture, compelling him to closely monitor Li Hai, forbidding him from leaving the Li family's estate, and summoning the family's experts for daily discussions. Patriarch, Yuan Chen's death is a consequence of his own actions. Moreover, the Lingan sect and the Qingyi sect have long colluded in secret to undermine our Li family. This presents an opportune moment. With Yuan Chen's demise, although Yuan Shan will be filled with sorrow and rage, it is a prime opportunity for the Qingyi sect and Lingan sect to strike against us. I have dispatched individuals to keep a watchful eye on the Qingyi sect. Qing Lingshan has made no fewer than 6 visits to the Lingan sect, and both sects are recalling their experts from various locations. It seems they are indeed preparing to take action against our Li family. In Qianzhou City, 3 major factions exist, with the Li family being the most powerful, followed by the Lingan sect and the Qingyi sect. The Li family is gradually declining, while the other 2 great powers have long harbored ambitions to take their place. Patriarch, this matter is indeed of great significance. I believe it would be prudent to summon Daoist Yang for a discussion. After all, this predicament was instigated by him, one of the family elders remarked. What? Daoist Yang is a distinguished guest of the Li family, and besides, Li Hai has already clarified the events of that day. I also dispatched individuals to investigate, and it was indeed Yuan Qin who brought this upon himself, even wielding a celestial sword. Had it not been for Daoist Yang's valiant efforts against formidable foes, it is likely that even Li Hai would have perished. Daoist Yang once risked his life to save our family. How could we, the Li family, be so ungrateful as to betray him? How could we ever aspire to ascend to the realm of golden immortals in the future? Humph, let us not speak of this matter again. Even if the people from Lingan sect and Qingyi sect come demanding him, the Li family shall never comply. Li Fengjue's eyes sparkled with determination, his tone resolute. He would never consent to surrendering Yang Qian. Great families possess their own pride. If they were to relinquish even a single esteemed guest, the Li family's reputation in Qianzhou would be irrevocably tarnished. Chapter 37. 3 Half-Step Golden Immortals. 2. The Grand Elder rose. Nodding slightly, this incident was bound to occur sooner or later. The Lingan sect and Qingyi sect have been increasingly pressuring us, and conflict is inevitable. It merely took an unexpected spark from Daoist Yang to ignite the flames of war. Do you think that by handing over Daoist Yang, the Lingan sect and Qingyi sect would simply relent? The Grand Elder's stern gaze swept across the room, causing the elders to lower their heads in unison. It was common knowledge that the Li family was in decline. They had lost the confidence and pride of being the foremost family. Those present in this council were all masters of the Xinxian level, wielding real power within the Li family, yet even they were filled with trepidation. How much more so for the celestial disciples of the Li family? Li Fengjue spoke again. Patriarch, this matter concerns the survival of the Li family. We must seek counsel from our ancestor. In the Li family, there exists an ancestor of remarkable prowess. A fact that is no secret. It is precisely due to this ancestor's formidable reputation that the Lingan sect and Qingyi sect have dared not press too hard. No, absolutely not, Li Fengjue firmly rejected. Our ancestor is the sole hope for the restoration of our family's prestige. Should he successfully break through to the golden immortal realm, the Li family could once again bask in its former glory, rendering the Qingyi sect and Lingan sect inconsequential. We must not disturb our ancestor. At that moment, a ripple suddenly coursed through the secret chamber, and a figure enveloped in radiant light materialized, a venerable elder with a beaming countenance. Patriarch, the family has reached a critical juncture. How could this old man remain in seclusion? The masters of the Li family promptly knelt in reverence, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the ancestor." This elder was the long-aspiring patriarch of the Li family, having reached an unfathomable level of cultivation, exuding an aura of eternity, imperishability, and incorruptibility, an essence far surpassing that of Qinglin Mountain. Yet, he remained just short of becoming a golden immortal, still a half-step away. Casting his gaze upon the kneeling masters, the Li family ancestor said calmly, "Rise." Li Fengjue rose to his feet, his gaze sharp and penetrating, bellowing at the experts behind him. Who has dared to disturb the ancestor without permission? Did I not issue a directive? His aura surged with intensity, his eyes wide and fierce, betraying his profound anger. Suddenly, the Grand Elder stepped forward and knelt with great fervor, exclaiming, "Master, it was I who disturbed the ancestor, and I am willing to accept your punishment." What? The Grand Elder? Li Fengjue seemed taken aback, for he had never anticipated it would be the Grand Elder. They complemented each other perfectly. He managed external affairs while the Grand Elder oversaw internal matters. Together, they had upheld the Li family's grand estate for many years, making them the closest of allies. At last, the ancestor spoke, his tone calm. "Master, do not blame the Grand Elder. He acted rightly. Do you comprehend the difficulty of breaking through to the golden immortal stage? Although I reached the pinnacle of the half-step golden immortal many years ago, I have witnessed no sign of progress over these long years. Even if I were to enter seclusion for another 10,000 years, it would be to no avail. This is a critical juncture for the survival of the Li family, and I must emerge. With formidable foes at our doorstep, we must unite as one, though not impose further punishment upon the Grand Elder." Chapter 37. 3 Half-Step Golden Immortals. 3. Li Fengjue clasped his hands and replied, "I shall heed the ancestor's command." The elderly figure, his face aglow, remarked indifferently, "You may all return for now. Come dawn, with me present, what can the Lingan sect and Qingyi sect possibly do?" The experts of the profound immortal realm, witnessing the ancestor's unfathomable prowess, felt a renewed sense of confidence and departed in droves. It is worth noting that among the ranks of the half-step golden immortals, there exists a hierarchy. Centuries prior, the ancestor had bested his peers of the same level, and given the passage of time, how could the ordinary half-step golden immortal pose a threat? For a prominent family like the Li clan, a powerful figure was essential to maintain morale. Yang Qian remained oblivious to the fact that the Li family now stood at a precipice of life and death. He had fully melted the Heiyu stone and, adhering to the principles of the heavenly sword technique, began to mold the stone into shape. The Heiyu stone contained minimal impurities, all of which had been eliminated during the smelting process. Observing this, Yang Qian drew his sword, swiftly slicing open his palm, and allowed his blood to flow, mingling with the forming Heiyu stone. Infusing one's essence blood into a magical artifact grants it a semblance of sentience, facilitating its use. The Heiyu stone shimmered with a blend of black and crimson, gradually returning to an inky darkness, a testament to the blood's penetration into its core. Excellent, excellent. At this rate, by dawn, the Heiyu sword shall be successfully forged. Yang Qian rejoiced internally, for this would be his future life-bound flying sword, and he undertook the task with utmost caution. As the sky began to brighten, the courtyard of the Li family was already teeming with cultivators. These practitioners exuded a palpable aura of menace, predominantly of the profound immortal realm, and their collective presence was enough to instill fear in anyone. Leading the assembly were two half-step golden immortal experts, their bodies radiating an essence reminiscent of golden immortal energy. Among them was Xuanling, while the other emanated a fierce aura, akin to a razor-sharp sword unsheathed. With a sudden creak, the door to the Li family courtyard swung wide open, and an aged voice emanated from within. "Noble guests have arrived. This old man has been remiss in his hospitality. Please." Xuanling and another half-step golden immortal let out a cold scoff before leading a throng of formidable experts into the hall. Inside the reception room, the Li family's adept warriors were densely packed, with an elder at the forefront, radiating the profound aura of a golden immortal, his celestial energy wafting around him, appearing unfathomable. He was none other than the patriarch of the Li family. Today, the esteemed leaders Qing Min and Yuan Zong have graced us with their presence. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Li Fengjue, standing beside the Li family patriarch, spoke icily. It turned out that the half-step golden immortal accompanying Xuanling was none other than Yuan Shan, the leader of the Lingan sect. Yuan Shan merely smiled coldly, his gaze filled with murderous intent as he spoke in a deep voice. Li family head, surely you are well aware of the reason for our visit. I fear the vengeful spirit of that child still wails, as the culprit has yet to face justice. Pray tell, Li family head, what do you think my purpose here is? Yuan Shan's tone was laced with palpable malice. Xuanling also let out a faint, cold chuckle. Indeed, I accompany sect leader Yuan today to reclaim the perpetrator who took the life of young sect leader Yuan. I trust the Li family will comprehend our position, Li Fengjue responded with a mocking laugh. What a farce. Daoist Yang is a cherished guest of the Li family. As for the unfortunate incident leading to young sect leader Yuan's demise, we have dispatched our own people to investigate. It is evident that young sect leader Yuan, relying on his formidable cultivation, sought to bully others and even resorted to your sect's celestial artifact in an attempt to eradicate my esteemed guest. Daoist Yang, hemph. It was only in self-defense that Daoist Yang inadvertently caused young sect leader Yuan's death. Does sect leader Yuan truly lack discernment? A flicker of malice crossed Yuan Shan's eyes as he rose. Sneering, very well, your notions of right and wrong are quite amusing. My son has perished, not yours. I shall ask but once. Will you hand over that individual or not? Li Fengjue stepped forward, his gaze sharp as a blade. What if I do? What if I don't? At this moment, the Xian immortals positioned behind the Li family readied themselves, prepared for the chaos that was about to ensue. With a sudden burst of movement, Xuanling stood, a slight, cold smile gracing his lips. Li Patriarch, today, I shall introduce a friend to you. The previously silent patriarch of the Li family abruptly opened his eyes, his aura rising as he fixed his gaze intently outward, as if he had perceived something shocking. He bellowed. Who is that esteemed friend outside? Xuanling laughed heartily. Ah, Daoist Tong, please do come in. As his words fell, a figure surged into the hall, causing the entire room to tremble, revealing a middle-aged man. This individual was also a half-step golden immortal, and his golden immortal aura seemed significantly more potent than that of Xuanling. Subtly pressuring the Li family patriarch, it was no wonder the patriarch exhibited such a loss of composure. Narrowing his eyes slightly, the patriarch inquired solemnly, "And you are?" Xuanling rose, gesturing towards the enigmatic middle-aged man, and quietly remarked, "This esteemed individual is Daoist Tongguanjin from outside Qianzhou City." Tongguanjin? Li Fengjue's heart jolted. He had heard of this individual, renowned as a solitary cultivator, yet possessing formidable skills. Standing at the threshold of the golden immortal realm, he had not anticipated that Qinglin Mountain could successfully recruit such a person. If the ancestral figure of the Li family could contend with Yuan Mountain and Qinglin Mountain, the addition of Tongguanjin would indeed spell grave peril. The ancestral elder of the Li family was clearly aware of the severity of the situation and spoke in a low, grave tone. "What brings you here, Daoist Tong? Daoist Qing and Daoist Yuan have already pledged to Daoist Tong that they will establish a sect within Qianzhou City in the future, transmitting the teachings of the Tao. A cultivator at the half-step golden immortal level could dominate a region in the celestial realm, already possessing the qualifications to establish a sect. So, it appears that the three of you have no intention of backing down today?" The voice of the Li family elder remained steady. Qinglin Mountain and Yuan Mountain unleashed their respective auras, their immense presence overwhelming all other cultivators, suffusing the entire hall with a palpable sense of danger. "In that case, I shall experience the prowess of the three esteemed ones." Suddenly, the Li family elder rose to his feet, his movement akin to a thunderous force. An aura emanated from him, vast and profound like an ocean or abyss, resembling a great sun that subtly suppressed everyone present. Were it not for the faintly mysterious essence within this aura, others might have mistaken him for a true golden immortal. The depth of the Li family's ancestral elder's golden immortal essence was indeed terrifying. Bang, bang, bang. The Li family elder's figure surged forth like a bolt of lightning, astonishing all present, resembling a celestial being in the mortal realm. His formidable presence collided with Qinglin Mountain. With a single punch, he struck Qinglin Mountain, causing his body to immediately fracture, blood gushing forth as he teetered on the brink of collapse. Thunder and lightning soared. Yuan Mountain witnessed Qinglin Mountain being struck and spitting blood. Nearly shattering, he swiftly unleashed a sword aura, the powerful sword of his sect, the thunderous sword, even mightier than the spirit thunder sword, a mid-grade celestial artifact. With a single stroke, mountains shattered, the sun and moon dimmed, and the earth split apart with unparalleled ferocity. This sword aura summoned the power of thunder from the void, transforming into colossal dragons of lightning that surged towards the Li family elder. Akin to an ancient beast engaged in a fierce battle, its might earth-shattering. Chapter 38. Life and Death. 1. Nine-tiered pagoda, nine-tiered power, suppress. The Li family elder's face flushed crimson as the celestial energy within him surged fervently, channeling into the nine-tiered pagoda. Buzz, buzz. The elder had seemingly acquired the nine-tiered pagoda long before, as if he had been prepared all along. Immersed in the essence of the golden immortal, his strength multiplied several-fold, wielding the pagoda with the ease of an extension of himself. The nine-tiered pagoda expanded immediately, growing to several hundred zhang in size, piercing through the ceiling of the Li family's abode, radiating a resplendent golden light. As strands of sealing power unfurled, boom! The terrifying sword aura of the thunderous sword struck fiercely against the nine-tiered pagoda, which trembled slightly, flashing with brilliance, yet suffered not a scratch. Whoosh, whoosh. The Li family elder and the three half-step golden immortal experts retreated several steps. Expressions of caution etched upon their faces. The reason why the half-step golden immortal is vastly more formidable than the Xian immortal lies in the profound essence of the golden immortal's realm. Once one immerses oneself in the essence of the golden immortal, they can unleash power several-fold, even dozens of times greater. Furthermore, the golden immortal must cultivate their own essence to perfection in order to attain the status of a golden immortal. The ancestral figure of the Li family has long since achieved the state of a half-step golden immortal, dedicating many years to diligent cultivation. Although he has not yet reached the full golden immortal level, the strength of the essence within him is unfathomably powerful, rendering ordinary half-step golden immortals no match for him. Thus, he was able to strike Qinglin Mountain with a single blow, nearly shattering his physical form. Although Qinglin Mountain is also a half-step golden immortal and possesses a robust essence, it pales in comparison to the ancestral figure of the Li family. Xuanling Mountain's eyes flickered, his complexion alternating between green and red. He had not anticipated the sheer terror embodied by the Li family's ancestor. Had it not been for Yuan Mountain activating a mid-grade immortal artifact to rescue him, a single punch would have sufficed to annihilate his physical body, followed by another that would have captured his primordial spirit. In that moment, he felt a sense of relief for his cautiousness, having employed numerous strategies and exerted great effort to enlist the aid of Tong Guanjin. The struggle between the Li family's ancestor, Xuanling Mountain, and Yuan Mountain, though lengthy, transpired in the blink of an eye, with even some lesser celestials failing to perceive the unfolding events. After their confrontation, the grand hall of the Li family lay in utter disarray. Li Fengjue experienced a mixture of emotions, rejoicing that his ancestor could contend with two foes without falling behind, yet troubled by the fact that the enigmatic and formidable Tong Guanjin had yet to reveal his hand. Tong Guanjin is renowned for his prowess. Although he is a wandering cultivator, he commands considerable respect outside Qianzhou City. It is rumored that he has fought several half-step golden immortals without suffering defeat. This time, the formidable opponent facing the Li family's ancestor is none other than Tong Guanjin. With a slight narrowing of his gaze, Tong Guanjin stepped forward and exclaimed, "Indeed, ancestor, your cultivation is extraordinary, and the essence of the golden immortal is so profound that you are likely but a step away from becoming a supreme golden immortal. I, Tong, am not worthy, but I wish to experience your techniques." No sooner had he finished speaking than he advanced with a heavy step. Boom! He stomped down upon the unyielding ground, unleashing a terrifying force that reverberated in all directions, causing an earthquake-like tremor across hundreds of miles of the Li family's territory. The magnitude of Tong Guanjin's step was unfathomable. Even from a distance, Li Fengjue felt a dreadful power surging from the ground, threatening to obliterate him. This force was nothing short of cataclysmic, revealing the incomprehensible might of Tong Guanjin. The Li family's ancestor's hair stood on end, his face flushed, as he grasped a colossal nine-tiered pagoda that radiated a golden glow. With a resounding shout, he declared, "Very well, I shall experience the techniques of my friend Tong." The Li family's ancestor then stepped forward, causing another slight tremor in the ground. At that moment, two extraordinary half-step golden immortals clashed. Boom! The ground shattered, and a torrent of terrifying power surged forth. Tong Guanjin laughed heartily, his figure flickering as he swiftly approached the Li family's ancestor. With a single palm strike, he unleashed a multitude of phantom hands, resembling a sky filled with palm shadows, each capable of annihilating a Xian immortal. Humph! The elder of the Li family exhibited no fear whatsoever. His celestial energy coiled around him as he struck forward with a formidable punch, confident in his awareness of the true location of his opponent's palm without even glancing in that direction. With a resounding impact, the two forces collided. This was a genuine clash of power and cultivation, akin to a thunderous explosion resonating within the hearts of all present. Ha ha! The nine-tiered tower, the power of 9 tiers. Leave it to me! The elder of the Li family bellowed with laughter, the 9-tiered tower on his left hand shimmering with immense strength, rapidly enlarging as it descended from above like a colossal force, ruthlessly pressing down upon Tong Guanjin until he was forced into the ground. Heavenly Black Ruler, defend! Tong Guanjin's face turned crimson, his entire being seemingly crushed beneath the weight, half of his body sinking into the earth. Suddenly, a dark gleam appeared in his hand, a pitch-black ruler, radiating tremendous power, revealing itself as a low-grade celestial artifact. The elder of the Li family erupted into a raucous laugh, brimming with audacity, as if he had grown 3 feet taller. His celestial energy seemingly boundless, he urged the 9-tiered tower to its utmost limits, casting a golden radiance that illuminated the sky, making the colossal structure visible throughout the entire Qianzhou City. Tong Guanjin, dare to offend the Li family? Today, I shall obliterate you. With that, the power of 9 tiers descended to suppress him. Each layer of the 9-tiered tower began to emit circles of light, 9 in total, ensnaring the beleaguered Tong Guanjin beneath the ground. In that moment, the low-grade celestial artifact, the heavenly black ruler, appeared to be under immense strain, visibly bending as if it were on the verge of shattering completely. The elder of the Li family, unmatched in ferocity, aimed to swiftly eliminate the greatest threat, seeking to eradicate Tong Guanjin entirely. Yuan Shan's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, "This is not good. Tong is no match for him. We must act. Chapter 38. Life and Death 3. Yuan Shan was the first to soar into action, unleashing a sharp sword energy from the storm blade in his hand. The Lingan sect, equally ancient as the Li family, possessed a legacy spanning countless years, bestowing upon them the inheritance of mid-grade celestial artifacts. The storm blade crackled with lightning, its swing reminiscent of a wrathful thunderstorm, brewing an aura of destruction. Qing Linshan also charged forward, the weakest among the semi-golden immortals, lacking even a low-grade celestial artifact due to his shallow foundation. Yet, his martial prowess was formidable, and as a semi-golden immortal, the power he unleashed was beyond that of an ordinary profound immortal. Should these three encircle the elder of the Li family, it could spell doom for him. Li Fengjue, perceiving the unfolding situation, swiftly darted to position himself before Qing Linshan, acting as a barrier. Qing Linshan sneered, Li Fengjue, without the nine-tiered tower, do you think you stand a chance against me? Humph. Begone with that. He unleashed a punch, steeped in the essence of golden immortality, its force generating a sonic boom. Li Fengjue, channeling his celestial energy with great urgency, responded with a punch of his own. With a resounding crack, an unstoppable force surged forth, shattering Li Fengjue's arm as if it were mere tofu, sending him hurtling backward, blood spewing from his mouth, crashing heavily onto the ground. He gazed in horror at Qing Linshan, realizing the truth of his words. Without the 9-story pagoda, he could scarcely withstand a single strike. He was merely a Xianxian, yet to grasp even a hint of the golden immortal's essence, and had not even taken a step into the realm of half-step golden immortal, making the disparity between him and Qing Linshan painfully evident. Ha ha, Li Fengjue, today your Li family is fated to be annihilated. Qing Linshan laughed heartily, yet did not rush to attack Li Fengjue. Instead, he once more gathered his strength, directing his assault toward the patriarch of the Li family. He understood that only by eliminating the Li family's elder could he render them utterly defenseless. Boom. Yuan Shan's sword energy crashed violently against the 9-story pagoda, crackling with thunderous might. The terrifying force was borne by the Li family patriarch, whose complexion paled, yet the radiance emanating from the 9-story pagoda grew ever more resplendent, unwavering in its resolve to withstand the onslaught and suppress Tong Guanjin in a race against time. Suddenly, the black mysterious ruler in Tong Guanjin's grasp emitted a series of ominous cracking sounds, its surface marred by numerous fissures, on the verge of total collapse. Seeing this, Yuan Shan's expression shifted dramatically. He knew that should Tong Guanjin be subdued, the tides of battle would instantly reverse, and it would not be the Li family facing annihilation, but rather his own Lingjian sect. And that moment, he held nothing back. Yuan Shan's entire reservoir of celestial energy surged into the thunderous blade, around which flickered terrifying bolts of lightning, as if even space itself were being scorched into nothingness. Moreover, an indomitable sword intent erupted forth, embodying Yuan Shan's resolve as a sword cultivator, who had comprehended his own sword intent since the Xianxian stage. His sword intent was one of courage, an unwavering advance into battle. As a sword cultivator, known for their formidable offensive capabilities, combined with the might of sword intent, his power became truly fearsome, particularly when wielding the mid-grade celestial artifact, the thunderous blade. In this moment, Yuan Shan unleashed every ounce of strength within him. The chaotic lightning danced in a frenzy, and he cried out, "Kill!" A sword energy as thick as a pillar shot forth toward the colossal 9-story pagoda, an unstoppable force. The potency of this sword energy reached unfathomable heights, entwined with bolts of lightning that transformed into massive thunderous dragons, roaring as they surged toward the Li family patriarch to consume him. The elder of the Li family erupted into maniacal laughter, his immense primordial spirit bursting forth, soaring directly into the 9-story pagoda. This was the union of man and artifact, his spirit augmenting the celestial artifact, enabling it to unleash its full potential, even surpassing its limits. However, should the artifact sustain damage, his primordial spirit would suffer irreparable harm. The Li family patriarch was desperate. He was determined to endure Yuan Shan's mightiest strike. A resounding crash reverberated as the indescribable sword aura collided fiercely with the 9-story tower. The 9 luminous rings, representing the power of the 9 layers, were instantaneously shattered by the sharp and terrifying sword energy. The immense tower trembled violently, and soon, Ethereal light began to flicker as its colossal form rapidly diminished to a mere few inches in height. Its surface marred by countless fractures. Blood gushed from the mouth of the Leaf family's ancestral figure, his complexion ashen, as his primordial spirit was forcefully expelled from the 9-story tower, utterly depleted. This strike proved too much for the Leaf family elder to withstand. Not only had the 9-story tower sustained grievous injuries, losing over half its combat prowess, but the elder himself had also become a mere shadow of his former strength, now vulnerable enough that even an ordinary Xianxian could easily extinguish his life. In the blink of an eye, Tong Guanjin's face turned pale, a flicker of murderous intent flashing across his features, his gaze wavering uncertainly. Moments ago, he had indeed felt the chilling breath of death. The elder's frenzied suppression had nearly culminated in his complete annihilation. Yuan Shan approached, observing the grim countenance of Tong Guanjin, and could not help but burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha! It is good to see you unharmed. Tong Daoyu, humph, old ancestor, although your cultivation is formidable, you cannot withstand the combined assault of the three of us. Today, the Li family shall undoubtedly be eradicated from Qianzhou." The Li family elder, his pallor evident, struggled to rise, surveying the chaotic hall with a hint of a smile breaking through his distress. He bellowed, "Ha ha! My Li family has thrived for 10,000 years. How could it be so easily extinguished by the likes of you petty rogues? Though I may be lacking, if I were to self-detonate my immortal infant primordial spirit, I could still take one of you down with me. Tell me, which of you three is willing to accompany this old man into oblivion?" His gaze swept over the three adversaries, sharp and unyielding, exuding an air of confidence and sincerity. They understood that the Li family elder was indeed capable of such a desperate act. The self-detonation of a being on the verge of becoming a golden immortal would undoubtedly inflict catastrophic damage, ensuring that, even if they survived, their future ascension to golden immortal status would be rendered impossible. As the tension escalated, Qing Lingshan's expression darkened, and he abruptly stepped forward with a cold smirk, declaring, "Very well, I shall first eliminate your Li family's experts and see how long you can endure." These three were all half-step golden immortals, far beyond the capabilities of the Li family Xuanxians to resist. The fate of the Li family hung precariously in the balance. Yang Qian slowly opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips as a black longsword, brimming with sentience, spun gracefully in the void. This was none other than the Heiyu sword, forged by Yang Qian himself. "Excellent, excellent, excellent," he mused. Truly, Heiyu stone is one of the three divine metals. Even in its initial successful forging, it possesses the quality of a mid-grade magical treasure. Its resilience is such that even celestial artifacts cannot mar it, making it an exceptional choice as a personal flying sword. Without further hesitation, Yang Qian absorbed the Heiyu sword into his sword spirit, refining it at the very core of the spirit. His essence, energy, and spirit intertwined with the sword's soul, allowing the Heiyu sword to undergo continual refinement. In this process, his essence would gradually merge with the sword, ensuring that any damage to the sword would also affect its spirit. The true fusion of the black jade sword with Yang Qian's essence, spirit, and energy into a personal magical artifact still requires some time. Yang Qian removed the prohibitive formations both inside and outside the room and stepped outside. Chapter 39. Sowing good seeds reaps good fruits. 1. In the courtyard, an unusual atmosphere pervaded, shrouded in silence. Yang Qian furrowed his brow and murmured, "What is going on with the Li family? Why is it so eerily quiet?" He promptly extended his consciousness, reaching into the hall, and his expression shifted drastically. In an instant, he vanished without a trace. Within the hall, Qing Lingshan stepped forward, his aura oscillating with a chilling, murderous intent. The elder of the Li family spoke sternly, "Good, good, good. Qing Lingshan, since you wish to be the scapegoat, I shall oblige." The elder radiated an explosive energy, his primordial spirit erupting forth, inhaling countless strands of vital energy from the surroundings. His primordial spirit began to brew self-detonation, and once unleashed, it would be cataclysmic, capable of even harming golden immortals. At that critical juncture, a voice resounded in the ears of all present. The gratitude of the Li family, Yang Qian remembers it well. However, this matter originated with me, Yang Qian, and thus it is I who must resolve it. As the words fell, a figure manifested in the hall, Yang Qian, who had just forged the black jade sword. Though he remained at the 7th rank of the celestial immortal realm, his eyes brimmed with an unparalleled sharpness. Yang Qian's gaze settled upon Yuan Shan. Although he had never encountered Yuan Shan, he could sense the unmatched sword intent emanating from him. This was a sword cultivator. A half-step golden immortal, undoubtedly the sect leader of the Lingan sect, Yuan Shan. Surely, this must be sect leader Yuan. Yuan Shan scrutinized Yang Qian closely, noting that he indeed possessed merely the cultivation of a 7th-rank celestial immortal, yet had slain his pinnacle 9th-rank son, and shattered the low-grade immortal weapon. The frenzied thunder sword it was utterly astonishing. Indeed, today I shall take your blood to honor Yuan Qin. Yang Qian remained composed, turning to the elder of the Li family and Li Fengjue, bowing respectfully. The great virtue of the Li family in not surrendering Yang Qian has led to the imminent annihilation of the Li family, a burden that weighs heavily upon my heart. The elder of the Li family gently shook his head. Young friend, there is no need for such formality. Qing Lingshan and Yuan Shan are but wolves in sheep's clothing, and your fortuitous presence has merely granted them an excuse to attack my Li family. You need not take it to heart. Yang Qian nodded slightly, fully aware of the underlying truths. Yet, when the moment of crisis arrived, which family or sect would risk annihilation for a mere celestial immortal? In the immortal realm, not all were treacherous, calculating individuals devoid of empathy. One must bear the consequences of their actions. Since Yuan Chen was slain by Yang, it was only fitting that Yang should shoulder the responsibility. Determination and confidence gleamed in Yang Qian's eyes. Suddenly, Qing Lingshan laughed heartily. Ha, what a farce! You, a mere celestial immortal, are like an ant. What burden can you possibly bear? You believe that surrendering will save the Li family? Ha, that is nothing short of a delusion. Chapter 39. The fruits of good deeds, too. In an instant, Yang Qian's gaze transformed into one of extraordinary sharpness, entirely unlike that of a celestial practitioner. He fixated on Qinglin Mountain, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he proclaimed, I, Yang Qian, can bear all of this. Moreover, surrendering is never a course of action for me. Whether this is indeed a delusion or if I can save the Li family, do you dare to test it, Qinglin Mountain? Do you dare to test it? Do you dare to test it? The echoes reverberated with a resounding clang, and at that moment, Yang Qian stood tall, resembling an eternal monument. Qinglin Mountain's eyes narrowed slightly as he scrutinized Yang Qian, sneering, since you seek death, I shall grant it. You have been fortunate enough to escape demise within the immortal lord's abode. This time, let us see who can save you. With a swift motion, Qinglin Mountain struck, the sound of air being shattered resonating through the air. Immersed in the essence of a half-step golden immortal, his power surged several-fold. Even Li Fengjue could not withstand it, being sent flying by a single blow. Let alone Yang Qian, a mere celestial. No one placed their hopes on Yang Qian. Some members of the Li family even closed their eyes. The courage displayed by Yang Qian inspired admiration among them. Facing a formidable half-step golden immortal, he remained utterly unafraid. Such boldness was truly commendable and awe-inspiring. It seemed all could foresee Yang Qian spilling blood on the spot, meeting an untimely demise. This strike, though seemingly ordinary, was indeed a blow from a half-step golden immortal. Yang Qian's mind raced with analysis. Even if he unleashed the newly forged black jade sword, or summoned the 9 gung gold swords to form the spring sun sword array, or harnessed the sword soul to execute the heavenly sword slash, all his strength combined would stand no chance against this blow. There was no opportunity, only death. Yang Qian closed his eyes, seemingly awaiting the arrival of death in silence. The palm drew ever closer, the immense force rustling his garments ominously. Suddenly, Yang Qian opened his eyes, and at that moment, he appeared transformed, radiating an aura of nobility akin to a celestial being or a sovereign of the realm. Standing atop the highest peak, surveying all beneath him, it was an indescribably regal presence. Qinglin Mountain, too, recognized Yang Qian's transformation, yet his expression twisted into one of malice as he snarled, no matter what means you possess, you shall perish. In a surprising turn, Yang Qian boldly stepped forward, disregarding the colossal hand, pointing at Qinglin Mountain with a finger and speaking in a detached tone, you are guilty and deserve judgment. His voice resonated like that of an irresistible monarch. From within Yang Qian erupted a radiant beam, infused with astonishingly sharp sword energy. Judgment, he declared, his tone icy as he brandished the void sky sword. slicing gently forward. With a swift motion, Chapter 39. The fruits of good deeds, 3, unfolds, as if space itself has been cleaved apart. The formidable strike from Xuanling Mountain is effortlessly shattered, reduced to mere fragments akin to tofu by the piercing sword energy. This terrifying force of the sword transcends the void, aimed directly at Xuanling Mountain. This strike resembles the divine judgment of the heavens, an indomitable force that none can withstand. The judgment unleashed by the Sutian sword seems to embody the true essence of judgment itself. Although Yang Qian has already immersed himself in the noble sword intent of the Sutian sword, he can still faintly grasp the profound truth of judgment contained within this technique. Xuanling Mountain's eyes widen in disbelief, his complexion paling as he gazes upon the unparalleled sword energy and the ancient, fearsome sword, struggling to comprehend the reality before him. His final words escape in shock. "Sword demon? How can you be the sword demon?" With a swift thrust, the razor-sharp sword energy of the Sutian sword pierces through Xuanling Mountain's body, obliterating his celestial infant and penetrating even his primordial spirit. In a single stroke, death is absolute. It may be an arduous task for Yang Qian to slay a golden immortal, even with the Sutian sword. Yet to eliminate a half-step golden immortal proves to be considerably simpler. This scene unfolds like a dramatic play, the sudden turn of events leaving all witnesses momentarily stunned, unable to process the reality. The once timid Yang Qian has transformed into an unstoppable, ferocious tiger, effortlessly tearing apart Xuanling Mountain, creating a stark contrast that is almost surreal. Sword demon, Li Fengjue, and the other cultivators murmur in quiet awe, their gazes towards Yang Qian shifting dramatically, filled with astonishment, envy, and disbelief. The name of the sword demon has grown increasingly resonant since the collapse of the celestial sword immortal's abode. Countless cultivators are now aware that someone has acquired the Sutian sword from the celestial sword immortal's domain, and this individual is likely privy to the secrets of the celestial sword immortal's cultivation. That person is none other than the sword demon, who is left unscathed amidst the onslaught of 3 golden immortal experts, transforming over 1,000 celestial and profound immortal cultivators into nothingness, his infamous reputation spreading far and wide. Yang Qian hovers effortlessly in the void, wielding the Sutian sword, revealing his true identity. Even as he exposes his acquisition of the Sutian sword, he is determined to alleviate the crisis facing the Li family. This is a manifestation of cause and effect. Having sown the seeds of virtue, the Li family now reaps the rewards, thereby escaping the calamity of extermination. Sword demon. Yuan Shan's expression shifts slightly. He too has sensed the earlier sword energy. As a sword cultivator, he is acutely aware of its irresistible potency. None could have anticipated that a sword demon would emerge unexpectedly. Daoist Tong. I never imagined this person to be the sword demon. With Xuanling Mountain deceased, let us join forces. I refuse to believe that this mere celestial immortal, even with a top-grade immortal artifact, can summon significant power. Yuan Shan's thunderous sword crackles with electric force, exhibiting overwhelming strength. Yang Qian's gaze turns icy as he retorts, even if it is but a fraction of my strength. It is more than sufficient to sweep you both aside. Yuan Shan, as a sword cultivator, today I shall demonstrate to you what it truly means to be a sword cultivator. Chapter 39. The fruits of good deeds, 4. Yang Qian's expression turned grave as he swiftly merged with the noble sword intent contained within the Sutian sword, transforming into a manifestation of the celestial sword immortal himself, indistinguishable in essence. Celestial sword slash. This was the most formidable move within the celestial sword technique, and it was through this very strike that Yang Qian broke the siege of 3 golden immortals, the residual energy claiming the lives of over 1,000 cultivators. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The Sutian sword vibrated incessantly, strands of sword chi crisscrossing through the void, subtly forming a colossal celestial sword. This great sword seemed to emanate a divine might, causing even the storm thunder sword to tremble slightly, as though in fear of its presence. In days gone by, the celestial sword immortal unleashed the celestial sword slash on the battlefield beyond the realm, compelling every flying sword in the hands of cultivators, even their life-bound swords, to be drawn into the void. Before the celestial sword immortal, none could draw their swords. He was the sovereign of swords. While Yang Qian had yet to reach such heights, he could perceive the pride of the celestial sword immortal, and the unparalleled, supreme celestial might radiating from this sword. Beneath its presence, all flying swords were destined to submit. Chapter 40. Seizing the Cave Abode. 1. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The storm thunder sword quivered incessantly, as if drawn by some unseen force, causing Yuan Shan to struggle to maintain his grip. Storm thunder dance, with a fierce determination. Yuan Shan even allowed his primordial spirit to escape, imbuing the storm thunder sword with his essence, finally suppressing its restless energy. A gust of wind swept through, darkening the sky, as if an endless tempest of thunder was about to erupt. Yuan Shan's strike had provoked a change in the heavens. His storm thunder sword possessed the innate ability to summon the very thunder of the world, and now, that power had been ignited. The sound of thunder reverberated throughout the sky, instilling a sense of dread. Tong Dayu, if we do not exert our full strength, I fear we may be trapped here today, Yuan Shan warned, noticing that Tong Guanjin seemed preoccupied with other thoughts. Tong Guanjin was a formidable individual in his own right, his cultivation level rivaling Yuan Shan's, though he lacked a powerful mid-grade immortal artifact. Boom! A massive bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking directly upon the storm thunder sword, augmenting its already formidable power. However, such might paled in comparison to the colossal celestial sword. The celestial sword slash executed by Yang Qian with the Su Tian sword produced an immense blade, radiating sharp sword chi and an air of nobility, as if nothing could withstand the devastation of this singular strike. Very well, Black Xian, slay. Tong Guanjin gritted his teeth and hurled the Black Xian with great force. Though the Black Xian had been significantly weakened by the Li family's ancestral pressure, displaying fine cracks upon its surface, Tong Guanjin recognized the urgency of the situation and cast aside his reservations, unleashing all his might. His primordial spirit surged forth, merging with the Black Xian, greatly amplifying its potency. Two terrifying death threats loomed, one manifested as a colossal sword of thunder, while the other took the form of a mysterious and formidable ruler. Both forces possessed the capability to inflict harm upon ordinary golden immortals, their very essences integrated within these celestial artifacts, clearly indicating that they were fighting with all their might at this moment. Yang Qian resembled a manifestation of the celestial sword immortal, embodying a noble sword intent that was inviolable. With a slight narrowing of his eyes, he extended his hand to point towards the void, and in an instant, the celestial sword descended with a decisive slash, boom. The sheer power of this strike defied description, and its terror was beyond measure. It felt as though an instant had passed. Yet it also seemed like an eternity. The immense celestial sword cleaved through the void, reducing everything beneath its blade to nothingness. Even the immensely powerful thunder sword was severed in twain by this singular stroke, its formidable quality notwithstanding, while the truly inferior celestial artifact wielded by Tong Guan was utterly obliterated into the void. All was rendered into nothingness. There were no cries of anguish, no traces of blood. The might of this sword was beyond articulation. After dispatching these two half-step golden immortal experts, the celestial sword did not cease its descent. Once the celestial sword slash was unleashed, Yang Qian's current strength proved insufficient to exert control over it. Chapter 40. Seizing the Cave Dwelling. 2. The profound experts of the Lingan sect and the Qingyi sect gazed in horror as the celestial sword descended, resembling those formidable figures who had perished in the immortal monarch's cave, being directly reduced to nothingness beneath a single stroke, utterly annihilated. Such prowess transcended the realm of, surpassing even half-step golden immortals, reaching heights that commanded awe even from the Li family, and evoked a surge of emotions within Yang Qian himself. This time, Yang Qian experienced a deeper understanding, gaining a more intuitive grasp of the celestial sword slash. Even if the three golden immortals were to besiege him again, Yang Qian would harbor no fear. With a single sword strike, he could effortlessly extricate himself from peril on the ground. A profound fissure lay, leaving onlookers dumbfounded. The entirety of the Li family hall had been utterly transformed, and only then did they come to believe that the title of Sword Demon was indeed terrifying. Far from exaggerated, and perhaps even understated, Li Fengjue was equally astonished, his expression one of disbelief. Yet, the Li family patriarch, having one foot firmly planted on the threshold of golden immortality, was the first to regain composure. Approaching Yang Qian, he clasped his hands in respect and said, "Friend, you have alleviated the plight of my Li family. We are truly at a loss for how to repay such a favor." Indeed, Yang Qian had rendered an invaluable service to the Li family, not only vanquishing the threats but also facilitating a rapid expansion of their influence. With the experts of the Qingyi sect and Lingjian sect now reduced to nothingness by Yang Qian's sword, no force in Qianzhou could rival the Li family. Once the patriarch successfully ascended to golden immortality, the Li family would genuinely reclaim its former unparalleled glory. Gradually withdrawing from the sword intent of the Void Celestial Sword, Yang Qian steadied his mind. His recent integration with the Void Celestial Sword and the execution of the Celestial Sword Slash had yielded numerous insights and experiences that warranted further contemplation. He returned the gesture and replied, "Patriarch, you overstate my contribution. I have previously stated that one reaps what one sows. Given that Qinglin Mountain and Yuan Shan sought my life, they deserve their fate, both justly and personally. However, now that I have revealed my identity, I believe that soon, skilled individuals will come to track my whereabouts, among whom there may even be those of the golden immortal rank. I must depart swiftly." The ancestral figure has already set one foot into the realm of the golden immortals. With a bit more dedicated cultivation, an ascension to golden immortal status is merely a matter of time. At that point, the Li family will truly be secure. Farewell. With that, Yang Qian soared directly into the void, and the members of the Li family did not attempt to detain him. The news of the sword demon acquiring the Shutian sword was already common knowledge. Possessing such a treasure often brings both fortune and misfortune. Naturally, many powerful golden immortals would harbor ambitions to seize the Shutian sword, and for every moment Yang Qian lingered in the Li family, he invited greater peril. Without hesitation, he flew towards the direction of Zhongzhou. Zhongzhou is not close to Qianzhou, and along the way, he must pass through Yunzhou, Sangzhou, Jiazhou, Huaihou, and others. The journey spans countless miles. Even if he were to fly continuously, it would take Yang Qian several years to reach his destination point one day. As Yang Qian flew over a dense forest, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura. It was a rich essence of the five elements gold qi. He ceased his flight and quietly descended into the woods, keenly attuning himself to the essence of the five elements gold qi. Chapter 40. Seizing the Cave Dwelling. 3. This is a small Gungjin vein. Although Wanling Shan had mentioned that Gungjin is abundant in the celestial realm, I have never witnessed it until now. Yang Qian was exceptionally sensitive to the five elements gold qi. He did not cultivate the primordial spirit or the celestial infant. Instead, he specifically absorbed the five elements gold qi from the void for his training. The slightest fluctuation in the gold qi could not escape his notice. The journey to Zhongzhou is long, and moreover, I have garnered some insights from obtaining the Shutian sword that I have yet to thoroughly contemplate. This presents a perfect opportunity to delve into this Gungjin mountain range, to digest my experiences carefully and enhance my strength, lest I encounter formidable golden immortal experts without the slightest means of defense. Yang Qian understood that possessing the Shutian sword, this extraordinary treasure, would inevitably attract the covetous eyes of many golden immortal experts. While he had yet to encounter any golden immortals, their abilities are unfathomable, and one never knows when an encounter may occur. Thus, strengthening his own capabilities was imperative. During his time in the lower realm, Yang Qian often entered secluded meditation, sometimes for decades at a stretch, emerging with dramatically enhanced power. Yet, upon arriving in the celestial realm, he had not sequestered himself in such a manner. With his mind made up, Yang Qian ventured deeper into the forest. After approximately half an hour, he discovered an exquisite location, surrounded by profound tranquility and the gentle sound of flowing water. More importantly, the richness of the five elements gold qi here was unparalleled. If he was not mistaken, there lay a small Gungjin vein beneath this very spot, precisely what Yang Qian required for his cultivation. Even a gentle breath in this place was infused with the dense essence of the five elements gold qi. It was the ideal location for Yang Qian to enter seclusion. Scanning his surroundings, he noticed a cave within a stone wall. With a graceful leap, he swiftly approached the cave's entrance. However, after observing for a while, he furrowed his brow slightly, for numerous protective formations surrounded the cave, indicating that it had already been claimed by someone else. Some itinerant cultivators, lacking support from factions or spiritual veins for their cultivation, typically sought out such cave dwellings in secluded forests. Yang Qian's consciousness swept through the surroundings, revealing not only the presence of cultivators within this cave, but also discovering that within a 20-mile radius, there were no less than a dozen other caves occupied by practitioners engaged in their cultivation. A chill flickered in Yang Qian's eyes, a glimmer of intensity sparking within. Such a scenario could only signify the supremacy of the strong. The black jade sword materialized in Yang Qian's hand, and as the sword energy flickered, the sword essence within surged violently into the black jade sword, causing its blade to emanate a fierce light of nearly a foot in length. With a resounding roar, Yang Qian raised the black jade sword and descended from the heavens, striking down with tremendous force. The very earth trembled beneath him, the sword's formidable hardness indisputably evident. The colossal sword energy brutally shattered the simple protective formation before the cave, transmitting immense power within, thereby dismantling several formations contained within the cave. This was merely a warning from Yang Qian, a signal conveyed. Should he choose to unleash his wrath, a single sword strike would obliterate all formations within this cave. The strength of such formations was utterly trivial in his eyes. Chapter 40. Seizing the cave. 4. Following Yang Qian's upheaval, the cave soon responded with a thunderous voice echoing forth, "Who dares to breach my formation?" Suddenly, a burly man with a thick beard shot forth from the cave, his face a shade of iron, fixated on Yang Qian. With a mere glance, Yang Qian discerned that this man possessed the cultivation of a 9th-grade celestial immortal. Humph, I wondered who it was. Turns out to be a mere 7th-grade celestial immortal. Speak. What business do you have in breaking my formation? If your explanation does not satisfy me, I shall capture you and imprison you within my cave, leaving you at the mercy of fate. Upon realizing Yang Qian's cultivation level, the man immediately adopted a condescending demeanor. Yang Qian, however, paid him no heed and replied coolly, "I possess 40,000 high-grade celestial crystals and wish for you to vacate this cave." Upon saying this, he produced 40,000 high-grade celestial crystals from his spatial pouch, their brilliance shimmering with pure celestial essence. The sight caused the man's eyes to gleam with avarice, an unmistakable greed manifesting upon his face. 40,000 high-grade celestial crystals constituted no trifling sum. They could rival the entire fortune of certain wandering cultivators. It was likely that this rogue cultivator had never encountered such a substantial amount of celestial crystals in one go, as 40,000 high-grade celestial crystals could easily purchase a high-grade magical artifact. The middle-aged cultivator's gaze flickered with greed, and after sizing up Yang Qian, a hint of murderous intent subtly emerged in his expression. "What say you? 40,000 high-grade celestial crystals. Allow me to take possession of this cave." Yang Qian, seemingly oblivious to the shift in the man's demeanor, continued to speak in a tranquil tone. The middle-aged cultivator's eyes darted about, and eventually, he appeared to have made a resolution, sneering, "Heh, you clearly do not understand the adage that wealth should not be flaunted. Seeing your extravagant display, you seem unaware of the hardships faced by us wandering cultivators. Since you have foolishly stumbled upon me, your misfortune is sealed. Slaying you will allow me to claim all your riches." Ha ha! With that, the middle-aged cultivator unleashed a flying sword, a pitiful sight for one of his caliber, a 9th-grade celestial immortal still wielding a medium-grade magical artifact. A flash of murderous intent ignited in Yang Qian's eyes as he coldly scoffed, "You presume to wield a sword?" With a decisive declaration, he invoked the slaughter style in the realm of immortals. Bloodshed had long since become second nature. However, Yang Qian was not one to indulge in indiscriminate killing. Yet, as the middle-aged cultivator's greed took hold, it ignited the flames of Yang Qian's wrath. The black jade sword transformed into a beam of obsidian light, exuding an aura of slaughter, and ruthlessly struck against the opponent's flying sword. With a resounding crack, the flying sword shattered upon impact. Although Yang Qian's black jade sword was also a mid-grade magical treasure, it was forged from one of the 3 divine metals, possessing a power that rivaled that of an immortal artifact. Furthermore, its lethal nature was boundless, rendering it utterly insurmountable for a mere loose cultivator. With a swift flash of sword light, Yang Qian, now a 7th-grade celestial being, wielded an immeasurable sword technique. How could a loose cultivator of mere 9th-grade celestial status stand against him? The sword light cleaved through, severing the opponent's head, leaving no trace of their primordial spirit, which had already been pierced within by Yang Qian's blade. After eliminating the loose cultivator, Yang Qian directly entered the cave dwelling, effortlessly dismantling the great formations with a sweep of his sword light. Chapter 40. Seizing the cave dwelling. 5. Inside the cave, the space remained remarkably clean, adorned with several gathering formations, indicating that the cultivator had been preparing to ascend to the mystical immortal realm. However, for a loose cultivator to attempt such an ascent was fraught with immense difficulty, with the odds being dismally low. Hence, many ninth-grade celestial loose cultivators would seek refuge in various sects, harnessing the spiritual veins to facilitate their pursuit of the mystical immortal realm. Otherwise, relying solely on the scattered primordial energy would render the attainment of such a level impossible. Just as Yang Qian contemplated his own need for the elusive 5-elemental golden energy to reach the mystical immortal realm, he realized that having slain the middle-aged cultivator had already attracted the attention of numerous practitioners within a 20-mile radius, and several consciousnesses had swept past him. After a moment of contemplation, the void sky sword within Yang Qian stirred slightly, releasing a surge of soaring sword energy that, under his command, directly cleaved into a massive mountain peak. With a thunderous roar, the monumental mountain was neatly bisected, sending tremors throughout the forest. The sheer force of this display instilled terror in the hearts of many nearby cultivators, for such prowess was the domain of those proficient in the mystical immortal realm. Most of the practitioners cultivating in this area had yet to attain such heights. Otherwise, once they achieved mystical immortal status, they would undoubtedly become sovereigns in their own right, and would not be found here to cultivate. Chapter 41. Sword Rainbow Technique 1. Seeing that his intent to intimidate had been successfully realized, a colossal sound reverberated through the void. Within a 20-mile radius, this is the domain of Yang. If any cultivators are within these bounds, depart swiftly. Should any remain here after an hour, they shall face the consequences. This was a blatant threat, yet the previous sword strike had instilled a profound fear in the hearts of these cultivators. Within moments, what had once been a gathering of over a dozen practitioners in the cave dwelling had dwindled to an empty space, clearly indicating their dread of Yang Qian. Pleased to find the area devoid of others, Yang Qian nodded in satisfaction, then proceeded to set numerous formations and prohibitions both within and outside the cave. He resolved to enter a state of seclusion for cultivation, forbidding any disturbances. Once all arrangements were in place, Yang Qian settled into a tranquil state, beginning his closed-door cultivation. He opened his own spatial realm, and with a sweep of his consciousness, retrieved the icy, millennium cold ice coffin, which housed the body of Xuanling Shan. At that moment, her visage was devoid of any color, appearing pale as if frozen in time, exhibiting no signs of change. This was the power of the millennium cold ice coffin, capable of preserving a physical form in eternal decay. The crown of blessings still rests gracefully upon Xuanling Shan's head, a token given by Yang Qian as a bridal gift, signifying his intention to take her as his eternal companion. The crown of blessings is a wondrous artifact, resplendent in its beauty, adorning Xuanling Shan in such a way that she appears almost lifelike. Were it not for her pallid complexion, one might scarcely discern that she is but a lifeless vessel. Her primordial spirit extinguished, her celestial essence dissipated. Yang Qian gazes silently for a while before whispering softly, "Shaner, do not worry. I shall reach Zhongzhou and seek the aid of the celestial diviner to rescue you." With a gentle gesture, he summoned a force to cradle the ice coffin, sending it soaring into the void. Only then did he begin to organize his thoughts for his impending seclusion. Meditation is not merely a blind retreat. It must be purposeful. Many enter seclusion to break through their limitations and elevate their realms, while others do so merely to grasp a fleeting insight or simply to refine a particular technique. The motivations for seclusion vary greatly among practitioners, yet Yang Qian's purpose is far more intricate. He has gained profound insights into the heavenly sword technique and an unwavering understanding of sword intent. His reflections on the sword itself are numerous, all of which necessitate deep contemplation during this period of seclusion. Moreover, his sword spirit has not truly meditated for quite some time, slowly absorbing the quintessence of the 5 elements to refine itself, while his physical form has not been meticulously tempered. Thus, this retreat will also serve to gradually enhance his body. Additionally, the Heiyu sword, which he forged not long ago, requires ritualistic refinement to fully integrate his essence, energy, and spirit into its core, transforming it into his true innate treasure. Furthermore, the 9 Gengjin swords, having undergone prolonged baptism by the sword's primal force, have gradually reached saturation. They require careful ritualistic enhancement to elevate them to the status of true treasures. When the Spring Sun Sword Array is unleashed, its might shall be significantly amplified, rendering even the slaying of Xianxian masters a trivial matter without the need to wield the Void Sky Sword. Chapter 41. Sword Rainbow Technique 2. In the future, he will encounter countless formidable opponents, particularly golden immortals. Presently, he lacks the confidence to contend with them, even with the aid of the Void Sky Sword. Hence the necessity to prepare a means of self-preservation. These are the matters Yang Qian must address during his retreat. With a swift motion, Yang Qian extracted countless pieces of mysterious iron from the void. Arranging them on the ground into a series of intricate formations, he activated the heavenly sword technique, continuously absorbing the quintessence of metal from the iron. As his sword spirit transformed, each beam of sword light becoming increasingly sharp. While the technique operated autonomously within him, his consciousness delved deep into the essence of sword intent. Sword intent is the foundation of a sword cultivator's being. Many sword practitioners exhibit varying degrees of sword intent. Yang Qian's newly formed sword intent is still at the nascent level. To attain the sword intent of a celestial sword sovereign represents the pinnacle of mastery. Even without drawing the sword, one could lethally strike from the shadows, relying solely on their sword intent. Unlike cultivation levels, which can be enhanced through practice, sword intent can only be refined through continual comprehension and insight. Yang Qian also possesses a gift for fortune, as he continually reminisces about the myriad experiences of his life. His existence has been marked by unwavering dedication. Though his methods may appear rudimentary, they are undeniably practical. He persistently contemplates the essence of this steadfastness, causing his sword intent to evolve from frailty to formidable strength, becoming increasingly impressive. Seasons change, and the mountains, once adorned with flourishing flora, wither only to bloom anew. It is yet another sunlit occasion on this day. The ground suddenly trembles slightly, and a terrifying beam of sword light shoots skyward, cleaving the heavens. This radiant sword light instills fear, causing the surrounding beasts and birds to flee in terror. Even the reclusive cultivators in the deep mountains are left astonished, as the sight of this sword light evokes memories of an unforgettable scene from 50 years ago. It is rumored that a master once seized a cave dwelling, establishing a prohibition that deterred anyone from cultivating within a 20-mile radius. For 50 years, there had been silence, until now, when such a significant disturbance arises. Could it be that the master has concluded their seclusion? Within the cave, Yang Qian's visage remains unchanged, yet a subtle smile graces his face, revealing his inner joy. Today, his 9 Gongjin flying swords have finally transformed into low-grade magical artifacts, and after undergoing the baptism of sword essence, they have become sharper than the average low-grade treasures, each imbued with a hint of piercing intent. Just moments ago, he could no longer restrain himself from unleashing the Xuanling sword formation, and indeed, its power is terrifying, surpassing previous capabilities by more than tenfold. Even against an ordinary Xianxian expert, he is confident in his ability to vanquish foes using the Xuanling sword formation. When the Xuanling formation is activated, it is akin to the arrival of spring under the sun. Exuding an unparalleled momentum, the 9 Gongjin swords whirl around Yang Qian, having undergone extensive refinement. Although they are not his life-bound treasures, they resonate with his spirit, allowing him to wield them with effortless precision. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Qian murmurs, 50 years have passed. I did not anticipate such a lengthy seclusion. Now, the Heiyu sword has become my life-bound treasure. Perhaps it is time to cultivate that sword technique. The Heiyu sword stirs slightly and flies from within him, shimmering with a dark and ethereal glow. After 50 years of refinement, this sword has not only become Yang Qian's life-saving artifact, but has also seen a significant enhancement in quality. A single strike can rival that of a low-grade celestial weapon, possessing an indomitable nature and boundless power. With the Heiyu sword's caliber, it should be suitable for practicing the sword rainbow technique. The sword rainbow technique is a form of swordsmanship within the Tian sword art, distinct from the killing, judgment, or verdict styles, as well as the Tian/it is a technique focused purely on speed. Once unleashed, the sword's velocity can increase tenfold. Such a surge in speed, even for Yang Qian, would render him a sight to behold, one that would leave even a golden immortal in awe. This technique is undoubtedly an exceptional means of preserving one's life. Furthermore, in the heat of battle, the ability to instantaneously unleash tenfold speed can catch opponents off guard, enhancing the effectiveness of the 3 major sword styles and amplifying their might. In summary, the sword rainbow technique offers countless advantages, particularly for Yang Qian, who is now likely being pursued by golden immortals. With this swordsmanship, he no longer has to fear being caught. However, despite years of cultivation in the realm of immortality, Yang Qian has never mastered the sword rainbow technique. The primary reason for this lies in the exceedingly stringent requirements of the technique, which were simply unattainable within the confines of the cultivation world. To practice the sword rainbow technique, one must unleash sword essence within the flying sword in an instantaneous explosion, achieving a velocity tenfold that of ordinary speeds. The pressure that the flying sword must endure is unimaginable. During his time in the cultivation realm, Yang Qian had attempted to practice it. Yet, even a mid-grade magical treasure would shatter under the explosive force of the sword essence, and even a high-grade magical treasure would crumble after a single execution of the sword rainbow technique. Only an immortal artifact could withstand the technique without damage. However, in the cultivation realm, even a high-grade magical treasure is a rarity of immense power, let alone an immortal artifact, which is virtually impossible to find. Even Yang Qian, with his celestial swords, could only access the Ling Lei sword and the Kuang Lei sword from the Lingjian sect, while other sword cultivators had no chance of acquiring an immortal sword. Fortunately, he now possesses the Heiyu sword, which he has specially refined into his life treasure, continuously enhancing it with sword essence to elevate it to the pinnacle of a mid-grade magical treasure, thus preparing to cultivate the sword rainbow technique. The Heiyu stone, being one of the 3 divine metals of the celestial realm, boasts unparalleled resilience and possesses indestructible characteristics, making it an ideal choice for cultivating the sword rainbow technique. With everything in place, a sequence of incantations began to flicker in Yang Qian's mind, flowing continuously as he meticulously comprehended the sword rainbow technique. Chapter 41. The Sword Rainbow Technique 4. Meanwhile, surrounding Yang Qian, the imperceptible air was infused with countless strands of 5 elements gold qi, emanating from the underground Gungjin mine vein, which had been gradually depleting after years of absorption. The sword radiance within Yang Qian had transformed from 7 strands to 8. Over the past 50 years, the Xian iron he brought from the cultivation realm had dwindled significantly in the celestial immortal realm. The amount of 5 elements gold qi required for each advancement is unfathomable, and should he aspire to ascend to the Xian immortal level, the transformation of his sword soul would likely demand more than 100 Gungjin mine veins. However, Yang Qian did not dwell on such thoughts. He believed that a path would emerge when he reached the mountain's summit. After all, Xian iron and Gungjin are relatively common. As his cultivation strength grows, these mine veins gradually lag behind his pace of advancement. Thus, the cave once again fell into tranquility, for the sword rainbow technique cannot be mastered in a day. Seasons change, and for those who cultivate, the concept of time is almost non-existent. 10 years can pass in the blink of an eye. One day, a panicked cultivator suddenly descended from the sky, frantically seeking a path, clearly gripped by fear. Humph! A mere 3rd-grade celestial immortal dares to defy our will. Such audacity is tantamount to courting death. 3 figures suddenly shot down from the sky, all 4th-grade celestial immortals, casting disdainful glances at the 3rd-grade celestial immortal before them. It appeared that these 3 had been relentlessly pursuing him. The ethereal sect? Are you not concerned about provoking a conflict between my spirit sword sect and your ethereal faction? There is no escape left. Even a 3rd-grade celestial being still clings to a glimmer of hope, invoking the name of their sect. The 3 cultivators exchanged glances, their faces twisting into cold smirks. Your spirit sword sect is in a state of decline, struggling for survival, while we of the ethereal sect flourish, our strength increasing day by day. Does the spirit sword sect dare to contend with us? Humph! You are but a mere 3rd-grade celestial disciple, likely insignificant even within your own sect, yet you audaciously flaunt your authority. Hand over the tricolor grass obediently. These cultivators seemed intent on seizing a piece of tricolor grass. At that moment, the ground trembled violently, and a chilling voice resonated from the nearby cave. You 3 have intruded upon my domain without permission. If you do not depart immediately, I shall show no mercy. The voice was grand and powerful, echoing in the ears of all present. The 4 cultivators were engulfed in fear, glancing around until they noticed the cave nestled in the stone wall, clearly the lair of a formidable expert. The earlier voice had already hinted at the extraordinary prowess of the cave's master, prompting the 3 cultivators to abandon their arrogant demeanor and call out, "Senior, please do not be angry. We are disciples of the ethereal sect from Yunzhao. We unintentionally trespassed into your cave. We beseech your forgiveness. We shall eliminate this intruder at once and depart immediately." No sooner had the words left their lips than a sharp sword aura shot forth from the cave. Chapter 41. The Sword Rainbow Technique 5. The sword energy surged forth, instantly shredding the body of the fourth-grade cultivator, piercing through his primordial spirit, leading to his swift demise. Humph! Daring to commit slaughter before my abode, death is too lenient a fate. The other two fourth-grade celestial beings, witnessing their senior's instantaneous demise at the hands of the sword aura, were filled with dread, trembling as they implored. Senior, please quell your wrath. We are also disciples of the ethereal sect. We shall leave at once. The two disciples, fearing for their lives, wasted no time in fleeing into the void, vanishing without a trace. The remaining third-grade disciple, seeing the crisis averted, immediately knelt before the unseen master, exclaiming, I, the junior, am profoundly grateful for your life-saving intervention. I have no means to repay you, except for this tricolor grass, which I humbly present to you. This cultivator displayed remarkable cunning, realizing that the opponent had not even revealed themselves, yet had effortlessly dispatched a fourth-grade expert with a mere sword aura. Their cultivation must be unfathomable. Should they harbor ill intents, escape would be impossible. Thus, he willingly offered the tricolor grass. Within the cave, it was Yang Qian. He opened his eyes, lost in contemplation. After a decade of cultivation, he had finally mastered the sword rainbow technique, initially intending to condense 9 sword rays to seek the path toward becoming a mysterious immortal and transforming his sword spirit. However, he had recently discovered that the profound iron within the space was entirely depleted, having been consumed for his cultivation. Even the small vein of gung metal beneath the cave had been completely absorbed, rendering his progress painfully slow and hardly worth mentioning. It was precisely for this reason that he had ceased his practice, only to witness the skirmish among the cultivators. Chapter 42. Senior Sister Chun, 1. At present, I have cultivated only 8 sword auras within my body. To expedite my training, I must seek out additional mineral veins. The practitioners of the celestial realm absorb both primordial and spiritual energies, competing fiercely for spiritual veins. Only the sword cultivators sects possess mineral veins, as they are essential for forging the flying swords used by their disciples. If I wish to enhance my cultivation, I must infiltrate a sword cultivator sect and seize their mineral veins for more effective training. With this resolution, Yang Qian firmly set his mind. Meanwhile, the third-grade celestial being outside was also grappling with countless schemes, only to find none of them viable. He remained uncertain about the nature of the cave's owner and whether he would be met with hostility. As he was engulfed in anxiety, a figure suddenly soared out of the cave and landed before him. Which sect do you belong to, and how were you pursued by those 3? Speak the truth. If I detect a single lie, I shall end your life. Yang Qian asked coldly. The third-grade celestial disciple promptly replied, I dare not conceal the truth that I am Lin Xiaoyi, a disciple of the Lingjian sect in Yunzhou City. I initially set out to hunt some spiritual beasts to exchange for celestial crystals, but unexpectedly discovered this 3-colored herb and harvested it. I did not anticipate that those 3 vicious cultivators, disciples of the Xuanling sect, would develop a greedy desire upon seeing the herb and relentlessly pursued me until I found refuge here, where I was fortunate enough to be scared off by your presence. Every word I utter is true. I implore you to recognize this, and I offer this 3-colored herb as a tribute. Feeling Yang Qian's overwhelming aura, which was beyond his comprehension, Lin Xiaoyi discerned that he was in the presence of a senior expert and dared not withhold any information. Yang Qian, however, felt a surge of joy. Lingjian sect? A sword cultivation sect? How fortuitous, for I am in search of mineral veins. This is indeed an opportunity. Resolute in his decision, though maintaining an inscrutable expression, he reached out and grasped the 3-colored herb. Yang Qian had heard of the 3-colored herb, renowned as a prime ingredient for crafting superior elixirs, thus holding considerable value. Nevertheless, to him, its worth was negligible. I am but a solitary cultivator, and my recent training has been arduous. I sought to enter a sect to leverage the spiritual veins for my cultivation, and fate has brought us together. You shall escort me back to the Lingjian sect and introduce me, and this celestial crystal shall be yours. With emotion, Yang Qian lifted Lin Xiaoyi and tossed him a high-grade celestial crystal, returning the 3-colored herb as well. Lin Xiaoyi, astonished upon examining the celestial crystal in his hand, realized it was indeed a high-grade one. The value of the three-colored herb he possessed could barely fetch a single high-grade celestial crystal if he were to sell it at his utmost effort. Overjoyed, Lin Xiaoyi thought that with this high-grade celestial crystal and the proceeds from the three-colored herb, he could acquire superior elixirs sufficient to elevate him to a fourth-grade celestial being. Since you wish to join the Lingyan sect, it is certainly permissible. Very well, let us depart at once, Yang Qian declared, wasting no time as he seized Lin Xiaoyi and soared towards Yunzhou City. Chapter 42. Sister Qin, 2. Throughout the journey, Lin Xiaoyi provided Yang Qian with a brief overview of the circumstances in Yunzhou City. In Yunzhou, there exist four major sects: the Lingyan sect, the Xuanling school, the Yuexian sect, and the Xuanling sect. Each of these sects occupies a distinct spiritual vein, and the practitioners there thrive in prosperity. However, none have yet emerged as a golden immortal. Recently, the Lingyan sect has encountered friction with other sects, such as the Xuanling school, leading to difficult times. Yang Qian understood this situation well. Much like in Qianzhou, where the Li family was weak, the Lingyan sect and the Qingyi sect sought to unite and attempt to divide the Li family's influence. The Lingyan sect in Yunzhou was similarly positioned, having once been powerful and now controlling the strongest spiritual vein in the entire city, which inherently bred conflict. Nevertheless, Yunzhou was significantly more formidable than Qianzhou, as each sect boasted at least 5 experts at the half-step golden immortal level. Before long, Yang Qian arrived at the entrance of the Lingyan sect. The entire sect was constructed against the mountains, and from a distance, one could behold a colossal sword piercing the clouds. A notional sword, in fact, but rather a mountain peak revered by the disciples of the Lingyan sect as the Sword Peak, said to have been shaped by the formidable magical prowess of a former golden immortal master. Yang Qian could not help but acknowledge that this magnificent sword peak imparted an aura of sharpness to the entire Lingyan sect, truly emblematic of a sword cultivation sect. Lin Xiaoyi guided Yang Qian to an ancient, unadorned pavilion before ushering him inside, where they approached 3 elderly men. These 3 elders possessed the cultivation of Xian immortals, their auras subdued and lacking the typical sharpness associated with sword cultivators, an indication of their profound cultivation, likely among the most accomplished of Xian immortals. Lin Xiaoyi quickly clasped his hands in greeting and said, "Esteemed elders, I, Lin Xiaoyi, have matters to report." The 3 elders did not open their eyes, responding lazily, "Speak. What is it?" Lin Xiaoyi hastily continued, "Respected elders, it is as follows. During my recent travels, I encountered Senior Yang, who is a wandering sword cultivator. He lamented the difficulties of cultivation and wishes to join our Lingyan sect as a disciple, seeking to cultivate within our spiritual vein. I implore the elders to grant your approval." The elder in the center abruptly opened his eyes, a gleam of sharp light emanating from his gaze as he scrutinized Yang Qian, seemingly attempting to see through him entirely at this moment. Yang Qian did not hold back. He released his aura of an 8th-rank celestial immortal for the 3 elders to observe. "Indeed, impressive," the elder remarked. "The aura is robust yet refined, suggesting you have acquired excellent sword cultivation techniques. It is true that wandering cultivators face immense challenges. Without a spiritual vein, achieving Xian immortal status is nearly impossible. Our Lingyan sect is relatively accommodating. You need only remain loyal to our sect without harboring ulterior motives. Can you commit to this?" Yang Qian promptly replied, "Upon entering the sect, I shall fulfill my duties as a disciple and will certainly abide by this." "Very well, what is your name?" "I am surnamed Yang." Given name Qian. Chapter 42. Sister Qian, 3. Take good care of this identification token. From this moment forth, you shall be an outer disciple of my Lingyan sect. Proceed to the adjacent hall and seek out Qin Shiyan, who will assign you a task. Every disciple of the Lingyan sect is expected to contribute to the sect, and I hope you will do so in the future. Now, off you go." The elder waved his hand slightly and then closed his eyes once more. Yang Qian picked up the identification token from the table and, with a sweep of his consciousness, discerned the inscription identifying him as Yang Qian, an outer disciple. After a moment of contemplation, he understood that this token served as proof of each disciple's identity. Exiting the Great Hall, Lin Xiaoyi also departed, and Yang Qian immediately turned towards the adjacent hall to seek out Chen Yin for his assignment within the Lingyan sect. Lin Xiaoyi discreetly informed him that this Chen Yin, Sister Chen, was the daughter of the sect's master and was known for her aloof demeanor. Upon entering the adjacent hall, he indeed beheld a remarkably graceful woman gently closing her eyes, seemingly in deep meditation. Her aura emanated a hint of the mysterious, clearly indicating her status as a Xinxian. This must be Chen Yin. Yang Qin approached and respectfully greeted her. Sister Chen, I am a newly initiated outer disciple, and the 3 elders beside me have requested you to assign me a position. Sister Chen's expression remained cold. Her exquisite features did not diminish under her frosty demeanor, but rather exuded a different charm. Present your identification token. Yang Qian handed over the token, and Sister Chen scanned it with her consciousness, coolly stating, You are Yang Qian. As a recent addition to the sect, there are certain confidential areas you cannot access. Currently, there are 3 positions available. One is to oversee the medicinal herb garden, another is to watch over the mining operation of our Lingan sect, which is in need of a supervising disciple, and the last is as an alchemical apprentice. Choose one. Yang Qian felt a spark of excitement. He had intended to infiltrate the mining operation, and now an opportunity presented itself. Thus, he replied, I willingly choose to oversee the mining operation. Sister Chen opened her eyes, casting a glance at Yang Qian, her expression softening slightly as she said, Have you given this careful thought? Considering you are new to the sect and unfamiliar with the responsibilities of these positions, I shall explain them to you. The role of overseeing the medicinal herb garden requires meticulous attention. Typically, it is managed by female disciples, and male disciples seldom take on this task, as it is both detailed and demanding. The second role, supervising the mining operation, is the simplest. There are usually no tasks assigned, making it seem quite leisurely. However, the mining area is located on the periphery of our Lingan sect's spiritual veins, resulting in a scarcity of vital energy, which is not beneficial for cultivation. The third role, that of alchemical apprentice, is the most arduous. It demands the expenditure of immense celestial energy daily, making it quite laborious. Yet, should you excel in this role, you will gain the recognition of the alchemy elder, who may occasionally reward you with high-quality elixirs and provide substantial support for your development. This could prove invaluable for your future advancement to Xinxian. So consider your choice wisely. Now, which position do you select? Yang Qian shook his head slightly. Thank you, Sister Chen, for your detailed explanation. However, I possess no other particular skills, but I am capable of crafting some magical tools and treasures. Thus, overseeing the mining operation suits me perfectly, and I choose that position. Chapter 42. Sister Chen, 4. Upon hearing that Yang Qian still wished to choose the task of overseeing the mine, Sister Chen's expression grew even colder, and her tone turned frigid as she said, Very well, since you have chosen to oversee the mine, that is settled. Come with me at once. I shall take you to the mine for the handover. Sister Chen naturally assumed that Yang Qian was a person averse to hardship, deliberately opting for the most leisurely position of monitoring the mine, as for Yang Qian's claims of being able to refine various magical artifacts. She regarded them as mere pretexts. If he truly possessed such skills, would he not be valued in any sect? Why then would he come to the Lingan sect as an outer disciple? Thus, Sister Chen's tone became indifferent, and she remained taciturn throughout their journey. After flying for the duration of a single incense stick, Yang Qian followed Sister Chen to a vast and expansive clearing. Upon entering, he immediately sensed the unparalleled essence of the 5 elements gold in the air. Without a doubt, this place was a significant mine. Chapter 43. The Grand Gathering. 1. Sister Chen brought Yang Qian to the square, where interconnected courtyards lay, with several cultivators bustling in and out. Within the courtyards, a hidden paradise unfolded, with clusters of verdant, fragrant flower trees encircling the yard, their aromas wafting through the air, invigorating the senses. Moreover, Yang Qian could perceive a denser essence of the 5 elements gold within this courtyard, indicating the presence of a colossal mine beneath. As they stepped into the courtyard, 2 cultivators in white robes approached them. Sister Chen, have you brought us another junior brother? Inquired one middle-aged cultivator with a fair complexion, smiling. Sister Chen nodded slightly, saying, Indeed, this is Yang Qian, a newly initiated disciple, who has been assigned to your care as a mine overseer. Please ensure he is well guided and that no mistakes occur. Of course, replied the fair-faced cultivator. It has only been us 2 brothers here, taking turns to guard the mine daily, with hardly a moment's respite, making even cultivation a challenge. With the arrival of junior brother Yang, it is indeed a welcome addition. Rest assured, we will assist him in adapting here. Sister Chen nodded slightly and then addressed Yang Qian. Very well, you shall remain here from now on. The other matters of note, these 2 junior brothers will surely inform you. With that, Sister Chen vanished into the void. The fair-faced cultivator, being rather talkative, turned to Yang Qian and said, Junior brother Yang, typically, there are 3 of us overseeing the mine, each taking turns for a certain period. There is nothing of significant value here. This mine pales in comparison to a spiritual vein. Aside from the occasional inconvenience of disciples coming to collect some ore, the rest of the time can be summed up in 2 words: leisurely. Yang Qian smiled slightly and nodded. May I ask how you two are addressed? The fair-faced cultivator replied with a grin, I am Kong Guang, and this is Ming Liang. However, junior brother Ming is not particularly talkative, so I hope you will not hold it against him. Yang Qian nodded subtly, sensing that both Kong Guang and Ming Liang were of the 8th rank celestial immortal cultivation. Within this courtyard, the presence of the 5 elements gold energy is particularly profound, surpassing any place Yang Qian has ever visited. Resembling an ocean of this elemental force, to cultivate in such an environment is to achieve twice the results with half the effort. Yang Qian felt a stir within, sensing that the emanation of the 5 elements gold energy here did not seem to originate from a Gungjin vein. He thus inquired of Kong Guang, Brother Kong, what type of vein is present here? It feels as though it is not a Gungjin vein. Gungjin? It appears that junior brother Yang has not ventured into other sword cultivation sects, Kong Guang remarked, somewhat astonished, as this seemed to be common knowledge. Oh, Brother Kong, how so? I have indeed not entered any other sword cultivation sect. Kong Guang smiled slightly and replied, in truth, had you been part of other sword cultivation sects? You would not need to ask. Typically, sword cultivation sects possess veins of or, though they are not Gungjin veins. Gungjin is exceedingly commonplace, and the quality of the flying swords produced from it is rather mediocre. Our sect once boasted an extraordinarily powerful golden immortal, thus claiming this exquisite gold vein. Artifacts or magical treasures forged from exquisite gold wield tremendous power, far superior to that of Gungjin. Exquisite gold. Yang Qian was taken aback. He had indeed heard of it and recognized its superiority over Gungjin. This aligned perfectly with his aspirations, as the quality of the vein directly correlates with the magnitude of the 5 elements gold energy it harbors. This vast vein was several times larger than the Xian iron he had previously brought from the realm of cultivation. Kong Guang continued, since junior brother Yang has arrived, let us redistribute our duties. Each of us shall guard for 4 hours each day. What say you? Yang Qian, intent on the exquisite gold vein, found the proposed schedule cumbersome, thinking it would complicate his plans to harness this vein. He gently shook his head and suggested, though the vitality here is somewhat thin, we must still cultivate. Guarding for 4 hours each day is rather troublesome. Instead, let us alternate. Each person can guard for 1 day, which would simplify both our cultivation and vigilance. Kong Guang clapped his hands in agreement. Indeed, this is what I had in mind. Previously, Ming and I followed this arrangement, each guarding for a day. The 3 then deliberated further, and Yang Qian settled in temporarily. The entrance to the mining cavern lay within the courtyard, and having familiarized himself with the surroundings, Yang Qian confirmed that both individuals were engrossed in their respective rooms. He thus entered the cavern to cultivate. The sheer volume of the exquisite gold vein was staggering. Even in the realm of cultivation, he had never encountered such an immense deposit. The celestial realm, indeed, is grand in all aspects. Inside the cavern, Yang Qian felt as if he were submerged in an ocean of 5 elements gold energy, the sword spirit within him quivering slightly. With each breath, he could absorb countless amounts of this elemental force. However, if the concentration of this energy became too overwhelming, it could hinder the cultivation of even these celestials, which is why Kong Guang and Ming Liang seldom entered the cavern. They only employed their magical abilities to extract exquisite gold, or when someone from the sect came to collect it. Moreover, Yang Qian had learned that both Kong Guang and Ming Liang had only recently joined the Lingjian sect, each within the past decade. The Lingjian sect does not shy away from recruiting a few scattered cultivators as disciples. Although these individuals find it easy to enter the fold, gaining the sect's attention is a Herculean task. The reason for the effortless inclusion of scattered cultivators lies in their lack of formidable strength and the non-confidential nature of their assigned duties. Even if cultivators from other sects were to infiltrate, they would pose no significant threat, remaining well within manageable bounds. As days turned into weeks, time gradually slipped away. Within the depths of the precious gold mine, Yang Qian and 2 others shared little interaction, exchanging merely a few pleasantries during their shifts. Yang Qian's spatial realm was already filled with countless precious gold ores, painstakingly extracted bit by bit from the inner recesses of the mine during his solitary watch. However, the mine was so vast that even a small amount of precious gold remained unnoticed by anyone. Yang Qian was also keen to avoid drawing undue attention, particularly since revealing his identity in Qianzhou had instilled within him a constant sense of danger, as though unseen eyes were watching him from the shadows. When a cultivator experiences such a sensation, it invariably indicates that someone is tracking them, a pursuit likely only instigated by those of golden immortal caliber. Nevertheless, should he be discovered, he would face the consequences head-on, wielding the Shutian sword to cleave through the entire mine, claiming all the precious gold veins within. Suddenly, a resounding chime echoed through the void, reverberating for hundreds of miles. As Yang Qian was cultivating within the mine, he paused and soared out into the open air. Kong Guang and Ming Liang followed suit, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Yang Qian inquired, "Senior brother Kong, what is that sound?" With a smile, Kong Guang replied, "That is the gathering spirit bell of our sect. When the bell tolls, its sound spreads throughout the entire sect, summoning all disciples to gather at the sect's plaza. It has been nearly a century since the last occurrence. Such an event is truly a rare spectacle." "Oh? What sort of spectacle?" Yang Qian asked. Kong Guang cast a fleeting glance at Yang Qian and replied in a low voice, "Having been in the Lingan sect for 10 years, I have heard whispers of various matters. In the entire Yunzhou city, there are 4 major sects. Our Lingan sect, along with the Yuexian sect, the Xuanling sect, and the Xuanling sect. These 4 sects have long agreed to hold a competition for young disciples every 100 years. Should one emerge victorious, they would receive rewards. I have learned that a century has elapsed since the last competition. So the tolling of the gathering spirit bell is likely in preparation for this very event. This is indeed a rare occasion, as most of the prodigious disciples are at the Xinxian level, exhibiting boundless techniques and unmatched power. For those of us who have yet to attain the Xinxian rank, this presents an invaluable opportunity." Yang Qian's interest was piqued. Amongst the 4 major sects, it was a far cry from Qianzhou or smaller sects like the Xuanling sect. Within the Lingan sect, only those who achieve the Xinxian rank are deemed true disciples. External disciples undergo rigorous scrutiny upon their advancement to ensure they are not spies before they can be accepted as genuine disciples. A competition among Xinxian disciples indeed represents a rare opportunity for those yet to ascend to that level. "Come now, junior brother Yang, we must hurry to avoid any potential reprimand." Thus, Yang Qian, along with Kong Guang and Ming Liang, soared towards the vast square of the Lingan sect. The sky was adorned with streaks of radiant light, some of which were emanated by the enigmatic Xinxian, whose speed evidently surpassed that of numerous celestial disciples. Many of the celestial disciples, upon witnessing the brilliance of the Xinxian, instinctively recoiled. Suddenly, a particularly swift beam of light darted through the air, moving with a velocity that seemed to defy perception, while another light, even swifter, appeared to be in pursuit of the former. Kong Guang exclaimed, "Look, that is Senior Sister Chen. She is the icy beauty of our Lingan sect. Though she may seem aloof, she is quite considerate towards us celestial disciples, a person with a cold exterior but a warm heart. It is a pity, however, that despite being the daughter of the sect leader, she cannot dictate her own affairs." The faster beam trailing behind belonged to Xuanling, the junior master of the Xuanling sect. Notorious for his ruthless disposition and the unsavory reputation he bore in the outside world, yet destined to become Senior Sister Chen's partner. Chapter 43. The Grand Assembly. 4. Yang Qian, who typically had little interaction with others, had conversed at length with Kong Guang, a loquacious individual who could speak endlessly. As a result, Yang Qian had heard many rumors. The Lingan sect was gradually waning, with prodigious disciples becoming exceedingly rare. Each generation seemed inferior to the last. Other sects were pressing hard, making it quite challenging to preserve their lineage and influence. The Xuanling sect, being formidable, sought to forge a favorable relationship by arranging a union between the heirs of both sects, a crucial bargaining chip. Xuanling's speed surpassed that of his peers, and he soon caught up with Senior Sister Chen. Xuanling, slender of build and possessing a somewhat sullen gaze, exuded an air of darkness. He intercepted Senior Sister Chen, offering a faint smile as he said, "Yenner, why rush so? It is not often that I come here, and I sought you immediately upon my arrival." Senior Sister Chen furrowed her brow, her delicate visage growing colder, and retorted icily, "Call me Chen Yin. I am not yet your partner." A flicker of disdain flashed in her eyes, prompting Xuanling to respond with a smirk, "Very well, Chen Yin, we shall inevitably become partners. Why bother with such trivialities? Xuanling, our sects have an agreement. You must cultivate to at least the 5th rank of Xinxian before I can be your partner." You are currently merely a second-rank Xianxian, a vast distance from the fifth rank. Therefore, cease your harassment. With that, Senior Sister Chun disregarded Zhao Shilong and swiftly made her way towards the square. Anger flickered in Zhao Shilong's eyes, though he maintained his composure, growling under his breath, "Humph, you will be mine eventually. Get lost." Zhao Shilong, incensed, bulldozed through the crowd, his arrogance palpable. The celestial disciples dared not voice any objections, harboring their resentment silently. Kong Guang muttered with disdain, "Yang Shidi, look at Zhao Shilong. He is insufferably arrogant. Humph, this is not his Xuanling sect. It is no wonder Senior Sister Chen has been so frosty towards him, knowing she will eventually become his partner." Yang Qian remained impassive, following the others into the square. The square was vast, spanning several tens of thousands of zhong, with sword lights flashing continuously. Powerful Xianxian masters descended directly in front, while the celestial disciples were relegated to the rear. Yang Qian and others merely lingered in the background, while the square lay enveloped in silence. The sect leader ascended the platform. From the elevated stage, a figure descended, an ordinary middle-aged man, with sharp brows and bright eyes, exuding an unmistakable air of intensity. Surrounding him was a glimmer of eternity, immortality, and incorruptibility. This was the essence of a golden immortal, signifying that this sect leader was a formidable expert on the cusp of becoming a golden immortal. As soon as the leader alighted upon the high platform, the murmurs among the disciples below ceased, suggesting that he commanded great respect among them. With a piercing gaze that swept across the assembly, he revealed a faint smile and proclaimed, "Today marks the contest of young disciples from our Lingjian sect, the Yuexian sect, the Xuanling sect, and the Xuanling sect. This is a grand event, and we have even prepared a low-grade immortal artifact, the Immortal Cloud Armor, as a reward for the victor of this competition." Chapter 43. The Grand Event, 5. Immediately, the crowd erupted in thunderous applause, though most were merely spectators. Such contests were the skirmishes of Xian immortal disciples. "Ha, splendid. This grand event is hosted by our Lingjian sect, and I hope our disciples will showcase their prowess and bring glory to our sect." With that, the sect leader transformed into a beam of light and took his seat on a stone chair. Surrounded by powerful experts who were also at the threshold of golden immortality, presumably masters from other sections, Yang Qian observed for a while, but soon found the spectacle rather dull. Witnessing the struggles of these Xian immortal disciples held little value for him. Having already dispatched several half-step golden immortal experts, albeit with the aid of the Su Tian sword's power, he felt no thrill in watching the lesser bouts. Thus, he discreetly departed from the square and returned to the mine. Chapter 44. A display of skill, 1. Within the mine, Yang Qian intermittently extracted massive chunks of exquisite gold ore, storing them within his spatial realm. Typically, he relied on the sharpness of his sword energy to transport the ore into the spatial domain. Presently, the space was brimming with exquisite gold, yet this was but a mere fraction of the entire vein. Almost all the disciples had gathered in the square to witness the event, providing Yang Qian with the perfect opportunity to act. The surrounding elemental gold energy grew increasingly intense, nearly forming an ocean of elemental gold that enveloped him, surging madly into his body through every pore, swiftly refining within his sword soul. At this moment, Yang Qian's sword soul gradually transformed into a lustrous red-gold hue, the deepest shade of gold, signifying that should it change further, his sword soul would undergo a metamorphosis, heralding his ascendance to the realm of Xian Immortal. Time passed unmeasured until Yang Qian abruptly opened his eyes. Although he had been cultivating within the mine, his consciousness remained ever vigilant of the external circumstances. Suddenly, he noticed a figure soaring back into the mine and entering the courtyard. Meng Liang? How could he return? Yang Qian furrowed his brow. Among the 3 guards of the mine, he knew Meng Liang to be the most enigmatic. He rarely spoke a word, even during exchanges, and when he did, his words were succinct and to the point, leaving Yang Qian and Kong Guang with little understanding of him. Meng Liang returned to the courtyard, casting a glance around with an expression that seemed tinged with a hint of anxiety. Yang Qian remained inscrutable, exhibiting an extraordinary level of caution. He had ceased his cultivation and had seamlessly fused his own aura with the dense gold energy of the mine, appearing as though he had become one with it. Meng Liang's consciousness swept widely, yet Yang Qian had long been prepared, concealing his entire presence within the thick gold energy, thereby eluding Meng Liang's detection. Something unusual must be afoot. I shall observe what Meng Liang intends to do. Yang Qian prudently withdrew his consciousness, relying solely on his physical sight to survey the area. The distance between the mine and the courtyard was not great, allowing for a faint view. After a short interval, suddenly 3 figures descended from the distant void. Yang Qian, however, did not dare to probe with his consciousness, for these 3 individuals were formidable Xian immortals, one of whom he had previously encountered. Any attempt to use his consciousness could easily alert them to his presence. Zhao Shilong? Is this the young master of the Xuanling sect, Zhao Shilong? What brings him here? Following Zhao Shilong were 2 terrifying Xian immortals, exuding an air of vigilance. Their consciousness was unfathomably powerful, unlike Meng Liang's cursory probing. They meticulously scrutinized every nook and cranny with their awareness. Yang Qian promptly expelled a wisp of sword essence from within, further concealing himself amidst the gold energy. His aura, already imbued with the sharpness, blended seamlessly with the surrounding density of gold energy, thus evading even the thorough search conducted by the 2 Xian immortal experts. Chapter 44. A modest display of skill, 2. Zhao Shilong soon entered the courtyard, and upon seeing him, Meng Liang's face brightened, hastening to greet him with an expression that seemed to convey relief. Young master, you have finally arrived. I have reported all matters to the elder. Today, all disciples of the Lingan sect have assembled at the square, and the half-step golden immortals are currently cultivating atop the sword peak of the Lingan sect. A cunning glimmer flickered in Meng Liang's eyes. He was, in fact, an undercover agent sent by the Xuanling sect to infiltrate the Lingan sect. In truth, every sect among these 4 factions harbored spies from rival sects, although these spies were compelled to remain within the outer disciples, where scrutiny was less stringent, albeit they had little access to any critical secrets. Meng Liang had spent a full decade within the Lingan sect without providing any valuable intelligence. Zhao Shilong snorted coldly, remarking, Meng Liang, you have not offered any significant information in these 10 years. What you have just relayed is already known to my father. The Lingan sect is steadily declining, its talent withering. It has been ages since a prodigy of exceptional aptitude has emerged. If this continues, the Lingan sect will inevitably face complete ruin. However, we can no longer afford to wait for such an extended period. Currently, my esteemed father is engaged in clandestine discussions with the Yushuan sect and the Xuanling sect. Once these negotiations reach a satisfactory conclusion, we shall unite forces to obliterate the Lingan sect. At that time, the strength of our Xuanling sect will surge significantly, and the spiritual veins we control will also expand considerably, thereby greatly enhancing the opportunities for our disciples to attain the realm of Xianxian. Zhao Shilong cast a brief glance at Meng Liang and continued, if you wish to earn merit, you must exert yourself further. Your status as an outer disciple indeed limits your access to confidential information. From this moment on, your sole task is to keep a close watch on Chen Yin and report her every move to me. She currently holds herself in high regard, but on the day the Lingan sect meets its demise, I shall ensure she does not perish easily. I will make her life a living hell. What I, Zhao Shilong, desire, I shall obtain. Do you understand? Meng Liang's expression shifted, and he hastily clasped his hands in respect, saying, of course, rest assured, young master, I will diligently report every action of Chen Yin to you. Zhao Shilong's demeanor softened slightly as he smiled. Excellent. If you perform well, I shall reward you handsomely. At the very least, your ascension to Xianxian will not be an issue. Meng Liang's heart swelled with joy. For someone like him, achieving the realm of Xianxian was a lifelong aspiration that would significantly elevate his status within the sect. You may rest assured, young master. I will wholeheartedly fulfill the tasks you have entrusted to me. Moments later, Zhao Shilong glanced around before swiftly departing with his 2 subordinates. To avoid arousing suspicion, Meng Liang also took to the skies, returning to the plaza. Suddenly, Yang Qian's figure gradually emerged within the mineral vein, his eyes flickering with various thoughts. Ultimately, he shook his head slightly and murmured, I have no desire to engage in these intrigues. My sole focus is to slowly extract the refined gold from this vein. The fate of the Lingan sect bears no consequence for me. Chapter 44. A subtle display of skill, 3. Subsequently, Yang Qian chose to disregard the matters at hand and closed his eyes once more. Commencing his cultivation within the mind, as spring gave way to autumn, a year swiftly passed during Yang Qian's time in the Lingan sect. Throughout this year, he made good use of his time guarding the mine, extracting a considerable amount of refined gold. However, In comparison to the vast and unimaginable expanse of the refined gold vein, it was but a mere drop in the ocean. Yang Qian began to feel a sense of impatience, as he could only secretly extract refined gold every 3 days, making progress exceedingly slow. Kong Guang and Meng Liang remained oblivious to Yang Qian's unusual behavior. However, Meng Liang had evidently become much more talkative, frequently inquiring about the news concerning senior sister Qian, albeit through indirect means. Kong Guang sensed nothing amiss. Yang Qian was well aware that Meng Liang was reporting to Zhao Shilong of the Xuanling sect, but he paid little heed to these matters. Instead, he was contemplating how to arrange for Kong Guang and Meng Liang to vacate the mine, leaving him as the sole guardian. The mine did not seem particularly significant to the Lingjian sect, primarily because it lay within their heartland, and no one dared to extract its resources. Furthermore, the refined gold vein held limited value, primarily sought after by sword cultivation sects for the crafting of flying swords. On this day, an unexpected visitor arrived, none other than senior sister Qian. At this moment, Yang Qian was vigilantly guarding the mine, and she resolutely entered the cavern. Yang Qian had long since discovered the intricacies within and was prepared to conceal any changes in the ore vein from her perception. She spoke coolly. "What brings you here, senior sister Qian?" Senior sister Qian cast a fleeting glance at Yang Qian, her countenance remaining impassive, and replied in a measured tone. "The refining chamber requires a substantial amount of fine gold ore for the crafting of flying swords. Currently, we are short-staffed, so I have come to procure some fine gold ore. Since it is your shift today, you should retrieve the necessary ore." Yang Qian nodded slightly. "Please wait a moment, senior sister Qian. I shall fetch it at once." With that, she ventured deeper into the mine, followed closely by senior sister Qian. Yang Qian, unceremonious, unleashed a sharp sword aura from her fingertip, delivering a decisive slash downward. Boom! With that strike, she cleaved a sizable chunk of fine gold ore from the cavern. A flicker of surprise crossed senior sister Qian's eyes, her expression momentarily betraying astonishment, but it vanished as quickly as it appeared. She nodded slightly, remarking, "Your strength is commendable." Yang Qian, unfazed, had exerted less than 1/10 of her power. Before long, the mine was filled with ore. Senior sister Qian reached out, gathering the ore into her spatial pouch, and said, "All right, this amount of ore is sufficient. Our Lingjian sect has recently recruited a new batch of disciples, necessitating the crafting of numerous flying swords, hence the increased workload. As you guard the ore vein, you should also devote yourself to your cultivation, striving for an early ascension to the Xinxian realm, so that our Lingjian sect may impart to you unparalleled sword techniques." Yang Qian smiled gently. He was not particularly enamored with the notion of unparalleled sword techniques. What swordsmanship could possibly rival that recorded in the heavenly sword scripture? However, upon hearing that only low-grade flying swords were required for the new disciples, he felt a flicker of interest. Thus, he approached senior sister Qian and said, "Senior sister Qian, if you only require the crafting of low-grade flying swords, I am capable of producing some." A glimmer of intrigue sparked in senior sister Qian's eyes, laced with skepticism. "You can craft weapons?" Weapon forging is no simple endeavor. It demands a lifetime of dedication. Indeed, whether in the celestial realm or the realm of cultivation, weaponsmiths typically do not possess outstanding cultivation levels. Yet they are vital components of every sect. A skilled weaponsmith can elevate an entire sect's strength to new heights. Moreover, weapon forging is a profound discipline. Any master weaponsmith must invest boundless effort into their studies, making them a rarity in the celestial realm. Yang Qian, well aware of this, shook his head slightly and said, "I do not forge weapons. I can only craft flying swords, and those are merely of the magical tool grade." "Crafting flying swords? That suits our sword cultivation sect perfectly. We require flying swords. Are you able to create magical tool flying swords, and are they of low, middle, or high quality?" Senior sister Qian pondered for a moment before inquiring. Yang Qian smiled faintly, nodding. "They are of the superior magical tool grade. I can forge superior magical tools." "What? Superior magical tools? Can you truly forge flying swords of the superior magical tool grade?" Sister Qian appeared exceedingly astonished, for the flying sword of superior quality is wielded by numerous celestial disciples, representing a commendable grade of weaponry. Particularly within the artifact refinement chamber, the artisans require a considerable amount of time to forge such esteemed items. An artisan capable of crafting a flying sword of superior quality earns significant respect within the spirit sword sect, often holding a status even higher than that of many profound immortal disciples. Indeed, I possess the ability to forge a flying sword of superior quality. Should you harbor any doubts, I kindly invite you to return in 3 days, and I shall present the sword I have crafted." Sister Chen gently shook her head, her previously frigid demeanor softening slightly as she nodded in agreement. "Very well, I shall return in 3 days. If you truly succeed in forging a flying sword of superior quality, I shall certainly report to the elder, recommending you for the position of master artisan within the refinement chamber, allowing you to enjoy the privileges of a true disciple of the Spirit Sword sect." "Excellent. I shall await your return in 3 days." Shortly thereafter, Chen Yin departed. Yang Qian shook his head slightly, remarking, "It is merely a flying sword of superior quality. Why require 3 days?" Yang Qian reached out, effortlessly summoning a chunk of or from the mine, and with a swift application of sword energy, he sliced away the excess dirt. Soon, the blazing flames of Samadhi true fire erupted. Within approximately half an hour, an ordinary flying sword took shape in the void. This sword was quite unremarkable, even inferior to the Gongjin flying sword Yang Qian had crafted previously. It was merely a casual creation. Typically, a skilled artisan would require at least 3 days to forge a flying sword, which is why Yang Qian had agreed to that time frame. In reality, he needed only half an hour. These techniques were merely a few methods of refinement included in the celestial sword art, with Yang Qian's magical flying swords all being self-crafted. However, given his current level of cultivation, with careful crafting, he could even produce inferior-grade magical artifacts. Yet, such an act would be too astonishing and could jeopardize his covert activities within the Spirit Sword sect. A flying sword of superior quality, however, strikes an ideal balance. It garners attention without drawing excessive notice. More importantly, Yang Qian could leverage this to propose conditions that would allow him to guard the mine alone, which was the true purpose behind his display of skills. 3 days later, Sister Qian indeed returned, and upon Yang Qian presenting the casually forged flying sword of superior quality, her eyes sparkled with a glimmer of brilliance as she exclaimed repeatedly, "Excellent! Excellent! Excellent! This sword is even crafted better than those by the elder of the artifact refinement chamber." Sister Qian incessantly examined the flying sword, gradually becoming enchanted by its presence, her gaze occasionally betraying her astonishment. The superior quality flying sword crafted by Yang Qian seemed to surpass Sister Qian's expectations. Indeed, indeed. You truly possess the capability to forge flying swords of superior quality. I shall immediately report this to the Elder of Artifact Refinement, advocating for your entry into the refinement chamber as a master artisan, granting you the privileges of an elder of the sect. Sister Qian appeared quite exhilarated, eager to depart and inform the sect. Yang Qian then stepped forward, gently shaking his head, and spoke solemnly. "Sister Qian, please hold on. These refining techniques are merely trifling skills I acquired during my days as a wandering cultivator, of little significance. Now, I have become a disciple of the Lingan sect. Due to my practice of an unusual sword technique, which necessitates frequent exposure to the dense essence of the 5 elemental metals, I have voluntarily taken on the responsibility of guarding this mine. If Senior Sister intends to transfer me to the artifact forging chamber, it would indeed be detrimental to my progress. However, rest assured, Senior Sister, I can forge artifacts anywhere. Each month, I shall present you with 10 high-quality flying swords. Yet I still wish to remain here as the guardian of the mine. Furthermore, please consider relocating Kongguang and Mengliang. It is unnecessary to have so many people here. My presence alone suffices." Yang Qian's words, half-truths and half-fictions, were most persuasive, easily convincing even the shrewdest of individuals to discern their veracity. Chan's senior sister's expression flickered with uncertainty, as if she were deep in contemplation. After a moment, she seemingly reached a resolution, nodding slightly as she spoke. "Since you require this place for your sword training, that can be arranged. However, the Lingan sect is known for its clear rewards and punishments for diligent disciples. I will report your situation to the sect. You may remain here, and as you previously mentioned, you shall deliver 10 high-quality flying swords to me each month, while enjoying the privileges accorded to an elder. What do you think?" Seeing her intentions align with his own, Yang Qian readily acquiesced, nodding slightly. "I defer to your judgment, Senior Sister." Chen's senior sister's gaze sharpened, a knowing smile playing upon her lips as she regarded Yang Qian intently, murmuring, "You certainly conceal your abilities well, junior brother Yang. The skill to forge artifacts is not something ordinary cultivators can achieve. Maintaining his composure, Yang Qian watched as Qian's senior sister departed. Whether her suspicions were genuine or feigned mattered little to him. His objectives had been accomplished, and that sufficed. Thus, on the following day, both Meng Liang and Kong Guang were reassigned. A flicker of subtle doubt crossed Meng Liang's eyes, while Kong Guang appeared exhilarated. Although guarding the mine was leisurely, it offered little in terms of cultivation benefits. Afterward, Yang Qian remained the sole occupant of the entire mine. Each month, Qian's senior sister would visit, collecting the 10 flying swords he provided, while bestowing upon him numerous high-quality celestial crystals and elixirs, claiming they were rewards from the sect for his elder status. Grateful for these benefits, Yang Qian accepted them without hesitation, and Qian's senior sister swiftly departed with the swords in hand. Yang Qian continued to reside in the mine, having set up several concealed formations outside while keeping his consciousness attuned to the surroundings, unperturbed by the prospect of intruders. He had been alone in the mine for several months, tirelessly extracting the precious gold or day and night, accumulating a veritable mountain of it. With the aid of the surging essence of the 5 elemental metals, the 8 sword auras within Yang Qian's body became increasingly refined and sharp, hinting at the potential to coalesce a 9th sword aura. One day, Yang Qian's awareness suddenly stirred as he sensed someone approaching from outside, coinciding with the designated time for delivering the 10 flying swords to Chun Yan.Ina's swift motion. Yang Qian exited the mine and awaited in the courtyard. Before long, a radiant light descended. It was Qian Yin, senior sister Qian. However, her countenance was as frigid as ice, suggesting she had encountered some distressing matter. Yang Qian was still in a state of contemplation when suddenly, a beam of light descended from the heavens, revealing a figure. Yang Qian's gaze sharpened, for the individual following Qian Yin was none other than Zhao Shilong, the young master of the ethereal sect whom she had encountered on a previous occasion. Zhao Shilong swiftly closed the distance, stepping forward with a smile and addressing Qian Yin. Yinner, today, young masterly of the Yuxian sect has invited us to Hangshan to capture the blue crystal beast. You must accompany me. Qian Yin's expression darkened as she coldly replied, he invited you, not me. Even if he did extend an invitation to me, I would refuse to attend. Step aside. I have important matters to attend to. A flicker of anger flashed in Zhao Shilong's eyes as he scoffed. What important matters could possibly require your attention? Is it not merely the case of a minor outer disciple possessing some skill in weapon forging? You intend to seek him out for a flying sword, I presume. There is no need for that. If you accompany me, I shall grant you these 10 inferior-grade magical flying swords. What do you say? Before Zhao Shilong, 10 swords pulsating with a sharp aura floated in the air, indicating he had indeed come well prepared. The value of these 10 magical flying swords was nearly 100-fold that of ordinary flying swords. Zhao Shilong, with his considerable wealth, was willing to part with such a significant treasure. Begone. Qian Yin, now seething with fury, didn't he even spare a glance at the 10 swords. Humph, Qian Yin, do not forget that we are Dao companions. Zhao Shilong's entire demeanor radiated rage. A proud scion like him could hardly fathom being denied something he desired. Perhaps we are Dao companions, but do not forget that it is merely a possibility. Leave and do not return. Qian Yin retorted without reservation. That moment, Yang Qian swooped in, producing 10 magical flying swords from his hands and presenting them to Qian Yin. Although she maintained her frosty demeanor, her expression softened slightly upon seeing Yang Qian. Very well, these 10 flying swords possess excellent quality. It seems your forging skills have improved. Perhaps in the future, you will truly be able to forge magical flying swords. Yang Qian cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Shilong and shook his head, saying, it is not so easy to forge magical flying swords. Well then, senior sister Qian, I take my leave. Zhao Shilong had previously conspired in secrecy with Meng Liang, a fact Yang Qian had observed clearly. However, he chose to disregard such matters, assuming that the past few months had left the Spirit Sword sect unscathed, suggesting that the collaboration between the ethereal sect and the other 2 sects had not proceeded smoothly. Just as Yang Qian was about to depart, Zhao Shilong's figure flickered, and he appeared before him with a derisive smile, saying, you do not bow before this young master? Do you truly believe yourself to be some esteemed elder? Yang Qian furrowed his brow, sensing the ire emanating from Zhao Shilong. This was nothing more than a baseless provocation, an attempt to vent his frustrations upon others. Zhao Shilong, this is my Spirit Sword sect, not your ethereal sect. Before you stands a true elder of the spirit sword sect. Chen Yin interjected, her voice grave. Zhao Shilong's complexion fluctuated between shades of blue and red, reflecting his unstable state, as if he were on the verge of an explosive outburst. Elder? Humph. A mere celestial being dares to claim the title of elder. It appears the spirit sword sect has truly fallen into decline if such individuals are permitted to hold such a position. Ha ha, what a jest today. In my fit of indignation, I shall unleash my wrath upon you, a mere celestial being. Zhao Shilong's visage twisted with ferocity, and without hesitation, he struck with lethal intent, seemingly intent on obliterating Yang Qian with a single blow. Yang Qian maintained a tranquil expression, yet a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes, barely perceptible. He had no desire to instigate trouble, but should Zhao Shilong press him, he would not hesitate to sever him with a single sword strike. The prowess of the Xinxian was indeed terrifying. A punch wielded like a sword was akin to the force of 1,000 pounds, surging forth like a tempestuous sea, an inexhaustible power. This punch was not something even a typical Xinxian could easily contend with, let alone Yang Qian, who was but a celestial being. Zhao Shilong was no ordinary Xinxian. He had ascended to the pinnacle of a first-grade Xinxian, a truly fearsome opponent. As Yang Qian quietly cultivated his sword aura, suddenly a sharp sword energy sliced through the air, colliding fiercely with Zhao Shilong's punch. In an instant, the sword energy surged forth, and Yang Qian could sense the formidable protective sword intent woven within it. The resounding clash of immense forces echoed, as Zhao Shilong's strength was cleaved by the sword energy, sparing Yang Qian from harm. The assailant was none other than Chen Yin, who had stood nearby. In a flash, Chen Yin soared to Yang Qian's side and coldly addressed Zhao Shilong. Zhao Shilong, you are within the confines of my Lingan sect. To strike at my sect's disciples, even as the young master of the Xuanling sect, is utterly intolerable. Zhao Shilong, momentarily calmed, seethed with murderous intent, casting a venomous glare at Chen Yin before suddenly sneering, Chen Yin, very well, one day, you shall come to regret this, humph. Yet, recognizing the sanctity of Lingan's sect, Zhao Shilong refrained from further aggression, soaring into the void and departing. Chen Yan's countenance eased slightly as she remarked, no one dares to take the life of my disciples within Lingan's sect. Especially not one of our elders. Now, you must return to your forging. I shall come again in a month. With that, Chen Yin ascended into the sky and swiftly left. Yang Qian, for his part, paid little heed to the incident. His days were consumed by rigorous training and the extraction of the precious gold vein. At this pace, within a year, he would have thoroughly drained the entire vein without arousing suspicion, at which point he would depart unnoticed. However, a sliver of unease began to manifest within him. The resounding clang of the gathering spirit bell reverberated through the heavens, ringing with alarming urgency, a clear harbinger of impending peril. Streams of sword light flitted across the sky, and waves of formidable energy radiated outward in all directions. In the skies above, numerous cultivators garbed in various attire clashed violently, and among them, Yang Qian distinctly recognized members of the Xuanling sect. Thus far, he had only extracted half of the precious gold vein, and it was far from completion. Now, a battle of such magnitude erupted, leaving him no refuge. Chapter 46. The moment of action, 2. Perhaps it would be prudent for me to withdraw now and seek to infiltrate again at a later date. With this resolve forming in his heart, Yang Qian prepared to pierce through the air and depart, only to suddenly spot a radiant figure approaching from afar, transforming into the silhouette of none other than Chen Yin. In that moment, Chen Yan's demeanor betrayed her usual composure. Her face was ashen, as if she had just endured a fierce battle. With a swift whoosh, for beams of light followed closely behind Chen Yin, each radiant with profound and esoteric meanings. These relentless pursuers were all Xinxian. Chen Yin, do you truly believe you can escape? Zhao Shilong's voice rang out. Now, with the collaboration of the Xuanling sect, the Yuexian sect, and the Tsaming sect, we are launching an assault on your Lingan sect. Where else can you flee? There will be no Lingan sect left. The leader among the four Xinxian was none other than the young master of the Xuanling sect. Despicable! Chen Yan's gaze turned frigid as she coldly regarded the four Xinxian. Zhao Shilong sneered, humph, capture her alive. I intend to use her as a furnace. Ha ha, may you wish for death but find it elusive. In an instant, the three Xinxian obeyed. Encircling Chen Yin, A glimmer of resolve surfaced in her icy eyes as she unexpectedly smiled and calmly declared, "As for being a furnace, we shall see if you can prevent my primordial spirit from self-destructing." Buzzing sounds filled the air as Chen Yan's primordial spirit instantly soared forth, surrounding energies erupting into a tempest that rapidly enveloped her spirit, a palpable aura of annihilation brewing. Zhao Shilong's lips curled into a disdainful smirk as he coldly laughed. "Do you think you can meet your end so easily? Ha ha, for this day, I have awaited far too long. Now, even dying shall be a challenge for you." From Zhao Shilong emerged a black and white painting, radiating a duality of colors that a wave of spiritual light descended, encasing Chen Yin within its confines. Gradually, she realized she could no longer control her primordial spirit, nor could she command the celestial infant within her. Her body was entirely ensnared by the black and white radiance. The banishment diagram? Chen Yan's eyes widened in shock. Zhao Shilong chuckled triumphantly. "Ah, you possess some understanding. This artifact, renowned within my Xuanling sect, is the banishment diagram, which I specifically requested from my father to capture you." "Himph, banishment diagram. Heed my call." The black and white hues of the diagram transformed into two colossal hands, fiercely reaching out to seize Chen Yin, intent on drawing her into the painting. Suddenly, a flash of light, so swift it seemed almost imperceptible, like an illusion, erupted in the blink of an eye. Chen Yin vanished, rescued by a man standing 3 zhang away. "Yang Qian, a mere 8th-grade celestial?" Zhao Shilong's eyes blazed with murderous intent. The man who had saved Chen Yin was an inexplicably appointed outer elder of the Lingan sect, one who had not even attained the Xinxian realm. Good, good, good. A mere celestial like you, instead of fleeing, dares to come to her rescue? Tear this brat to shreds." Zhao Shilong's face darkened as he commanded the 3 Xinxian experts beside him. The 3 Xinxian felt their faces flush with humiliation. It was a grave disgrace for 3 esteemed Xinxian to be outdone by a mere celestial, having no idea how the rescue had transpired. Without needing Zhao Shilong's orders, they were already contemplating devouring Yang Qian whole. Destruction Hand. One of the profound immortals unleashed a palm strike, akin to a tempest ravaging the landscape, the gust of wind laced with a chilling, eerie essence of desolation. Chen Yin exclaimed, "This is disastrous. It is one of the supreme techniques of the ethereal sect, the desolation palm. If struck, even the primordial spirit would wither, leading to instant demise. Truly formidable." Yet, it was already too late. With the profound immortal's intervention, the desolation palm was unfathomably swift. One could accurately describe it as lightning fast, arriving before Yang Qian in the blink of an eye. Yang Qian remained unfazed, wielding the black jade sword, and merely murmured, "Sword rainbow technique?" In an instant, another flash of black radiance darted forth, utterly elusive, akin to the antlers of an antelope, impossible to trace. None could fathom how Yang Qian had vanished, as if he had never existed in that place at all. The unknown breeds fear. The 3 profound immortals gazed coldly at Yang Qian, now positioned to the east, their bodies taut with tension. Only Chen Yin, who accompanied Yang Qian, deeply sensed the miraculous nature of the event. She understood exactly what had transpired. Just moments ago, she had witnessed a flicker of black light emanating from the black jade sword, instantly followed by a terrifying force that propelled both Yang Qian and herself into oblivion, increasing their speed tenfold. What manner of swordsmanship was this, and how terrifying was its power? Chen Yan's astonishment rivaled that of Zhao Shilong, perhaps even surpassing it. Zhao Shilong too recognized Yang Qian's extraordinary prowess and solemnly inquired, "Who exactly are you?" Yang Qian, expressionless, felt the black jade sword vibrating with energy. Here stood 3 profound immortals, and since the moment 8 sword glimmers had coalesced within him, he had yet to engage with a profound immortal. This was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. "Who am I? Perhaps you should inquire on the path to the Yellow Springs." Yang Qian's voice was frigid, and as his words faded, his figure vanished once more. Zhao Shilong was taken aback, urgently shouting, "Be cautious." The profound immortal who had just executed the desolation palm suddenly felt a surge of danger course through him, every hair on his body standing on end. He realized the gravity of the situation. With a spurt of celestial essence, he unleashed a torrent of celestial energy that enveloped his entire being, imbuing him with an aura of profound mystery, instantly amplifying his strength. A terrifying sword chi shot forth from the void. hurtling directly towards this profound immortal. The Desolation Palm, Chapter 46. The First Strike, 4. He had long been prepared, launching a palm strike to collide with the razor-sharp sword chi, both dissipating into nothingness. Yet, when he focused once more, he found the figure of his opponent had vanished again. Cursed. This is intolerable, boy. Can you do nothing but flee? This profound immortal incessantly scanned his surroundings, aware that danger lurked within the void. Another sword chi flew out. The profound immortal fiercely struck out again with his palm. The power of the profound immortal was boundless, indifferent to the sword chi. Yang Qian's figure did not vanish again. His eyes were icy, and a cruel smile graced his lips. As you wish, perish, you refuse to flee? Ha! Truly arrogant, a mere celestial being daring to reveal himself without relying on that peculiar technique to escape, utterly oblivious to the peril. Desolation Palm, desolate the four corners, kill. The ethereal figure gazed upon Yang Qian, who, astonishingly, did not flee. Seizing the opportunity, it enveloped Yang Qian beneath its terrifying hand of obliteration, a force so formidable that it defied imagination. Xuanling sword formation. A faint smile graced Yang Qian's lips as he delicately pointed a finger at the celestial being. In an instant, 9 gleaming metal swords surged forth, emanating an aura of sharpness that was almost palpable. These swords, now transcended from mere artifacts into treasures through the refinement of sword essence, were prepared for their inaugural battle against the formidable celestial being. Slash! Yang Qian uttered a single command, and immediately, from within the colossal hand of annihilation, 9 beams of sword light erupted. These beams converged into a singular, razor-sharp expanse, their energies intertwining. Particularly in the terrifying void, invisible strands emerged. These were the sword energies transformed into strands by the Xuanling sword formation. The sword strands, akin to a spider's web, intricately ensnared the space around, relentlessly slicing towards the celestial figure at the center. With a sudden rupture, the celestial being's form disintegrated, reduced to fragments by the sword strands. Its primordial spirit, unable to escape, pierced through by the sword energies. In an instant, a master of the celestial realm met its demise. Damn it, kill! The other 2 celestial beings, sensing impending doom, swiftly approached, intent on joining forces against Yang Qian. Yet, it was too late. As they leaped into action, the almost imperceptible sword strands had already reduced the celestial being to ruin, blood splattering and mingling in the void, releasing an overwhelming stench of iron. Yang Qian's gaze was frosty as he observed the 2 celestial beings making their advance. With a flick of his hand, he coldly declared, "Sword energy transforms into strands. Xuanling sword formation, confine," as he pointed. The 9 metal swords soared into the void. Whoosh! Their speed was akin to a shooting star, descending with unerring precision, piercing the ground and encircling the 2 celestial beings. With a flash, the sword lights shimmered, each extending nearly a foot long, radiating an aura that instilled dread. The invisible sword strands swiftly coiled, the formation compressing as it advanced to cleave the 2 celestial beings. At his current level of cultivation, Yang Qian could unleash boundless sword essence with 8 beams of sword light, sufficiently sustaining the Xuanling sword formation. Moreover, with the swords having evolved into treasures, their might had multiplied exponentially, rendering the first-grade celestial beings utterly powerless against them. An execution was imminent. Hand of obliteration, kill. The 2 celestial beings, now acutely aware of the peril, immediately invoked their powers, summoning the massive hand of annihilation. However, barely a yard from its launch, it bizarrely vanished, shredded to pieces by the elusive sword strands. This is a sword formation. We must tread carefully, deploy our treasures and shatter his formation. The 2 profound immortals instantly recognized that they were ensnared in a terrifying sword formation, its formidable power rendering escape nearly impossible through conventional means. 9 Gungjin swords, arranged in 3 layers, upper, middle, and lower, enveloped the 2 profound immortals in a complete 3-dimensional manner, ensnaring them as if caught within a web woven from sword threads. With a resounding crash, the 2 profound immortals promptly summoned their treasures. Being profound immortals, they possessed a multitude of treasures, all of which were of superior quality and unleashed overwhelming might. In this instance, one of the profound immortals manifested a mountain peak, capable of varying in size, exerting tremendous force as it descended with the intent of crushing the Gungjin swords to smithereens. With a sharp slicing sound, the sword threads retaliated fiercely, and the massive mountain was instantaneously severed into fine particles of dust. According to the records of the celestial sword technique, as the quality of the Gungjin swords escalated to that of celestial artifacts, they could even slice through space itself. Should their power reach its zenith, they could cleave the sun, moon, and stars, an unfathomable strength. Although they were merely treasures at present, they subtly harbored a terrifying potential for such capabilities. The other profound immortal wielded a fan, which he brandished vigorously, unleashing boundless flames that surged forth, illuminating the surroundings with a fierce blaze. Fire counters metal, a fundamental principle of the five elements. However, when metal is reduced to its finest form, transforming into threads, it loses much of its inherent properties. Furthermore, the Gungjin swords were not ordinary flying swords. They were crafted through the unique refining techniques of the celestial sword technique and the relentless cultivation of sword essence, rendering them impervious to mere flames. While some sword threads were indeed reduced to ash by the roaring flames, many more continued to converge, causing the entire sword formation to constrict further. The situation of the two profound immortals grew increasingly perilous, as they could be shredded to pieces at any moment by the encroaching sword threads. "Young master, please save us." The two profound immortals, having exhausted their means, could only watch helplessly as the sword formation continued to tighten. If they delayed any longer, they would meet the same fate as the previous profound immortal, torn to shreds by the formation. How outrageous! The Lingan sect is on the brink of annihilation, and you dare to oppose me? You are truly courting death. Zhao Shilong's expression shifted dramatically, a glint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes as he observed that the three profound immortals had failed to subdue Yang Qian and instead found themselves in dire straits. The murderous aura intensified. With a sudden surge, Zhao Shilong hurled the black and white forbidden immortal diagram from his hand. This celestial artifact, categorized as a mid-grade celestial item, possessed immense power, capable of suppression, confinement, and a multitude of other abilities. The forbidden immortal diagram soared above the Xuanling sword formation, its scroll emitting two beams of black and white light that enveloped the 9 Gungjin swords below. Instantly, a torrent of confinement power surged forth, overwhelming the 9 Gungjin swords, whose sword radiance flickered and vanished. The sword formation ceased its constriction, having been successfully subdued. Though the Xuanling sword formation wielded tremendous power, the current quality of the 9 Gungjin swords was merely that of inferior treasures, making them utterly incomparable to this formidable mid-grade celestial artifact, which was instantly suppressed. As the two profound immortals approached the coming year with a sense of joy, they felt their burdens unexpectedly lift. Just as they contemplated departure, they were met with a scene that left them astounded. Whoosh! A sharp blade of sword aura suddenly shot towards the forbidden immortal diagram, aiming a fierce strike at the black and white hues. Swish! This strike seemed to cleave through space itself, as the two beams of black and white light were forcefully severed, causing the entire forbidden immortal diagram to tremble slightly. Chapter 47. The sword array reappears. 3. Buzz. The spring sun sword array, which had previously ceased its operations, began to stir once more in the absence of the forbidden immortal diagram's constraints. The sword radiance extended by about a foot, exuding an aura of terror. As the sword threads continued to contract in mere moments, the two profound immortals would find themselves with no refuge from their impending doom. Zhao Shilong's gaze turned icy as he fixed his stare upon Yang Qian. He discerned clearly that the sword aura just now had emanated from Yang Qian, astonishingly capable of severing the binding force of the forbidden immortal diagram. A truly unfathomable feat. Very well, very well, very well. You seek your own demise. I shall oblige. Forbidden immortal diagram, obey me, Zhao Shilong commanded, pointing a finger at the forbidden immortal diagram. Buzz! The forbidden immortal diagram quivered slightly, emitting a thunderous roar before vanishing from sight, instantly hurtling towards Yang Qian, enshrouded in terrifying black and white auras. These two streams of spiritual light represented the binding power, which Zhao Shilong propelled into the form of two colossal hands, fiercely reaching out to grasp Yang Qian. The might of a mid-grade immortal weapon was beyond imagination. Even Chen Yin, standing nearby, turned pale, acutely aware of the formidable nature of the forbidden immortal diagram. Should one be enveloped by the black and white radiance, even a half-step golden immortal would find themselves ensnared. The forbidden immortal diagram was one of the signature immortal artifacts of the Void Spirit sect. Without a golden immortal or an even more powerful artifact, it could not be countered. Yang Qian remained expressionless, his gaze tranquil, as if oblivious to the potency of the forbidden immortal diagram, merely observing it as it slowly approached, utterly unmoved. Zhao Shilong's countenance twisted into a sinister grin, sneering, "Heh heh, young one, you are unaware of the power of the forbidden immortal diagram. You shall find yourself with no place to bury your remains." Within the sword array, the two profound immortals were teetering on the brink of disaster. Yet upon witnessing the forbidden immortal diagram advancing towards Yang Qian, smiles of relief emerged upon their faces. "This fool is ignorant of the might of one of our sect's signature artifacts. Humph. Even if he is a half-step golden immortal, once ensnared, he shall be bound and subdued." Once, the sect leader wielded the forbidden immortal diagram alone against two half-step golden immortal rogue cultivators. When the diagram was unleashed, the two rogue cultivators, oblivious to its power, were swiftly bound, their physical forms shattered and their primordial spirits obliterated in an awe-inspiring battle that reverberated throughout Yunzhou. Today, this young man too shall meet his end beneath the forbidden immortal diagram. As the sword array, deprived of its main formation, would naturally pose no threat, it seemed that all present foresaw that in the next moment, Yang Qian would be effortlessly ensnared by the forbidden immortal diagram, subsequently captured by Zhao Shilong, who would subject him to countless torments until his demise. With a swift motion, the forbidden immortal diagram almost instantaneously reached above Yang Qian's head, where two streams of black and white spiritual light coalesced into a colossal hand, ensnaring his entire being within its grasp. The restraining and suppressive force of the forbidden immortal diagram was unleashed forthwith, rendering Yang Qian's aura and sword energy completely immobilized, devoid of any motion. "Ha, is that all there is to it? Under the forbidden immortal diagram, no matter who you are, you must obediently submit to my confinement," he laughed triumphantly. Chapter 47. The sword array reveals its might. 4. Zhao Shilong's gaze turned towards Chen Yin, a malevolent grin spreading across his face. "Chen Yin, I have long foretold your inevitable downfall. Just look at how few can save you now. I intend to make you wish for death, but before I claim you, I shall first reduce this young man to mere fragments." A glint of murderous intent flashed in Zhao Shilong's eyes as he unleashed a punch into the air. Though the force of the blow was not immense, it was far beyond what any celestial being could endure. Yang Qian remained utterly still, completely ensnared. Should the blow land, he would be obliterated. Time seemed to come to a standstill, as if all things had ceased to exist. In an instant, a brutal, sharp, and terrifying aura surged forth, an unimaginable regal presence emanating from Yang Qian, akin to that of an ancient deity descending upon the world, a sovereign being, lofty and surveying all beneath. This aura radiating from Yang Qian was utterly astonishing. With a swift motion, a blade of sword energy erupted from within Yang Qian, instantly shattering Zhao Shilong's punch into countless fragments. Following that, an indescribable brilliance of sword light illuminated the space, slicing through the heavens, causing even the forbidden immortal diagram to tremble, before being repelled backward, its spiritual light slightly dimmed. Even this mid-grade celestial artifact could not withstand such a sword light. Yang Qian's eyes suddenly flared open, infused with boundless power, seemingly capable of piercing through the hearts of men. When Zhao Shilong met his gaze, a tremor coursed through him. How fearsome was this look? It was as if Yang Qian embodied a monarch, exuding an unparalleled nobility that compelled all to kneel in submission, and even Zhao Shilong found himself on the verge of prostration. Who are you really? You are not Yang Qian. You are not merely a minor celestial being. Fear gripped Zhao Shilong, for this gaze was utterly distinct from the Yang Qian he had known. It was as if he had transformed entirely to this moment. Yang Qian was immersed in the exalted sword intent of the Void Sky Sword, for it was only through wielding the Void Sky Sword that he could extricate himself from the shackles of the forbidden immortal diagram. Yang Qian was compelled to acknowledge that the forbidden immortal diagram was the most formidable celestial artifact he had encountered aside from the Void Sky Sword. Artifacts such as the Spirit Thundersword, the Nine-Tiered Pagoda, and the Wild Thundersword seemed to pale in comparison to the forbidden immortal diagram. which had nearly reached the pinnacle of mid-grade celestial artifacts, brimming with boundless power, a rare treasure indeed. Although Yang Qian was enveloped in this noble sword in tint, akin to the manifestation of the celestial sword sovereign, he retained his own consciousness. Observing Zhao Shilong's astonishment, he coldly proclaimed, "I am still myself, Yang Qian. Now, prepare to face judgment, the judgment style." Like a deity perched high above, he wielded the void sky sword, prepared to pass judgment upon all living beings in the world. With a resounding boom, a colossal sword energy descended from the heavens, akin to the judgment of a celestial being, unstoppable and imbued with an aura of annihilation, arriving amidst Zhao Shilong's terrified cries. "Know I am the young master of the Xuanling sect, endowed with extraordinary talent, destined to attain the status of a golden immortal. I cannot perish, nor shall I. Father, save me, rescue me." Chapter 47. The sword array reasserts its might. 5. In this moment, just before the specter of death loomed over him, Zhao Shilong succumbed to utter despair. A grimace contorted his features as he cast forth all his magical artifacts. Even the forbidden immortal map began to emanate waves of spiritual light, its black and white radiance resembling two divine dragons, attempting to thwart the oncoming judgmental sword light. Yet, all efforts proved futile. The decree of the divine is insurmountable. At that instant, Yang Qian stood like a deity. The sword light unleashed by the judgment could not be resisted. Wherever it traversed, all was rendered void. Every magical artifact evaporated into ashes under the terrifying sword light. The formidable forbidden immortal map was struck by the blade of light. Though not utterly destroyed, its brilliance had notably dimmed, evidently sustaining grave injuries. Yang Qian reached out, grasping it and casting it into his spatial realm for gradual restoration. The verdict of judgment is naught but death. Despite Zhao Shilong being a profound immortal, countless profound immortals had met their untimely demise beneath the void sky sword, and even formidable beings on the cusp of golden immortal status paled in comparison. Zhao Shilong was insignificant. Cleaved by the judgmental sword light, his corporeal form shattered, and his primordial spirit pierced into nothingness by myriad sword energies. Zhao Shilong was utterly obliterated, both form and spirit extinguished. The spring sun sword array erupted with unparalleled might, countless strands of sword energy intertwining, obliterating the two profound immortals into fragments. Until their last breath, they could not fathom how, despite possessing the forbidden immortal map, they could perish at the hands of a cultivator seemingly at the celestial immortal realm. In a fleeting moment, 9 Gung Jin swords returned to Yang Qian's side, pulsating with an unsettling aura. Chapter 48. The Mysterious Heavenly Sword 1. With Zhao Shilong and the 3 profound immortals all deceased, their primordial spirits having failed to escape, and the forbidden immortal map now in Yang Qian's possession, even Chen Yin, no matter how naive, recognized that Yang Qian was no ordinary individual. "Who are you?" "Truly?" Chen Yan's expression was complex. She was at a loss to discern whether her current feelings were of frustration, regret, anger, or perhaps even a hint of exhilaration. "Who I am is of little consequence. Nor am I here to annihilate your spirit sword sect. My sole purpose for infiltrating your sect was to obtain this vein of refined gold," Yang Qian stated, gesturing towards the mine. "A vein of refined gold?" Chen Yin queried, somewhat perplexed. Although the vein was indeed vast, the quantity of refined gold it yielded was not particularly precious. Yang Qian had gone to great lengths to infiltrate the sect merely for this vein. Had it been for the spirit sword sect's spiritual vein, she might have believed it. Observing Chen Yan's incredulous gaze, Yang Qian replied nonchalantly, "I had mentioned that I require a sword technique, necessitating cultivation in an area rich in the essence of the 5 elements, particularly that of metal. The amount of metal essence required to cultivate this sword technique is beyond imagination. In fact, this entire vein of refined gold is insufficient." Yang Qian candidly revealed the truth to Chen Yin, yet he refrained from disclosing that he cultivated by absorbing the essence of the 5 elements gold. After all, in the realm of immortals, all beings typically harness the primordial and celestial energies for their cultivation. If it were to be known that he solely absorbed the essence of the 5 elements gold, it would surely incite a tremendous uproar, a consequence he could scarcely bear. Was it truly so? Chen Yin appeared somewhat skeptical. Yang Qian nodded and affirmed, "Indeed, it is so. However, having reached this juncture, there is no point in further concealment. I shall now claim this vein of pure gold. Yang Qian soared into the void, gazing down upon the vast expanse of the enormous mine. He could sense that this vein of pure gold extended for thousands of miles and delved deep underground, likely hundreds of fathoms. Extracting it would pose significant challenges, even for a half-step golden immortal master. Yet, Yang Qian remained unfazed. Ascending into the heavens, his consciousness expanded in all directions, solidifying his understanding of the vein's general location. The noble sword intent emanating from his being seemed to intensify, as if he were merging with the void sky sword itself. The unity of man and sword heralded the impending manifestation of the formidable heavenly sword slash. The heavenly sword slash requires the complete harmonization of one's essence, energy, and spirit. As Yang Qian further integrated, the void sky sword vibrated incessantly, exuding a palpable excitement. The heavenly sword slash. No one could fathom the brilliance and splendor of this sword light. Suddenly, a colossal heavenly sword manifested in the void, an awe-inspiring sight spanning thousands of feet, radiating an aura of terrifying sharpness. In the plaza of the Spirit Sword sect, disciples were engaged in fierce combat with those from the other three sects. Sword energies crisscrossing, and flashes of sword intent illuminating the battlefield. Chapter 48. The mysterious heavenly sword, 2. The myriad sword intents of protection, valor, righteousness, slaughter, and determination empowered the sword cultivators, rendering their offensive capabilities unparalleled. Typically, among peers of equal standing, those without special artifacts found themselves at a disadvantage against the sword cultivators. Though the disciples of the Spirit Sword sect were formidable, they were overwhelmed by the sheer numbers of the disciples from the three other sects, akin to a swarm of locusts descending upon them. The disciples of the Spirit Sword sect were swiftly engulfed by the tide of adversaries. Even the elders at the half-step golden immortal level, whose every sword strike could slay countless mysterious immortals, found themselves entangled, each elder fending off the assaults of three fellow half-step golden immortal masters, resulting in the fall of several. The sect leader of the Spirit Sword sect, wielding the phantom sword, found himself in dire straits, besieged by the leaders of the ethereal sect, the transcendent sect, and the Xuanling sect, each wielding mid-grade celestial artifacts of immense potency. Witnessing his disciples fall one by one, and even the half-step golden immortal masters succumbing in succession, the sect leader's fury escalated, gradually giving way to despair, realizing that the millennia-old legacy of the Spirit Sword sect was on the brink of destruction at his hands. However, at that moment, the leader of the ethereal sect, who was assailing him, suddenly changed countenance, followed by a furious roar that resonated with a violent aura. He bellowed, "Longer! Who is it? Who dares to slay my son? I shall rend your body into 1,000 pieces and scatter your ashes." The leader of the Xinyuan sect, astonished, remarked, Zhao Shilong has pursued Chen Yin with your Xuanling sect's forbidden immortal diagram. How could Chen Yin, merely a first-tier Xian immortal, withstand such power? How could he have perished? Is there some mistake? The leader of the Xuanling sect, his face contorted with fury, replied, "There is no mistake. Just moments ago, my son conveyed his inner dread and fury through secret means. He is indeed dead, and I shall avenge him. Who is responsible? It cannot possibly be Chen Yin. Even a half-step golden immortal would find it nearly impossible to slay my son, who wields the forbidden immortal diagram. Our intelligence must be flawed. Perhaps an unknown master from the Lingjian sect has ambushed him and taken his life." The Lingjian sect leader, cornered by the three leaders, could not help but laugh maniacally. "Ha! Excellent! Whoever the killer may be, it is considered a great achievement. You three despicable scoundrels conspired together to destroy my Lingjian sect's heritage and seize my spiritual veins. This is the price you must pay. However, this is merely the beginning. Even if my Lingjian sect faces annihilation, I shall ensure that your three factions suffer grievous losses." "Ha!" The leader of the Xuanling sect, his expression dark and filled with murderous intent, coldly declared, "Very well, fellow Taoists, let us not hesitate any longer. Unleash your lethal moves and determine the fate of the world. Today, we shall have no respite from the Lingjian sect. Delay may lead to unforeseen changes. Attack." Recognizing that there was no room for retreat, the leaders of the other two factions immediately prepared to unleash their most formidable attacks to secure victory. The leader of the Lingjian sect, knowing he faced certain doom, lamented with a grim smile, Three shameless villains. Today, if I must perish, I shall take you down with me. With a resounding hum, the Lingjian sect leader's primordial spirit soared forth, an overwhelming surge of sword intent coalescing around him, preparing for self-detonation. Yet at that moment, an incomparably powerful sword intent surged through the void, exuding a noble aura as if a sovereign from above or an ancient deity, sacred and inviolable. Simultaneously, a terrifying celestial sword, thousands of zhang in length, emerged in the sky, radiating an unparalleled presence, as if it were the supreme ruler of swords. All disciples felt as though time had frozen, and all conflict ceased. Suddenly, some disciples of the Lingjian sect, in terror, noticed their flying swords soaring uncontrollably towards the immense celestial sword in the void. Why flying sword, why life-bound flying sword? How could this happen? What manner of sword is that? Such a terrifying sword intent. My flying sword seems to have encountered the king of swords, beyond my control. What is this sword intent? Who is the wielder of such terrifying power? This is my life-bound flying sword, which has accompanied me for 3 centuries, and now it has been drawn away, absorbed by the celestial sword above. How formidable must the cultivator wielding this celestial sword be? Could it be a golden immortal? Who could possibly invoke this dread celestial sword? Could it be an unparalleled golden immortal master from the Lingjian sect? It is rumored that our sect once boasted golden immortal prowess. Could this be the long-secluded ancestor of the Lingjian sect? Countless disciples of the Lingjian sect murmured in astonishment and elation, shocked that even their life-bound flying swords had been compelled to flee, a matter of life and death in battle, yet thrilled at the prospect that the one wielding this celestial sword might indeed be a golden immortal, perhaps even a revered elder of the Lingjian sect, suggesting that today's perilous situation could be averted. However, not all disciples of the Lingjian sect had their swords drawn away. Many seasoned Xian immortal elders and those on the cusp of golden immortal status felt their swords tremble, yet their profound cultivation allowed them to swiftly suppress their swords, preventing them from escaping. These high-ranking elders, though, were acutely aware of many secrets of the Lingjian sect, knowing full well that there were no hidden masters among their ranks. Their feelings towards this celestial sword were complex, a myriad of emotions swirling within them. The most tumultuous feelings belonged to the sect leader of the Lingjian sect. He had intended to self-destruct his primordial spirit, but upon sensing this overwhelming sword intent, he swiftly retreated, gazing at the enormous celestial sword in the void with a complicated expression. He knew all too well that no one from the Lingjian sect could possibly wield such a formidable celestial sword. The wielder of the celestial sword was indeed another individual, who now appeared, feeling a tinge of astonishment himself. The leader of the Xuanling sect also noticed the terrifying celestial sword in the sky, his heart jolting with foreboding. He believed he had thoroughly investigated the Lingjian sect and found no golden immortal or hidden masters. Yet now, this celestial sword had emerged, leaving him uncertain. He exchanged glances with the leaders of 2 other sects, recognizing the mutual suspicion in each other's eyes, and shouted, "Disciples of the Xuanling sect, the Yuexian sect, and the Tsangming sect, cease all hostilities at once and swiftly withdraw to regroup in truth, without the need for the Xuanling sect leader's command." The disciples of the Lingjian sect and the others had already halted their fighting, awestruck by the giant sword in the sky. Upon hearing their leader's order, they quickly gathered together. Observing this, the leader of the Lingjian sect waved his hand, calling all his disciples to unite, standing in confrontation against the 3 opposing sections regardless of the nature of this celestial sword. It presented a rare opportunity for respite. Thus, the appearance of the celestial sword brought an end to the conflict, as all cultivators turned their gazes skyward, fixated on every shift of the celestial sword. The celestial sword in the sky continued to grow larger and clearer, and the flying swords and treasures that had been drawn up began to emanate a sharp sword energy. Fusing completely with the celestial sword, their power exponentially increased. At that moment, Yang Qian, the master of the celestial sword, was equally astonished by this transformation. He now unleashed the heavenly sword slash, achieving a perfect fusion with the void heavenly sword. Compared to his previous demonstration in Qianzhou, his cultivation had grown significantly stronger, and his understanding of the heavenly sword slash had deepened considerably. Yang Qian found himself immersed in a wondrous state of unity between man and sword, as if he could sense a sword in the ethereal realm, indistinct and invisible, yet he could vaguely perceive its presence. This seemed to be the true heavenly sword. Furthermore, this sword appeared to be the very origin of all swordsmanship, commanding all swords in the world to yield. As if it were the sovereign of swords, it was at this moment that Yang Qian noticed countless flying swords suddenly soaring from below, subtly merging with the momentum of the heavenly sword slash, amplifying its power. He couldn't help but recall the formidable presence of the heavenly sword Immortal in years past, rumored to have compelled countless flying swords on the battlefield beyond the realm to submit upon the emergence of the heavenly sword, breaking free from their master's control. Even the flying swords of golden immortals were no exception, as none could withstand. It was precisely this heavenly sword slash, combined with myriad flying swords, that unleashed a cataclysmic strike, severely wounding the Demon King. Previously, when Yang Qian executed the heavenly sword slash, it lacked such overwhelming might, unable to command the submission of other flying swords. However, now he found himself capable of commanding some inferior quality flying swords to yield, a testament to the enhancement of his heavenly sword slash's potency. The immense heavenly sword seemed to tremble as sharp sword energies rampaged, the force transcending that of a half-step golden immortal, embodying the power of a golden immortal. At this moment, Yang Qian's execution of the heavenly sword slash, his most formidable strike, could already manifest golden immortal-like power through the void heavenly sword. This was power, true power, surpassing the realm of profound immortals and half-step golden immortals. This was the might of a golden immortal. Yang Qian radiated boundless ambition. Though diminutive in stature, he exuded an astonishing aura. A golden immortal was undoubtedly a sovereign in the immortal realm, capable of traversing freely, an authentic powerhouse. When Yang Qian first obtained the void heavenly sword, he had once broken through the encirclement of 3 golden immortals. This was because those 3 had been left with only their primordial spirits, able to exert merely 80% of their strength, allowing him to escape with a single heavenly sword slash. Had the 3 been in their prime, Yang Qian would have found it impossible to break free. Yet now, the situation had changed. He could finally wield the power of a golden immortal through the void heavenly sword. With sword energy surging, he could face several golden immortals and still have the means to escape. Heavenly sword slash. The cold, impassive voice, imbued with a magical essence, resonated as Yang Qian's words fell, and the colossal heavenly sword in the sky descended with a decisive slash, boom. No one could fathom the might of this strike. The azure sky seemed cleaved in twain. This blow severed the precious gold vein that stretched for hundreds of miles, the sword energy penetrating hundreds of feet underground, revealing the precious gold vein entirely to the air. This was precisely the outcome Yang Qian desired. The void heavenly sword once again plunged downward ferociously, as if a multitude of sword energies pierced through the earth, continuously severing clumps of precious gold, which flew into Yang Qian's spatial realm. At this moment, he was in the process of collecting all the precious gold from this vein in merely a quarter of an hour. This immense vein was completely depleted, as the sword energy was unleashed without restraint. Even a complete vein of exquisite gold could be entirely harvested by Yang Qian in a remarkably brief span of time. Chen Yin was utterly astonished. The unimaginable sword strike continued to reverberate in her mind. As a sword cultivator herself, and a Xianxian at that, she felt a glimmer of comprehension regarding that singular strike and truth. It was not only Chen Yin who was taken aback. Among all the cultivators present, only the semi-golden immortals from the Lingan sect reaped the most benefit. They gazed excitedly at the colossal sword that had vanished into the sky, their expressions filled with fervor, their hearts tumultuous. That strike seemed to encapsulate the very essence of the sword, as if it had reached the sword's core. Witnessing such a blow, they recognized that if given another chance to ponder it deeply, they would undoubtedly glean immense insights, potentially even paving their way into the realm of golden immortals. Who could wield such a formidable sword? The leader of the Lingan sect was engulfed in a profound shock. He too had perceived that this location was the sect's exquisite gold mine. The head of the Xuanling sect wore a grim expression, his eyes flashing with murderous intent, and he suddenly exclaimed with venomous ire, "It must be this person. This individual is undoubtedly the one who killed Longer. Only someone of such strength could disregard Longer's forbidden immortality diagram. This person is likely closely tied to the Lingan sect, arriving here to offer support. The very place where Longer last transmitted information to me is right there. This individual is extraordinarily terrifying. We have no path of retreat now. We must eliminate him without hesitation. The leader of the Xuanling sect also bore a sallow complexion, his gaze flickering with a glint of light as he solemnly remarked, "This mysterious individual is formidable. However, Zhao, the sect leader, is correct. We have no recourse but to eradicate this person." "Very well, since both sect leaders are in agreement, let us proceed to eliminate this enigmatic figure." The head of the Xuanling sect was particularly anxious, transforming into a streak of radiant light as he soared towards the mine. An elder of the Lingan sect whispered, "Sect leader, what shall we do now? What shall we do?" "Naturally, we must ascertain the identity of this esteemed individual. Tio wields such a terrifying celestial sword. They must be extraordinary. Perhaps they are indeed intertwined with my Lingan sect, and today's peril may be mitigated." With swiftness, the sect leader and the elder, both semi-golden immortals, hastened towards the exquisite gold mine. The distance to the mine was not great. These semi-golden immortals arrived in mere moments. However, upon reaching the expanse above the mine, they were rendered speechless by the sight before them. The vast vein, stretching hundreds of miles, had been nearly hollowed out, devoid of any exquisite gold ore. It was evident that all the ore had been spirited away. What is happening?" The leader of the Lingan sect's countenance darkened as he noticed Chan Yin standing nearby, prompting him to furrow his brow and inquire, "Yenner, are you unharmed?" "Excellent. But what on earth has transpired with this exquisite gold mine?" A hint of helplessness flickered across Chen Yan's otherwise indifferent face as she cast a complex gaze at Yang Qin and replied coolly, "Father, the one who unleashed the celestial sword just now is indeed the one who harvested this entire exquisite gold mine." Suddenly, as Chen Yin's gaze fell upon it, everyone beheld a rather inconspicuous small 8-rank celestial amidst the void. A celestial? How could that be? How could a mere 8-rank celestial wield such a sword capable of rivaling that of a golden celestial? Surely, no one would believe that the previous strike had been executed by such a minor 8-rank celestial. At that moment, an elder of the half-step golden celestial beside them seemed to recollect something and hesitantly remarked, "This may not be implausible. There have long been rumors that during the emergence of the Sword Celestial's cave, a mysterious individual acquired the Void Sword, breaking through the siege of 3 golden celestials and even slaying over 1,000 celestials and Xian celestials, earning the title of Sword Demon. This Sword Demon had recently appeared in Qianzhou, showcasing remarkable prowess by slaying 3 half-step golden celestial masters, after which there was no further news. If this individual is indeed the Sword Demon, it is not beyond the realm of possibility. The Void Sword, a superior celestial artifact refined by the Sword Celestial, possesses boundless power. No one could fathom its true marvel. The mention of the Sword Demon stirred not only the members of the Spirit Sword sect, but also those from several other factions, all recalling the legend. The previous strike bore a striking resemblance to the Sword Celestial's ultimate technique, the Sword Slash. The more they pondered, the more convinced they became that this 8-rank celestial was indeed the enigmatic sword wielder. How delightful! How delightful! Who would have thought it was the Sword Demon? You obtained the Void Sword and, rather than hiding away, you dare to reveal yourself. This must be fate, allowing our 3 factions to seize the Void Sword and uncover the secrets of the Sword Celestial, rendering us invincible. Ha ha! At this moment, the leader of the Void Spirit sect had completely shed his grief over the loss of his son, gazing at Yang Qin with eyes brimming with avarice and delight. The Sword Demon, merely an 8-rank celestial, could unleash power akin to that of a golden celestial, which underscored the immense strength of the Void Sword. Possessing the Void Sword would not only allow the Spirit Sword sect to dominate, but also sweep away the likes of the Xian sect and the Xuanling sect. This greedy sentiment was not held solely by the leader of the Void Spirit sect. Many formidable masters cast covetous glances at Yang Qin. Having witnessed such greed numerous times, Yang Qin was well aware of the many who coveted the Void Sword. However, many of those who harbored such desires had met their demise at his hands. The leader of the Void Spirit sect suddenly stepped forward, coldly demanding, "Sword Demon, did you slay my son?" Chapter 49. Greed 4. At this moment, Yang Qin remained enveloped in the lofty sword intent, exuding an extraordinary nobility. When he regarded the leader of the Void Spirit sect, it was as if he were observing an ant. "Are you referring to Zhao Shilong? He overstepped his bounds and was swiftly dealt with by me. He even procured a remarkable treasure, quite commendable." Yang Qin extended his hand and summoned the forbidden celestial map from his spatial realm. The leader of the Void Spirit sect was engulfed in murderous intent at the sight of the map, an overwhelming aura of fury emanating from him as he bellowed. Sword Demon, you have slain my son and seized our sect's treasured celestial artifact. This is a capital offense, a capital offense. A capital offense? Scoffed Yang. I am here solely to collect the precious metal veins. I have no interest in your sordid affairs. I do not instigate conflict unless provoked, but should one dare to offend me, I shall certainly retaliate. The master of the ethereal sect, exuding an overwhelming aura, suddenly bellowed, Ethereal sect, deploy the ethereal annihilation formation and eliminate this scoundrel. Swiftly, 9 terrifying figures, all formidable half-step golden immortals of the ethereal sect, emerged. These 9 half-step golden immortals positioned themselves in an intricate formation, and at once, they collectively summoned the essence of the golden immortal realm. The entire formation erupted with a thunderous roar, unleashing an unimaginable atmosphere of slaughter that soared into the heavens. A glint of sharpness flashed in the Master's eyes. He was not a reckless individual. Although he coveted the Void Sky Sword in Yang Qian's possession, the astonishing strike Yang Qian had just delivered filled him with trepidation. Thus, he unleashed his most powerful attack, supported by the 9 half-step golden immortals, to form the ethereal annihilation formation. Within the formation, mist billowed and the air was thick with murderous intent, as if infinite transformations were at play. The master of the ethereal sect laughed heartily, proclaiming, "This is the ethereal annihilation formation, originally intended for the spirit sword sect. However, since you court death, let me first show you the consequences. Kill." At his command, the 9 golden immortals promptly activated the formation, and the entire realm seemed to darken, shrouded in a chilling aura of slaughter that began to permeate the atmosphere, transforming the once clear sky into a mass of ominous clouds. From the ferocious killing intent emanating from the formation, it was evident that it possessed the capability to ensnare even golden immortal experts. Surrounded in the center, Yang Qian observed with a cold gaze, remaining utterly unfazed. Suddenly, a terrifying force surged toward him. Without even a glance, he flashed his sword, the Void Sky Sword, striking downward with great ferocity. Boom! The entire formation trembled, and the 9 half-step golden immortals felt their blood surge wildly, visibly shaken. This was merely a casual strike from Yang Qian. Realizing the gravity of the situation, a cold smile crept across his face as he wielded the Void Sky Sword and struck down fiercely in a specific direction, slaughter style. Within the formation, an overwhelming aura of slaughter already existed. Yet Yang Qian unleashed the most relentless sword style. In an instant, the murderous energy within the entire formation was channeled into the Void Sky Sword. With the execution of the slaughter style, it erupted like a god of death, crashing mercilessly onto one of the half-step golden immortals. Boom! The slaughter style, devoid of bloodshed, was relentless. This single strike shattered one of the half-step golden immortals, the razor-sharp sword technique finding a breach as it relentlessly sliced toward the half-step golden immortal. The master of the ethereal sect's complexion shifted, and he immediately shouted, "Change formation." Instantly, one of the half-step golden immortals rushed to fill the breach. But it was futile. A peculiar smile crept onto Yang Qian's lips as a seemingly inconspicuous black, flying sword silently appeared in his grasp. It was his innate treasure, the black jade sword. Sword rainbow technique, whoosh. Everyone's vision blurred, only to discover that Yang Qian had vanished. With the sword rainbow technique unleashed, his speed surged tenfold, outpacing even the golden immortals. The master of the ethereal sect felt a surge of alarm. Yet it was too late. Yang Qian's figure materialized before one of the half-step golden immortals within the formation, his eyes cold and voice low as he declared, "Slaughter style." With a resounding strike, this sword gleamed with a tumultuous aura of slaughter, its edge unforgivingly sharp and unexpectedly fierce. The semi-gold immortal, unlike the previous one, found himself devoid of fortune. Yang Qian's blade, imbued with the essence of death, descended with ferocity. Who could withstand the sword energy of the Void Sky Sword? A splatter of blood erupted as the razor-sharp sword energy effortlessly obliterated the opponent's primordial spirit, rendering the semi-gold immortal utterly disintegrated. Chapter 50. Assassination. 1. Cursed be it, the scoundrel. Heaven and earth. Oh, how the earth bears virtue for all beings. The master of the ethereal sect, witnessing the rapid demise of two semi-gold immortals, one dead, one wounded, felt a profound killing intent flicker in his eyes. He immediately hurled forth a radiant orb of yellow light that illuminated the heavens and the earth, resembling a vast expanse of earth that began to grow uncontrollably, obscuring the sky and transforming into an enormous mass, swiftly descending upon Yang Qian. The treasure of thick earth? Yang Qian felt a surge of astonishment within. The legend spoke of thick earth as a wondrous substance, an extraordinary treasure capable of transforming a mere fragment into an entire continent or mountain peak. Now, this immense mass of thick earth, glowing with a yellow luminescence and bearing down with tremendous force, was no trivial matter. This treasure of thick earth was the true cornerstone of the ethereal sect, its might surpassing even that of the forbidden immortal diagram. A glimmer of determination flashed in Yang Qian's eyes as the noble sword intent enveloped him. He declared coldly, "Even the heavens shall be cleaved asunder by my hand, let alone this insignificant mass of thick earth." Yang Qian's consciousness plunged deeply into the void sky sword, his entire being radiating a piercing aura. Becoming one with the sword, he unleashed the heavenly sword slash. In the void, the colossal heavenly sword re-emerged, and Yang Qian had grown increasingly familiar with the heavenly sword slash and swordsmanship to the point of seamless execution. In an instant, he could summon it without hesitation. The gigantic heavenly sword loomed high in the void, pulsating with a disquieting energy. The master of the ethereal sect, sensing the terrifying power of the heavenly sword, immediately recognized the peril it posed. He commanded fiercely, "Elders, activate the ethereal Great Annihilation formation to assist my treasure of thick earth in slaying this fiend." Though two had fallen, 7 semi-gold immortals remained to oversee the formation. Yang Qian was still ensnared within, and now faced the full might of the 7 semi-gold immortals combined with the crushing weight of the descending thick earth, which pressed upon him with relentless pressure. Yet, he felt as though he were a manifestation of the heavenly sword immortal, brimming with boundless confidence, his expression cold as he uttered a single word. Slash. With this command, the massive heavenly sword descended once more, striking down with tremendous force. This sword strike remained as resplendent, heart-stopping, and unfathomable as ever. It continued to resonate within the hearts of many esteemed sword cultivators of the Spirit Sword sect, as fellow practitioners of the sword. They understood the profound truths encapsulated within this strike, as though the very essence of swordsmanship were contained within its arc. The master of the ethereal sect had summoned every ounce of strength to its peak, and the treasure of thick earth cast a yellow glow that enveloped half the sky, eclipsing the sun, a force of unparalleled might. With a resounding strike, this sword could easily rival the most formidable blow of a golden immortal. It was unleashed by the ethereal sword of the void sky, its sharpness undeniable, as it cleaved through the thick soiled treasure with ease, descending upon the vast annihilation formation below. The terrifying force surged like a tempest, utterly obliterating the entire array, causing the 7 half-step golden immortals to stagger, their primordial spirits in disarray, as they spewed blood and were flung backward. The sect leader of the void sky was not spared from the ordeal. He too was struck by the fearsome and piercing sword aura. Had it not been for his body brimming with treasures, his myriad defensive measures, and the protective might of the vast annihilation formation, he would have surely succumbed to Yang Qian's lethal strike. Yet now, he, much like the 7 half-step golden immortals, was shaken by the sword energy, his primordial spirit in a state of disarray, having suffered grave injuries. Astonishment filled the air. Although all present had sensed the dreadfulness of Yang Qian's strike, none could compare to the sheer shock they felt at this moment. With a single blow, he shattered the thick, soiled treasure, a mid-grade celestial artifact, sending the 7 half-step golden immortals reeling, and even the leader of the void sky was not exempt from such a devastating blow, reduced to a mere shadow of his former self. Yang Qian had nearly single-handedly obliterated the strongest force of the void sky. His indifferent gaze swept across the assembly as he coldly proclaimed, "Is there anyone else who wishes to test their mettle?" His presence loomed like that of a celestial deity, prompting all to avert their gaze, too intimidated to meet his eyes. The leader of the void sky, observing the hesitant expressions of the Yuxian sect and the Tsangming sect leaders, felt a surge of urgency within. He immediately urged, "Esteemed friends, the arrow has been loosed and cannot be retracted. Though this sword demon is fierce, if our 3 sects join forces, We can prevail. Should we falter now? Will the Lingjian sect allow us to rest easy in the future? The leader of the Lingjian sect was no fool. He quickly grasped the precarious situation. With the Yuxian sect and Xuanling sect wavering, this was the opportune moment to dismantle their resolve. He swiftly ascended, bringing his flying sword down with a forceful chop. With a thunderous crash, this strike directly severed the leader of the void sky, grasping his primordial spirit in hand, leaving him in a state of sheer terror. Weakened by Yang Qian's earlier assault, he stood no chance against the Lingjian sect leader's cataclysmic blow. The Lingjian sect leader sneered. Yuxian sect, Xuanling sect, you have been incited by the void sky to come to my Lingjian sect. The root of this calamity lies with the void sky. Now, let us unite to eradicate this sect. I vow that today's events shall be forgotten by my Lingjian sect. What say you? In the grip of the Lingjian sect leader, Zhao, the leader of the void sky, was consumed by terror, shouting, "You must not trust the Lingjian sect. If we do not seize this prime opportunity, they will surely pick us off one by one in the future." Before he could finish, a flash of sword energy from the Lingjian sect leader pierced through the primordial spirit of the void sky leader, who coldly remarked at this juncture, "You still dare to sow discord. Esteemed leaders, it is time for you to make a swift decision." As they witnessed the primordial spirit of the void sky leader dissipate completely, the leader of the Yuxian sect exclaimed, "Today, indeed, we have fallen prey to the machinations of the void sky's traitors, committing a grave error. We must not err again. Disciples of the Yuxian sect, heed my command. Eradicate the remnants of the void sky without sparing a single soul." The sudden shift in the situation caused by the transformation of the Xuanzong immediately incited a wave of chaos. Subsequently, the Xuanling sect joined forces to assault the disciples of the Xuanling sect. Just moments ago, they were close companions, yet now they began to slaughter one another. The disciples of the Xuanling sect could scarcely fathom that within such a brief span of time, their sect was on the brink of annihilation. Chapter 50. Assassination 3. As the disciples of the Xuanling sect gradually faltered, a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the Lingjian sect's leader. With a commanding voice, he issued the order, "Disciples of the Lingjian sect, heed my command. Exterminate all disciples of the Xuanling sect. Leave not a single one alive." Despair enveloped the remaining disciples of the Xuanling sect, each one falling prey to the flying swords. The few who were left, injured and barely standing, fought valiantly, desperately attempting to evade the onslaught of the three sect's experts. However, they were no match for their formidable opponents, and one by one, they perished. This dramatic turn of events was orchestrated by the sword demon lurking in the void. The leader of the Lingjian sect felt a profound sense of survival, realizing that had it not been for the unexpected emergence of this mysterious sword demon, his sect would likely have faced complete destruction. Although Yang Qian had seized his precious vein of refined gold, the loss of the mine was not of paramount importance. Resources could be found anew. The vein was not a spiritual artery. It was not indispensable. The crafting of flying swords did not require an abundance of refined gold. In the leader's heart, he harbored a sincere gratitude towards Yang Qian for his timely intervention. He understood that with the strength exhibited by the sword demon, there was no need for him to disguise himself and infiltrate the Lingjian sect. He could have forcibly extracted the mine, leaving the sect utterly helpless. As Yang Qian sensed that he had gained control over the situation, he gradually withdrew from the sword intent of the Shutian sword. Around him, the disciples of the Xuanling sect were being slain one after another, and all the semi-golden immortals had met their demise. Even if one or two managed to escape, it would be of no consequence. A sect with a heritage spanning millennia was to be obliterated due to greed, a stark reminder of the cyclical nature of rise and fall. Just as Yang Qian allowed himself to relax, believing the tide had turned in his favor, a sudden flash of sword light, akin to a venomous serpent, lunged towards him unexpectedly. This strike seemed to glide along the very fabric of space, silent and stealthy, the sword aura coalescing without a hint of release. No one noticed it until it was upon Yang Qian, at which point it erupted with ferocity, catching him entirely off guard. Danger loomed. An extreme peril that Yang Qian had not anticipated, a strike so lethal, it targeted him at the moment he was most at ease, when his defenses were utterly down. This indicated that the wielder of this sword light had likely embedded themselves within the crowd long before, meticulously plotting their actions, waiting for the precise moment when Yang Qian would be most vulnerable to deliver a fatal blow. Had this been an ordinary sword light, even one from a semi-golden immortal, Yang Qian might have mustered the strength to withstand it with his full sword energy, likely sustaining only severe injuries rather than death. As long as he lived, he could escape in an instant, deploying the Shutian sword to turn the tide back in his favor. Yet the sword light before him was akin to a tempest of thunder, a deathly blade emerging from the depths of hell. Its power unfathomable. The intent it embodied was a tumultuous and eternal force, uncorrupted and immortal. A practitioner possessing such a potent essence was undoubtedly a transcendent golden immortal. The full force strike of a golden immortal. Even Yang Qian would not dare to withstand it head-on. Beneath the might of that single sword, the very fabric of the void would shatter, let alone his physical form. Even if he were to unleash his sword's spirit, it would likely be torn apart by the sword's radiance. Chapter 50. Assassination 4. At the end of the road, just when it seemed most dire, this sword had been concealed for an unknown duration, gathering momentum for its strike. A dignified golden immortal lay in ambush, hidden among the ordinary disciples of the Spirit Sword sect, something no one could have anticipated. Such restraint from a golden immortal, all for the sake of this one strike. Yang Qian seemed to sense the approach of death. Without his Sutian sword in hand, and even the black jade sword absent, he could not even invoke the sword rainbow technique. Every aspect of this situation had been meticulously planned by the hidden golden immortal. More terrifying than his opponent's cultivation was the sheer cunning of this plot, which left Yang Qian no glimmer of hope for survival. How long had it been since he last felt the chill of death? It seemed an eternity, ever since he perfected his swordsmanship. This was the only time he faced such a dire predicament. Yang Qian could almost perceive the triumphant smile of the golden immortal who had orchestrated this deadly strike. As if mocking him, though be targeted by a formidable golden immortal for assassination was a tremendous honor in itself. Yet, what glory could outweigh death? Once deceased, all would fade into nothingness, severing any ties he had to existence. Suddenly, a figure appeared before Yang Qian, unnoticed by all. The sword light flickered, radiating an aura of death, and ruthlessly shattered this figure into fragments. The full power of a golden immortal strike is nothing short of terrifying. It could be aptly described as earth-shattering, blood spattered, and the primordial spirit sought to escape. Yet it could not evade this sword. You saved me. Now I return the favor. The chilling words struck deeply into Yang Qian's heart, igniting a tempestuous wave of emotion. The one who stood before him was none other than Chen Yin, the woman who had remained utterly indifferent throughout. The sound of her voice still echoed in his ears, yet the sword light had already pulverized her primordial spirit, this cold-hearted woman dissolving into the blade's essence. All gazes momentarily froze, and even the unparalleled golden immortal behind the sword light expressed a flicker of astonishment. Fate had played a hand. No matter how meticulously he had calculated, he could never have foreseen that someone would risk their own life to save Yang Qian. Yenner, the heart of the Spirit Sword sect's leader, quaked. He had not anticipated such a turn of events. Yet, it seemed that this vendetta could not be avenged. He gazed at the sword light, his eyes trembling slightly, sensing the eternal realm that only a golden immortal could possess. This assassination was executed by a golden immortal, and even the full might of the Spirit Sword sect could not contend with such an unparalleled being. The sword light obliterated Chen Yan's primordial spirit without pause, once again sweeping toward Yang Qian, still brimming with terrifying murderous intent. However, even if the brilliance of the sword was unmatched in its swiftness, and even if it possessed terrifying power, the moment had passed. Yang Qian had already regained his composure, and in an instant, a black long sword appeared in his grasp, the black jade sword, which he summoned at the very first opportunity. Chapter 50. Assassination 5. The sword rainbow technique. A tenfold acceleration erupted suddenly, a speed that even golden immortals could not rival, as if Yang Qian's figure had vanished from the spot. This tenfold speed was imperceptible to the naked eye. Whoosh! Yang Qian's silhouette materialized 3 zhang away from the sword's glow. At this moment, the void sky sword was held firmly in his hand, radiating an aura of noble sword intent, accompanied by a chilling killing intent that sent shivers down the spine. As if one were amidst a realm of asuras and malevolent spirits, it had been a long time since he had been enveloped by such a murderous aura. The last time was upon the death of Xuanling Shan, when he transformed into the Grim Reaper, suffused with terrifying killing intent. This time, he had narrowly escaped death, yet someone had perished for his sake. Chen Yin had exchanged her life for Yang Qian's, and thus, the killing intent surged forth in her honor. Yang Qian gazed coldly at the seemingly unremarkable cultivator, who could have imagined that this ordinary-looking practitioner was the very golden immortal who had just driven Yang Qian into a desperate situation. Chapter 51. Sword Chi and Sword Intent 1. The golden immortal assassin remained silent, exuding a chilling indifference. Yang Qian's murderous aura grew increasingly potent, his eyes seemingly capable of piercing through all. Though the atmosphere was thick with killing intent, he maintained an extraordinary calmness. For a sword cultivator, the angrier one becomes, the more one must exercise restraint. This is the essence of true swordsmanship. Yang Qian had comprehended this principle long ago in the realm of cultivation. Anger is a double-edged sword. Wielded correctly, it can transform into formidable power, yet if one allows anger to cloud their judgment, it can lead to one's downfall. Yang Qian possessed the ability to control everything. He had transformed his anger into strength, and when he drew his sword, all his fury and killing intent would be channeled into a single, thunderous strike. Feng Xuanzi, I trust one have not mistaken you. Yang Qian spoke coldly. The unremarkable golden immortal did not appear surprised, nodding in acknowledgement. Indeed, you have not erred. Following the faint traces you left behind, I finally discerned your hiding place within the Lingan sect, thus I infiltrated the sect, seeking the opportune moment to last. The moment presented itself. This was meant to be a fatal strike, yet it faltered due to that foolish woman. Feng Xuanzi spoke without a trace of remorse. Perhaps there was a flicker of regret within, but for one of his caliber, regret held no value. Feng Xuanzi was a master who had once escaped from the dwelling of the heavenly sword immortal after being trapped there for 3,000 years. Yang Qian's acquisition of the Void Sky Sword had caused the collapse of that dwelling, allowing him to escape. Subsequently, he had allied with Yuan Manzun and Elder Likong to hunt Yang Qian, but due to not having fully regained his strength, they ultimately failed. This corporeal form now entirely resonated with Feng Xuanzi's essence. It must be the satisfactory vessel he sought. The collapse of a golden immortal's physical body was of little consequence, for they merely needed to find a new vessel and diligently cultivate to fully restore their power. The sword strike prior was indeed the culmination of Feng Xuanzi's entire prowess, a revelation that shattered the heavens and left all in awe. Yang Qian's demeanor remained utterly unperturbed as he coldly remarked, "Is it merely for the Shuqian sword that you have gone to such lengths? Humph! I once ventured into the abode of the sword immortal, braving death itself to reach the place where the Shuqian sword resided, only to inadvertently trigger the prohibitive array at the critical moment, becoming ensnared within it for a full 3,000 years. During these 3 millennia, I endured relentless torment, yet fortune smiled upon me, and I did not perish. Just as I was poised to reclaim the Shuqian sword, I found it had been seized by a mere celestial like you. I refused to submit to this fate. Such a treasured blade as the Shuqian sword is not something a trivial celestial can bear. As a swordsman myself, I am acutely aware of the sword's formidable nature. Should I possess the Shuqian sword and dedicate myself to rigorous training, I would undoubtedly emerge as the foremost among the golden immortals, even capable of venturing onto the battlefield beyond the realms. The Shuqian sword rightfully belongs to me. Only in my hands can it shine with its true brilliance. I'm yours. It is akin to a precious gem cast into obscurity, and thus, you are deserving of death." Feng Xuanzi spoke with a calm demeanor, yet his emotions were no longer restrained, subtly beginning to fluctuate. Chapter 51. Sword Chi and Sword Intent 2. Yang Qian's gaze sharpened, radiating an unprecedented brilliance as he proclaimed, "Do you truly believe the Shuqian sword falling into my hands is akin to a gem lost in the dark? Allow me to demonstrate how the Shuqian sword unleashes its radiance." The Shuqian sword in Yang Qian's grasp seemed to tremble slightly. The sword embodies the essence of slaughter. The sword embodies destruction. The sword embodies annihilation. Everything shall be obliterated beneath my blade. A resonant hum erupted as the Shuqian sword unleashed a terrifying beam of sword light, extending an impressive 3 feet, as if it were poised to cleave through the very fabric of the void. Within the void, a formidable celestial sword began to coalesce, emanating a resplendent glow, akin to a sovereign of swords surveying all creation. Moreover, within this celestial sword seemed to lie the profound truths of the sword path, concealing countless ultimate principles. My fury shall converge within this strike. Yang Qian spoke with tranquility, yet suddenly, the wrath within him surged forth explosively, igniting the celestial sword's fury in the void. The sword too possesses rage, yet never has anyone managed to ignite it. Surrounding the celestial sword appeared an inexhaustible wellspring of fury, the anger of countless vengeful spirits slain by this very blade, a wrath potent enough to consume all. Let the fury erupt, let the rivers run red with blood, destruction, slaughter, annihilation. This celestial sword shall strike and slay. The celestial sword in the void slashed down with ferocity, this strike encapsulating Yang Qian's ire. Around the sword's radiance, a cacophony of vengeful spirits and malevolent apparitions unleashed their fury, roaring in unison. The celestial sword exuded an aura of annihilation, destruction, and slaughter, as if it sought to rend the earth into mere dust. This strike had far surpassed Yang Qian's previous two, instilling terror even in the hearts of golden immortals. With a resounding crash, the sword light flickered. In the blink of an eye, it struck fiercely at the location of Feng Xuanzi, transforming that area into nothingness. The surging sword chi coursed across, cleaving the ground into disjointed fragments, a sight both shocking and awe-inspiring. After the flash of the sword light, the presence of Feng Xuanzi had vanished. Yet Yang Qian was acutely aware that he was not dead. Suddenly, a terrifying aura surged forth as Feng Xuanzi's form erupted, revealing that he was merely a primordial spirit at this moment. His physical body had been utterly destroyed by Yang Qian's strike. Moreover, it seemed that his primordial spirit had also sustained some damage. Yang Qian, I did not anticipate that you have completely mastered the Void Sky Sword. However, I shall return. The Void Sky Sword will forever belong to me, and none can hinder me. Ha ha! The voice receded into the distance, echoing through the void and instilling a sense of dread. The attention of a golden immortal master was surely a source of anxiety for anyone. Yang Qian understood that although he had gradually grasped the essence of the Void Sky Sword, his own strength was still woefully inadequate. The ability to unleash a blow akin to that of a golden immortal was largely reliant on the sword's inherent power. The fact that he could injure Feng Xuanzi was already a significant achievement. To completely slay a golden immortal master was beyond Yang Qian's current capabilities. Chapter 51. Sword Chi and Sword Intent 3. With a swift motion, Yang Qian soared to the front of the Lingan sect's master, furrowing his brow as he inquired, Master Chun, is there a quiet chamber available? I require rest. The sudden movement of Yang Qian startled the disciples, who instinctively recoiled. Just moments ago, he had effortlessly defeated 10 half-step golden immortal masters from the Void Spirit sect, and now he had shattered the physical body of a formidable golden immortal. The disciples, having heard of Yang Qian's moniker as the Sword Demon, harbored a profound fear of him. Master Chen of the Lingan sect was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized that Yang Qian might be injured and in need of a quiet chamber for recuperation. He promptly replied, yes, it is located atop the Sword Peak. Yang Qian nodded in gratitude, saying, thank you. We shall discuss all matters upon my emergence. With that, he transformed into a beam of light and ascended towards the towering Sword Peak. Master Chen immediately commanded the disciples, from this moment forth, no one is to step foot on the Sword Peak. Those who disobey shall face death. Countless cultivators cast their gazes upon the Sword Peak. Although they understood that Yang Qian might be injured, none dared entertain any thoughts regarding the Void Sky Sword. If a golden immortal could be reduced to mere remnants, how could mere half-step golden immortal and Ascension cultivators risk their lives in folly? Yang Qian entered the Sword Peak and casually sought out a quiet chamber, neglecting to establish any defensive formations. Indeed, he was gravely wounded. While onlookers had witnessed him wield the heavenly sword to shatter Feng Xuanzi's physical form, few realized that the terrifying sword chi unleashed by Feng Xuanzi had also invaded Yang Qian's body, wreaking havoc upon his sword-souled eye. In truth, his injuries were far more severe than those of Feng Xuanzi. Should the sword soul be destroyed, it would mean absolute demise. Yang Qian's sword soul was as vital as a cultivator's primordial spirit. The prowess of a golden immortal was undeniable. Feng Xuanzi was also a sword cultivator, having refined his sword intent to such a degree that every strand of sword chi contained a hint of sword intent. Such a realm was still beyond Yang Qian's reach. Yang Qian silently observed the sword chi within him. Though formidable, it could be extinguished given sufficient time. The sword energy is not to be feared. Rather, It is the essence of the sword intent contained within that is truly daunting. With the presence of sword intent, this sword energy transforms from an ephemeral force into something with roots, capable of gradually amplifying its power and becoming extraordinarily formidable. Sword intent can be categorized into various realms. For instance, Yang Qian's unwavering sword intent is of the most rudimentary level, having only just begun to coalesce, a step higher. Each strand of sword energy is accompanied by sword intent, allowing nearly every instance of sword energy to burgeon forth. This is the terrifying aspect of sword intent. Should one ascend even further, they may attain the realm of the celestial sword immortal, where even a mere glance can convey sword intent, and a flicker of intent can extinguish life in an instant. Impervious even to the gold immortals, at such a level, sword intent becomes the most fearsome means of attack, elusive and intangible, possessing unparalleled might. However, reaching such a realm is an arduous endeavor, one fraught with challenges. As of now, even many who have ascended to the rank of sword immortal have yet to attain such heights. Yang Qian swiftly immersed his consciousness within the sword soul, where this strand of sword energy, under the command of Feng Xuanji's sword intent, began to unleash a frenzied assault upon Yang Qian's sword soul. While extinguishing the sword energy may be simple, this sword intent is beyond the capacity of his current sword intent to eradicate. Yet, leaving this strand of sword intent within the sword soul poses a long-term threat. Yang Qian furrowed his brow, recognizing the complexity of the situation. Perhaps only the noble sword intent of the celestial sword immortal could dispel this strand of intent. Without hesitation, Yang Qian plunged into the void sky sword, drawing forth the exalted sword intent to swiftly envelop the strand of sword intent. Remarkably, Feng Xuanji's sword intent was also of the unwavering variety, profoundly condensed, making complete annihilation impossible in a single stroke. It could only be gradually worn away by the sword intent within the void sky sword. While the sword intent was ensnared, Yang Qian harbored alternate thoughts regarding the sword energy. This was the sword energy of a gold immortal sword cultivator, an encounter to be cherished yet rarely attained. The potency of a single strand of gold immortal sword energy far surpassed that of Yang Qian's, equivalently magnified to the extent that one strand could rival dozens or even hundreds of his own. Should he succeed in refining this gold immortal sword energy, it would no longer pose a challenge for Yang Qian to condense a ninth sword radiance from his sword soul. Refining sword energy, especially that of a gold immortal, necessitates immense audacity. The gold immortal epitomizes eternity, immortality, and incorruptibility. While the heavens and earth may decay, I shall remain undying. While the sun and moon may shatter, I shall not perish. This is the essence of the gold immortal. The very character gold symbolizes longevity and perpetuity. Typically, should a gold immortal not fall, they may endure for billions of years. Furthermore, the sword energy of a gold immortal cultivator is even more terrifying, capable of remaining uncorrupted and undying. Even a minuscule fragment of sword energy will not dissipate on its own. Unless this sword energy is expelled or refined, it could wreak havoc within Yang Qian's sword soul, leading to catastrophic repercussions. It is precisely because gold immortal sword energy is so formidable that its refinement proves exceedingly challenging. However, Yang Qian is no ordinary sword cultivator. He possesses advantages that others lack, namely the void sky sword. While gold immortal sword energy is formidable, it pales in comparison to the sword energy of the void sky sword. Tio's attempt to refine this sword energy collectively is nothing short of a fanciful dream. However, should it prove impossible to refine it together, we shall resort to separating it. If one strand of sword energy is too formidable, let us cleave it into 2, 3, 4, or even a myriad of strands. Eventually, even the most obstinate sword energy shall be refined. Yang Qian maintained a calm demeanor. This was an advantage absent in other sword cultivators. He possessed the Su Tian sword, capable of severing this strand of golden immortal sword energy into countless fragments, which could then be refined individually. With a hum, Yang Qian's heart stirred, and he swiftly urged the Su Tian sword to unleash a sword energy that promptly cleaved Feng Xuanji's golden immortal sword energy into several pieces. The Su Tian sword then struck again, dispersing the golden immortal sword energy into minuscule fragments. What was once as thick as a rope was now reduced to the size of a hair. With hundreds of such hair-thin strands of sword energy, these delicate strands could not even compare to the Su Tian sword, let alone Yang Qian's own sword energy. Surrounded by an array of sword energies, They began to be refined imperceptibly. With a swift motion of his hand, Yang Qian opened his spatial realm and reached within, summoning forth a multitude of refined gold ores. With these ores in hand, he felt increasingly confident in his ability to expedite the refinement of the golden immortal sword energy. The golden immortal sword energy within Yang Qian had already been sliced into over 100 strands, each as fine as a hair, ensconced by his myriad sword energies, each strand facing the daunting task of being enveloped and refined by dozens of Yang Qian's sword energies. Moreover, Yang Qian was currently employing the Tian Jianju, continuously absorbing and refining the elemental gold energy from the refined ores. As this interplay of energies unfolded, Yang Qian's sword essence grew ever more formidable, hastening the refinement of these sword energies. Subtly, Yang Qian's sword soul became increasingly solidified, while the remaining 8 sword radiances reached their zenith. Suddenly, the sword soul trembled slightly, and a 9th sword radiance coalesced at last. These 9 sword radiances encircled the sword soul at the center, perpetually inhaling and exhaling sword essence, radiating a power that struck awe into the heart. 9 sword radiances signified that Yang Qian had attained the 9th rank of celestial immortality. With each additional radiance, the sword essence he emitted multiplied exponentially, vastly augmenting his strength, rendering the unrefined golden immortal sword energy utterly incapable of withstanding his might. Upon the manifestation of the 9 sword radiances, the quality of his sword energy became increasingly ferocious, effortlessly refining the golden immortal sword energy, continually enriching the 9th sword radiance, bolstered by an unending influx of elemental gold energy. This training was immensely gratifying. The elemental gold energy contained within the refined ores was at least thrice that of pure metal. Yet, despite this, the entire quiet chamber was filled with refined gold, and Yang Qian required little more than a quarter of an hour to completely refine these ores. 9 radiant sword lights. This marks a phase of accumulation, a relentless endeavor to gather and gather again, to continually transcend limits. Only through such persistent accumulation and breakthroughs can one truly catalyze the transformation of their sword spirit, leading to an exponential increase in strength, thereby stepping into the realm of the profound immortal. His power still exhibits some inadequacies. Otherwise, he would not find himself in today's perilous predicament. Reflecting on the day's dangers, if not for Chen Yan's timely rescue, he would have perished beneath Feng Xuanzi's blade. Although he had indulged in a degree of complacency, the primary issue remains his lack of enhanced strength. Had he been formidable enough, he could have evaded even a golden immortal's assassination. The heavenly sword art is an extraordinary technique, and Yang Qian has confirmed that the heavenly sword immortal must have practiced this very sword art to achieve the feat of slaying an immortal monarch at the golden immortal level and to severely wound a demon king at the immortal monarch level. The myriad techniques recorded within this remarkable art are incessantly inventive. It would be an immense challenge for anyone to fully master it, perhaps even beyond the capabilities of the heavenly sword immortal. Yang Qian approaches his cultivation methodically, refusing to rush, yet he now feels the urge to prepare ahead of time. He intends to forge a sword formation. However, Yang Qian has already made his choice. The sword formation he plans to create will not be overly complex, being rather simple in nature. The Spring Sun Sword Formation is merely one component of a larger combinatory sword formation known as the Four Sun Sword Formation. In addition to the Spring Sun Sword Formation, there exists the Summer Sun, Autumn Sun, and Winter Sun Sword Formations. When executed together, they form a composite sword formation, the Four Sun Sword Formation, whose power is boundless and unimaginable. Yet, given Yang Qian's current capabilities, he can manage only one sword formation at a time. Any additional formations would be beyond his control unless he ascends to the realm of the profound immortal, which would enable him to command all 4 formations simultaneously, unleashing their infinite might. Yang Qian initially intended to begin crafting the other 3 sun sword formations only after his ascension to the profound immortal level. However, with the ever-watchful Feng Xuanzi lurking in the shadows, any increase in power equates to greater self-preservation. Although he cannot currently control 4 sword formations at once, each formation possesses unique and boundless applications. In the realm of cultivation, it is commonly understood that these flying swords must be forged from gung metal. However, in truth, they require high-quality ores for their creation, not limited solely to gung metal. If sufficient black jade stone were available, it could be utilized entirely for forging. Refined gold is even harder than gung metal and possesses greater flexibility, resulting in a slightly superior quality of crafted items. Yang Qian would never forsake the nearby resources to seek out gung metal for his creations. A burst of true flame surged forth, enveloping a chunk of refined gold, and the forging commenced immediately. To forge flying swords of artifact level, Yang Qian is capable, though it will require some time. This time, he aims to craft 3 sword formations, totaling 27 inferior-grade artifact flying swords, a monumental undertaking that will likely take a year and a half to succeed. Yet, in the realm of cultivation, time is but a fleeting concept, and with Yang Qian just having coalesced the 9th sword light, it is indeed a period for accumulating strength, necessitating ample time. As time swiftly passes, the Lingan sect appears to have regained its former tranquility. However, the sect has shed its previous low-profile demeanor, with countless disciples of the Lingan sect proudly standing tall. Previously, in Yunzhou, the Xuanling sect held the most formidable power, followed closely by the Lingan sect, while the remaining sects, such as the Yuexian sect and the Xuanling sect, were relatively equal in strength. After the demise of the Xuanling sect, the Lingan sect acquired half of the Xuanling sect's spiritual veins and magical treasures. Although they suffered the loss of 3 formidable experts at the half-step golden immortal level, the power of the Lingan sect has significantly expanded, with many disciples achieving breakthroughs into the realm of Xianxian. Of course, this is not solely the reason for the Lingan sect's newfound strength. It is also due to the presence of the sword demon, who single-handedly vanquished 10 half-step golden immortals of the Xuanling sect and shattered the corporeal form of a golden immortal with a single strike. Countless wandering cultivators and ordinary individuals are eager to join the Lingan sect to witness the sword demon's prowess. Seizing the moment, the Lingan sect is holding its triennial public recruitment of disciples, attracting a multitude of wandering cultivators and commoners, all vying to become disciples of the Lingan sect with great pride. Today marks the occasion of the Lingan sect's recruitment, and at the foot of the mountain, throngs of cultivators, all wanderers, gather with the hope of becoming disciples. Have you heard? It is rumored that the sword demon has not made an appearance in 6 years. The sword demon, renowned for acquiring the Shutian sword and inheriting the legacy of the heavenly sword immortal, possesses the ability to slay golden immortals even at the celestial immortal level. My visit to the Lingan sect is also motivated by a desire to witness the sword demon's grandeur, rather than solely seeking to join the sect. Chapter 52. 6 years, 4. Since the last time the sword demon shattered the corporeal form of a golden immortal, he has remained atop the sword peak. Not descending even now, it is likely that he has sustained severe injuries and has yet to recover. Look, that towering peak, resembling the shape of a sword, is indeed the sword peak. How could the sword demon be injured to the point of not recovering? Such claims are utterly absurd. The sword demon must be diligently practicing the formidable sword techniques inherited from the heavenly sword immortal. Once fully mastered, he would have no need to fear even golden immortals. These cultivators engage in endless debates, fueled by hearsay and partial understanding. Suddenly, a massive scroll appears atop the sword peak. This scroll, rendered in black and white, stretches across the void for a length of 100 feet, casting a shadow that obscures the sun, emanating an overwhelming aura. This is the aura of a mid-grade immortal artifact. It is atop the sword peak. Could it be the sword demon? The sword peak, at last, shows signs of activity. This immortal artifact is extraordinarily powerful. I recognize it. It is one of the sect-protecting artifacts of the annihilated Xuanling sect, obtained by the sword demon after slaying the Xuanling sect's young master, Zhao Shilong. So, all these years, the sword demon has remained atop the sword peak, refining this immortal artifact. The upheaval atop the sword peak sends ripples of astonishment through the crowd below, as countless cultivators and ordinary folk gaze up at the peak, aware that a legendary figure resides there. Meanwhile, in the conference hall of the Lingan sect, the sect master and numerous elders are deliberating the recruitment of new disciples when suddenly, the expressions of the elders shift dramatically. Their consciousness extends outward, and they quickly become aware of the disturbances occurring atop the sword peak. One of the elders exclaimed with great excitement, "It has been 6 years. There has been no sign of activity on Sword Peak. Were it not for our probing with divine consciousness to ascertain that all is well, we might have begun to doubt whether Taoist Yang Qian has met with some misfortune." The sect leader of the Spirit Sword sect nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, since Taoist Yang Qian is in the process of refining the forbidden immortal map, we must refrain from disturbing him." Over these 6 years, We have consistently disseminated information to closely associate the name of the sword demon with our spirit sword sect. It is this very association that has allowed our sect to flourish so magnificently. We must not provoke Taoist Yangqian. You all understand this, do you not? The elders were acutely aware of the stakes involved. The current prosperity of the spirit sword sect was indeed attributable to Yangqian, who had shattered the formation of 10 half-step golden immortals with a single sword strike and dismantled the corporeal form of an unparalleled golden immortal. Such feats, when slightly embellished by the spirit sword sect, instantly elevated the sword demon's reputation throughout the immortal realm, concurrently boosting the stature of the sect itself. Even the forces of the Yuxian sect and the Zhangming sect in Yunzhou have been shrinking back day by day, too intimidated to confront the spirit sword sect. All of this was due to Yangqian atop Sword Peak. With Yangqian, the spirit sword sect effectively possessed a golden immortal to safeguard its interests. Instilling off far and wide, however, the sect leader also harbored some concerns. Should Yangqian decide to depart, how would he respond? In a quiet chamber atop Sword Peak, Yangqian smiled faintly, extending his hand to point into the void. The forbidden immortal map spun gracefully before returning to his grasp. Chapter 52. 6 years, 5. It is worth mentioning that Yangqian did not enter seclusion for 6 years solely due to the forbidden immortal map. 4 years prior, he had successfully refined the Summer Sun Sword Array, Autumn Sun Sword Array, and Winter Sun Sword Array, all of which were low-grade magical treasures. Their power had been thoroughly tested and was indeed on par with the Spring Sun Sword Array. However, he found himself unable to control them all simultaneously due to insufficient divine consciousness and sword force. Only after incorporating all 4 Sun Sword Arrays into his body for refinement did he begin the process of refining the Forbidden Immortal Map. The refinement of the Forbidden Immortal Map was straightforward and completed in a short span of time, yet the challenge lay in repairing its damage. The Forbidden Immortal Map had been wounded by Yangqian's Void Heaven Sword, necessitating an immense amount of immortal spiritual power for its restoration. Yet, lacking the cultivation of a primordial spirit infant, Yangqian had no access to such power and was compelled to utilize high-grade immortal crystals from his spatial storage for the map's recovery. Thus, the process slowed considerably, taking a full 4 years to completely restore the Forbidden Immortal Map, consuming over 1,000 high-grade immortal crystals in the process. Were the cultivators outside to discover that Yangqian had used high-grade immortal crystals for the restoration, they would surely be heartbroken. High-grade immortal crystals serve not only as currency but also facilitate rapid cultivation for practitioners, eliminating the arduous task of refining the essence of heaven and earth. The expenditure of over 1,000 high-grade immortal crystals would be sufficient to elevate a 6th-grade celestial immortal to the 7th grade. After 6 years of seclusion, the sword radiance within Yangqian had already reached its pinnacle, with surging sword force flowing ceaselessly. Even without the aid of the sword arrays, he could easily slay 1st and 2nd-grade profound immortals. With just a few more years of accumulation, once the sword soul within him reaches perfection, it would undergo a transformation into a profound immortal. Chapter 53. The Grand Elder. 1. However, the quantity of elemental gold energy was still insufficient. Yangqian understood that in order to facilitate the complete transformation of the sword spirit, the requisite amount of elemental gold energy was unimaginably vast. Not even 10 veins like the one belonging to the Lingan sect would suffice. Furthermore, although he had already condensed 9 sword auras, his cultivation had not yet reached its zenith. The sword elemental force within the sword spirit could still accumulate further until it ultimately reached its limit. His spatial vein of refined gold had diminished considerably over the past 6 years, having been relentlessly refined day and night, leaving only a fraction behind. The higher Yangqian's cultivation ascended, the more terrifying the amount of vein he needed to refine became. After 6 years, it was time to descend the mountain and take a look around. With a flick of his hand, the door to the meditation chamber swung open. Yangqian moved slightly. A cacophony of cracking bones echoed around him. Sitting motionless for 6 years had left his bones somewhat rigid. However, this was trivial compared to some cultivators who practiced for millennia. In desolate mountains and wilderness, they would almost turn to stone. Yangqian soared directly towards the assembly hall of the Lingan sect. As he flew over the plaza, he noticed the throngs of people below, their fervent cheers resembling the roar of the sea. Such a raucous sound was only ever witnessed in the realm of cultivation. Whoosh! Yangqian entered the grand hall, where the half-step golden immortal elders and the sect master of the Lingan sect were all present. He could not help but nod slightly and said, "Esteemed elders and sect master, it is a pleasure to see you all gathered here." Yang Qian's prowess had earned the respect of these elders. Being able to cleave through the corporeal form of a golden immortal was no small feat. Although Yang Qian's cultivation was merely at the celestial immortal stage, cultivation level was merely a measure of strength. Actual power was of utmost importance. Taoist Yang has finally emerged from his seclusion. It has been 6 years without a word from you, and had we not probed with our divine senses, we might have feared something had befallen you. It is indeed a relief to see you return. Some of the elders replied in unison. The sect master of the Lingan sect rose, taking a step forward, and respectfully spoke. 6 years ago, it was thanks to Taoist Yang's assistance that our Lingan sect overcame a dire crisis, which regrettably led to your injuries and prolonged recuperation. Yang Qian shook his head slightly, saying, "This matter is not the sect master's fault. It was Zhao Shilong and the master of the Xuanling sect who were aggressive. As for my injuries, they cannot be blamed on you. That golden immortal expert sought to eliminate me when I acquired the Shutian sword and followed me to the Lingan sect." The sect master paused momentarily and then said, "Taoist Yang, our Lingan sect wishes to appoint you as the Grand Master of our sect. What are your thoughts on this proposition?" Long before, 6 years ago, the members of the Lingan sect had deliberated and concluded that in order to retain Yang Qian and ensure the prosperity of their sect, the only viable solution was to fully integrate him into their ranks. Yang Qian's divine sense swept across the raucous crowd outside, and he overheard the discussions of many disciples. A thought crossed his mind, and he understood the intention of the Lingan sect, to draw him in, thereby guaranteeing their continued prosperity. Chapter 53. The Grand Elder, too, however, Yang Qian intended to journey to Zhongzhou and did not wish to be constrained by any sect. In his previous life within the realm of cultivation, he had roamed freely across the world, unshackled by any sect's restrictions. Thus, he declined, stating, "I, Yang, am burdened with numerous trivial matters and am ill-suited for the position of Grand Elder. Furthermore, I do not wish to be fettered by any sect, especially since I shall soon depart." The expression of the sect leader of Lingan sect shifted slightly. His greatest fear was Yang Qian's departure. "Rest assured, my friend Yang, the position of Grand Elder is the highest honor within Lingan sect. Even I must show respect when addressing you. Moreover, the sect's regulations primarily bind the younger disciples. The Grand Elder enjoys complete freedom, and our sect would never impose upon you." Seeing that Yang Qian remained unmoved, the sect leader continued, "To be candid, the flourishing state of Lingan sect is largely due to your influence, dear Yang. I implore you to accept this esteemed position of Grand Elder." Yang Qian was well aware that the sect leader spoke the truth. He could surmise that Lingan sect was not as prosperous as it appeared, especially with the presence of the two formidable sects in Yunzhu, Yuexian sect and Xuanling sect. The loss of 3 half-step golden immortals had yet to be compensated, and whether in 6 years or 60, it was unlikely that even a single 9th-grade Xian immortal could comprehend a fragment of golden immortal insight to ascend to the half-step golden immortal realm. The only recourse for Lingan sect was to bind Yang Qian to them irrevocably. Just as Yang Qian was about to refuse, a thought struck him. He recalled Chen Yin, the seemingly indifferent woman who had once risked her life to save him. After a moment's contemplation, Yang Qian finally spoke. "If the sect leader agrees to fulfill one request of mine, I shall accept the position of Grand Elder. This would also serve as a means to repay Chen Yan's kindness. What say you?" The sect leader of Lingan sect was overjoyed and exclaimed, "Not to mention one request, but as long as you agree to become our Grand Elder, even 1,000 requests would be of no concern. Please, speak freely." The many elders below also sighed in relief. As long as Yang Qian agreed to become their Grand Elder, Lingan sect could rest assured, and the restoration of their former might would be merely a matter of time. Yang Qian replied nonchalantly, "I certainly intend to depart for Zhongzhou, so my stay at Lingan sect may be brief, as long as the sect leader consents to my freedom to leave at any time without obstruction. I shall accept the title of Grand Elder." The sect leader of Lingan sect laughed heartily. "I had thought it was some grave matter, but it is merely this. You need not worry any further. As I have stated, should you assume the role of Grand Elder, no one will be able to impose restrictions upon you. You may come and go as you please, and our sect will not interfere." In truth, what Lingan sect desired was Yang Qian's reputation. Once he became their Grand Elder, even if he chose to remain in the shadows, who would dare to provoke Lingan sect? Yuexian sect and Xuanling sect would certainly think twice before harboring any ill intentions. Thus, While the sect might temporarily face setbacks, should Yang Qian return, his ability to sever the corporeal form of a golden immortal with a single strike would enable him to obliterate countless sects. Chapter 53. The Grand Elder, 3. Lingjian sect sought precisely this kind of deterrent power. Yang Qian pondered for a moment and swiftly grasped this point. The numerous elders within the Grand Hall immediately rose to their feet and knelt in reverence, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the Grand Elder." The Grand Elder was undoubtedly the most formidable figure within the sect, akin to a supreme elder, serving as the very pillar of the sect. His status was indeed extraordinary, commanding even the respect of the sect leader. Having resolved to assume the role of Grand Elder of the Lingjian sect, Yang Qian accepted the elder's homage with composure. It was certain that this news would soon be disseminated throughout the Lingjian sect, and subsequently, the sect's influence would surpass its current stature. Splendid. Today is a day of double joy. First, because my fellow Taoist Yang has become the Grand Elder of our Lingjian sect. And second, the number of participants in this year's selection event for disciples has far exceeded that of the last, truly a cause for celebration. For a sect to endure through the ages, it is paramount to cultivate promising disciples. The greater the influx of new apprentices, the more likely exceptional talents will emerge, ultimately becoming the backbone of the sect. Thus, a continuous stream of new disciples signifies the sect's flourishing prosperity. Yang Qian observed the entire selection process and indeed discerned several promising candidates, eliciting a continuous smile of satisfaction from the sect leader. In this manner, Yang Qian remained at the Lingjian sect for an additional 3 months. One day, as he intended to pursue further cultivation, he discovered that his precious metal vein had been nearly depleted. Without a vein to sustain his practice, his progress would slow to a crawl. It would take countless years to achieve even the pinnacle of his 9 sword radiances, let alone to transform his sword soul. It seemed imperative to seek out new veins, not only to facilitate his cultivation, but also to prepare for his ascension to the Xianxian realm and the metamorphosis of his sword soul. Consequently, Yang Qian opened the door to his meditation chamber and made his way to the rear hall of the Lingjian sect, where he located the sect leader. Upon seeing Yang Qian approach, the leader promptly welcomed him, smiling as he inquired, "Grand Elder, were you not in seclusion? What brings you out at this hour?" Yang Qian gently shook his head and replied, "I have come to seek your guidance." "Esteemed leader." "Ha, Grand Elder, you flatter me. Please, do not hesitate to speak of your concerns." Yang Qian, not wishing to conceal his intentions, promptly stated, "The matter is this. When I initially infiltrated the Lingjian sect, my goal was to acquire the precious metal vein to cultivate a particular sword technique. However, many years have passed, and while I have yet to perfect the technique, that vein has now been exhausted. Therefore, I wish to inquire if there are any remaining veins in Yunjiao that we could explore. The more, the better. Whether they be precious metal veins or gung metal veins would suffice." "Veins?" The sect leader furrowed his brow slightly, recalling that indeed, Yang Qian's formidable display of the heavenly sword was intended to secure the precious metal vein for the sect. With a contemplative expression, the leader remarked, "Ever since the Grand Elder appropriated that vein, we have had to procure precious metals for crafting flying swords from various merchants within Yunjiao City. While it poses some inconvenience, it has sufficed thus far. Perhaps the Grand Elder might consider purchasing directly from the trading guild. The sect will cover any expenses incurred." Chapter 53. The Grand Elder, 4. Yang Qian gently shook his head and remarked, "The mineral veins within those merchant associations are exceedingly scarce. For my swordsmanship, they are merely a drop in the bucket, utterly insignificant." He pondered aloud. "Does this imply that we require substantial mineral veins? However, despite my esteemed position as the leader of a sect, my knowledge is not particularly extensive. Thus, I shall summon Elder Lu from our sect, who has traveled far and wide and possesses considerable experience. He is certain to be aware of some significant mineral veins. Your assistance is greatly appreciated, sect leader." Yang Qian settled himself in the back hall and awaited the arrival of the sect leader, who soon appeared with Elder Lu in tow. Elder Lu, a practitioner of half-step golden immortal level, saluted Yang Qian and said, "Earlier, the sect leader mentioned that the Grand Elder requires mineral veins for the cultivation of an unparalleled sword technique, and that these must be substantial. In my travels, I have indeed encountered numerous mineral veins. Take Yunjiao, for instance. There exists a vein of unimaginable size, one which I trust the sect leader is already aware of." The sect leader's expression shifted slightly, and he gasped, "Could it be that Elder Lu is referring to the Insha Valley?" Elder Lu nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. It is the Sha Valley. There lies an extraordinarily vast vein of exquisite gold, at least 100 times more abundant than the veins of our Lingan sect. Should the Grand Elder be able to harness this vein, it would undoubtedly suffice for the cultivation of the unparalleled sword technique. The sect leader, however, shook his head repeatedly, gesturing dismissively. No, this Sha Valley is far too perilous. Has Elder Lu forgotten that many half-step golden immortal experts have entered and never returned? It is indeed a place of great calamity. The Grand Elder must not venture there. Yang Qian felt a stir of intrigue and gazed quizzically at the sect leader and Elder Lu, inquiring, what precisely is this Sha Valley? Why does the sect leader regard it with such trepidation? The sect leader took a seat and shook his head, explaining, the Grand Elder may not be aware, but the Sha Valley has existed for quite some time, as passed down through generations of cultivators in Yunzhao. It is said that the valley originally lacked any malevolent aura. There was an unparalleled mineral vein, and many cultivators from Yunzhao and even Sangzhou would venture there to extract exquisite gold, thus mutually benefiting without any sect claiming dominion over it. Until one day, a formidable cultivator arrived. His prowess was unfathomable, and he seized control of the mineral vein, erecting a grand formation to prevent any cultivators from entering. Elder Lu continued, this cultivator was exceedingly tyrannical, establishing a grand formation that barred all from entry, inevitably inciting the ire of numerous cultivators, and even antagonizing certain sects. At that time, there was a particularly powerful sect known as the Wanjian sect, a sect of sword cultivators. The Wanjian sect possessed a staggering number of disciples, totaling in the hundreds of thousands, and boasted 8 golden immortal experts among their ranks. Their influence spanned Yunzhao and Sangzhou, making them a prominent sect in their heyday. Even at the height of our Lingan sect's power, we could not hope to compare with them. Chapter 53. The Grand Elder. 5. The Wanjian sect lacks its own mineral veins, relying instead on the acquisition of countless flying swords, which are procured from this exquisite golden mine for refinement. Now obstructed by this enigmatic golden immortal master, the Wanjian sect would not easily relent. Thus, they dispatched 2 golden immortal masters accompanied by numerous half-step golden immortal experts to assault the grand formation, determined to expel this mysterious golden immortal. However, once the golden immortals of the Wanjian sect entered, they never returned, all falling victim to the mysterious master. The Wanjian sect would undoubtedly be incensed, likely sending someone to eliminate this enigmatic golden immortal. A prestigious sect such as the Wanjian sect, boasting the presence of 8 golden immortals, countless disciples, and possessing celestial artifacts, even superior-grade celestial weapons, would surely not be incapable of dealing with a single golden immortal. Yang Qian could envision the grandeur of the Wanjian sect. Such a faction was undoubtedly colossal, and any provocation would be met with devastating retaliation. Moreover, with the loss of 2 golden immortals, such a blow was one that the Wanjian sect could not afford to endure. Chapter 54. The Valley of Yin and Evil. 1. Elder Lu nodded slightly and remarked, indeed, a sect like the Wanjian sect would not easily let matters rest. Thus, the sect leader, wielding the treasured artifact of the sect, the superior-grade celestial sword Qihong, set forth to seek vengeance against the mysterious golden immortal. A grand procession of over 1,000 cultivators was assembled, laying out a terrifying formation with the intent to annihilate all living beings within the mine. All 6 remaining golden immortals of the Wanjian sect mobilized, with the sect leader brandishing the formidable Qihong sword, accompanied by over 1,000 half-step golden immortal experts. Such a colossal display was truly earth-shattering. Everyone understood that this time, the mysterious golden immortal was doomed. The enigmatic golden immortal finally made an appearance, and thus began a nightmarish ordeal. This mysterious figure was also a sword cultivator, exuding an aura of slaughter akin to Ashura from the depths of hell. His sword intent was that of carnage. The terror of a golden immortal possessing such sword intent was beyond comprehension as he charged into the grand formation of the Wanjian sect, igniting a cataclysmic battle. This conflict instilled profound fear in all observing cultivators, as over 1,000 of them were ruthlessly exterminated, not a single one spared. Even the superior-grade celestial sword Qihong was obliterated. It was only at this juncture that they realized this mysterious golden immortal had returned alive from the battlefield beyond the realms, his cultivation having reached the pinnacle of the 9th rank, achieving complete mastery and becoming a formidable Deluo golden immortal. The Deluo golden immortal, of which Yang Qian had heard tales in the celestial realm, is one who transcends the ninth rank, having fully comprehended the essence of golden immortal realms to the utmost perfection, eternal, indestructible, and incorruptible. Only by attaining such mastery can one be deemed a Deluo golden immortal, representing the final stage beneath the celestial sovereign. The Deluo golden immortal is incomparably superior to the ninth rank golden immortal, thus even the sect leader of the Wanjian sect, armed with the Qihang sword, would be unable to contend with this formidable expert, particularly one who had survived the trials of the battlefield beyond the realms, indicating an inherently terrifying prowess. Had this enigmatic Deluo Jinxian chosen to cease his actions, perhaps the subsequent events would not have transpired. However, this Deluo Jinxian audaciously breached the gates of the Wanjian sect, wreaking havoc and unleashing a brutal massacre. He employed a malevolent formation to annihilate all the members of the sect, leaving only their primordial spirits, which he subsequently captured and transported to an immense vein of ore. The reason this Deluo Jinxian sought to seize such a vast expanse of mineral wealth and capture the primordial spirits of tens of thousands of adept practitioners was to elevate himself to the esteemed rank of Xianjun. The exalted Xianjun is a true luminary within the celestial realm, a paramount figure wielding dominion over life and death, commanding absolute obedience. Yet, among the myriad immortals of the celestial realm, how many possess the capability to ascend to the rank of Xianjun? For this mysterious golden immortal, a conventional ascent to Xianjun is fraught with insurmountable challenges. However, he had acquired a nefarious method from the battlefield beyond the domain, a sinister technique from the demon realm, which allowed him to refine the primordial spirits of countless beings alongside the quintessence of metal, thereby bestowing him with unimaginable power to facilitate his ascension to Xianjun. At this juncture, the sect leader sighed, remarking, "Such actions are undoubtedly intolerable within the celestial realm. This is akin to the deeds of demons. Since time immemorial, the celestial and demonic realms have been irreconcilable adversaries. Encountering one another leads to a struggle for survival, devoid of any semblance of mercy. The actions of this Deluo master, employing the vile methods of the demon realm, have incited the wrath of an esteemed Xianjun." Chapter 54. In Sha Valley, 2. The celestial and demonic realms cannot coexist. Had this Deluo master merely annihilated the Wanjian sect's gates and slaughtered hundreds of thousands of cultivators, it would have been cruel yet, in a realm where strength reigns supreme. The Wanjian sect's downfall for offending such a formidable figure would be deemed justifiable, and no Xianjun would intervene. However, the Deluo master's intent to harness the primordial spirits of tens of thousands of immortals through the malevolent methods of the demon realm in pursuit of Xianjun's ascension is intolerable to the celestial realm, as no Xianjun would permit such nefarious tactics. Elder Lu continued, "When this esteemed Xianjun arrived in these mountains, he believed victory was assured. What is the stature of a Xianjun? What power do they wield? With a mere gesture, they can obliterate countless dimensions. One strike could erase an expanse of millions of miles. Such a terrifying being poses no threat to even a Deluo master, let alone 100 of them." However, this Xianjun ultimately miscalculated. His arrival had been anticipated by the Deluo master, who had preemptively laid a fatal array, incinerating the primordial spirits of tens of thousands, intending to simultaneously ensnare and ascend to the realm of Xianjun. Ultimately, he was slain by the Xianjun. Yet the Xianjun himself suffered grave injuries from the malevolent array. After vanquishing the Deluo master, he retreated to cultivate in solitude. In the wake of the Xianjun's departure, the remnants of the burned primordial spirits unleashed a tempest of resentment and malevolence, casting a pall of dread over the area, striking fear into the hearts of all who ventured near. Even golden immortals were not impervious to its effects, while those of half-step golden immortal status found it nearly impossible to traverse, as if they were hindered at every turn. Thus, this place came to be known as In Sha Valley, a locale of great peril. Upon hearing the account from the sect leader and others, Yang Qian furrowed his brow, astonished to learn of such a momentous event occurring in Yunzhou. Tens of thousands of divine entities have been consumed by flames, and indeed, the atmosphere is thick with resentment, evoking a sense of terror. During Yang Qian's time in the realm of cultivation, there existed a mortal, a general named by Qi, who had slaughtered 400,000 troops of an enemy nation, resulting in an immediate surge of vengeful energy that enveloped the area for hundreds of miles, rendering it barren and inhospitable. Even the most skilled cultivators in the realm dared not tread lightly in that cursed land. Yet, these were mere mortals, their power feeble, and thus their resentment was correspondingly weak. In contrast, the Ain Sha Valley is home to the primordial spirits of profound immortals and those on the cusp of golden immortal status. The sheer magnitude of resentment born from their tragic demises is unimaginable. Nevertheless, Yang Qian is in dire need of mineral veins, viewing them as mere malevolent energy. Since the inception of his cultivation, he has taken countless lives. No matter how potent the resentment or malevolence, it cannot encroach upon him. Furthermore, with the protection of the Su Tian sword, such dark energies are incapable of inflicting harm upon him. Master, he asserted resolutely, though the Ain Sha Valley is perilous, I possess the Su Tian sword for protection, and thus I am prepared to venture into the valley. Elder Lu stepped forward at this juncture, cautioning, Master, while the malevolence in Ain Sha Valley is indeed formidable, it is also laced with the remnants of formidable formations laid down by a past great Luo golden immortal. However, over time, those formations have diminished in efficacy. Moreover, given the multitude of cultivators who have perished within, countless treasures may lie buried there. Even artifacts of immortality are not uncommon. Many skilled practitioners, undeterred by the dangers of malevolence, have braved entry in pursuit of those treasures. With the Great Elder accompanying us, the risks are significantly mitigated. Should we uncover even a couple of immortal artifacts, it would indeed be a boon for our Lingan sect. Chapter 54. Ain Sha Valley 3. In the Ain Sha Valley, one can only imagine the vast number of immortal artifacts that the Wanjian sect brought forth, all of which met their demise there. How many treasures were lost? Furthermore, the aforementioned Great Luo expert later plundered the Wanjian sect's stronghold, and it is uncertain how many treasures were seized, likely remaining forever entombed within the Ain Sha Valley alongside his own demise. It is precisely this allure of riches that has driven numerous adept practitioners to recklessly venture into the valley in search of wealth. Noticing the master's lingering hesitation, Elder Lu continued, In fact, I am aware of one individual who has entered the Ain Sha Valley and emerged unscathed. Yang Qian's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Oh? Who might this individual be? Elder Lu replied in a hushed tone. It is none other than Elder Kongshun of the Xuanling sect. Kongshun? He dared to enter the Ain Sha Valley and returned unharmed? The master was taken aback, clearly recognizing the name. Elder Lu insisted solemnly, This is an undeniable truth. I have witnessed it with my own eyes. I have always enjoyed wandering the world, and I believe you are well aware of my curiosity regarding the Ain Sha Valley. However, due to the ferocity of the malevolent energy, I had never dared to enter, merely lingering around its perimeter. Yet, it was there that I encountered Kongshun, emerging from the valley in a disheveled state. It was evident that he had not procured any treasures, yet he managed to escape unscathed. He must possess considerable familiarity with the inner workings of the Ain Sha Valley. If we invite him to join us, our chances of success will be greatly enhanced. The sect leader hesitated, saying, however, that Kongshun is a member of the Xuanling sect. Although the Xuanling sect currently shows us respect, they may harbor ulterior motives. If we proceed together, it could be perilous. The implication was quite clear. Yang Qian burst into laughter. Sect leader, with me and Elder Lu present, should we fear a mere Kongshun? If he harbors ill intentions, we can simply eliminate him. Though Yang Qian's words were delivered in a calm manner, they resonated with unparalleled confidence in the ears of the sect leader and Elder Lu. Indeed, with Yang Qian around, having defeated even golden immortal experts, why should they fear a mere half-step golden immortal? The sect leader finally nodded and said, Since the Grand Elder is determined to go and with Elder Lu accompanying, I shall not stand in your way. Elder Lu's face lit up with joy as he exclaimed, Excellent! We should not delay any further, Grand Elder. Let us proceed to the Xuanling sect at once. Yang Qian nodded, and in an instant, the two transformed into beams of light, swiftly ascending into the sky, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Elder Lu, being a half-step golden immortal, utilized a top-grade flying sword, its radiant light gleaming like a treasure. His speed was impressive, yet Yang Qian occasionally employed the sword rainbow technique with his Heiyu sword, surpassing Elder Lu's velocity. Elder Lu gazed enviously at Yang Qian's display of the sword rainbow technique, remarking, Grand Elder, your long sword's transformation into a rainbow is truly exquisite. Its speed is unparalleled in the world that I dare say. Even golden immortal experts could not match the swiftness with which you wield this technique. He possessed a discerning eye, recognizing that Yang Qian was utilizing the sword to transform into a rainbow, resulting in a dramatic increase in speed that rendered him nearly invisible to the naked eye. A marvel indeed. Chapter 54. The Valley of Insha 4. Yang Qian remained silent, deep in thought, contemplating a question that had long plagued him. Chapter 55. The Mystery of the Disappearing Golden Immortals 1. This question had entwined itself in Yang Qian's mind since the beginning in Qianzhou, refusing to be cast aside. The Golden Immortal represents the comprehension of eternity, immortality, and the essence of incorruptibility, with an existence that could span indefinitely. As long as one does not meet an untimely demise, living for billions of years poses no issue. Yet, the Li family of Qianzhou has a lineage of merely several millennia, having once produced a formidable golden immortal, but why have they since vanished? Furthermore, in Yunzhou, both the Lingan sect and the Xuanling sect, as well as the Yuexian sect and the Xuanling sect, have also possessed several golden immortal experts, and these sects have only been established for several millennia. Even the oldest among them, the Lingan sect, boasts a legacy of merely over 100,000 years, which hardly suffices for the demise of golden immortal experts. Nonetheless, whether it be the Li family or the sects of Yunzhou, all the golden immortal masters within these factions have inexplicably disappeared, not a single one remaining. This enigma had troubled Yang Qian for many days, and upon hearing the tale of the Valley of Insha, he felt an even deeper sense of bewilderment, for in that story, the mysterious golden immortal from the valley had once returned alive from the battlefield beyond the domain. The battlefield beyond the domain was a topic Yang Qian had encountered numerous times, including the renowned Tianjin Xianjun, who rose to fame in a battle there, only to ultimately perish in that very realm. The foreign battlefield is a realm fiercely contested by formidable experts from the realms of demons, immortals, Buddhas, spirits, and ghosts. It is rumored that this battlefield also serves as a conduit to the various realms, rendering it of immense significance. Thus, the masters from the 5 realms engage in a relentless struggle here, resulting in the demise of countless formidable beings. In essence, it is a place more terrifying than the depths of hell itself. This is what Yang Qian has gleaned, yet upon glancing at Elder Lu beside him, a thought flickered in his mind, prompting him to voice a long-held question. Elder Lu, there is a matter I find perplexing, and I humbly request that you enlighten me with the truth. Elder Lu, quick to respond with utmost respect, said, Great Elder, you flatter me. Please, inquire without hesitation. Whatever I know, I shall certainly share. Yang Qian nodded, his gaze fixed intently on Elder Lu as he inquired, Might I ask where the golden immortals of the Spirit Sword sect, the Ethereal sect, the Profound sect, and the Xuanling sect have vanished to? Elder Lu's expression shifted, but he soon shook his head slightly, offering a bitter smile. This matter is indeed shrouded in secrecy. Yet it is not an insurmountable mystery. Many profound immortals, or those on the cusp of becoming golden immortals, are aware of it. Since you are unaware, I shall relay it to you. Yang Qian's heart leapt with anticipation. Excellent, please elaborate, Elder Lu. Elder Lu nodded and said, Are you familiar with the foreign battlefield? Yang Qian affirmed. The foreign battlefield is the arena where the 5 realms of immortals, demons, Buddhas, spirits, and ghosts vie for dominance. Indeed, every epoch, which spans 12,000 years, witnesses a great epical war on this battlefield. The reasons behind these epical wars remain unclear, yet they draw countless masters into their brutal fray, resulting in the tragic fall of numerous golden immortals, and even the highest-ranking celestial lords may meet their end. The renowned celestial lord of the heavenly sword perished during an epical war, ambushed by the demon king of the demon realm. Understanding the sheer brutality of these conflicts, in the foreign battlefield, when an epical war erupts, it is akin to mobilizing the entire might of a realm. For instance, the vastness of the immortal realm is unfathomable, even to golden immortals and celestial lords. Only the legendary celestial king supreme may grasp the true extent of its breadth. During epical wars, the Celestial King Supreme issues commands for all sects to dispatch their golden immortals to the foreign battlefield, and even wandering cultivators are compelled to join. Should anyone dare to defy this order, more powerful experts are sent to eradicate them. Thus, no sect would dare to resist. The Celestial King only intervenes during these epical wars. At all other times, regardless of the chaos or tragedies that may befall the immortal realm, the Celestial King remains indifferent. Therefore, each epical war becomes a graveyard for countless golden immortals. Our sect's golden immortals were conscripted to the foreign battlefield due to these epical wars and have since vanished without a trace, most likely having perished. The foreign battlefield and the epical wars conjured a grand tableau in Yang Qian's mind, envisioning countless golden immortals converging, millions strong, launching assaults capable of annihilating untold timelines and engaging in fierce combat with myriad experts from other realms. Bloodthirsty, ruthless, insidious, cunning, and deceitful, each faction employs every conceivable tactic with an endless array of schemes. Even celestial beings find it necessary to intervene. Yang Qian has finally grasped the reason behind the mysterious disappearances of numerous golden immortals across various sects. Indeed, it is due to the epic war? Elder Lu continued, however, it is not solely that, for the battlefield beyond our realm is teeming with formidable beings from other worlds, alongside a multitude of celestial artifacts and treasures. Some golden immortals willingly venture to the outer battlefield to hone their skills, fully aware that they may never return. Moreover, aside from the epic war, should a large-scale conflict suddenly erupt in the outer battlefield, with the front lines in dire straits, celestial masters would organize golden immortals to assist, resulting in further disappearances or fatalities among the golden immortals of various sections. Yang Qian's understanding deepened. The vanishings of golden immortals were indeed intertwined with the outer battlefield. As the two conversed while soaring through the skies, they soon began to sense the rich essence of vitality. Towering palaces loomed amidst the clouds and mist atop lofty mountains. This was the Xuanling sect. To Yang Qian's astonishment, the Xuanling sect exuded an air of grandeur that surpassed even that of the Lingan sect. It appeared to be suspended within the clouds, evoking a sense of the ethereal realm. Elder Lu nodded slightly, remarking, indeed, the mountain gate of Xuanling sect is impressive. However, in terms of the richness of vitality, it cannot compare to that of my Lingan sect. Among the four sects of Yunju, the Lingan sect possesses the most extensive spiritual vein, rendering its vitality unmatched by the other three. The mountain gate of Xuanling sect is also protected by a formidable array. Any ordinary individual who attempts to trespass would face a fierce onslaught from the formation. Yang Qian and his companions halted at a distance, and Elder Lu stepped forward, calling out, "The Grand Elder of Lingan sect has come to pay respects to esteemed friends of Xuanling sect." As Elder Lu's voice reverberated within, the vast, hazy sea of clouds gradually parted, revealing an immense portal. A booming voice emanated from within. "Ah, it is the esteemed Grand Elder Yang of Lingan sect. Please enter our Xuanling sect's mountain gate." Upon hearing this, Yang Qian and Elder Lu transformed into beams of light, soaring into the mountain gate. Inside, they encountered an elderly figure clad in blue robes. Yang Qian observed closely, noting that the elder radiated a hint of golden immortal aura, unmistakably a half-step golden immortal expert, though Yang Qian could not recognize him. However, Elder Lu appeared quite familiar, advancing to greet him. "Friend Qing, it has been several years since our last parting. Your cultivation has indeed progressed. Congratulations." "Not at all, Lu Daoyu," the elder replied. "Your golden immortal aura has become increasingly profound. Perhaps an ascension to golden immortal is within your reach." After exchanging pleasantries, Elder Qing finally inquired, "May I ask what brings you and Yang Daoyu to our Xuanling sect today?" Elder Lu replied in a hushed tone, "To be frank, the Grand Elder seeks to consult with your esteemed sect's Elder Kongshan regarding a matter." "Oh, so it is Yang Daoyu who seeks out Elder Kong." The elder of the Qing clan gazed deeply at Yang Qian for a moment. The Lingan sect had long since disseminated the news that Yang Qian had ascended to the esteemed position of Grand Elder. In light of Yang Qian's formidable reputation, the Xuanling sect dared not be negligent. Junior brother Kongshan was currently within his cave abode, and since Yang Daoyu had matters to discuss, I shall fetch junior brother Kong at once. Just as the elder of the Qing clan was about to depart, Yang Qian called out to him, "There is no need to trouble yourself. Let us proceed together to junior brother Kang's cave to confer." The elder of the Qing clan nodded slightly and subsequently led Yang Qian and Elder Lu as they soared towards Kongshan's dwelling. Before long, the trio descended before a cave entrance. The elder of the Qing clan called out, "Junior brother Kong, the Grand Elder of the Lingan sect, Yang Qian, and Elder Lu have come to consult you. Please open your cave promptly." Within the Xuanling sect, each elder who had reached the threshold of a half-step golden immortal possessed their own cave for cultivation. Originally, the Lingan sect followed suit, yet Yang Qian required only a quiet chamber and thus had not moved into a cave. With a resounding thud, the cave door swung open, yet no sound accompanied it. The elder of the Qing clan felt a tinge of awkwardness and whispered, "Do not take offense, Yang Daoyu. Junior brother Kong is simply like this." As Elder Lu is surely aware, Yang Qian shook his head slightly, indicating that he bore no ill will. The elder of the Qing clan then continued, "Junior brother Kong has invited you both inside. I shall take my leave." After the elder departed, Elder Lu nodded, and Yang Qian stepped through the cave's entrance. Inside, the vitality appeared even more concentrated than outside, likely due to the deployment of a grand array designed to gather spiritual energy. This cave was not particularly spacious. A path led forward, quickly revealing a bright light, which opened into an expansive cavern. Within this cavern, a gaunt elder sat cross-legged upon a stone bed, his complexion somewhat pale. Elder Lu approached, saying, "Kong Daoyu, it is a pleasure to see you again." Kong Shun's eyes fluttered open slightly, and he managed a wry smile. "Elder Lu, your presence alongside Yang Daoyu suggests that this is no trivial matter. Pray tell, what is it?" Chapter 55. The Mystery of the Disappearing Golden Immortal. 4. Very well, Kong Daoyu, you are direct in your speech. The situation is thus. The Grand Elder requires the mastery of an extraordinary sword technique, which necessitates an immense quantity of refined gold ore. Our Lingan sect's resources have been nearly depleted by the Grand Elder's cultivation of this unparalleled sword art. Thus we seek your assistance. A glint of sharp intelligence flashed in Kong Shun's eyes as he fixed a cold stare upon Elder Lu, a faint, chilling smile creeping upon his lips. "Elder Lu, do you not recall the promise you made to me? To never disclose this matter to others?" "Humph. I am currently at a critical juncture in my cultivation and cannot entertain this request. I must ask Yang Daoyu to depart." Elder Lu seemed to have anticipated Kong Shun's reaction, stepping forward with a sardonic smile. "Kong Daoyu, I indeed pledged to you that I would not speak of this to outsiders. However, the Grand Elder's affairs are urgent, and this is not a matter of sending you to your demise. What are you so fearful of?" With a sudden intensity, Kong Shun's eyes opened wide, revealing a terrifying brilliance as he spoke in a grave tone. "Not a matter of sending me to my death. Humph. How could you comprehend the horrors that lie within? I was extraordinarily fortunate to escape with my life back then. Do you know what I witnessed along the way? The bones of the Golden Immortal, undoubtedly no more than 3,000 years old, signify that even a Golden Immortal has perished within." Just as Elder Lu was about to speak further, he was interrupted by Yang Qian. With a gaze as frigid as ice and an undeniable tone, Yang Qian asserted, "What the Golden Immortal cannot accomplish, I, Yang Qian, may yet achieve. Taoist Kong Shun, I pledge that if we uncover a celestial artifact within, should there be but one, I shall decree that it belongs to you. Furthermore, I am not venturing into the depths for mere exploration. I merely seek the location of the refined gold or veins, which I shall acquire without peril. Even if danger lurks, I have the power to cleave through the flesh of a Golden Immortal. What threat could a mere realm of Insha possibly pose?" Yang Qian's words were resolute, reverberating throughout the cavern, and Kong Shun, who had participated in the assault on the Spirit Sword sect 6 years prior, recalled vividly the formidable sword wielded by Yang Qian. Its awe-inspiring might still occasionally haunted his thoughts. A celestial artifact is undoubtedly a grand temptation. Even a half-step Golden Immortal, if not a sect leader, would be unlikely to possess one. With a celestial artifact in hand, one's prowess would be significantly enhanced, and within, there lay not only low-grade artifacts but potentially mid-grade ones, alongside various treasures left by past masters, a veritable trove. Kong Shun's eyes flickered, revealing his growing intrigue. He considered that if he could never attain the rank of Golden Immortal in this lifetime, he must rely on celestial artifacts to bolster his strength. "Is what you say true, Taoist Yang? If only one celestial artifact is obtained, will it truly be granted to me?" Yang Qian solemnly nodded and glanced at Elder Lu, who immediately affirmed, "Indeed, I concur. Should there be but one celestial artifact, it shall rightfully belong to Taoist Kong." Kong Shun let out a sigh of relief, seemingly resolute now, and murmured, "Very well. I shall accompany you both back to the Valley of Insha. Truth be told, had it not been for your arrival today, I would never have dared to return to that place. It is far too terrifying, and even now, the memories instill fear within me. However, if we are to venture into that dread domain, we must devise a meticulous plan. Please allow me a few hours to chart the routes I traversed in the Valley of Insha. This will surely enhance our chances." Yang Qian nodded. "That sounds excellent. We shall wait for you, Taoist." Though the route map would only encompass a fraction of Kang Shun's experiences, it was an invaluable treasure that might prove crucial within the valley. Thus, Yang Qian and Elder Lu seated themselves cross-legged in the cave, awaiting Kang Shun's return in quiet anticipation. 2 hours later, Kang Shun emerged, cradling an exquisite map in his hands. At last, I have succeeded in drafting it. However, these routes merely represent places I have traversed and are still quite imperfect. He laid the map upon the stone table, prompting Yang Qian and Elder Lu to envelop it with their consciousness, etching the intricate paths firmly into their memories. The routes depicted on this map are rather limited, and as Kang Shun has mentioned, they merely reflect the places he has traversed, without delving too deeply into them. Yang Qian nodded slightly and remarked, although this is only a portion, we have garnered a general understanding of the paths within the Insha Valley. There is no time to lose. We must make our way to the Insha Valley at once. Kang Shun concurred, and thus the three of them transformed into beams of light, soaring into the void. Along the way, Kang Shun briefly recounted his previous experiences within the Insha Valley, and by his account, he had indeed been fortunate in the Insha Valley. The most terrifying aspect is the malevolent aura, which is exceedingly grim and shrouded in a murky haze, even obstructing the divine senses of cultivators, rendering them incapable of perceiving their surroundings clearly. Once afflicted by this aura, cultivators may become frenzied, filled with lethal intent, ultimately succumbing to madness and death. This is merely one of the numerous dangers that the Insha Valley harbors, necessitating constant vigilance. Another formidable peril lies in the grand formations and prohibitions. No one knows precisely how many such arrays the enigmatic Deluo Master initially set within the valley. Consequently, the area is fraught with peril. Even as time diminishes the potency of these formations, they still possess immense power, posing a lethal threat to half-step golden immortals. Beyond the malevolent aura and grand formations, the valley is also home to elusive demonic entities, born of ceaseless malevolence and equally formidable, posing a threat to half-step golden immortals and even golden immortals themselves. Yang Qian pondered for a moment before softly stating, both the demonic entities and the formations can be overcome with strength. However, the malevolent aura requires utmost caution. Once we enter the Insha Valley, we must continuously emit protective barriers to prevent the aura from infiltrating our bodies. Upon hearing Kang Shun's descriptions, Yang Qian deduced that the greatest threat indeed stemmed from the malevolent aura, which operates unnoticed, and once it invades one's body, no assistance can be rendered, leaving one to helplessly witness their descent into madness and death, with even their primordial spirit unable to escape. The infamous reputation of the Insha Valley precedes it. Without Yang Qian's reminders, Elder Lu and Kang Shun would exercise great caution. The trio flew swiftly, and by the time dusk fell and the last remnants of sunlight vanished from the horizon, they finally reached the Insha Valley. They halted at a distance of about 100 zhang from the valley. It was now night, and given the valley's notorious reputation as a site of great danger, entering after dark was exceedingly perilous. They decided to wait until dawn to venture inside, allowing Yang Qian some time to further comprehend the circumstances surrounding the Insha Valley. Chapter 56. The Mysterious Visitor. 2. A distance of 100 zhang is neither too far nor too near. Yet all three could sense the chilling atmosphere and the terrifying resentment emanating from the Insha Valley, evoking a sense of dread akin to that of a hellish battlefield. Yang Degyu, ahead lies the Insha Valley, said Kang Shun. This valley is indeed a chasm where the horrific malevolent aura and resentment linger, confined within its depths, not spilling forth into the surrounding area. Yang Qian slightly nodded. Indeed, the malevolent aura was saturated with mystery, slaughter, and other ominous energies. His spiritual perception dared not delve into the valley, as it was obstructed by this sinister essence. Within the valley, his awareness would be rendered as ineffective as that of a blind person, unable to sense anything at all. This was one of the reasons why the Insha Valley was perilous. Stretching over 100 miles, the enormous entrance to the valley resembled a colossal bowl, hinting at the vastness of the precious metal veins concealed within. However, despite being separated by a distance of 100 zhang, Yang Qian did not perceive any significant concentration of the 5 elements gold qi, likely subdued by the oppressive malevolent energy. Otherwise, for such a grand vein, even from several miles away, one would be able to sense the rich 5 elements gold qi. Elder Lu stepped forward. He had also been probing the circumstances of the Insha Valley with his spiritual perception but had gleaned little information. He spoke softly, "Elder, have you discovered anything noteworthy?" "Not particularly," he replied, "though the malevolent aura is indeed formidable. Just now, as my spiritual awareness extended within, I inadvertently brought back a trace of that malevolent essence. If one does not examine it closely, it could require considerable effort to discern. The malevolent aura is a chilling force generated from the countless souls that have perished, akin to primordial energy or celestial spirit. However, this chilling power is exceedingly terrifying, capable of influencing one's mind, and is profoundly fearsome. Yet, a slight trace of malevolent energy generally does not affect these semi-golden immortals. Only when one is fully assailed by this malevolence could a cultivator succumb to madness and death. Thus, the three of them sat quietly in a meditative posture, refining their essence and conserving their energy, awaiting the arrival of dawn. As several hours passed, the sky gradually brightened, and a fiery red sun slowly ascended, illuminating the earth. Yang Qian was the first to open his eyes. He could feel the surging five elements fire qi around him, suppressing even the scant trace of five elements gold qi in the air. He shook his head slightly. Under such circumstances, he was utterly unable to cultivate. "Well, the night has passed, and day has dawned. I trust my two companions are prepared. Let us proceed." Yang Qian's eyes sparkled with determination. Now that the sky was bright, he could clearly see, 100 zhang away, the vast valley, shrouded in a tumultuous malevolent aura, which had concealed countless secrets for centuries. Swiftly, the three arrived at the entrance of the Insha Valley, where they could distinctly feel the ferocity of the malevolent energy. Elder Lu and Kong Shun had already erected protective shields around their bodies to fend off the onslaught of this malevolence, while Yang Qian emanated a dual-colored glow of black and white, emanating from the Void Spirit Sect's Forbidden Celestial Diagram. As a mid-grade celestial artifact, its power was boundless, more than sufficient to shield against the malevolent energy. As the three were poised to enter, Kong Shun and Elder Lu suddenly turned, gazing skyward. "Not good, someone is approaching." Kong Shun's expression shifted dramatically as 5 beams of light streaked across the sky at incredible speed, almost instantaneously arriving at the entrance of the Insha Valley. With a flash, the 5 beams revealed their forms, astonishingly comprising 5 cultivators, each a fearsome semi-golden immortal. Generally speaking, Insha Valley is a place of great misfortune, where even a half-step golden immortal is unlikely to tread. Yet, astonishingly, 5 such beings have gathered here, which is indeed rather peculiar. The opposing party has also noticed Yang Qian and his companions, and their eyes reveal a mix of astonishment and wariness. "Who are you?" One of the middle-aged cultivators steps forward to inquire of Yang Qian and his group. A flash of sharpness ignites in Yang Qian's eyes. His sensitivity to murderous intent is unparalleled by others. Just as the middle-aged man spoke, he unexpectedly emanated traces of lethal intent. Theo harbor such malice upon first meeting, without even knowing each other's identities, indicates that these 5 individuals are certainly not to be trifled with. Kong Shun immediately steps forward and declares, "We are elders of the Lingan sect and the Xuanling sect. And who might you be?" "In Yunzhou, even a half-step golden immortal wandering cultivator should be recognizable to me. Yet I have never encountered your kind." "Heh. So it is the esteemed experts of Lingan sect and Xuanling sect from Yunzhou. Pray tell, is this mere celestial being also an elder of your 2 sects?" Suddenly, a remarkably youthful man among the 5, radiating an unusual aura, speaks mockingly. Elder Lu, who had remained silent until now, feels a sense of familiarity with the attire of these 5 cultivators. Suddenly, an epiphany strikes him, and he steps forward with a cold laugh, saying, "So, it is fellow cultivators from Xingyao sect of Zhangzhou. What brings you to the ominous Insha Valley of my Yunzhou?" Murderous intent surged violently. This time, not only Yang Qian but also Elder Lu and Kong Shun felt the overwhelming malice, their expressions shifting dramatically. The leading young cultivator sneered, "Heh, our identities have been unveiled. Thus, today, you shall all perish. Wait, we are elders of the Lingan sect and the Xuanling sect. Do you dare to slay us in Yunzhou? Are you not afraid of being beset by the combined forces of Yunzhou sects?" Elder Lu stepped forward and bellowed, "Humph, my lord, there is no need for idle chatter. Our mission is confidential, and there must be no slip-ups. These individuals have seen our movements. If there is even the slightest mistake, our efforts will surely come to naught, one of the cultivators whispered to the young leader, implying that he is the leader among the five. The young cultivator nodded slightly, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he coldly commanded, "No more words. Kill. Leave none alive." Chapter 56. Mysterious Visitors. 4. The four cultivators behind him surged forward with astonishing speed, confronting Yang Qian and his companions, unleashing their terrifying power with the intent to permanently entrap them in this realm. Seeking death, Yang Qian stood resolute, allowing the formidable artifact of the half-step golden immortal to hurtle towards him. Judgment. Suddenly, an air of nobility surged from Yang Qian, akin to a divine being gazing down upon the world, and a terrifying sword chi erupted from within him, cleaving the opponent's artifact asunder. The piercing sword aura surged forth, slicing toward the master who was a mere half-step away from the golden immortal realm. The astonishment was palpable. Nearly everyone had underestimated this seemingly lowly celestial youth, who transformed in an instant from a feeble cat into a ferocious tiger, one that was both fierce and invincible. The terrifying sword energy was nearly insurmountable, moving with such swiftness that it dazzled the eye, and it struck mercilessly against the body of the half-step golden immortal master. With a resounding crash, the flesh disintegrated, crushed to fragments by the sword aura, and the primordial spirit was not spared from the onslaught of countless sword energies, dissipating into the void in a fit of unwillingness, meeting a complete and utter demise. With just a single move, this half-step golden immortal master was utterly obliterated, both form and spirit scattered. This was no ordinary sword energy. It was the sword energy of the void sky sword. As Yang Qian's mastery deepened and his comprehension of the sword path grew profoundly, the power of the void sky sword surged correspondingly. The mightiest of heavenly swords could unleash the terrifying sword energy capable of shattering the flesh of golden immortals, let alone these mere half-step golden immortals. Even 100 of them could not compare to a single golden immortal. With a swift slash, Yang Qian had severed a formidable half-step golden immortal master, leaving a shockwave in its wake. The three half-step golden immortal masters accompanying the fallen one immediately retreated, their eyes filled with horror as they gazed upon Yang Qian. Elders Lu and Kang Shun felt no concern whatsoever. After all, Yang Qian was capable of piercing through the flesh of even golden immortals, so what threat could these half-step golden immortals pose? Thus, when the five had exuded their naked murderous intent earlier, they remained unperturbed. The young cultivator at the forefront darkened his expression rapidly, fixing his gaze upon Yang Qian and demanding, "Who exactly are you?" Elder Lu burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, the Xingyao sect runs rampant in Sangzhou without a care. Do they think that Yunju is the same? It is no trouble to inform you. This esteemed individual is our esteemed elder from the Spirit Sword sect, Elder Yang Qian." Kang Shun regarded these masters of the Xingyao sect with an expression akin to that of surveying a heap of corpses, as if, in his eyes, they were already dead. He had witnessed Yang Qian's prowess firsthand. The slaughter he wrought was truly terrifying, as killing half-step golden immortals was as effortless to him as drinking water or eating a meal. Just as Elder Lu's words fell, the expressions of the four cultivators shifted dramatically, each unable to suppress their astonishment. The leading young cultivator spoke gravely, "Yang Qian? Are you the sword demon Yang Qian, who wields the void sky sword and has inherited the legacy of the heavenly sword Immortal Lord, capable of severing the flesh of golden immortal masters with a single strike?" Chapter 56. Mysterious Visitor. 5. Yang Qian did possess the void sky sword, which allowed him to sever the flesh of golden immortal masters, yet he had not truly inherited the legacy of the heavenly sword Immortal Lord. However, he had indeed practiced the heavenly sword technique, though it was not through direct inheritance from the Immortal Lord, but rather a fortuitous encounter. Yang Qian did not deny this. He merely nodded slightly and replied, "It is indeed I, Yang." Upon hearing Yang Qian's own admission, the young man's eyes brimmed with astonishment, and he promptly lowered his voice to declare, "Since it is you, Taoist Yang, present here, we have been the ones to offend today. We shall withdraw at once. Go." Without the slightest hesitation, the disciples of the Starry Gate, who had been ruthlessly intent on killing, now retreated just as decisively. However, Yang Qian could not permit their departure unchallenged. He sensed that their abrupt arrival at the Yin Sha Valley concealed secrets far more profound than mere coincidence. Moreover, How could Yang Qian let those who had called for his demise simply walk away? If they were to leave unscathed, it would surely invite derision upon the Lingjian sect for its apparent impotence. Thus, they would all be left to Yang Qian. In an instant, a black longsword materialized in Yang Qian's hand. The Black Jade Sword. Chapter 57. The Demon Skin Map 1. A flash of black sword light surged forth as an explosive acceleration tenfold erupted. A speed so terrifying that it eluded the naked eye, truly unparalleled in the world. In the blink of an eye, the four disciples found Yang Qian standing before them. Such astonishing speed! A heavy sense of foreboding gripped the hearts of the four disciples. In the face of such ethereal swiftness, their chances of escape were nil. The leading young disciple suddenly opened his mouth and spat forth, summoning a peculiar scroll that materialized in the void, shimmering with strands of stellar energy. Indeed, it was the power of the stars, distinct from both elemental and spiritual energies, a force derived from the celestial bodies above, mysterious and ferocious. The young disciple intoned gravely, "Form the four stars' great array." Instantly, the three disciples flickered and occupied bizarre positions, the scroll pulsating with stellar energy hovering above them, subtly connecting with the stars in the sky in an enigmatic manner. Elder Lu's heart raced, and he exclaimed, "Elder, this is the exclusive technique of the Starry Gate, the Star Array. They can harness the power of the stars to unleash terrifying might." Yang Qian could already perceive a potent wave of stellar energy emanating from the void. The massive scroll had fully unveiled its fearsome capabilities, revealing itself to be an extraordinarily powerful low-grade immortal artifact, likely a unique treasure of the Starry Gate. Arriving at the Insha Valley with such a formidable artifact, it was impossible to believe there was no ulterior motive. That moment, a sinister gleam appeared on the young disciple's face as he bellowed, "Let the starlight shine forth, annihilate all, kill." Waves of intense stellar energy radiated from the four, and simultaneously, the massive immortal artifact scroll unleashed a blinding beam of light. This beam could instill terror even in the hearts of half-step golden immortal experts. Even a towering mountain would likely be obliterated by its force. The power within this beam was the most savage of stellar energy, especially under the blazing sun, naturally imbued with a terrifying fiery essence, rendering it immensely potent. Yet, Yang Qian's eyes sparkled with brilliance, unfazed in the slightest. Almost concurrently he intoned, "Heavenly Sword Slash." With a deepening understanding of the Heavenly Sword Slash, Yang Qian executed it with effortless precision, encountering no hindrance whatsoever. A colossal heavenly sword emerged in the sky, transforming into a radiant sword that descended with tremendous force. With a resounding clash, the sword unleashed a force akin to that of a golden immortal, far surpassing the power of this celestial energy. The immense beam of light was effortlessly cleaved by the heavenly sword, and the terrifying blade descended once more. That grand scroll, an inferior-grade celestial artifact, emitted mournful wails. A ripping sound echoed, akin to fabric being torn. As this inferior celestial artifact, capable of gathering celestial energy, paled in comparison to the forbidden immortal diagram and was severed into two by Yang Qian's strike, rendering it utterly useless. Chapter 57. The Demon Skin Map 2. The four cultivators immediately turned pale, their faces ashen and revealing profound terror in their eyes. At that moment, Elder Lu and Kong Shun soared over, employing their abilities to swiftly eliminate three of the cultivators. These three half-step golden immortals had already been gravely injured by Yang Qian's sword, making them no match for Elder Lu and Kong Shun. Now, only one young cultivator remained. Yang Qian did not slay him but regarded him with a cold, unwavering gaze. Elder Lu, being a shrewd individual, understood that the arrival of these five cultivators was not a simple matter. He bellowed, "Humph, speak. What is the purpose of your gathering of such formidable experts?" Upon hearing Elder Lu's inquiry, the young cultivator's eyes flickered with a glimmer of intelligence, and the fear within them slightly diminished. He forced himself to remain composed, stating, "This young master is the junior master of the Xingyao sect in Cangzhou. I have come with the experts of my sect merely to explore the Insha Valley. It is well known that the Insha Valley is filled with countless treasures. Are you not here in search of treasures as well?" Elder Lu retorted coldly, "That is utter nonsense. Everyone knows that the Insha Valley is fraught with peril, far beyond what a mere half-step golden immortal can brave. Even with your middle-grade celestial artifacts, You seek to enter the Insha Valley for those elusive treasures. Humph. Do you think we would believe such nonsense? The young cultivator appeared calm, replying icily, Is that not permissible? We are unaware of the true dangers of the Insha Valley. We merely wish to enter temporarily to investigate. Who could have anticipated encountering you, leading to this conflict? If you release me, I will surely offer generous rewards, and the Xingyao sect will not pursue this matter. What do you say? Yang Qian, who had remained silent, coldly scrutinized the young cultivator. Realizing that the latter's words had failed to address the crux of the matter. Tio eliminate, you would clarify everything. Yang Qian stepped forward, the aura of the virtual heavenly sword flickering ominously, exuding a chilling sword energy. Tio, you wish to kill this young master? No, you cannot kill me. If you spare my life, I will certainly reward you handsomely upon my return. Before he could finish, a glint of murderous intent flashed in Yang Qian's eyes as he uttered softly, Enough of this noise. In an instant, a sword energy sliced through the air, penetrating the young cultivator's head and piercing his primordial spirit, resulting in his complete demise. Yang Qian reached out, and a multitude of treasures erupted from the young cultivator's person, including numerous celestial crystals and various magical artifacts, all belonging to this cultivator's spatial realm. Every cultivator possesses their own space, and once their primordial spirit perishes, that space collapses, revealing its treasures. Yang Qian did not linger among the celestial crystals, but instead meticulously searched for other items. Suddenly, four ancient scrolls caught his eye. With a swift motion, he grasped the scrolls in his hand. These scrolls were neither paper, nor cloth, nor silk. Their texture was remarkably soft, rendering Yang Qian unable to identify them. Chapter 57. The Demon Skin Map. 3. Elder Lu squinted slightly, and with a sudden look of astonishment exclaimed, Elder, these 4 scrolls are made from demon skin. Demon skin? Yang Qian gently stroked the scrolls and indeed felt a leathery texture, albeit distinct from ordinary animal hides. Elder Lu elaborated, Indeed, this is demon skin. During my travels years ago, I observed that many maps were crafted upon such skins. Maps drawn on demon skin remain unchanged for millennia. Maps drawn on demon skin? Where does such an abundance come from? In the outer battlefield, countless masters perish daily, and the same holds true for the demon clan experts. The bodies of every demon master are acquired by the merchant guilds. Moreover, there are also bodies of Buddha and demon entities. Only in the realm of spirits are there no corporeal forms, hence no bodies. Conversely, the corpses of celestial beings from our realm are also harvested by these otherworldly masters. The demon experts directly devour and refine them to enhance their strength, while the demons are even more ruthless, transforming celestial corpses into zombie puppets for use as cannon fodder in battles. Elder Lu spoke at length, recounting the brutal realities of the outer battlefield. Yang Qian nodded slightly, then examined the contents of the 4 demon skins more closely. These 4 pieces appeared to fit together, forming a singular map. Countless routes were depicted upon this map, surrounded by numerous mountain peaks. The more Yang Qian observed, the more familiar it seemed. Kang Shun's eyes sparkled as he exclaimed, The surrounding terrain is precisely that of the Insha Valley. Is it not? This is an incredibly detailed map of the Insha Valley. At that moment, Elder Lu also recognized it, nodding in excitement. Incredible, simply astounding. Such a detailed map. No wonder so many masters from the Xingyao sect have come here, and upon seeing us, wish to silence us. This is extraordinarily valuable, and they cannot allow anyone to discover their whereabouts. The worth of such a map is beyond estimation. With this detailed map in hand, navigating the vast expanse of the Insha Valley would be akin to possessing a pair of all-seeing eyes, significantly reducing the risks of wandering blindly. Kang Shun further analyzed, This map is very likely authentic. Before that mysterious Deluo master arrives, this valley must have been immense, and someone must have created a map for those who have never ventured here. Unfortunately, countless years have passed, and most of the maps drawn during that time have been lost or damaged, making it difficult to obtain a complete version. Now, it has fallen into the hands of the Xingyao sect, which is serendipitous. Ultimately, it has reached us. With this map, entering the Insha Valley will no longer pose a challenge. Both Elder Lu and Kang Shun were somewhat exhilarated. This map was indeed a priceless treasure. Yang Qian slightly nodded and remarked, however, We must not let our guard down. This map was drawn before the arrival of that formidable great Luo expert. and thus we are entirely unaware of the formations and restrictions set by him. Given the passage of time, even the slightest oversight could plunge us into peril. Elder Lu also nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, the Grand Elder is astute and far-sighted. Even with a detailed map, the true danger of the Insha Valley lies in the malevolent aura, the grand formations, and the powerful demonic creatures birthed from that malevolence. We must remain vigilant." Yang Qian quickly committed the route indicated on the map to memory and handed it to Elder Lu and Kongshun, urging them to memorize it as well. Subsequently, he seized several treasures and celestial crystals from the young cultivator. Although the celestial crystals were few, there were several high-quality magical artifacts among the spoils, which amounted to a considerable gain. An idea struck Yang Qian, and he addressed Elder Lu and Kongshun, saying, "You both should collect the belongings from the other 4 cultivators. I shall only lay claim to what this young one possesses." Both Kongshun and Elder Lu were elated, as the other 4 half-step golden immortals had cultivated for many years, just like them, and undoubtedly possessed valuable items. Their acquisition would constitute a significant fortune. After thoroughly collecting the wealth from these individuals, Yang Qian unleashed the true fire of Samadhi, reducing their bodies to ashes. The 3 then proceeded along the route outlined on the demon skin, entering the depths of the Insha Valley. Within the valley, the pervasive malevolent energy was truly terrifying. Each step was a challenge for the half-step golden immortal. Relying on the protection of the forbidden immortal diagram and wielding both the Heiyu sword and the Shutian sword, Yang Qian felt somewhat secure against unforeseen events. Elder Lu and Kongshun, upon activating their protective shields, could easily discern who among them possessed deeper cultivation. Kongshun's shield resembled transparent crystal, shimmering with faint light. Though seemingly subtle, its power was immense, preventing the malevolent energy from encroaching upon him. In contrast, Elder Lu's shield appeared significantly weaker, barely sufficient to fend off the surrounding malevolent forces. As the trio ventured deeper, their pace slowed, and the density of malevolent energy intensified. They had all committed the route to memory, and Yang Qian was aware that there remained a considerable distance to the massive or vein. With their spiritual sense unable to penetrate the malevolent energy, they could only rely on their eyesight, compelling them to stay close together. Otherwise, becoming lost could lead to irrevocable doom. Before long, Yang Qian suddenly heard Kongshun's voice calling from behind. "Friend Yang, Elder Lu is on the verge of collapse. Perhaps we should rest for a moment before continuing?" Yang Qian halted, turned around, and approached Elder Lu. The elder's complexion was ashen, and he offered a faint smile, saying, "I apologize for causing the Grand Elder concern. I truly can no longer endure. The celestial essence within my celestial infant is alarmingly depleted, and I am nearing my limits. Within this ominous valley of Insha, the pervasive malevolence renders the absorption of celestial vitality or primordial essence utterly impossible. The sole means of replenishment lies in the use of celestial crystals." Yang Qian nodded and remarked, "Elder Lu, you flatter me. Were it not for the protection afforded by the forbidden celestial map, I fear I too would struggle to endure, for the malevolent energy here is overwhelmingly dense. Given that Elder Lu has already exhausted considerable strength, it would be prudent for us to rest here for a while, allowing the elder to recuperate before we proceed." Although Kongshun possesses somewhat greater cultivation than Elder Lu, he too is quite fatigued, and a moment's respite would be beneficial for replenishing with celestial crystals. Yang Qian, however, felt no such hindrance. He had discerned from the outset that within this valley of Insha lay an unimaginably vast vein of ore. The essence of the 5 elements here is so intensely rich that it resembles an ocean. Yang Qian's sword spirit continuously absorbs and refines it. His 9 sword auras, far from having reached their limits, are incessantly engaged in this process. The malevolent energy poses no obstruction to the essence of the 5 elements, as this energy exists independently within the world, distinct from primordial essence and celestial vitality. The 5 elements constitute the most fundamental elements of the world structure, permeating almost every corner, though few cultivators can harness it. This malevolence does not affect the essence of the 5 elements, which brings Yang Qian a measure of reassurance. Half an hour elapsed, and Elder Lu and Kongshun had nearly restored their strength, their protective auras significantly bolstered, appearing invigorated. Yang Qian nodded and said, "Elder Lu, Taoist Kong, if you have regained your strength, let us continue onward in our quest to reach the vein of or as soon as possible." The two nodded in agreement, rising to depart when suddenly, Elder Lu's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes wide with terror as he shouted, "Elder, beware." Yang Qian's reflexes were swift. Almost immediately as Elder Lu's warning left his lips, his sword energy surged violently into the Heiyu sword. With a hum, a flash of black light erupted, unleashing an unimaginable velocity. The sword rainbow technique activated, amplifying his speed tenfold, and in an instant, Yang Qian was at Elder Lu's side. With a gaze as cold as ice, he turned to observe behind him, where he had just stood, a shadowy figure materialized, its form partially translucent and indistinct, wielding a similarly semi-transparent long sword. Elder Lu hastily explained, "Elder, it was this fiend that struck at you just moments ago. Fortunately, your unmatched speed allowed you to escape unscathed." Kang Shun's countenance darkened as he murmured, "A wandering soul. These entities are the most troublesome. I did not expect to encounter one so soon." Intrigued, Yang Qian inquired, "What exactly is a wandering soul? I would appreciate your insights, Taoist Kong." Wandering souls are born from the malevolent energy, formed from the lingering resentment of the wrong disciples of the Wanjian sect. Manifesting as mindless entities, they are exceedingly difficult to deal with. Even ordinary magical artifacts or celestial weapons cannot completely eradicate them. Kang Shun elaborated on the nature of this fiend. "Oh? So they are composed of a fragment of resentment, and even celestial artifacts cannot vanquish them?" Yang Qian, filled with skepticism, pointed the Heiyu sword from a distance, immediately unleashing a fierce sword energy. This sharp energy was extraordinarily piercing, capable of penetrating even the toughest iron, let alone a mere wandering soul. To his astonishment, the peculiar phenomenon unfolded. His formidable sword energy indeed pierced through the specter, revealing its indistinct visage and two gaping wounds upon its chest, inflicted by Yang Qian's strike. Remarkably, however, despite being pierced, the wandering soul appeared utterly unaffected, continuing to drift aimlessly. Unwilling to be deterred by superstition, Yang Qian unleashed several more streams of sword energy, yet these were of a different caliber. Rather than merely penetrating, they began to constrict, swiftly annihilating the wandering soul into nothingness. A faint smile graced Yang Qian's lips as he remarked with a hint of triumph, "No matter how formidable a wandering soul may be, once its body is shattered, it remains powerless." Yet, Kang Shun shook his head slightly, a bitter smile forming as he cautioned, "My dear friend Yang, observe closely. It is not so easily vanquished." A sudden alarm surged within Yang Qian as he focused intently. At the very spot where the soul had lingered, malevolent energy began to roil like boiling water, wildly swirling. This sinister energy coalesced, slowly reshaping into the form of the previously vanquished soul. "He has not perished?" Yang Qian's heart raced in disbelief. The vitality of these wandering souls was astonishingly resilient. Kang Shun continued, shaking his head, "They are already deceased." Thus, what does it mean to die once more? What we witness now is merely a consciousness devoid of awareness, a manifestation of their lingering resentments. Each wandering soul is but a fragment of unfulfilled desires, birthed from the bitterness of the formidable masters of the Wanjian sect who met their tragic ends. To obliterate them entirely, one must disperse their grievances, a task that proves exceedingly arduous for us celestial beings. It is said that the adept practitioners of the Buddhist realm can effortlessly subdue such wandering souls, wielding their powers with minimal exertion. The Buddhist realm, a unique and formidable domain, is reputed to house practitioners known as Buddhas, including Arhats, Guanyin, and the Buddha himself, each holding distinct positions of merit. The core tenet of Buddha's cultivation is to liberate all sentient beings, aspiring to transform every creature into a Buddha. Consequently, the Buddhist realm boasts a vast following among mortals, and the Buddhas possess powers that can restrain malevolent spirits and wandering souls alike. Hence, the Buddhist realm and the ghost realm stand as archenemies on the battlefield beyond, leading to the adage of their irreconcilable opposition. The Buddhist realm? I, Yang Qian, am no Buddha, nor do I possess any of their extraordinary methods. All that I wield is a sword. An unwavering sword intent radiated from Yang Qian, as if in this world, no one could sway his convictions. This tenacity was enough to drain the seas and turn colossal stones to dust. What is this? Kang Shun sensed the surging sword intent emanating from Yang Qian, who was enveloped in a tempest of vibrant sword energy. This energy was not that of the Su Tian sword, but rather Yang Qian's own, projected from the very essence of his sword spirit. Elder Lu's eyes brightened, and he exclaimed, "The unwavering sword intent. It is indeed unwavering sword intent." Moreover, this sword intent is remarkably resilient. Although in terms of strength it cannot compare to that of a half-step golden immortal sword cultivator, its tenacity far surpasses that of such experts. Judgment style. Yang Qian's black jade sword flickered, instantly unleashing a terrifying sword aura that shredded the wandering soul into countless fragments. Buzzing, before long, the wandering soul reassembled. As if he were aware, Yang Qian did not succumb to despair but unleashed another sword aura, judgment style. The wandering soul was once again torn to shreds, only to coalesce anew, slaughter style, celestial sword slash, spring sun sword array. Yang Qian seemed to be possessed, employing every technique at his disposal, relentlessly fragmenting the wandering soul. Yet, it appeared as though this soul possessed an immortal essence, for no matter how many times it was destroyed, it quickly reformed each time. Chapter 58. The Wandering Soul. 4. Kong Shun furrowed his brows and said, "Elder Lu, has Yang Qian been afflicted by malevolent energy and succumbed to madness?" Indeed, such a situation seemed akin to madness, which explained Kong Shun's thoughts. Elder Lu, however, fixed his gaze intently on Yang Qian. Upon hearing Kong Shun's words, he replied solemnly, "Friend Kong Shun, the Grand Elder is not mad. Rather, he is immersed in a profound comprehension of sword intent. This is a rare opportunity for us sword cultivators, for while we refine our swords externally, it is the internal cultivation of sword intent that is fundamental. The Grand Elder's ability to enter such a state of enlightenment in this place speaks to his extraordinary talent, explaining why he possesses a treasure like the Void Sky Sword." Kong Shun understood that this was what ordinary immortals referred to as a moment of enlightenment. Although he was unaware of Yang Qian's specific circumstances, he recognized that during such a period of epiphany, one must not be disturbed, and the benefits gained thereafter are unimaginable. Thus, countless immortal cultivators yearn for such opportunities, but only those with extraordinary innate talents can occasionally attain enlightenment, which is fraught with uncertainty. Yang Qian was indeed engulfed in the comprehension of sword intent, driven by an unwavering determination to annihilate this wandering soul. The voice within him insisted that he must completely vanquish it, and he believed he could succeed. Time and again, the wandering soul had been obliterated countless times, and as the sky gradually darkened, Yang Qian showed no signs of respite. Moreover, what astonished Elder Lu and Kong Shun even further was that Yang Qian's sword aura grew increasingly sharp and terrifying, showing no signs of waning whatsoever. In the Yin Sha Valley, where one could not absorb the energies of heaven and earth, this was nothing short of astonishing. Little did they know, Yang Qian was not drawing upon the energies of heaven and earth, but rather the essence of the five elements, and in the Yin Sha Valley, this essence was denser than in any place he had previously sojourned. Here, it was akin to being submerged in an ocean of five elements energy, allowing him to wield his sword techniques endlessly without fear of depleting his sword vitality. Therein lies a silver lining. The sword aura within him is perpetually accumulating, ravenously absorbing the quintessence of the five elements. This cycle of depletion and replenishment seems to herald a transformation in his sword essence, with the hue of his sword spirit deepening considerably, signaling that the metamorphosis is imminent as twilight descended rapidly. Yang Qian exhibited no inclination to cease his endeavors. Elder Lu's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of insight as he remarked, "It appears that the Grand Elder's moment of enlightenment may extend beyond the usual duration. Therefore, as a precaution, I would request Elder Kong Shun to exert himself for our sake. Let us each keep watch over the Grand Elder for a few hours, until he concludes his meditation." With no alternative, Kong Shun, caught in a predicament, felt compelled to acquiesce, for without Yang Qian's company, he dared not venture further alone. Time crept by slowly. The wandering spirit remained devoid of any consciousness. Despite having been annihilated countless times, it felt nothing, neither joy nor anger, remaining as immobile as a wooden post, passively enduring Yang Qian's relentless assaults. As the night wore on, Kong Shun kept vigil for the better part of the evening before Elder Lu took his place beside Yang Qian. Such an opportunity was indeed rare, and Elder Lu had no intention of disturbing him. At long last, dawn broke anew, and Kong Shun frowned, realizing that a full 12 hours had elapsed without a hint of Yang Qian's cessation. The Shadow Valley was far from a secure place for enlightenment, and thus he spoke softly, "Elder Lu, It seems that young Taoist's prolonged meditation is not ideal. Perhaps it would be prudent for you to rouse him. Under these circumstances, I doubt he would hold any resentment towards you. Elder Lu furrowed his brow slightly. Indeed, Yang Qian's duration of meditation was rather lengthy. In a different setting, such an extended period would be inconsequential. Longer meditations often yielded greater insights, even if it took a year. Yet, here in the perilous Shadow Valley, any unforeseen event could plunge them all into jeopardy. Nodding in agreement, Elder Lu declared, "You are right. It is unwise to continue in this place. I shall awaken the Grand Elder at once." With that, Elder Lu approached Yang Qian, acutely aware that any external disturbance could abruptly interrupt the profound state of enlightenment he was experiencing. However, just as he drew near, an astonishing transformation occurred in the sword intent surrounding Yang Qian. Indeed, it had metamorphosed. As a swordsman, Elder Lu recognized this unmistakably. He sensed the evolution of Yang Qian's sword intent. This opportunity for realization was indeed a rare gift. Deep within, a voice assured him that he could sever the wandering spirit, prompting him to ceaselessly wield his sword techniques and channel his power. His sword intent soared like a rocket, intensifying with each passing moment, to the point where even Elder Lu could not ascertain the current state of Yang Qian's sword intent. At last, Yang Qian's sword intent underwent a significant transformation, culminating in a fierce eruption of sword energy. This energy, while seemingly unremarkable, was terrifying in its essence, infused with the unwavering determination of his sword intent. The essence of sword energy is imbued with the will of the sword, a feat achievable only by those of the golden immortal realm. With a resounding roar, the terrifying sword energy undoubtedly shattered the wandering soul into oblivion, simultaneously annihilating the lingering resentment that clung to it. Thus, the soul could no longer coalesce, truly dissipating into the ether. Could it be that these souls have truly been vanquished? How is this possible? Kang Shun found himself increasingly perplexed by Yang Qian. He was aware of the formidable prowess of Yang Qian's Shutian sword. Yet now, Yang Qian was not wielding the Shutian sword against the wandering souls, but merely a magical artifact. Despite this, Yang Qian had effortlessly dispatched the notoriously troublesome souls, rendering it nothing short of extraordinary. Elder Lu's eyes gleamed with astonishment, his surprise deepening as he sensed the will of the sword within Yang Qian's strike. Being an adept on the cusp of the golden immortal level, he understood well the difficulty of infusing one's sword will into sword energy. Only those sword cultivators of the golden immortal rank could achieve such a feat, with each strand of sword energy containing their unique sword intent, possessing boundless might. Yet now, he beheld a celestial being, who had not even attained the Xian immortal level, seamlessly merging his sword intent into his sword energy, a revelation more astonishing than Yang Qian wielding the Shutian sword to slay a golden immortal's physical form. With a hum, Yang Qian opened his eyes. He had emerged from that rare moment of enlightenment, fully aware of all he had accomplished. The realization that sword energy can encapsulate sword intent had dawned upon him. Although he could not yet wield it with the same effortless grace as Feng Xuanzu, he had gained invaluable experience. With diligent study in the future, he was certain he could master the art of embedding his sword intent into every stroke of his sword with ease. In his heart, Yang Qian recognized this as a remarkable breakthrough. Should he persist in his research, achieving the ability to infuse sword intent into every strike, his power would multiply exponentially, reaching a realm of unfathomable terror. All of this was a consequence of this profound moment of clarity. To vanquish the wandering souls, one must first shatter their lingering resentment, a task only the most potent sword intent could accomplish. Chapter 59. The 10 Directions Sword Array. 2. Elder Lu approached, at a loss for words, his face a canvas of excitement and confusion. Yang Qian offered no explanation, merely stating with a calm demeanor, "This serendipitous moment of enlightenment has yielded significant gains for me. I appreciate your patience, Taoist Kang Shun and Elder Lu. Without further ado, let us embark." Elder Lu nodded slightly, fully aware that Yang Qian's gains extended far beyond mere enlightenment. Kang Shun, oblivious to the deeper intricacies, presumed Yang Qian had merely grasped a new sword technique, and thus paid no mind as he followed Yang Qian towards the colossal vein of refined gold. In this vast expanse of malevolent energy, each step demanded utmost caution. Fortunately, with the aid of the demon skin map, Yang Qian and his companions could at least discern the location of the refined gold vein. preventing them from toiling aimlessly. As they ventured deeper, they began to uncover fragments of shattered magical artifacts along the way, likely remnants of the treasures destroyed by the formidable Deluo adept in their confrontation with the masters of the Wanjian sect. This indicates that they have likely ventured into the most perilous of locales, where countless formidable formations and prohibitions abound. Regardless of whether it is a master of the Great Luo or an expert from the 10,000 Sword sect, numerous intricate arrays have been laid out. Should one inadvertently stumble into them, the consequences could be dire. The expressions of the three became increasingly cautious, fully aware of the dangers that lurked in this vicinity. Nevertheless, within peril lies opportunity. Although they had encountered several damaged magical artifacts along their path, some extraordinary treasures remained intact. Should they be sold, they could fetch a handsome price. In this treacherous place, the existence of celestial artifacts is not beyond the realm of possibility. Moreover, the numerous damaged treasures indicate that this location is likely where the masters of the 10,000 Swords sect clashed with that enigmatic Great Luo Golden Immortal. Historically, the prized possession of the 10,000 Swords sect was a high-grade celestial artifact, which has since been destroyed. However, considering the sect's financial resources, it is plausible that many disciples still wield celestial artifact. It is highly likely that not all of these artifacts have been obliterated. Should they manage to locate one or two, this expedition into the Insha Valley would be deemed worthwhile. Kang Shun's gaze darted across the ground, for his purpose in entering was to discover one or two celestial artifacts. This place evidently held the highest potential for such treasures, and he was determined not to overlook any detail. Suddenly, Kang Shun sensed an unusual disturbance, a subtle fluctuation imbued with terrifying power. Daoist Yang. Daoist Lu, do you perceive this fluctuation? Kang Shun hesitated to act rashly, aware that danger lurked at every turn. A single misstep could lead them into an abyss of despair. Hence, he called out to Yang Qian and Elder Lu. Yang Qian furrowed his brow, turned, and approached Kang Shun, his consciousness sweeping the surroundings. In the Insha Valley, the range of one's spiritual awareness is regrettably limited to merely a 10-foot radius. Indeed, Yang Qian too felt the peculiar disturbance in the air. This fluctuation did not resemble the malevolent aura commonly found here. Rather, it bore a resemblance to celestial spiritual energy, devoid of any life force. The only source capable of emanating such celestial energy could only be a celestial artifact. Elder Lu, too, sensed it clearly, his eyes alight with excitement as he remarked, "This must be the resonance of a celestial artifact. The source of this fluctuation has certainly not been destroyed. It is highly likely that this is a complete celestial artifact." Kang Shun appeared particularly exhilarated, his consciousness continuously probing the surroundings in search of the source. At last, the three of them pinpointed the location to an obscure area in the northwest corner, seemingly concealed behind the malevolent aura. Kang Shun, Daoist Lu, you must be prepared. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, we must not be caught off guard. Yang Qian cautioned them. Kang Shun replied with a slight smile. Of course, in such a dangerous place, we are almost perpetually on guard. Yang Qian nodded, and the forbidden celestial map on his person took flight, enveloping him in a shroud of black and white light as a precaution against unforeseen events. The three proceeded with utmost caution toward the malevolent aura. Suddenly, as the three of them stepped into the ominous aura, Yang Qian felt an immediate sense of danger. A swift and fierce sword energy materialized before him, rapidly shooting towards the trio. The unparalleled sword chi seemed capable of effortlessly tearing apart any who had merely reached the threshold of Golden Immortal. Despite their heightened vigilance, the speed of these sword energies was astonishing, almost beyond belief. Yang Qian let out a low, cold chuckle. To wield a sword before me, these meager sword energies are simply insufficient. With that, he slashed forward with the Void Sky sword in hand, unleashing three ferocious sword strikes, each embodying the formidable might of the three blades. Judgment style. One swing was enough to easily cleave apart a half-step Golden Immortal. The six sword energies collided head-on, vanishing without a trace. What kind of place is this? Kang Shun felt a chill run down his spine. The atmosphere was rife with a murderous intent, and the terrifying sword energy made it seem as though they had entered a realm solely dedicated to the art of the sword. Yang Qian furrowed his brow, realizing they had completely entered another world, devoid of any trace of malevolence. Indeed, encountering a space free of such malevolence amidst this valley filled with it was peculiar. Moreover, this place was not only void of any sinister aura, but it also teemed with countless sharp and fearsome sword wills, as if it were an entire world of swords. Suddenly, Elder Lu exclaimed, "Elder, look ahead!" Yang Qian followed his gaze and was astonished to see countless long swords embedded in the ground before them, each radiating a potent aura of slaughter, all of which were of treasure quality. Not only were there swords ahead, but the surroundings were also filled with them. The three turned to look behind and found that there was no trace of malevolence. Instead, they were surrounded by terrifying long swords, exuding an aura of dread. Chapter 59. The 10 Directions Sword Array, 4. This place was evidently a formation, and not just any formation, but a formidable sword array arranged with flying swords. Elder Lu's eyes flickered as he spoke solemnly, "Elder, we are likely ensnared in the sword array laid out by the 10,000 sword sect years ago. This array remains intact, and it has not activated its devastating strike solely due to the absence of a master. However, should we misstep and trigger the formation, we may face an onslaught of endless sword energies." At this moment, both Kang Shun and Elder Lu felt their hearts sink to the depths of despair. The sheer terror of this sword array was palpable. If it were to unleash its full power, they would likely be reduced to mere dust in an instant. This was likely a trap set by the 10,000 sword sect to deal with that mysterious Taoist immortal. "Elder, if I am not mistaken, this great array comprises 10 sections, each housing 100 treasure-level flying swords, surrounding us with impenetrable precision. If my memory serves me right, this should be the famed 10 Directions Sword Array of the 10,000 Sword Sect," Elder Lu stated with a grim expression. The 10 Directions Sword Array? Yang Qian had not heard of this formation before. Elder Lu continued to elucidate, in its prime, the 10,000 Sword Sect was a paragon of prosperity, having once boasted peak 9-grade golden immortals among its ranks, with countless golden immortals in its fold. Such a sword cultivation sect was undoubtedly thriving. Many golden immortal experts delved into the study of sword formations and ultimately developed 4 major arrays, one of which is this 10 Directions Sword Array. It is rumored that the 10 Directions Sword Formation, when dormant, remains still. Yet, once it stirs, it unleashes a relentless barrage of sword energies, an infinite torrent that, should a golden immortal master preside over it, could obliterate even the most formidable of golden immortals. Yang Qian, aware of its terrifying prowess, refrains from recklessly probing the myriad swords, yet he can still sense the formation's dread potential, a superlative array capable of annihilating golden immortals. However, every formation has its weaknesses. The 10 Directions Sword Formation is no exception. If a golden immortal were present, slaying that figure would diminish the formation's might significantly. Destroying the formation's core, represented by 2 celestial swords, would lead to its complete collapse. In the absence of a golden immortal, the formation can only exert a fraction of its full potency, at most 2 or 3/10. If we can seize the celestial swords at the formation's core, we shall surely break free. Elder Lu, well versed in such arcane matters, possesses considerable knowledge of these secrets. With a glint of determination in his eyes, Yang Qian inquired, "Where lies the formation's core?" Elder Lu shook his head slightly, replying, "The core of the sword formation is the most clandestine aspect. It cannot be easily located." Unfazed by the uncertainty of the core's location, Yang Qian resolved to test the formation's power and unearth its core. This seemed the most prudent course of action. Among the 3 of them, Yang Qian was the strongest and most capable. Without hesitation, he leaped into the void. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Upon entering the void, Yang Qian seemingly triggered the 10 Directions Sword Formation. All around him, thousands of flying swords began to tremble, their energies coalescing as the entire formation sprang to life. Chapter 59. The 10 Directions Sword Formation, 5. The sheer number of swords invoked a spine-chilling sensation. Whoosh! In an instant, an overwhelming barrage of sword energy surged towards Yang Qian. Individually, these energies appeared inconsequential, yet their collective force was formidable. Hundreds of them, dense as locusts, blotted out the sky and sent shivers down his spine. Yang Qian's gaze sharpened as he focused intently on the approaching energies. His black jade sword flickered with a dark luminescence. Sword rainbow technique. Instantly, his speed multiplied tenfold, reaching a terrifying velocity that surpassed the perception of the naked eye. Even the sword energies could not match Yang Qian's swiftness as he weaved through the chaotic onslaught. Although the multitude of sword energies was indeed hair-raising, Yang Qian's execution of the sword rainbow technique rendered him nearly invulnerable. slipping through the gaps with ease as the last of the sword energies passed. Yang Qian prepared to catch his breath, only to be met with a sudden, piercing wave of sword energy from all directions, an overwhelming deluge that was nothing short of terrifying. This was the essence of the 10 directions sword formation, an unending sequence of sword energies that would not cease. To evade once was possible, but to escape twice was a fantasy. Should a golden immortal oversee the array, the speed and ferocity of the sword energies would only intensify, leaving no option but to confront them head-on. Chapter 60. The Bones of the Golden Immortal. 1. Be careful. Grand Elder, Elder Lu and Kang Shun gazed at the overwhelming torrent of sword energy, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. Even though this sword formation lacked the guidance of a golden immortal, and could only exert 2 or 3/10 of its full power, it still possessed the capability to annihilate a golden immortal. With such a multitude of sword energies, even a golden immortal would be reduced to a sieve. Yang Qian's gaze sharpened. With so much sword energy, evasion was utterly impossible in that instant. Yang Qian made the most astute decision, immersing himself in the noble essence of the Void Sky Sword, merging with it to unleash the most terrifying heavenly sword slash. In the void, a colossal heavenly sword manifested. This was the sovereign of swords, commanding all blades in the world to heed its royal decree. The flying swords within the myriad sword formations seemed to be drawn by the heavenly sword, trembling incessantly. Heavenly sword slash. Yang Qian's eyes turned icy as the immense heavenly sword descended with a fierce slash. Countless spatial realms appeared on the verge of shattering. This strike was akin to a cataclysmic force, sweeping away hundreds of sword energies in an instant, with the terrifying residual waves of sword energy shattering one of the formations entirely. Bang! The sword energy in the void dissipated, leaving no trace behind. The myriad sword formations had been obliterated by Yang Qian's single strike. Elder Lu let out a faint smile, remarking, "The Void Sky Sword wielded by the Grand Elder grows ever more formidable." It is said that the heavenly sword Immortal once gathered infinite flying swords to deliver a strike that pierced heaven and earth. That was the true king of swords. Surely, any sword practitioner would be suppressed before the Grand Elder. Indeed, the myriad sword formations were not inherently weak. It was merely that Yang Qian's heavenly sword slash had rendered the flying swords incapable of resisting, summoned by the heavenly sword's might, allowing Yang Qian to shatter this fearsome formation with sheer force. As Elder Lu had stated, any sword practitioner would be subdued in Yang Qian's presence. Such was the terrifying nature of the heavenly sword technique. With the myriad sword formations broken, a sinister aura began to seep in, and the concealed aspects of the sword formations were entirely laid bare. The three of them could instantly sense the fluctuations of an immortal artifact. This is the immortal sword at the formation's core. As ripples coursed through the space, 2 celestial swords, one azure and one violet, emerged, stirring Elder Lu's excitement. He possessed no immortal artifacts, particularly not immortal swords, which were of utmost importance to a sword practitioner. With a superior quality flying sword, his strength could increase by several folds. Yang Qian reached out and grasped the 2 celestial swords in his hands. These 2 celestial swords were of inferior quality, radiant with azure and violet luminescence, exuding an astonishingly sharp aura, a remarkable existence among inferior celestial swords. Elder Lu, please keep these 2 celestial swords. Once we return to the sect, you may surrender one that is not affiliated with our faction. As for my friend Kang Shun, this immortal sword may not suit him. Let us continue our search for other immortal artifacts. If we are fortunate enough to find more, that would be splendid. If not, in the end, Kang Shun may freely choose one of these 2 celestial swords. What say you? Yang Qian addressed Kang Shun. Kang Shun smiled wryly and nodded, saying, "I leave it to your discretion." My friend, Kang Shun is not a sword cultivator. Even if he were to obtain a celestial sword, he would be unable to unleash its full potential, making him undeniably ill-suited for it. Moreover, within this Sha Valley, there are countless locations where another celestial artifact could easily be discovered, bringing joy to all involved. Elder Lu, brimming with delight, promptly stored away the 2 celestial swords, eager to return to the Lingan sect at once to enter seclusion and refine the celestial weapons. The 3 of them soon departed from the sword formation, and as they stepped out, they beheld 2 skeletal remains shimmering with golden light. The layer of dust upon them indicated that these bones had lain there for countless years, exuding an aura of terror. Even in skeletal form, one could distinctly sense the overwhelming power they once possessed. These are the bones of golden immortals. Elder Lu's expression shifted as he regarded the remains, realizing that even golden immortals had perished here, exposed to the wilderness, a sight indeed forlorn. Astonishingly, the skeletal hands still clutched several broken flying swords, and Yang Qian's gaze sharpened as he noticed a few engraved characters. Elder of the Sword Tower. Elder of the Sword Tower? Elder Lu's expression turned grave as he spoke. These two golden immortal experts were indeed formidable figures from the Wanjian sect, where the most powerful golden immortal masters reside within the Sword Tower. Suddenly, Yang Qian recalled the intact Shifang sword formation, and a bold thought struck him. He whispered, could it be that these two golden immortals were meant to guard the Shifang sword formation? Yet, before they could enter it, they encountered a fearsome enemy, ultimately meeting their demise. Judging by the broken flying swords in their grasp, it was highly probable that they had not even managed to defend against a single strike before being slain. To dispatch two golden immortal experts with just one blow speaks volumes of the terror of this formidable foe. Aside from that transcendent Deluo golden immortal, it is likely no one else. These two golden immortals likely stumbled upon this mysterious Deluo master and were swiftly slain, perhaps without having the chance to employ many of their own techniques. Although Yang Qian had not witnessed the entire battle, he could deduce from these clues the sheer ferocity of that Deluo master, who had undoubtedly reached a level beyond Yang Qian's imagination. Kang Shun, fixated on the skeletal remains, suddenly had a glimmer of inspiration in his eyes. He crouched down and turned over the two golden immortal skeletons. With a clatter, the onlookers were left in awe as they discovered an abundance of sparkling celestial crystals beneath the bones. The terrifying celestial spiritual energy contained within these crystals was truly extraordinary, far surpassing that of superior-grade celestial crystals. Elder Lu exclaimed with excitement, heavens! This is actually the legendary Supreme Celestial Crystal. Indeed, it is Supreme Celestial Crystal. Supreme Celestial Crystal? Yang Qian felt a slight astonishment within. Possessing tens of thousands of superior-grade celestial crystals himself, he had naturally heard of Supreme Celestial Crystals. Supreme Celestial Crystals are an extraordinary form of crystallized celestial spiritual energy, taking countless billions of years to coalesce into a single piece, a rarity that ordinary cultivators could scarcely hope to encounter. A Supreme Celestial Crystal is undoubtedly a treasure of great value yet scarce in the market. Even an offer of several $100,000 for a high-grade celestial crystal would not suffice to exchange for a single supreme one. The unparalleled rarity of the Supreme Celestial Crystal is not solely attributed to its scarcity, but also to the exceptionally pure essence of celestial spiritual energy it embodies. The celestial spiritual force contained within a Supreme Celestial Crystal is extraordinarily refined, and it is rumored to possess a unique effect that is particularly beneficial for overcoming bottlenecks. Those who continuously absorb the celestial spiritual energy from a Supreme Celestial Crystal find it significantly easier to break through their limitations compared to other cultivators. Consequently, Supreme Celestial Crystals are fervently sought after by countless practitioners. Even many golden immortals lack possession of such a treasure. The celestial spiritual energy within a Supreme Celestial Crystal is thousands of times more potent than that of an ordinary high-grade celestial crystal, and remarkably, once depleted, it does not vanish. If placed in an area rich in vitality, it can replenish its pure celestial spiritual energy within a few years, allowing for endless utilization. In summary, Supreme Celestial Crystals offer boundless benefits, making them an unparalleled treasure coveted even by golden immortals. Beneath the two golden immortal skeletons lie two Supreme Celestial Crystals, suggesting that the formidable Deluo master either did not take their treasures or deemed them unworthy. With a serious expression, Kang Shun grasped the four Supreme Celestial Crystals and addressed Yang Qian, stating, "It is thanks to your triumph over the sword array that we are able to behold these two golden immortal skeletons. Thus you should rightfully claim two." Yang Qian did not refuse further. After all, Supreme Celestial Crystals are treasures of immense worth, and even if he did not utilize celestial spiritual energy for cultivation, he would not find them excessive. Kang Shun then handed another crystal to Elder Lu, remarking that this small Supreme Celestial Crystal is indeed a treasure of the utmost value, more than sufficient to purchase even a low-grade celestial artifact. Haha, this trip has been worthwhile. Even if we leave this Insha Valley without acquiring a celestial artifact, with this Supreme Celestial Crystal, how could we fail to procure one? Kang Shun's face lit up with joy. A single supreme celestial crystal is indeed far more precious than a low-grade celestial artifact. Yang Qian gazed at the two golden immortal skeletons below, grasped them in his hand, and gently shook his head, saying, "You two were once esteemed golden immortal masters. Your remains should not lie in this desolate wilderness, but rather find peace in the earth." Esteemed golden immortal masters, whether in the past or present, were sovereigns of their realms. It is truly a disgrace for their remains to be left exposed in the wild. With a flicker of sword energy, Yang Qian excavated a large pit in the ground and placed the two skeletons within, finally granting these two golden immortals their long overdue rest. Suddenly, Yang Qian sensed an intense aura of earthy energy. Although he primarily absorbed the energy of the metal element, he remained sensitive to all elemental energies, and he immediately detected a rich presence of earthy energy. These dense earthy energies emanated from an inconspicuous square stone lying beneath the two golden immortal skeletons. Upon reaching for it, Yang Qian discovered that this stone, no larger than a thumb, was astonishingly heavy, rendering it impossible for him to lift. The three of them were equally puzzled and intertwined their consciousness with it, revealing that it bore a multitude of tiny inscriptions, resembling a set of instructions for utilizing a magical artifact. Could it truly be a celestial artifact? Kang Shun was beside himself with joy upon witnessing this incantation. This seemingly insignificant stone weighed over 5,000 pounds. It was no wonder that Yang Qian was unable to lift it momentarily. This was indeed a low-grade celestial artifact, capable of expansion and contraction, forged through miraculous means into the form of a mountain, possessing boundless power. Yang Qian smiled faintly and remarked, "This is a celestial artifact, just perfect. Kang Shun, this celestial artifact is ideally suited for you. Quickly cultivate this incantation and absorb the artifact into your being." Having not yet acquired a celestial artifact, Kang Shun was naturally elated to unexpectedly discover such a wondrous item, and thus he was eager to present it to Kang Shun. Chapter 61. The Fierce Soul. 1. Kang Shun was also filled with exuberance. He hesitated no longer and immediately began to cultivate the incantation. This incantation was not particularly difficult, and after half an hour, Kang Shun had grasped it to a degree, enabling him to control the celestial artifact. As Kang Shun directed it, the artifact instantly grew to an immense size and slammed downwards with tremendous force, causing the very ground to tremble, a testament to the artifact's might. Excellent, excellent, excellent. This celestial artifact suits me perfectly, yet to wield it adeptly, I must gradually refine it. Kang Shun felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction as he absorbed the celestial artifact into his being. Yang Qian recalled the demon's skin map in his mind and glanced at the route, stating calmly, "We are not far from the mineral vein now. If all goes well, we should encounter that colossal mineral vein today." The three of them arrived at the Insha Valley, each having gained something, but Yang Qian remained most concerned with the fine gold mineral vein. If he could harness this immense vein, he would no longer need to worry about insufficient 5 elements gold qi for his ascension to the profound immortal realm, and he would be free from concerns in his future cultivation for a considerable time. According to Elder Lu and Kang Shun's descriptions, this gigantic mineral vein was akin to a behemoth, having been utilized by the 10,000 Swords sect and countless cultivators without any sign of depletion, uttering its vastness. The mineral vein of the Spirit Sword sect could not possibly compare to the enormous vein in Insha Valley. Throughout their journey, Yang Qian and his companions remained vigilant, encountering no further forbidden knowledge or formations. At last, the trio navigated through layers of malevolent energy and arrived at a vast clearing, where a colossal structure loomed, emanating a chilling aura. According to the markings on the demon's skin, this was indeed the location of the fine gold mineral vein. Yang Qian did not even need to reference the demon skin's markings. He could ascertain that this was the site of the fine gold mineral vein, for the abundance of 5 elements gold qi in the surrounding void was astonishing, to the point of his surprise. The 5 elements gold qi here was almost beyond the designation of gas, nearing a liquid state, its boundless essence immense, akin to an ocean. If Yang Qian were to cultivate here, his speed would be 100-fold that of the outside world. The density of the 5 elements gold qi here was a clear testament to the enormity of this mineral vein, simply inconceivable. This was indeed the fine gold mineral vein. However, why was there a structure nearby? Yang Qian cast his gaze upon the incongruous edifice before him. This structure resembled a palace yet was not one, evoking instead the image of a cave dwelling, albeit a peculiar one, constructed from an unknown material that rendered it exceedingly bizarre. Furthermore, Yang Qian sensed a disquieting aura emanating from within the building, a presence that sent shivers down his spine. It was ephemeral and elusive, occasionally perceptible, yet vanishing before he could ascertain its nature. Chapter 61. The Malevolent Soul, 2. Kang Shun stared intently at the structure, suddenly recalling something, his eyes gleaming with a flicker of insight. Could this be the fabled dwelling of that enigmatic, high-ranking Deluo master? It was said that this nameless Deluo adept, having seized control of the mine, had resided here ever since, and it was likely that this very building was his abode. Elder Lu glanced at Kang Shun, his brow furrowed in concern. Kang Shun, my friend, are you truly considering venturing inside this building? Kang Shun, caught in the act of contemplation, did not deny it, nodding in agreement. This nameless Deluo Jinxian has returned alive from the foreign battlefield, where he undoubtedly vanquished countless otherworldly masters, accumulating an array of wondrous treasures. It is highly probable that some of these artifacts reside within this structure. To behold a mountain of treasures yet refrain from entering would be an egregious waste. Yang Qian harbored reservations, yet Kang Shun, undeterred by such doubts, had already approached the entrance. Creak, creak, creak. Suddenly, an eerie sound emanated from within the building. A glimmer of alarm ignited in Yang Qian's eyes as an overwhelming sense of danger surged within him. He immediately called out to Kang Shun. Kang Shun, be cautious. There is something amiss inside. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than Kang Shun, startled, swiftly retreated. In a flash, shadows erupted from the building, one after another. These figures were translucent, mere mindless specters. This? Kang Shun could not suppress a surge of dread within. Fortunately, he had reacted swiftly, for had he been ensnared by the throng of restless spirits, even with his newly acquired celestial artifact, he would have been utterly defenseless against such persistent phantoms. Creak, creak. The spirits emitted chilling sounds, a dark mass surging forth, forming ranks upon ranks. The number of spirits was no less than 100, and more continued to escape from the building. Elder Lu suddenly felt a stirring in his heart and muttered, with so many spirits, it is likely that the Deluo master of yore, in his bid to breach the celestial monarch realm, clashed with the celestial monarchs right here. Yang Qian, too, began to entertain this hypothesis. The sheer multitude of spirits was indeed daunting. His sword intent had yet to reach the level where he could effortlessly merge it into a single stroke, and with so many spirits congregated, the potential for unforeseen developments loomed ominously. Unexpectedly, the spirits parted to reveal a path. This was exceedingly strange, for these entities were devoid of consciousness, resembling mere walking corpses, incapable of heeding any command. Yet now, the most peculiar of phenomena was unfolding. From the shadows emerged a towering specter, exuding an overwhelming aura. Unlike other phantoms, it was not translucent. Its entire form was shrouded in darkness, rendering its features indistinguishable, yet its corporeality surpassed that of the other specters by several folds. Chapter 61. Malevolent Spirit, 3. With a swift intake of breath, Kang Shun's expression shifted, fear glimmering in his eyes as he stammered. How can this be? How can we encounter such a being? Yang Qian also sensed a wave of impending danger and inquired, Kang Shun, my friend, what is this? Kang Shun, still gripped by trepidation, managed to articulate. This is likely the malevolent spirit of legend, a being far more formidable than a mere specter. Specters possess no awareness. Even a half-step golden immortal could evade them, and even a few specters could be escaped from. To be frank, I encountered several specters last time and fortuitously fled. However, this malevolent spirit offers no chance of escape for a half-step golden immortal. It was born from the vengeful essence of a deceased golden immortal of the Wanjian sect. Emerging from the malevolent energy, and it is truly terrifying, it retains some of the horrific instincts from its life, imbued with a nature for slaughter, rendering it exceedingly fearsome. How could it possibly manifest here? Yang Qian's eyes narrowed slightly, his heart jolting with dread as, from the mysterious edifice, several more malevolent spirits emerged. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. A total of 6 malevolent spirits, equivalent to 6 golden immortals. each having been a formidable master in their former lives. Elder Lu's expression suddenly shifted, as if a realization dawned upon him, yet he hesitated to speak. Yang Qian prompted, "Elder Lu, what have you thought of?" After a moment's contemplation, Elder Lu replied, "Great Elder, these 6 malevolent spirits, appearing precisely in this location. Once, the leader of the Wanjian sect brought 6 golden immortal masters here, only to have them all slain. Could these be those very spirits?" Upon hearing Elder Lu's words, Yang Qian was momentarily startled. Indeed, the Wanjian sect had once sent 6 golden immortal masters, who had met their demise. As Yang Qian scrutinized the 6 malevolent spirits, he noticed they each wielded an ethereal long sword, conjured from malevolent energy, and upon closer inspection, he discerned delicate characters engraved upon them. Jian Lu recognizing the significance of those words, Yang Qian comprehended that these 6 malevolent spirits were the golden immortal masters of the Wanjian sect, birthed from a thread of vengeful essence after their demise. Golden immortal masters are exceedingly powerful. In life, they dominated their realms, and even in death, their lingering resentment, coupled with the terrifying malevolent energy, renders them formidable. Any ordinary half-step golden immortal would find themselves facing certain doom. What could these specters and malevolent spirits desire? A sense of foreboding gnawed at Yang Qian's consciousness, intensifying with each passing moment in the presence of these malevolent spirits. Suddenly, the 6 malevolent spirits parted to reveal a fearsome entity, its entire form drenched in a deep crimson hue, reminiscent of blood. What manner of monster was this? The figure was shrouded in obscurity, its appearance indistinct, yet the deep crimson hue that stained its form exuded an overwhelming aura of slaughter. This palpable atmosphere of carnage was so intense that it threatened to suffocate those in proximity. Chapter 61. The Malevolent Soul. 4. Elder Lu and Kang Shun both paled at the sight. The moment this terrifying creature emerged, even the mindless wandering souls seemed to betray a flicker of fear. Moreover, the malevolent energy surrounding them began to roil violently, surging madly into the creature as if it were the sovereign of such malevolence, commanding the very essence of despair. It was more formidable than the malevolent souls birthed from the demise of 6 golden immortal masters of the Wanjian sect. Could it be that nameless great Luo golden immortal? Elder Lu gasped in sudden realization. The more he pondered, the more he felt inclined to believe this possibility. The sheer terror emanating from this aura of slaughter was causing even his own sword intent to waver. Such a horrifying presence, capable of unleashing such a dreadful killing intent, could only belong to that enigmatic great Luo golden immortal in the valley of Enos, and no one anticipated that this mysterious figure, after death, had resurrected from the malevolence, embodying such dread that even the formidable Elder Lu felt his resolve crumble. Yang Qian felt an escalating sense of peril within, cognizant that retrieving the mineral vein under such circumstances was an impossibility. He immediately shouted, "This place is peculiar. We must retreat swiftly." Kang Shun and Elder Lu had already contemplated this course of action. Faced with these terrifying wandering souls, malevolent spirits, and even more unfathomable entities, their desire to withdraw had long since taken root. Creaking as soon as Yang Qian and the others moved, the 6 malevolent souls sprang into action. How swift was their speed! It felt as though a gentle breeze had swept through. In the blink of an eye, the 6 souls were upon them, their gazes predatory. Such velocity could only be rivaled by Yang Qian's sword rainbow technique. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Yang Qian's eyes as he coldly declared, "Even in life, you 6 golden immortals do not instill fear in me, let alone in death. Judgment style, kill, boom like an ancient deity descending to judge the living." This sword strike was the sword of judgment, a beam of light slicing forward with astonishing speed. The terrifying sword energy of the Void Sky Sword was sufficient to sweep away everything in its path, and the 6 malevolent souls were no exception, obliterated in an instant into nothingness. Buzzing almost as soon as the sword light flickered, the surrounding malevolent energy began to seethe, and in the next moment, the 6 malevolent souls reconstituted themselves, seemingly unscathed. Yang Qian's expression darkened. Although he understood that this strike would not vanquish the 6 souls, he was astonished by their rapid regeneration. Now, all 3 were in grave danger. Elder Lu and Kang Shun were utterly incapable of confronting these 6 souls, which possessed an almost immortal essence within the boundless malevolence of the valley of Yin Sha. Yang Qian's strike appeared to have genuinely incited the wrath of these 6 souls, who now wielded long swords conjured from the malevolent energy. Unleashing terrifying sword techniques in response. Chapter 61. Malevolent Souls, 5. These sword techniques are intricately engraved in the minds of the practitioners of the 10,000 Swords sect, exquisite and extraordinarily formidable. Waves of terrifying malevolence surged forth with these sword techniques towards Yang Qian. Although the 6 malevolent souls wielding these sword techniques no longer possessed the earth-shattering power they had when they were golden immortals, the utilization of malevolent energy now bestowed upon them a different, horrifying might. With a hearty laugh, Yang Qian declared, "What is the true essence of the sword, if not something that can be comprehended by mere phantoms devoid of consciousness?" Heavenly sword slash, buzz, buzz, buzzed, an aura of nobility enveloped Yang Qian, a nobility that seemed innate, reminiscent of ancient deities gazing down upon the myriad beings. This noble sword intent emerged, the fearsome creature, with its crimson form, trembled slightly, its blood-red eyes fixated intently on Yang Qian. A colossal heavenly sword loomed in the void, like the sovereign of swords, its sharp sword energy traversing all directions, seemingly unimpeded even by the dense malevolence permeating the Valley of Shadows. This was the heavenly sword slash, executed as Yang Qian merged with the void heavenly sword. Within the ocean-like expanse of golden energy, the heavenly sword slash appeared even more potent, surpassing all previous renditions Yang Qian had performed. Moreover, within the Valley of Shadows, countless flying swords suddenly shot forth. Some were fragmented yet not entirely destroyed, while others remained intact, all being treasures of considerable caliber. Hundreds upon thousands of flying swords, when the thousands of masters from the 10,000 Swords sect had perished here,